Fellow Taoist, I don't want to hurt you, what do you mean? After knocking Fong Lei away, Yi Ping continued to speak. He didn't want to hurt Fong Lei, so there must be any misunderstandings. But before he finished speaking, Fong Lei came again, and his aura was even more fierce than before. Immortal Golden Body. Overbile Fist. At this moment, all the golden light permeated Fong Lei's body was integrated into it. He was like a golden man, and there was also an extremely fierce fist intention in his fist moves. This is his full blow and he wants to end the battle. Because he felt that the attack just now was Yi Ping's full strength. But in fact, Yi Ping didn't want to hurt him, and only used about 30% of his strength. Is it necessary? Looking at Fong Lei's punch, Yi Ping was both depressed and completely angry. Everyone said that they were mistakenly breaking, but why did they just not listen? Good. If you don't listen, then I'll hit you. Thinking of this, Yi Ping simply stopped talking nonsense. He waved his iron fist, and his fisting technique opened and closed, condensing the meaning of ancient gods and demons. Roar! At this moment, Yi Ping's chi and blood turned into a furnace, and the sound of dragon roars came from his body, with extremely loud voices. The black air filled the air, like a real god and demon, suppressing it. Bang! The two met again. But soon, Fong Lei was knocked away directly, his arm was completely broken, he was severely injured, and vomited blood in the air. For a moment, Fong Lei was stunned. This Yuan MO is a bit outrageous. End of this chapter. In the secret realm of Yuan Demon, Fong Lei was severely injured. His internal organs were vibrating, his chi and blood rolled, his tendons and veins were in chaos, and even his dantian was trembling. He spat a few mouthfuls of blood in the air, then fell heavily to the ground, his eyes full of astonishment. Pain. Severe pain all over. But Fong Lei did not feel the pain, but was shocked. Deeply shocked. Although he has never really fought with the Yuan demon, he has also tried fighting with other abyss monsters, and there are also those who are not weaker than the Yuan demon. But I didn't expect that the real Yuan demon was so strong. This is not right. No matter how strong the Yuan demon is, it cannot be so strong, right? Could it be that this is the Yuan demon king? Maid, the master of the house is messing with me? Fong Lei was stunned. Originally, he was not afraid of this secret realm assessment. On the contrary, he felt that this secret realm assessment was not enough to have hands on it. But what I didn't expect was that having hands is really not good. Fellow Taoist, we are indeed a misunderstanding. I hurt you because it is not my intention. I hope you will forgive me. At this moment, Yi Ping walked over and said like this. He was not the case in his original intention, but Fong Lei chased him and refused to let go. If he didn't fight back, it would not be solved at all. However, just when Yi Ping explained politely. In an instant, Fong Lei's golden body gradually disappeared, and then a crackling sound rang out, and the broken bone healed. He had the last move to recover from his injuries in an instant and return to the peak. This is the magical power of the 6-9 profound art. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be forced to heal with the power of the golden body, and then return to the peak. The strength must be even further. The only trouble is that after a while, you will fall into a weak state and need to rest for a few days to recover. So, this trick is basically not allowed to be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, they are all forced to this situation, and it is basically a last resort. Boom! Fong Lei attacked again, and this time Yi Ping let go of his guard, which was an excellent opportunity for Fong Lei. But Fong Lei would never have thought that there was a huge difference between him and Yi Ping. Not far away, when Yi Ping had just walked to Fong Lei, Yi Ping subconsciously retreated hundreds of meters away in an instant. He practiced the ancient gods and demons, and naturally he could feel some unusual crises. Sure enough, Fong Lei suddenly recovered from his injuries and his boxing skills became even more fierce. He wanted to attack Huanglong and killed himself on the spot. It seems that if you don't get rid of fellow Taoist really can't calm down. At this moment, Yi Ping had nothing to think about. He had already fully understood that the man in purple in front of him was already crazy.
If he didn't cripple him, the other party would probably not stop. In an instant, Yiping transformed into a god and demon again, and his boxing skills were very open and closed, like a peerless fierce man.
Boom 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 boom.
Yiping used all three success powers, and his body was extremely terrifying. He really had to use tens of force to knock Fan Lei into a meat paste with one punch. So Yiping did not use all his strength, and the 3 success power was enough.
The dragon roar sounded again.
Yiping cut off Fan Lei's ribs with a punch, and the next moment, Yiping kicked it out, and the air was blown up.
1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. 4 punches.
Yiping's boxing became more and more fierce and faster. At the end, Fan Lei lay on the ground like a pool of mud, making a dying sound.
Don't beat it again, don't beat it again, I admit defeat.
His voice sounded as if he had died. Hearing this faint voice, Yiping gradually calmed down.
Fellow Taoist, have you calmed down now?
Yiping walked over, looked at Fan Lei on the ground quietly, and said with a calm expression.
Fan Lei. He wanted to cry.
He is known as the #1 genius in Qingyun State and also claims to be the most powerful man in the academy. But what he didn't expect was that a mere Yuan demon's secret realm actually made him look like this. What made Fan Lei most uncomfortable was that after being beaten so hard, the other party was as if nothing had happened. It would not be uncomfortable if he could not beat him, but the feeling of being beaten in the same realm was uncomfortable.
Fellow Taoist, there must be misunderstandings in this. Yiping's voice sounded again. And Fan Lei's voice also sounded. I misled you. Fan Lei tried his best to do the last 3 words.
The next moment, the crack appeared and directly sucked him away, leaving Yiping with a depressed look on his face.
And just then,
above the mountains, in the altar, thousands of disciples from Qingyun National Academy stared at the altar.
At this moment, the crack appeared again. Everyone was full of curiosity. They don't know if Fan Lei defeated Yuan Mo. You guys say, can senior brother Fan defeat Yuan Demon? That must be possible.
Senior brother Fan is the most powerful man in our Qingyun National Academy.
If he can't defeat Yuan Mo, who can defeat him? Yes, I feel that way. It's not necessarily true.
The Yuan demon's body is strong, and his innate defense against Taoism is high.
Please open at 5 or 5. Senior brother Fan will definitely defeat the Yuan demon.
You must know that senior brother Fan is practicing the 6-9 profound art of our Taoist sect, which can cast an immortal golden body. His body is extremely powerful, even stronger than a monster.
Yes, you will definitely beat it.
With the cracks appearing,
a bunch of ice fell into the altar. Everyone was full of curiosity. But the next moment, the crack disappeared. Soon, Fan Lei's body lay on the altar. What's wrong? Why is senior brother Fan lying on the ground?
His senior brother Fan is injured.
Look, senior brother Fan has fainted. Oh my god, look at me, senior brother Fan is covered in wounds. How is this possible? Did senior brother Fan lose? As strong as senior brother Fan, have all been defeated? It's true, no. The Yuan demon is so strong? Where is the real demon?
For a moment, with Fan Lei's appearance, it caused an uproar. No one expected that Fan Lei, the most powerful man in their hearts, would lose. You know, this is just the secret realm of Yuan demon. If it were the true demon's secret realm, wouldn't it be that I would die in it? Let alone these disciples, the elders of Qingyun National Academy, other geniuses, and even the head of the palace were also surprised. Especially the head of the palace, Li Macheng. He knew the strength of Yuan Mo and Fan Lei. Although Fan Lei could win easily, he would not lose at least. But Fan Lei was severely injured and fainted, which was a bit outrageous. Quiet. The next moment, Li Macheng's voice sounded, he frowned, came to Fan Lei, and after checking, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I was seriously injured, but the problem was not big. I didn't hurt the foundation, but I had to recuperate for several months. Although I don't know what happened, Li Macheng didn't say much.
After all, Yuan Mo was very strong.
Perhaps Fong Lei was careless, or perhaps something else happened, but if he lost, he would lose.
At that moment, Li Maching asked someone to carry Fong Lei away, and then said with a blank expression, "Next."
He was very calm, not the first time this happened.
So what can genius do?
On the road to immortal cultivation, he has seen countless failed geniuses, which is not uncommon.
Oh, I never thought that senior brother Fong could not even beat the head Yuan demon.
It seems that the position of the most powerful person in the Jin National Academy of Sciences must be inherited by Mo Zhaoping.
At this time, the man in black walked out. He is second. Mo Zhaoping is still confident.
In his eyes, Fong Lei is the kind of person who was purely without any brains, and it is not uncommon to lose.
The next moment, Mo Zhaoping walked into the crack.
End of this chapter.
In the secret realm of Yuan Demon, Yi Ping was a little depressed.
He had arranged the formation before, and the preset time to go back was about half an hour or an hour. If I had known this, I would have adjusted the time and would not have been like a headless fly here. And Yi Ping also realized a problem. That is, the space formation cannot be done casually. After all, you accidentally teleport yourself to some strange places. This place is fine, there is no big danger, but if it is really teleported to some very terrifying places, then you will be in trouble. This place is probably a forbidden place, otherwise the man in purple would not have tried so hard. It seems that people in the world of immortal cultivation are still too conservative. They should be more cautious in their actions in the future and do not enter the forbidden area by chance, otherwise it will be bad if they cause trouble. Yi Ping murmured in his heart. But at the next moment, suddenly, another crack appeared. Yi Ping looked at him. Soon, a man in black appeared in Yi Ping's eyes. The man looked a little elegant, and he even held a folding fan in his hand, and his eyes were still full of confidence. Yi Ping was a little wary, but he did not take the initiative to attack, but looked at the other party and said in an extremely polite tone, "Fellow Taoist, I just accidentally entered this place. I was hurting your friend before. It was just a helpless move. I hope that fellow Taoist can send a lot of people to me and tell the fellow Taoist in purple that if they meet next time, they will definitely come to the door to apologize." Yi Ping spoke, and he knew that in this matter, he was wrong first. After all, he accidentally broke into other people's forbidden areas, so he naturally had the disadvantage first.
Yi Ping's voice sounded. Mo Zhaoping was a little surprised. Unlike Fong Lei, Mo Zhaoping knew Yuan Mo very well. He knew deeply what Yuan Mo existed. The Yuan demon is transformed by the demonic energy deep in the abyss.
He is not afraid of life and death, nor has he any pain. He is the kind of killing machine that only knows how to kill people, and blood is full of fatal temptation for them. However, most of the Yuan demons have low intelligence and may have some thinking ability, but when they encounter blood or see living people, they cannot control themselves. Even if they know there is danger, they don't care. Of course, there are also some advanced Yuan demons among the Yuan demons. They not only can restrain the killing in their hearts, but also transform into human forms, possess the wisdom of ordinary people, and often deceive the monks and suddenly attack them. But what Mo Zhaoping didn't expect was that the Yuan demon in front of him looked no different from the real person, and he was even not inferior to himself in terms of appearance, which was a bit strange. But Mo Zhaoping did not act rashly. Being able to beat Fong Lei to that shape proves that this Yuan demon is somewhat powerful. He doesn't want to fight directly, and if he fights hard, he will suffer a loss. Since the other party wanted to seduce him, Mo Zhaoping planned to use the tricks to gain Yi Ping's trust, and then suddenly attack him and catch him off guard. Thinking of this, Mo Zhaoping couldn't help but smile. So that's it. That's my brother. He has a relatively impatient temper and has no brains. I think there should be some misunderstandings in this. By the way, Mo Zhaoping, how dare you ask fellow Taoist who is? Mo Xiao opened his mouth flat, and took a few steps forward at the same time, slowly coming to Yi Ping. Hearing Mo Zhaoping speak like this, Yi Ping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was finally a reasonable person. At that moment, Yi Ping couldn't help but speak. In Xia Yiping, I have met fellow Daoist Mo. Yiping replied, bowing at the same time.
Yiping? Mo Zhaoping was a little surprised.
He seemed to have heard of this name somewhere.
But soon, Mo Zhaoping didn't think about it carefully.
He had already come to Yiping's 10 steps, and then smiled slightly. Fellow Daoist Yi, you have heard of a sword technique in this world called the 10-step sword.
What does the 10-step sword mean?
Yiping was a little confused. Just the next moment, a sense of crisis came. In an instant, Yiping took action directly, without any nonsense, and his reaction speed was extremely fast.
I actually reacted, but you are dead.
The 10-step sword is the sword that kills one person with 10 steps. I have been practicing this sword technique for 20 years. No one can walk alive within 10 steps of my life.
Puff. Mo Zhaoping was a little surprised.
Yiping actually reacted instantly, but he was still full of confidence and even began to popularize science. At the same time, the long sword in his hand came out, with sword energy surging. But before Mo Zhaoping finished speaking, Yiping used his fingers as a sword and a dragon-shaped sword energy rushed out, shattering the spiritual weapon in Mo Zhaoping's hand on the spot. Then Yiping appeared in front of Mo Zhaoping in an instant, and then he thrust his strength and punched out.
Bang! Mo Zhaoping's figure flew backwards and then fell heavily to the ground.
The surrounding area was 100 meters and turned into ruins. His ribs were broken, his internal organs were displaced, and his face was covered with blood.
I'm damn. Ahem. Master, do you call this Yuan demon? Do you think I, Mo Zhaoping, don't know Yuan Mo? Ahem. Mo Zhaoping vomited. He really vomited blood and was beaten with a punch.
Fortunately, the foundation was not severely damaged, but the body was severely damaged and could be cured, but there was no combat power anymore.
Fellow Daoist, can you tell me why you killed me? Where did I offend you? Wasn't it just that I accidentally broke into your forbidden area? Can you tell me what kind of sect you are? Can I visit you someday? As for killing people? Yiping is really going to vomit. I thought I finally met someone who was reasonable.
But unexpectedly, this guy is even more sinister, 100 times more sinister than the man in purple. Although the man in purple is a stupid man, he at least will not use any tricks. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have really been obsessed. But Yiping really wanted to know what sect the other party was, and he wanted to kill someone because he accidentally broke into the forbidden area? Is this too futile? Nothing was lost. Could it be that these people are disciples of the demon sect? Otherwise, even if a famous and upright sect breaks into the forbidden area, he will not be punished to death, right? Yiping was depressed.
And Mo Zhaoping ignored Yiping. He was completely panicked now.
In his eyes, Yiping was like a demon, so in an instant, Mo Zhaoping directly crushed the ancient order in his hand.
Before Yiping could react, the crack appeared again and Mo Zhaoping disappeared. Why did you run away again?
Looking at the disappearing Mo Zhaoping, Yiping felt a little uncomfortable.
Can't you sit down and have a good chat? Good chat, I'll invite you to have tea next time. And at the same time,
outside, above the altar. As the altar shook again. This time, all eyes gathered on the altar again.
You guys say, can Senior Brother Mo win? Yes, Senior Brother Mo can definitely win. I believe that Senior Brother Mo will definitely win.
Senior Brother Mo practices a sword technique called the 10-step sword. As long as he gets within 10 steps, even if he is one level higher than him, he may be killed by Senior Brother Mo. No matter how strong the Yuan demon is, it is only the foundation building realm.
Yes, I also believe that Senior Brother Mo will definitely win. The disciples talked again.
But as the light of the altar flashed, Mo Zhaoping's body soon lay on the altar.
What? Senior Brother Mo also lost? No way, Senior Brother Mo was actually defeated? How strong is this Yuan demon? Even Senior Brother Mo was defeated?
Senior Brother Fong and Senior Brother Mo are both defeated.
Could it be that they have captured a Yuan demon king, right? It's a little outrageous. In an instant, there was a lot of discussion.
At this moment, the senior officials of Qin National Academy were also confused.
It's okay to say that Fong Lei failed. Mo Zhaoping also failed?
It's not that Mo Zhaoping must be better than Fong Lei, but at least he has a lesson in the past.
Even if he can't beat him, he wouldn't suffer such serious injuries, right? Master, you really caught a Yuan Demon King, right?
At this time, an elder couldn't help but send his spiritual sense to the lord of the mansion. But Li Macheng shook his head directly.
How is that possible? I'm clear that it's just an ordinary Yuan demon.
Perhaps this Yuan demon hides some of his strength, but he is definitely not the Yuan Demon King.
Li Macheng spoke.
He could be sure that it would not be the Yuan Demon King, but he could not guarantee whether this Yuan demon had hidden strength.
Mo Zhaoping, what happened inside?
Li Macheng came to Mo Zhaoping's side, and he exerted a stream of spiritual energy, barely allowing Mo Zhaoping to recover from some injuries.
Mo Zhaoping, in a coma, opened his eyes and saw Li Macheng's face. Then he said intermittently, "Master, are you messing with me?"
After speaking, Mo Zhaoping fainted again.
Li Macheng,
The eyes of the disciples and senior officials of Qin State looked at Li Macheng inexplicably became a little strange.
Next, try again.
At this moment, Li Macheng was also a little depressed. He could be sure that he had just caught an ordinary Yuan demon, but the current situation was indeed a bit outrageous. But Li Macheng didn't say nonsense and asked the disciple number 3 to try again.
The latter has no fear, and no one who dares to challenge will be afraid. Just follow the third person in.
It was less than half an incense stick, and it was released again, and the injuries were even worse. At this moment, everyone's eyes became even more bizarre.
Next. Li Macheng frowned and asked the fourth disciple to enter. He doesn't believe in evil. Yes. The fourth person was not afraid either. Another half incense stick.
The results did not change.
Now, thousands of people were completely silent. Even at this moment, an elder couldn't help but speak.
Master, although you are doing things more harshly, and this 10 Kingdoms competition, you also want to get rid of the former shame of our Qin National Academy.
But the problem is, it is a bit too much to catch a Yuan Demon King?
An elder said this, and under pressure, he seemed a little helpless.
Elder Su, I really don't have one, alas. Forget it, no matter how I explain it, you don't believe it, I'll go and see it myself. Li Macheng spoke.
He wanted to explain carefully, but everyone's eyes obviously didn't believe it, so Li Macheng planned to take a look by himself.
But at this moment, Duanmu Cloud's voice suddenly rang. Master, let me try it. If it is really the Yuan Demon King, although the disciples cannot beat it, they will not be injured.
If you go there, it will affect the secret realm. At that time, the secret realm collapses and the Yuan demon will run out, it will be troublesome. Duan Muyun's voice sounded, she was very calm, her eyes full of confidence.
She wants to give it a try. And what she said was half true and half false. It is true to want to go in, but it is false to say that you don't fight.
Even the Yuan Demon King, she was not afraid. Even if she defeated the Yuan Demon King, she felt more accomplished.
Okay. Then you pay attention to safety.
If it is really the Yuan Demon King, come out quickly, I will destroy this secret realm and kill the Yuan Demon King, so as not to come out to harm the world.
Li Macheng nodded. I think Duanmu Yun said it is correct. Of course, he also knew Duanmu Yun's true thoughts. Affect the order.
The next moment, Duanmu Yun walked straight into the crack without talking nonsense.
And at this time, in the secret realm, Yi Ping was completely depressed. 4 people came in a row. The first one was reckless, the second one was sinister, the third one was even more sinister, and the fourth one was even more amazing. As soon as he came, he said that he wanted to take him out of here, and said that he was the incarnation of an abyss monster, which made him so excited. Before he could show the golden wheel of Duhua, he attacked himself directly. As a result, I was beaten up by myself. But Yi Ping also understood. I should have come to the forbidden area of a demonic sect.
Otherwise, the prestigious sects would be so cruel.
Just as Yi Ping was thinking.
Suddenly, the crack appeared again. Soon, a woman appeared in front of Yi Ping.
It's indeed the demon cult. Everyone has started to use beauty tricks. Ha, it's a pity that I, Yi, have no interest in women. Female donor, look at the fist.
End of this chapter.
On 9.29, 8 p.m. I was typing at home.
I was typing very hard, but suddenly, a friend suddenly appeared in Weixin.
When I clicked on it, I found that the other party was very familiar with it. I immediately knew who it was. My goddess and former crush.
To be honest, when I saw the goddess taking the initiative to add my friend, my first reaction was a little confused. Because this goddess is the object I always like, but when I was young, I was very inferior.
First of all, although my family is not bad, my family never wears my children.
When I was in high school, the goddess used a smartphone, and I was still a second-hand Nokia.
In addition, when I was young, I didn't know how to dress up. Now when I think back, I am like a clown. Later, after graduation, I mustered up the courage to confess, but all I got was a sentence, "Are you crazy?"
For a moment, it hurts heartbroken and uncomfortable.
In the blink of an eye,
5 or 6 years have passed. I occasionally dreamed of this goddess in my dreams. Sometimes I am fine alone, and I occasionally think of her. It's a bit pretentious to say it's love, after all, I haven't talked about it at all. I said it wasn't love, but I don't know how to describe it.
So the goddess added my friend and I was stunned on the spot. The application notes are also, "Are you XXX?"
After thinking for a while, I chose to pass the friend and looked at the dialogue column.
I really didn't know what to say for a while.
I clicked on her circle of friends and was still so beautiful, 1.7 meters tall, long legs, long black hair, particularly delicate facial features, and a very good figure. To be honest, the appearance can be at least 90 points, and the kind who is extremely likely to turn around when walking on the main road.
The more I look at her circle of friends, the more I feel a little inferior.
However, the goddess took the initiative to send a message at this time.
"Are you XXX?" I immediately replied.
Yes, yes. After replying to the message, my mind was a little blank, both nervous and a little overwhelmed. And the other party immediately replied.
"Do you know who I am?"
This kind of a bit old-fashioned opening remark. If it were someone else, I might have deleted my friends directly.
It's been 2020 and I'm still playing this set. But facing the goddess, I answered even more old-fashionedly. "Is it XXX?" Next came a slight chat.
As we were chatting, suddenly, the goddess sent a message. "I heard from XX in the class that you seem to have done quite well recently." I was a little puzzled when I heard this, but suddenly, I felt something was wrong. But perhaps because of the goddess inferiority complex, my little vanity still cannot be concealed.
"Well, it's okay, just have a meal."
Then there was another awkward chat, and the content was nothing more than that. It was also called making a living.
"What happened to you? And I heard that you still have to buy a house. I never thought that you were doing so well in our class." After a bit of awkward chat. Until 11 o'clock, I thought it was too boring, so I said, "I still have something to do, so I'll be busy first." The goddess replied. "Oh, don't you like chatting with me? Or am I too annoyed you?" Next came another explanation and awkward chat.
Until the goddess said something.
"I remember when you went to school, you seemed to like me, right?
When this problem arises."
I was silent.
The brain crashed. I don't understand what the other party suddenly said this sentence means.
But I still answered. "Yes, I like you very much when I went to school." The goddess replied, "Oh? You mean, don't like it now?"
As soon as I said this, I was stunned. It seems a little panicked and explains it all. Finally, there was another awkward chat.
After the awkward chat, it was not until 1 o'clock in the morning. Maybe she was going to sleep, so I didn't continue chatting and started typing. It was noon the next day. The goddess sent me a message again. asking me if I had eaten it. I answered briefly and ate. But suddenly, the goddess said, "Which restaurant is pretty good, should I meet old classmates and have a meal?"
At this moment, I felt that happiness came too suddenly. I was very excited, so I replied without hesitation.
I made an appointment for the time, and in the evening, I came to a Western restaurant. I dressed very formally and even made a hair out of my mind. Arrive at the restaurant half an hour in advance.
Soon, the goddess came, wearing a white dress, and when she walked in, basically some of the men who came to eat looked at her. It is still shining brightly, and it is still a goddess-like existence.
I'm nervous. I was a little nervous, too. Even I had some regrets coming, and in front of her, I was like a clown. This feeling is so uncomfortable.
When she sat in front of me, I was so nervous that my palms were sweating. But soon, as she smiled gently, sat opposite me, and greeted me, I felt a little better and was not so nervous. During the meal, the goddess picked up food for me and even helped me wipe the oil on the corners of my mouth very considerately.
I was really confused, really confused. It feels a bit too dreamy. Until after the meal and after another chat, the goddess finally told me about her purpose. Borrow money. That's right. Just borrow money. And borrowed 100,000. I was very surprised. But after being surprised, I felt relieved. Yes, what can it be if the goddess suddenly looks for her in her dream? To be honest, I have done something to accompany her in abortion. But if it is close to reality, it is to borrow money. She was a little tactful and a little embarrassed. I have encountered something recently. I want to borrow some money to turn over. I don't know if you can help me.
When she said this,
my heart was cold. I feel sad too.
I was silent, without saying anything. My previous fantasies and previous beauty were all shattered. Seeing that I was not talking, she couldn't help but lower her head slightly and then said in the sound of a mosquito, "I know, you are a little unhappy when I borrow money from you like this, but I really encountered something very important. If you are willing to lend it to me, I can promise you." After saying this, I was stunned. I don't understand the meaning of this sentence. What does it mean, can you agree? I asked subconsciously, but after asking, I felt that I was too much of a deal. The latter did not speak, nor did he continue to speak. For a moment, I understood what she meant. At this moment, for some reason, I felt an indescribable feeling of disgust. Deep disgust. It's also very uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. The goddess in my heart, unexpectedly, was defeated by reality in the end. Very sarcastic and very bloody. We were silent for a long time. A full half an hour. In the end, I broke the tranquility. "What do you want to borrow money for?" I asked her. But before she could answer, I continued to speak directly. "If a father is seriously ill or something, don't say it. I read your circle of friends and your parents are very good. Also, don't say anything like encountering a scumbag. I don't believe it, and I won't believe it." Maybe I was a little angry, and my tone was a little heavy. The goddess was silent. Finally she sighed and looked at me with her beautiful eyes, full of tension. "You may not believe it. After graduating from high school, I went to college. Because I looked so beautiful, I was excluded by many people. Now I have started a job. My boss harassed me, my female colleagues squeezed me, and the male colleagues also slandered me behind my back. I am very depressed and uncomfortable every day, and I have suffered a lot. I even thought about committing suicide. But when I was most confused and uncomfortable, I became obsessed with online novels, especially a book called No One Really Thinks It's Hard to Cultivate Immortals. I like reading this book very much. This book brings me joy, this book also regains my confidence, and gives me the courage and confidence to survive. I am very grateful to the author of this book, but the author of this book worked hard to update more than 300,000 words during the public period. The original excellent results were very good, but it fell a lot. The author said that he was miserable and could not hold on anymore. I think he is very pitiful. I want to give him a reward of the Golden Alliance, but I have no money, but I don't want this author to give up. I want him to work hard to create. This author is called He Yinitian. The characters he wrote are flesh and blood. The stories he wrote made me understand what life is. He will be on the shelves tomorrow. I really have no choice, so I came to you. Can you lend me 100,000 yuan? I will definitely give it back to you in the future. The goddess spoke. It was just that she was talking. I cried. I cried. I cried like a fool. My tears couldn't stop falling. The goddess was a little surprised. She asked me why I cried. Instead of answering, I took out my bank card, put it on the table, and spoke slowly. Password is your birthday. I laughed. Cry while walking. Brothers, are you crying? Hit tears on the public screen. It will be available tomorrow morning. Pray for first day subscription. Very important. Everyone should fatten up, support the first order first, and then fatten up. Brothers who invest, give me a subscription support, otherwise I will lose all my money. I really want to cry. Let's order first. Such a touching story. If you don't have a full subscription support, is it still a network suppression cloud? End of this chapter. In the crack. Duan Muyun looked very calm. She didn't know if the lord of the mansion really caught a Yuan demon king. But it doesn't matter anymore. Whether it is Yuan demon or Yuan demon king. In her Duan Muyun's eyes, there were all ants. She is a woman. Although she is equal to men and women in the world of cultivation, women are often weaker than men in practice. It's not a matter of talent, but in the eyes of female cultivators, beauty is greater than cultivation. In the eyes of most female cultivators, as long as they are beautiful enough, any genius strong man must kneel down and be under their pomegranate skirt. Therefore, there is a saying circulating in the world of immortal cultivation: when a man masters his cultivation, he will master the world, while a woman only needs to master the man to master the world. But Duan Muyun did not agree. On the contrary, she believes that relying on men is a princess after all, and that only by relying on herself is the queen. It is precisely because of this that Duan Muyun has worked hard since childhood and has worked hard to practice. What a man can do, she must do. She must do what a man can't do. So she was very happy when she saw Fang Lei and Mo Zhaoping and others fail. Because only in this way can we prove how strong your strength is. At this moment, the crack gradually disappeared. But in an instant, an extremely loud voice suddenly exploded in my ears. In Xiayi Jinfu, female donor, look at the fist. An extremely loud voice sounded. Before Duan Muyun could react, the terrifying boxing moves appeared in front of him. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Muyun flew up directly and then landed heavily on the ground. Puff! The next moment, Duan Muyun spitted blood, and she was a little confused. Just came in and got punched? Should I be so direct? And who is Yi Jinfu? Duan Muyun was really a little confused. She was not prepared at all. She just appeared in the Yuan demon's secret realm and was punched fiercely. However, Duan Muyun was indeed very strong. He was not severely injured after being punched by Yi Ping 30% of his strength. He was indeed stronger than Fang Lei and the others. In an instant, Duan Muyun disappeared from the spot. She showed off her magic tricks and suddenly a light blue light enveloped her, forming a shield. Clang! At the same time, Duan Muyun drew out a blue flying sword, and in an instant, thousands of sword energy were scattered. Each sword energy was very fierce, and it could cut the foundation building great perfection. Thousands of sword energy rushed towards Yi Ping, like a heavy rain. In the secret realm of Yuan Demon, Yi Ping transformed into a god and demon. He was not afraid of these sword energy. He pinched his 5 fingers tightly and attacked his fist again. How could it be so strong? Is it really a Yuan demon king? Seeing this scene, Duan Muyun was shocked. Even the Jindan monk dared not resist her Kuei-Shui sword energy, and even the Jindan monks dared to use their physical bodies to resist her. Yi Ping, who was not far away, rushed over with his physical body. The Kuei sword energy pierced Yi Ping's body, as if thousands of iron needles were stabbing at the iron stone, without any effect at all.
Female donor, look at the fist.
Yi Ping's voice sounded again, and soon, without waiting for Duan Muyun to react, the terrifying iron fist directly rushed towards Duan Muyun's left face.
Click.
The sound of his face shattering sounded, and before Duan Muyun could scream in pain, Yi Ping's magic fist hit him again the next moment.
Bang 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 bang. In the secret realm of Yuan Demon, Duan Muyun was like a sandbag, crazily ravaged by Yi Ping. At this moment, in Yi Ping's eyes, he was basically sure that he should have come to a magic gate. Otherwise, why would someone want to kill yourself if you come? How many famous and upright sects in this world have such great hostility?
Now he sent a female devil to seduce himself with a beauty trick.
Isn't this the method of the people in the devil's way?
If you understand this, Yi Ping naturally cannot let it go.
You can send a master to hit me. You can send a master to kill me.
But you can't send women to use beauty tricks on me, because what I, Yi, disliked the most in my life, was to hit women. Thinking of this, Yi Ping's fist became stronger. What Yi Ping hated most in his life was bullying the weak and bullying women, but this is the world of immortal cultivation.
If he doesn't take action, then he will die.
So Yi Ping gritted his teeth and was forced to survive in this cruel world of immortal cultivation.
Ah!
At this moment, Yi Ping's magic fist increased his strength again. He was like a god and demon, with his boxing skills wide open and close, extremely terrifying.
A set of punches. It completely stunned Duan Muyun. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Is it so outrageous? I'm a woman. Hello? Can't you be gentle? Are there any grudges between us? Duan Muyun cried, and she cried very sadly.
She was full of confidence, but she didn't expect that this Yuan demon was really the Yuan demon king. Not only was the Yuan demon king, but she also had a strong body. He is so strong that he can't even pierce his Kuei sword energy, so he's still a bit fucked. Thinking of this, Duan Muyun instantly wanted to crush the ancient order of the secret realm. But in an instant, Yi Ping quickly kicked Duan Muyun's hand, directly knocking the Guling out. Then Yi Ping was as fast as lightning and directly holding the Guling in his hand.
Want to run? No way.
Yi Ping's voice sounded, his eyes full of coldness. He is a monk of the righteous path and must practice the way for heaven today, but he thinks that God has the virtue of living. Yi Ping does not want to kill anyone, but he wants to completely save the female devil in front of him. If the golden wheel of the divination cannot save the female devil, then use the physical divination method to beat the female devil to refresh her heart.
It's over. When the Guling was thrown out, Duan Muyun couldn't help but feel cold.
With the ancient dict here, at least you can escape, but without the ancient dict, it will be really troublesome.
It's possible that he will really die here.
In an instant, Duan Muyun took out a purple pill and swallowed it directly into her abdomen. Soon her injuries recovered instantly, and then she pulled out the flying sword and killed Yi Ping again.
Clang 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 clang. The Kuei sword energy appeared again, much stronger than before.
The sword energy was like rain, and he rushed towards Yi Ping.
In an instant, explosions sounded, and each sword energy exploded into a deep pit. Unfortunately, Yi Ping's speed was extremely fast, like a lightning bolt. Not only was it extremely fast, but his body was also very strong, and he went straight to Duan Muyun.
The dense sword energy fell on Yi Ping, and the sound of golden swords colliding came.
Female donor, the sea of suffering is endless and it is ashore. Don't fall into the devil's way.
Yi Ping's voice sounded, his eyes clear and calm. But his fists didn't feel calm at all. Duan Muyun's figure once again passed by like a kite with a broken string.
Bang!
A violent explosion sounded, Duan Mu clouds fell heavily to the ground, hundreds of meters around turned into ruins.
The arena was not big in itself, and it was even more ragged by Yi Ping's tossing. Ahem! It has to be said that Duan Muyun is very strong. With Yi Ping's fierce attack, Duan Muyun still breathed a sigh of relief and had not fainted yet.
However, at this moment, Yi Ping did not choose to continue attacking fiercely. He didn't plan to kill people, but he didn't want to be killed. The woman in front of him was stronger than the previous ones, so he was forced to do nothing, so Yi Ping would strike hard. Now Duan Muyun was completely stunned by himself, and Yi Ping was a little relieved.
Donor, the so-called endless sea of suffering is the shore. Although I accidentally broke into your forbidden land, even if I am a person in the devil's way, do you still have to follow some rules?
Yi Ping came to Duan Muyun with the ancient order of the secret realm and said like this.
Duan Muyun's eyes were a little sour and red. She looked at Yi Ping, but she really didn't know what to say. What is a person in the devil's way? You are the one who is in the devil's way. Your whole family is a demon.
She couldn't speak because her injuries were too serious and she really didn't have the strength to speak.
Yi Ping continued to speak.
Donor, I can't hurt your life, but I also hope that the donor can understand a truth.
Since ancient times, evil has not overcome justice.
I think that although you have fallen into the path of demons, you have no demonic energy.
Obviously, you have not been in the path for a long time, so can you listen to the next advice? Although Duan Muyun is a man in the devil's way, Yi Ping could see that Duan Muyun had not much demonic energy, and he even had no demonic energy at all. It should be because I went astray for a moment and then I took this path of no return.
If you can be kindly dissuaded Duan Muyun, and let Duan Muyun turn to the right, and abandon darkness and turn to light, it may be considered a merit.
I'm not a person in the devil.
Duan Muyun's voice slowly rang out, and she explained with all her strength. Although she didn't know why, she wanted to explain this to a Yuan demon, she still wanted to explain that she was not a disciple of the demonic way. But as soon as he said this, Yi Ping's eyes couldn't help but feel cold, and then he slowly said,
"Oh, it seems that the donor is still a little dissatisfied."
Yi Ping's eyes were a little cold, and his 5 fingers were tightly pinching. In an instant, Duan Muyun shook for a moment in fear, and then used all his strength to spit out 2 words.
I am.
At this moment, Duan Muyun felt endless grievances, and he was forced by a Yuan demon to say that he was a man in the devil's way.
A great shame and humiliation. A great shame and humiliation. This is a great humiliation.
When Duan Muyun admitted that he was a man in the devil's way, his cold eyes instantly became gentle, and even a smile appeared on his face.
Donor, since ancient times, good and evil have not been in harmony. Today, you are lucky.
If you meet me, Yi, if you meet other ruthless righteous monks, you might have died long ago. However, Yi has always believed that there are no good people born in this world, nor are there any bad people born in it, and sometimes he can't help but tell everything. I can see that the donor is not a bloodthirsty person. Maybe it's just because he is confused for a moment, so he has stepped into the devil's way, but donor, you must believe that after the storm, there will be a rainbow.
Donor, why are you crying? It seems that the donor has realized it.
Since that's the case, I hope the donor can remember what Yi said and turn his back on the right as soon as possible. Yi Ping's words were touching.
Duan Muyun also shed silent tears in great harmony.
But she was not moved, but was wronged. The daughter of the Duanmu family, the first female cultivator of the Jin National Academy, was a dignified half-step golden elixir, but one day she would be forcibly influenced by a Yuan demon. She felt very wronged. If she wanted to explain, she wouldn't say whether she had the strength or not, just talking about Yi Ping's terrifying expression just now made her afraid to explain.
Donor, I'm leaving. If you're destined to see you next time, I hope you have turned back and become a good person. That's when.
Yi Ping suddenly found that light was spreading under his feet, which was a sign of the end of the formation, so he left the last sentence, and Yi Ping was flooded with the white light.
The ancient order of the secret realm also fell into Duan Muyun's hands. At this moment, Duan Muyun couldn't help but be stunned. Why did Yuan Ma leave? This is impossible. It is impossible for Yuan Ma to escape from this secret realm. This is absolutely impossible. If I could escape from this secret realm, I would have run away long ago. Why wait until now? Isn't he Yuan Ma?
In an instant, a thought appeared in Duan Muyun's mind.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Duan Muyun couldn't believe it.
You should know that this Yuan Demon's secret realm was jointly arranged by senior officials of Jin State. It belongs to a small space. If you want to enter this small space, you can only pass the secret realm ancient order, and you must have the corresponding secret realm ancient order. Without the ancient order, even the master of the palace would not want to break in unless it was a peerless formation master. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, someone accidentally broke into the secret realm when teleporting in space. This kind of thing happened before, but it was very rare.
But no matter what the reason is, Duan Muyun knows that he has escaped. If Yi Ping really wants to kill, he will definitely die. But soon, Duan Muyun couldn't help but feel resentful. It's not Yuanma, why not explain it carefully? For a moment, Duan Muyun couldn't help crying again.
If I had known this, I would have explained it clearly, I would not have had to be beaten in vain. After a while, Duan Muyun finally recovered some of her magic power, and she stood up to wipe away the tears. Holding the ancient order of the secret realm tightly, I wanted to leave directly. But when Duan Muyun was about to crush the ancient order, she suddenly fell silent.
Will you look so shameless when you go out like this? Do you want to delay for another half an hour? Duan Muyun fell into silence. Calculate the time carefully.
I spent a stick of incense in the secret realm.
If I went out directly, wouldn't it be like those wastes of Fong Lei? Right. Drag for half an hour to go out. Even if you lose, you will still be honored even if you lose. Duan Muyun thought so. Just when half an hour passed, Duan Muyun couldn't help but think of a possibility in his mind. Yi Ping is not a Yuan demon.
But except for himself, no one should know that Yi Ping is not a Yuan demon.
If I declare that I have defeated the Yuan Ma after I go out, wouldn't it be better? The thought appeared, which instantly stunned Duan Muyun. Yes, I can completely lie that I have defeated Yuan Ma. But will this make you look a little despicable? If someone finds out in the future, wouldn't I be embarrassed? No, how can you encounter this?
I am in Jin National Academy of Sciences, and I may have to go to the 10 National Academy of Sciences in the future.
The world is so big, how could I meet it?
Also, after I go out later, if I don't say that I have defeated the Yuan Ma, they will naturally feel that I have defeated the Yuan Ma.
I don't admit it or deny it, isn't that enough?
Yes, don't admit it or deny it, it's very good, very good.
Is this wisdom?
Duan Muyun, you are a little clever ghost.
Hey! Ahem! After a heartwarming drama, Duan Muyun was already sure what to do next.
He couldn't help but smile, but accidentally pulled the wound, causing a little chest pain, which made Duan Muyun frown. Yi Ping is too fierce, and this beating Duan Muyun is unforgettable.
However, thinking of the next scenery, Duan Muyun's resentment gradually dissipated.
Soon she crushed the ancient secret realm in her hand.
In an instant, a crack in the space appeared. Duan Muyun's figure also disappeared into the secret realm. Outside world. In the altar. Thousands of Jin students looked at the altar with nervous eyes. Several influential figures from the Jin National Academy of Sciences were basically defeated in the secret realm of Yuan Demon, so how can this not cause any topic? This is just the secret realm of Yuan Demon. If it is the secret realm of True Demon, wouldn't it be all over?
Let alone these disciples, even the elders of Jin were a little nervous. If these disciples can't even beat the secret realm of Yuan Demon, then this 10 Kingdoms competition can be ended early. I also want to join the 10 Kingdoms Academy, go to Dream. And just when everyone was full of curiosity. Finally, the crack finally appeared. Look! Has Sister Duanmu won? I guess it's hanging. Senior Sister Duanmu's Kue Shui sword technique is invincible. If she loses, it will be troublesome. I think I should win. It's hard to say, you'll know the result later. People talked about it. I saw it in the altar. A figure appeared. It is Duan Muyun's figure. She stood there with a flying sword, her clothes covered in blood, and her face was extremely pale, but she did not faint on the ground. Swish! The palace master immediately came to Duan and extinguished a stream of spiritual energy to heal Duan injuries.
What happened inside? Li Moqing frowned and asked Duan. He was really curious, how could a mere Yuan demon beat the genius of the institution into such a tragic situation?
The lord of the mansion, there is indeed a Yuan demon king inside.
Duan held his body forcibly and said like this.
As soon as these words were said, they caused an uproar in an instant.
Even Li Moqing was confused. Really a Yuan demon king?
What's the result?
Li Moqing continued to ask. It's gone. Duan took a deep breath and slowly said this. As soon as these words were said, everyone immediately realized it. It's gone? What does it mean? But Li Moqing couldn't help but continue asking. Duan felt a little depressed when he said this. All of this has been said, don't you understand? Master, are you deliberately making things difficult for me, Duan?
To be honest, Duan is really shameless to say that he defeated the Yuan Demon King, which is at most misleading everyone. Yi Ping is not the Yuan Demon King, but he is stronger than the Yuan Demon King, and Yi Ping does disappear.
Since it has disappeared, isn't it gone?
This is clearly stated, why do you still ask? Thinking of this, Duan could only force himself to continue speaking. Master, the meaning of being gone is, puff. Halfway through his words, Duan spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground. There is no way, I can't explain clearly, so I can only pretend to be dead. Duan, please speak clearly.
Hello, after that? Don't pretend to be dead? Duan.
Seeing Duan lying on the ground, Li Moqing was a little confused.
Why did you fall down halfway through the words? After saying the last sentence, you fainted. He shouted Duan. However, a middle-aged woman came directly to the altar and said in an angrily manner. Master, if you want to hone these disciples, you are kind-hearted, but don't go too far. If you catch a Yuan Demon King, you are not afraid of them dying in it.
The woman walked over and took Duan away, looking a little angry. No, junior sister, listen to my explanation.
Li Moqing was stunned. He remembered that he just caught an ordinary Yuan demon. Master, you've really passed this time. I just said how could my disciple not be able to beat a Yuan demon?
I didn't expect it to be a Yuan Demon King.
Master, you are too much.
In an instant, everyone suddenly realized, and the elders of the school also snorted coldly and left here.
Li Moqing was left with a depressed look on his face.
End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. With a beam of white light flashing,
Yi Ping's figure appeared again.
The stones placed around Yi Ping turned into stone powder at this moment. Yi Ping also opened his eyes. The familiar environment and familiar venue made Yi Ping breathe a sigh of relief.
Sure enough, I returned to Qingyun Sect.
To be honest, Yi Ping was a little worried at the beginning, afraid that he would not be able to come back. Fortunately, there is no big problem with the space formation I have arranged, but there is a small problem in the middle. The space formation needs to be set up, but I didn't set up the spots well, so this time the space transmission is relatively random. In the future, you must pay attention to the space formation no matter what, otherwise it will be troublesome when such a thing happens. The space formation itself is extremely complex, and the most important thing is to determine the range and direction. All of these need to be adjusted, otherwise, if it is randomly teleported, who dares to use the space formation? It's okay to teleport to some strange places, but if it's teleport to some desperate places, wouldn't it be a death? Yi Ping was just trying it out, so there was no fixed direction or fixed range. So, Yi Ping was successfully arranged in the space formation for the first time, but the details were not handled well, otherwise, the problems just now could be avoided. After understanding this, Yi Ping kept it in mind and then prepared to continue studying other formations. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out.
Junior brother Yi.
It was the voice of the second senior brother Su Luochen. In the back cliff, when Yi Ping heard the second senior brother's voice, he couldn't help but stand up. He was a little surprised, But he didn't expect that the second senior brother would come to find him. After all, since the second senior brother taught him the alchemy, he has never looked for himself again.
I've met senior brother Luochen.
When Su Luochen came, Yi Ping hurriedly bowed, looking very polite.
Young brother Yi, you are polite.
Not far away, Su Luochen had already arrived in front of Yi Ping. At this moment, Su Luochen's mood was gradually improving a lot. After a conversation with Wang Zhuoyu, Su Luochen has been thinking about a question these days.
This question is:
why do I feel uncomfortable when my junior brother is a peerless genius?
Yes. Su Luochen has been thinking about this question these days. Yi Ping is a peerless genius, why does he feel uncomfortable?
Just as Wang Zhuoyu said, Yi Ping is not a genius, he is also Yi Ping's senior brother. Yi Ping is a genius, and he is also Yi Ping's senior brother. As the elder brother said, if Yi Ping can't learn what he teaches, he will prove that he is a waste. If Yi Ping can learn what he teaches, he will prove that he is not wrong. Combining these 2 points, Su Luochen completely figured it out.
That's right, I figured it out completely. Since Yi Ping can learn it, it proves that what he taught is correct. It's just that my talent is not as talented as Yi Pingao. So taking advantage of the sunshine today and the arrangement of Liu, Su Luochen is here. Knowing that Yi Ping is a peerless genius of alchemy, Su Luochen naturally has to pay attention to it. Otherwise, if Yi Ping really becomes famous in the future, all his contributions will be taken away by others, and the losses will be great. Senior brother, who are you here?
Yi Ping's eyes were full of curiosity, and he didn't know what Su Luochen was going to do today.
Junior brother Yi, senior brother is here today, intending to teach you something new. Are you free? Su Luochen explained his purpose. He came here today, indeed to teach Yi Ping something new. Is the new alchemy technique? Okay, my junior brother will naturally have time.
Yi Ping was naturally excited when he heard something new to learn. Although the previous alchemy technique was very good, it had a fatal problem. That is the elixir he refined, and the spiritual energy contained in it was in a direct contrast with the spiritual energy he spent, which made Yi Ping a little depressed. After all, when learning alchemy, Yi Ping mainly thought of giving it to himself. If the spiritual energy spent on alchemy contrasts with the spiritual energy contained in the elixir, it would be meaningless. So when Yi Ping heard that Su Luochen wanted to teach him something new, he was naturally happy.
Well, junior brother Yi is still as studious as ever.
Well, come with senior brother, and senior brother teaches you the second chapter of the supreme alchemy. Su Luochen nodded with satisfaction.
Yes, senior brother.
Yi Ping also nodded with a smile on his face.
And at the same time, in the Qingyun Hall, Taoist Taihua walked around the hall, frowned, not knowing what he was thinking.
The junior sister Chen Lingru took a spiritual fruit and ate it while watching Taoist Taihua walk around.
What should I do? What should I do? Taoist Taihua talked to himself, like an ant on a hot pan. When he returned to the hall, Taoist Taihua completely calmed down.
He was shocked by boxes of spirit stones before, but after calming down, Taoist Taihua was also glad that he had not taken the spirit stones. If the spirit stone is collected, the trouble will be great.
It's not about accepting Liu as his disciple.
Although Liu is the crown prince of Jin, he and Yi Ping are old acquaintances and insist on taking Yi Ping as his teacher. Even if he talks about this, the king of Jin will not be able to say anything. After all, it is your prince who wants to take my disciple as his teacher, and it has nothing to do with me. But if you collect the spirit stone, it is a fraud. However, this matter is not something that Taoist Taihua is anxious about right now. The Jin National Academy is the most anxious thing for Taoist Taihua at the moment.
Jin National Academy of Sciences. All over the Jin state, countless sects and cultivators want to enter the institution. So Taoist Taihua naturally wanted Yi Ping to go to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. First, he was to glorify his ancestors, and second, he could really learn some real skills at the Jin National Academy of Sciences, so that he would not be fooled by his disciples in the Qingyun Sect. Of course, if Yi Ping goes to Jin National Academy of Sciences and directly upgrades to the second grade of his own sect, this is also a good thing.
In short, this is a great thing that can beat 3 birds with 1 stone. But the problem is, Yi Ping will not go to Jin National Academy of Sciences. Others may not know the reason why Yi Ping did not go to Jin National Academy of Sciences, but Taoist Taihua knew very well. Because in Yi Ping's eyes, Qingyun Sect is a hidden sect, and the mere Jin National Academy of Sciences is naturally not worth mentioning. But the problem is that this is in Yi Ping's eyes, and in the eyes of Taoist Taihua, Qingyun Sect is a broken sect. Compared with the Jin National Academy of Sciences, it is one in the sky and one in the underground. So whether it is for himself or Yi Ping, Taoist Taihua hopes that Yi Ping will go to Jin National Academy of Sciences. It's just that what method and how to say it can make Yi Ping willing to go to Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Lingru, give your master some advice.
At this time, Taoist Taihua looked at Chun Lingru.
It does not mean that 2 people cannot think of a solution. Give an idea?
What's the idea?
Master? Chen Lingru was a little curious.
She didn't even know what Taoist Taihua was thinking.
It's just that your junior brother, you are willing to go to Jinhua Academy.
Taoist Taihua spoke. This is not simple, master, it's enough for you to let your junior brother go directly.
I can see that you respect you very much.
Chen Lingru said disapprovingly.
But this is just like not saying it.
Yi Ping is determined not to go to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. Even if he ordered Yi Ping to go to the Jin National Academy of Sciences, he would not study hard.
And the most important thing is, what should I do when I go to Jin National Academy of Sciences? Do you go to Jin National Academy to study? If you are studying, wouldn't it be acknowledging that Qingyun Daozong is not as good as Jin National Academy of Sciences?
This method doesn't work.
I want your junior brother to be willing to go to Jin Wuxue University.
Oh, it would be great if your senior brother was here.
He is better at doing this kind of thing.
Taoist Taihua shook his head and said like this. After saying this, Chen Lingru couldn't help but fall into thinking a little. But after a while, Chen Lingru spoke.
Master, that's simple.
Why don't you tell me that the eldest brother has been to the Jin State Academy of Sciences and found that there was an supreme sword technique in the Jin State Academy of Sciences, but even the eldest brother did not find that sword technique, which became the eldest brother's heart disease. In this way, when the junior brother hears this, he will definitely go to Jin Gui Academy.
What do you think?
Chen Lingru thought of a solution. As soon as he said this, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but lit up his eyes, and then he slapped his thigh, thinking that this method was really good.
But what if he can't find it?
Taoist Taihua asked.
If you can't find it, you can't find it. Didn't it mean that you couldn't even find the senior brother? It's normal that the junior brother can't find it.
Chen Lingru stood up and said seriously.
Yes, this method is good, not bad.
Taoist Taihua nodded repeatedly, and the more he wanted to make an appointment, he thought this method was pretty good.
What should I say specifically?
Taoist Taihua also had some illnesses and rushed to seek medical treatment, and asked Chen Lingru any questions. And Chen Lingru was also happy to show off in front of Taoist Taihua.
It's very simple. Master, listen to me.
As long as you blow this sword technique, you can't blow it as much as it is. I can't explain clearly what it says, but I must say it so much. Not only that, Master, you can help me determine a goal. To be honest, my junior brother has a good talent, but there are also many geniuses in the Jin National Academy of Sciences. I heard that there are many strong people in Jin Wuxue University, and their strength is respected. We cannot let the younger brother suffer in the future, so you can teach me some methods. Chen Lingru felt a little bit like a little man and was guiding Taoist Taihua.
Tell me some means? What means?
Taoist Taihua was a little curious.
Master, methods are just adjectives. The general meaning is that you teach us whether we should not fight or fight when encountering things, right? Just teach our junior brother in reverse. The so-called good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. It's okay for you to teach us this way. The younger junior brother is a genius. Since he is a genius, he must bear the pain of a genius.
To put it bluntly, let the younger junior brother be brave and use his 2 fists to make his reputation.
Chen Lingru said so. But after saying this, Taoist Taihua was a little unhappy. What does it mean to teach you? What master teaches you is all the heartfelt words. The world of cultivation is intrigue and incredible. What's wrong with enduring things when you encounter something?
Stay in the Green Mountains, even if there is no firewood.
You are not accepting theories. According to your wishes, you will ask your junior brother to go to Jingguo Academy and rush around. What if you get beaten? What if you are wronged? It's simply nonsense. Taoist Taihua was a little angry.
Although what he taught was indeed a little cowardly, the problem was that saving one's life was the king.
Even life could not be saved. If you are away from home and cause trouble, wouldn't you make yourself unhappy?
But as soon as Taoist Taihua finished speaking, Chen Lingru shook her head.
Master, I still say the same thing.
It's okay for you to teach us this way, but my junior brother is not us, he is a genius.
The path of genius is never the same as ours.
To put it bluntly, if the junior brother really learns you, he will be afraid of anyone in the future. This is also afraid, and that is also afraid.
Why is it called a genius?
Besides, the path to cultivating immortals is to fight with the sky and fight with the sky. Ordinary people don't cause trouble and endure it when they encounter problems. It's nothing, but geniuses are also timid.
Is that still called genius?
Think about it yourself, run away when you encounter something, hide when you encounter something, and be cowardly when you encounter something.
Can the heart of Tao be stable?
No matter how powerful a genius is, he will sooner or later become a coward.
If one day, the younger brother will practice to the realm of tribulation and encounter thunder tribulation, wouldn't he be sure to die?
Chen Lingru's words were like every word, and Taoist Taihua was speechless.
Yes.
Be patient when encountering things and run away when encountering things is a good choice for ordinary people, because ordinary people want to live an ordinary life. But for geniuses, if they run away when they encounter problems and endure when they encounter problems, they don't dare to do this, and they don't dare to do this, what future can they have? No matter how powerful a genius is, it will eventually be destroyed in the years. Even one day, if Yi Ping arrives at the tribulation realm and encounters heavenly thunder, according to this personality, he will probably be cold.
Is it really that I was wrong? At this moment, Taoist Taihua fell into deep thought.
Okay, master, think about it slowly, I'll leave first. At this moment, Chen Lingru planned to leave.
However, Taoist Taihua came to his senses and looked at Chen Lingru and said, "Where did you see what you just said?" Taoist Taihua was a little curious.
Chen Lingru hadn't gone down the mountain a few times.
How could she know so much? Didn't you buy a lot of books from the foot of the mountain last time? There are a few books and legends of immortal cultivation, which I see from the book.
Chen Lingru said with an innocent smile.
When he heard this, Taoist Taihua suddenly became depressed.
He thought that these were all thought out by Chen Lingru himself, but he didn't expect that they were seen by reading novels.
Don't read those mixed stories about immortal cultivation in the future. Who would read serious women? Taoist Taihua taught a lesson.
Master, you are such an old antique. Nowadays, all the monks are looking at the cultivator novels.
You are just an old antique, briefly.
When he arrived outside the hall, Chen Lingru couldn't help but grimace the Taoist Taihua, and then left here happily.
Nonsense, I am not old yet.
I just learned some messy things from your senior sister all day long, and you will lose money in the future.
After Chen Lingru left, Taoist Taihua said angrily.
But soon, he couldn't help but continue to think about what Chen Lingru said just now. After a while, Taoist Taihua murmured to himself, "Let's go and find Yi Ping tomorrow." He talked to himself, and then left the hall.
And at this moment,
Qingyun Sect, a place where no one is. Su Luochen and Yi Ping appeared here.
There are overgrown weeds here, which is a wasteland.
In front of the two, there was a big pot, which was called an iron pot to be precise. Looking at the black iron pot in front of him, Su Luochen's eyes were full of satisfaction.
This iron pot is his whole body. He went down the mountain a few days ago and did something.
On the way back, he saw someone setting up a street stall. It's a coincidence that Su Luochen only liked this iron pot for a lot of things. The stall owner said that this was a top-quality alchemy pot, but Su Luochen was not deceived. He knew that this was an ordinary iron pot, so of course he could not be said to be completely ordinary. The ingredients of this iron pot are very good, resistant to high temperatures, and will not melt by the spiritual fire at all. Su Luochen planned to let Yiping use this iron pot to make pills.
Yes, use this iron pot to make alchemy.
Think about it, Yiping can condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine elixirs by raising his hand.
The elixirs refined contain a lot of spiritual energy. If you use a pot to make alchemy, what does that mean? There are three major elements for alchemy. The first one is the alchemy furnace. The better the quality of the alchemy furnace, the better the effect of the elixirs. The simplest point is that the medicine is 3 parts poisonous, right? If you want to refine the toxicity in the medicinal materials, you must use spiritual fire to repeatedly melt it, but roast it directly with fire, which can easily damage the medicinal materials. It is different to use an elixir furnace. The temperature in the furnace will not change at all, and it will not destroy the medicinal properties, and it can also refine the toxicity. Then the more powerful the fire, the better the effect of removing the poison of the medicine. However, ordinary alchemy furnaces will melt directly when they encounter spiritual fire. Therefore, the first point of the quality of an elixir furnace is whether it is resistant to high temperatures. The second is medicinal materials. There is no need to explain this.
The better the medicinal materials, the better the effect of the elixirs refined. The third one is Dan fire, which means similar to the Dan furnace.
Only by comparing the above 3 points can you develop a good elixir.
So Su Luochen saw this strange iron pot, a real alchemy furnace or alchemy cauldron, could not afford it, but he could still afford it. After a full 3 hours of fierce battle, Su Luochen finally bought the iron pot for a sky-high price of 3 taels of silver. Now Yiping can try the effect of this iron pot.
Oh, no, it's a Dan pot.
Yiping refined the best non-toxic pill without using the help of the alchemy furnace, the medicinal materials, or the alchemy fire.
If we use the alchemy furnace, what kind of elixir will the refined elixir be? Su Luochen dared not imagine it.
It is precisely because of this that Su Luochen came to Yiping specifically today to see what elixir Yiping could refine. My junior brother, today I will teach you the second chapter of the supreme alchemy technique, the artifact refining method.
At this moment, Su Luochen's voice sounded.
His eyes were full of confidence and seemed a little unfathomable.
How to refine weapons? Yiping couldn't help but become curious.
Regarding Su Luochen, Yiping completely believed in Su Luochen's alchemy achievements. The supreme alchemy technique, just by practicing alchemy out of thin air, Yiping felt that he had benefited from it.
Now that I teach my own skills, how powerful will the elixirs be? Yiping himself couldn't help but feel shocked.
You can make the best elixir without using an elixir furnace, medicinal materials, or even with elixir fire.
If you use the alchemy furnace, wouldn't you have to take off? Iron pot elixir, tell me how it failed.
Thinking of this, Yiping's eyes were full of expectations. End of this chapter.
What is the method of refining weapons?
Young brother, you have mastered the art of refining alchemy without tools.
But do you think that the alchemy without tools is a little bit worse after all, right? Su Luochen said so. Yes, senior brother Luochen. Yiping nodded.
Although it is easy to refine alchemy without tools, the spiritual energy consumed by the elixir is huge and the significance is not very great.
That's right, junior brother, listen to me and say it carefully now.
As the name suggests, the method of refining weapons is to use tools to refine alchemy, and the method of refining alchemy is also very simple, but you have to remember that the so-called simplest way is.
The simpler thing is, the more you need to be careful.
Only by using your heart, you can refine a truly perfect pill. My junior brother, senior brother will demonstrate it to you, you can watch it carefully. Speaking of this, Su Luochen took action and he brought a bucket of water from the side.
Alchemy requires medicinal materials no matter what.
Su Luochen couldn't afford the medicinal herbs, so Su Luochen thought of water. However, this bucket of water is not ordinary water, but rootless water, that is, it falls from the sky. Su Luochen could imagine that using rainwater to refine alchemy is truly a unique method for all ages. Moreover, Su Luochen had already thought about it. Once Yi Ping could refine the pill, he would be a pioneer. The first rainwater alchemist in the world of immortal cultivation. Hey, this name is very loud. Of course, Su Luochen doesn't care much about whether he can succeed. It doesn't matter if he can succeed. He can only say that he has a wrong sense of direction and think about other alchemy methods when he goes back. Anyway, it mainly depends on whether the upper limit of the junior brother is high. Cake the pot. Boil water. The next moment, Su Luochen poured several buckets of rootless water into the iron pot, and then he made a magic trick, and wisps of flames appeared under the iron pot. The flames burned, and the rootless water in the pot began to boil. Gulu, 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 gulu. My junior brother, this is probably the case with the art of refining weapons. You can directly instill spiritual energy and combine it with the artifactless alchemy to try it. After the water was almost boiling, Su Luochen immediately stepped aside and asked Yi Ping to take over. If he continues to practice, there will be only one result, that is, the water will boil. However, if Yi Ping takes action, the result may be different. Good. Yi Ping nodded, then condensed a large amount of spiritual energy and poured it into the rootless water. Su Luochen was not idle either, and controlled the alchemy fire. In this way, the white mist floated, the iron pot was burning red, and the rootless water in the pot was getting less and less. But amazing changes have emerged. Originally, the rootless water had no color, but as the water mist evaporated, the rootless water became extremely green. It even took half an hour later. When the pot of water was full, and only about a bowl was left, the rootless water in the iron pot turned into extremely thick green mucus, and it emitted an indescribable smell, which was not smelly, but it was not pleasant to smell. Senior brother Luochen, is this elixir? Seeing this scene, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at Su Luochen and ask the latter. And Su Luochen was also confused. Can it be really refined? My method really works? Su Luochen was shocked and filled with joy. He didn't expect that any sudden idea would be effective. If this can really make a pill, then you can't take off? The number one person in the sect of rainwater alchemy in the world of immortal cultivation? My junior brother, don't be excited, continue to practice. After coming back to his senses, Su Luochen told Yi Ping not to be excited for the first time and continue to practice. Because the green thick substances in the pot still have a lot of moisture. That's it, another half an hour. Finally, no white mist floated up, and all the moisture was basically evaporated. In the iron pot, only a piece of green paste is left. This green paste is not a lot, it is about the size of a palm, has no smell, is a bit sticky, and looks like elixir. The so-called alchemy mud is something formed after the medicinal materials are melted. It is like mud, with a little moisture. A smarter monk will automatically roll it into alchemy balls using Taoism, while a lower-end alchemist will use utensils to condense it into alchemy balls. Su Luochen would rub his hands into pill mud. Senior brother, is this a refinement? After Su Luochen took back the elixir fire, Yi Ping looked at Su Luochen curiously. It should be. Su Luochen didn't know if it was refined, but normally, using elixir fire to refine rainwater can basically get a warm mist, but whether it is useful or not, it will be successful. Thinking of this, Su Luochen couldn't help but say, my junior brother, go to my room and get the elixir bottle. This thing is made of rootless water, so you can't touch the 5 elements. There is a jade bottle that specializes in the elixir in my room. Go and get it. Su Luochen spoke. Although I don't know what this green thick substance is, it looks amazing, so I will first make it into a pill. Okay, I'll be back soon. Yi Ping left and walked towards Su Luochen's residence. Su Luochen's eyes were always staring at the alchemy furnace. Finally, Su Luochen reached out and wanted to touch it, but soon Su Luochen pulled back his hand. A little hot. Have to wait to touch it.
But at this moment, a figure slowly appeared behind Su Luochen. Luochen! What are you doing here? The sound rang. It is the voice of Taoist Tai Hua. Master, why are you here? Su Luochen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect the leader to come. Thinking of this, Su Luochen quickly stood up and looked at Taoist Tai Hua. After Su Luochen stood up, the face of Taoist Tai Hua suddenly became extremely strange. Luochen, what is this? Looking at the thick green stuff in the iron pot, Taoist Tai Hua involuntarily took a few steps back. His face changed drastically. Luochen, are you crazy? Are you using the toilet in the pot? Also, what have you eaten recently? Why are it green? Taoist Tai Hua couldn't help but take a few steps back and looked at Su Luochen with disgust and disgust. No, master, you misunderstood. I didn't go to the toilet. I was refining alchemy. After hearing Taoist Tai Hua said this, Su Luochen quickly reacted and explained immediately. What? You actually used this dirty thing to refine pills? Vomit. No wonder I smelled a strange smell, vomit. Luochen, are you crazy? Taoist Tai Hua felt a tumbling in his stomach, and he was about to vomit out the overnight dinner that was more than 10 days ago. Coupled with the strange smell in the air, Taoist Tai Hua wanted to vomit even more. No, master, you really misunderstood. I used rootless water to refine the alchemy. Su Luochen explained in a hurry. Rootless water? Luochen, I see that you are crazy and even cook with urine. I said no wonder it turns green, vomit. Let me get away. Tai Hua Taoist's face became even more ugly. He didn't expect that Su Luochen was so bored that he was simply crazy when he used this thing to refine elixirs. Master, you misunderstood me. You really misunderstood me. Don't you believe it? Okay, I'll eat it for you, it's definitely not what you think. At this moment, Su Luochen was simply unpredictable. In desperation, Su Luochen grabbed some of the green pills with his hands and ate them directly. Hey! You can't say it, although it doesn't smell very good, it tastes okay. Master, look, I've eaten it all, not what you thought, and it's quite delicious. Do you want to have a bite? Su Luochen explained. Vomit. Get out. Get out of here quickly, don't touch me, vomit. Go to death for me, vomit. Taoist Tai Hua ran away, and he turned around and ran away. Originally he was going to find Yi Ping, but Wang Zhuoyu said that Yi Ping was taken away by Su Luochen, so he found this place. But unexpectedly, my disciple was so stupid that he actually used this thing to refine elixirs. The most amazing thing was that he even ate it. Taoist Tai Hua ran away and fled in panic. Stomach runs and vomits. Master, you wronged me. Su Luochen cried, and he didn't expect that practicing pills would cause such misunderstandings. But before Su Luochen could catch up, in an instant, the rolling spiritual energy exploded in the stomach. In just a moment, 2 spiritual veins were forcibly developed. Hiss! I've broken through the realm? The next moment, Su Luochen stood there in a daze. Su Luochen did not expect that he would break through the realm. Just because I took a bite of green pill mud. Is this too outrageous? And he broke through from the 3rd level of Qi training to the 5th level of Qi training in one breath, without any sequelae. Among the pills, there is a type called Qi breaking pill, which allows monks to directly break through to a level of realm. But let's not talk about the expensive price of this kind of Qibian, just talking about the side effects is terrifying. Swallow a Qi breaking pill and reduce the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm by half. Directly reduce it by half. Originally, you have a 70% chance of breaking through to the foundation building realm, but if you are greedy for quickness and swallow a Qi breaking pill, then you may only break through to the foundation building realm 30%. So swallowing the Qi breaking pill is to bet on the future. However, this green ointment can be directly broken through the 2 levels of realms by taking a little bit of it. In terms of the effect of killing the Qi breaking pill, and in terms of side effects, this ointment has no side effects at all. Su Luochen could still sense this.
Thinking of this, Su Luochen hurriedly looked at the iron pot. He grabbed a small part of the green ointment and ate it carefully. In less than a quarter of an hour, the cultivation level broke through again. It has soared from the 6th level of Qi training to the 7th level of Qi training.
Hiss. Su Luochen doubted life.
It took him nearly 10 years to practice from the 1st level of Qi training to the 4th level of Qi training, but now it took less than an hour to practice from the 4th level of Qi training to the 7th level of Qi training.
This is simply incredible.
The next moment, Su Luochen wanted to continue taking some green plaster, but in the end Su Luochen held back. He knew that he wanted to share the good things, and it would not make sense to swallow them alone. Thinking of this, Su Luochen began to rub the pills.
However, what made Su Luochen a little curious was why Yi Ping hadn't come back yet.
He had been there for a long time, but why hadn't come yet?
And at the same time,
in the distance, Yi Ping, who was rushing towards Su Luochen, happened to meet Taoist Taihua, who was fleeing in panic on the road.
"Sir, are you?"
Yi Ping held the jade bottle in his hand and looked at Taoist Taihua in surprise.
He didn't know what happened.
Why did Taoist Taihua look like he saw a ghost and vomit while walking?
Yi Ping.
Taoist Taihua was a little surprised, but he didn't expect to meet Yi Ping here.
"Sect Master, what's wrong with you?"
Yi Ping continued to ask, and he saw that Taoist Taihua looked a little strange.
"It's okay, I just encountered something that made my teacher disgusted."
"Yi Ping, you are here, and my teacher wants to talk to you about something." After seeing Yi Ping, Taoist Taihua stopped his disgust a little.
He did have something to discuss with Yi Ping.
"Okay, but the head of the sect, please wait.
I'll go and give the medicine bottle to senior brother Luochen."
Yi Ping nodded, but now he still has to give senior brother Luochen a medicine bottle.
Don't
mention him to me, Yi Ping. Your second senior brother is already crazy, don't worry about him.
You are here with your teacher now, about your regular business. When talking about Su Luochen, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but feel nauseated again and quickly asked Yi Ping not to say anything. Turning into a regular?
When it comes to becoming a regular Yi Ping, he becomes energetic, and the second senior brother was instantly thrown away by Yi Ping.
Soon, Yi Ping followed Taoist Taihua. Not long after, in the Qingyun Hall, Taoist Taihua took Yi Ping in.
Walking into the hall, Taoist Taihua seemed a little mysterious and even closed the hall door. Yi Ping did not speak, waiting for Taoist Taihua to speak. After the palace gate was closed, Taoist Taihua walked to Yi Ping.
"Sit." Taoist Taihua waved his hand and asked Yi Ping to sit down and speak. After Yi Ping sat down, Taoist Taihua did not hesitate and went straight to the point.
"Yi Ping, I promised you before that as long as you get a ranking in the Qingzhou Jiandao conference, you will be promoted to a regular basis. This time you went to the Qingzhou Jiandao conference and achieved good results. Although there was a little accident in the middle, I did not lose my face as my Qingyun Dao sect anyway. So I plan to formally accept you as my disciple. I wonder if you are willing." In the hall, Taoist Taihua said seriously.
"Of course I am willing.
Thank you, the master, for accepting me as his disciple." Hearing this, Yi Ping was extremely excited and knelt down on the ground and gave a great honor to Taoist Taihua. In Yi Ping's heart, although Taoist Taihua did not teach him anything, Yi Ping would never forget this kind of grace of knowing the experience. If Taoist Taihua had not been able to do so, he might have been seeking immortality somewhere. Now that Taoist Taihua is willing to formally accept himself as his disciple, Yi Ping is extremely excited.
Also called the head?
Taoist Taihua wanted to pick up his beard, but found that he had no beard, so he gave up.
"Thank you, master."
Yi Ping was overjoyed and called his master directly.
"Yeah, okay.
Yi Ping, you are a disciple today, and you didn't prepare any gifts for you.
Tell me what you want and see if you can give it to you."
Taoist Taihua spoke. It is not the point to accept Yi Ping as his apprentice. The main thing is to discuss with Yi Ping about the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
So Taoist Taihua is indeed not prepared, but it doesn't matter if he is not prepared.
The beautiful words to be said will at least make people feel comfortable. But at the end, Taoist Tai Hua continued. Of course, if you want any magic weapon, don't speak up. It's not because you don't have it, but because you think that we cultivators should not rely too much on magic weapon objects.
Do you understand? Taoist Tai Hua added.
He can't get magic tools, and he can't get spiritual stones. Master, it doesn't matter if you have magic weapons and magic weapons, but your disciple likes boxing recently.
Can you give your disciple a book of boxing magic powers? Yi Ping spoke.
He didn't care much about magic weapons, and he also very much recognized what Taoist Tai Hua said. A truly powerful monk definitely relies on not external objects, but on himself. So Yi Ping made this request.
Are you a magical power of boxing? Okay, I will prepare for you in a few days. Hearing Yi Ping's request, Taoist Tai Hua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Isn't it easy to use boxing magical powers? It's enough to go back and go down the mountain to buy a few books. Is it enough to buy one? Not enough to buy you a few more books for your teacher.
But at this point, Taoist Tai Hua coughed a little, then looked at Yi Ping and said.
Yi Ping, there are two things. My teacher wants to have a good talk with you.
Taoist Tai Hua seemed a little unnatural when he spoke. Master, please tell me clearly. Standing in the hall, Yi Ping bowed.
That's right.
These two things are what your senior brother sent a voice to his master to explain to you.
Listen carefully.
Taoist Tai Hua was really embarrassed to say that it was his intention, so he just blamed Su Chanyu.
Senior brother? Yi Ping became even more curious.
He didn't know what the elder brother had to explain.
Yeah, it's your senior brother.
Your senior brother is traveling around, grinding his sword skills, and he is unable to return to the sect for the time being.
However, he uses his magical skills to tell you to go to Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Since the blame has been given to Su Chanyu, Taoist Tai Hua is very natural.
Go to Jin National Academy?
When Yi Ping heard about the Jin National Academy of Sciences, he became even more curious. To be honest, he doesn't have a good impression of Jingui Academy, but he just thought that he had just gone to Qingyun and then to Jingui Academy.
Now he wants to stay in the sect honestly and not go anywhere. Isn't it nice to practice well in the sect?
Yes, I just go to Jin National Academy.
But Yi Ping, don't worry, let the teacher speak slowly. Taoist Tai Hua nodded and told Yi Ping not to be anxious first. Please explain in detail by your master.
Yi Ping was not in a hurry, but his eyes were full of curiosity. Yi Ping, I will tell you about this matter, but you must not spread it. When your senior brother was young, he also went to the Jin State Academy of Sciences, but he did not go to the Jin State Academy of Sciences, but was lurking in the Jin State Academy of Sciences.
Do you know why? Taoist Tai Hua began to make a fool of himself. Why? Yi Ping couldn't think of the reason.
It's just because your senior brother once noticed a supreme sword intent in the Jin National Academy of Sciences. According to your senior brother's intention, this sword intent is the best sword intent in the world.
It's just that I'm not very clear about what it is.
However, your senior brother believes that if anyone can understand the supreme sword intent, he can prove the path of peerless swordsmanship in the future and become the first sword immortal from ancient times to present.
Taoist Tai Hua looked very serious and said nonsense in a manner.
In Yi Ping's eyes, what Taoist Tai Hua said had attracted Yi Ping.
A path to achieving the peerless sword path? The first sword immortal from ancient times to present? This is a bit scary. Have you realized it? Yi Ping couldn't help asking. However, Taoist Tai Hua shook his head.
Your senior brother has practiced a peerless sword technique since he was a child. Although he has some insights, he cannot obtain this sword technique or sword intent. So this time, your senior brother's divine sense transmits his voice, hoping that you will go to Jingui Academy and understand this peerless sword intent. Speaking of this, Taoist Tai Hua's tone was even more mysterious. Yi Ping was in endless shock. End of this chapter.
Peerless sword intent.
In the Qingyun Hall, Yi Ping's eyes were full of shock. For him now, he can't say that he lacks nothing, but what he cares most about is the sword intent. When he was in the ancient city of Qingyun, Yi Ping wanted to condense his sword intent. But unfortunately, I still haven't condensed my own sword intent.
Now that I heard that the Jin National Academy actually contained a supreme sword intent, how can I not make Yi Ping excited and excited? But Taoist Qingyun hasn't finished speaking yet.
He continued to look at Yi Ping. Yi Ping, your senior brother asked you to go to Jingui Academy to have another purpose. Taoist Qingyun stood up, he held his hands on his back and looked at Yi Ping quietly.
Master, please speak out.
Yi Ping bowed and asked, looking as if he was obedient to the teachings. Yi Ping, your senior brother asked you to tell you that a real strong man should learn from the eagle in the sky. He should know how to spread his wings and fly high, and he should also know how to show his sharpness, but he should also know how to judge the situation. Although you have achieved some success in Qingyun this time, your senior brother was still worried at first, and he was afraid that you would become swelled because of this, but now it seems that he is worried too much. Now you are asked to go to Jin National Academy of Sciences, not only for the purpose of peerless sword intent, but more importantly, to sharpen your mind. Although you have not been a long time to join the sect, you have only been 3 or 4 months and have learned some skills.
Your senior brother doesn't want you to be proud of it, but he doesn't want you to be cowardly because of it.
He hopes that you will go to Jin National Academy to show your sharpness and show your sharpness.
The Saint Cloud, no matter how small the eagle is, it is also the overlord above the sky, and no matter how young the real dragon is, it is also the king of all beasts. How can you see a rainbow without going through the wind and rain? How can you grow without being tempered? Yi Ping, do you understand what your senior brother means?
Taoist Taihua said extremely excitedly. He wanted to say this to Yi Ping, but now he could only blame Su Changyu.
No matter how small the eagle is, it is also the overlord of the sky.
No matter how young the real dragon is, it is also the king of all beasts.
How can you grow without being tempered? Taoist Taihua's words exploded like a thunder in Yi Ping's ears.
He understood what this sentence meant.
Because Su Changyu also said similar things in the ancient city of Qingyun. Yi Ping, I understand what your senior brother means. He doesn't want a small Qingyun to imprison you.
In his eyes, Qingyun is just a small place, Jin State is also a small place, 10 countries are still a small place, and the real world is outside. Only when you truly see this world, you can understand how small you are and how much way you have to go.
Yi Ping, go to Jin National Academy of Sciences. That is your starting point.
Your senior brother, including your teacher, doesn't care how many honors you can get, but we hope you can see this world, the outside world, and the broader world. In short, Yi Ping, this time he went to Jin National Academy of Sciences.
He would fight for him.
If he wins, he would build an invincible heart. If he loses, he would sharpen his own heart of Tao. He would not be afraid, 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 he would understand?
In the main hall,
Taoist Taihua stood with his hands behind his back, and he looked extremely serious and looked straight at Yi Ping. If it were according to the previous nature of Taoist Taihua, he would still hope that Yi Ping would endure it when he encountered something, but Chen Lingru was right. Teaching ordinary people can make them endure, but teaching geniuses cannot use this method. Especially for a genius like Yi Ping, he did not want to delay Yi Ping's future, nor did he want to destroy Yi Ping's talent. Of course, if Yi Ping didn't like this, he wouldn't say much. At this time, after listening to Taoist Taihua again,
Yi Ping was silent.
He seemed to be thinking, and also enlightening something, silent. For a moment, the hall was very quiet.
The needle can be heard.
But half an hour later, Yi Ping finally stretched out his thoughtful brows, revealing his face with enlightenment.
Thank you, Master, I understand. Yi Ping smiled. He understood. I really understand. Oh, what do you understand? Taoist Taihua couldn't help asking. Yi Ping immediately spoke.
Master, the eldest brother means to tell me that although I am not an eagle, and although I am not a real dragon, I must be like an eagle, refine myself, unyielding, and like a real dragon, fearless and daring to fight.
Only in this way can I become an eagle and a true dragon. Is that true, Master? Yi Ping expressed his understanding.
Yeah, yes. Taoist Taihua nodded, quite satisfied with Yi Ping's reading comprehension. Sure enough, Yi Ping never disappoints people in understanding this.
But master, can I go back to the sect for 2 days a month?
During this period, the second and third brothers taught me the alchemy and formation respectively.
If I encounter something I don't understand, I want to come back and ask these 2 brothers.
The leaves open. He can go to Jin National Academy of Sciences. One is to find the peerless sword intent, and the other is to sharpen his own heart of Taoism. Yi Ping has thought about this during this period, but he has never been able to think of an answer. Now what the elder brother said to Taoist Taihua. All the confusion in Yi Ping was solved. He wanted to go to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. Not only did he want to go, he would also come to the Jin National Academy of Sciences in an invincible manner. Of course, as Taoist Taihua said, if he could fight, he would fight, and it would not matter if he failed.
The main reason is that whether you can return to the sect is a big problem.
If you go to the Jin National Academy of Sciences, you will not be allowed to return to the sect for several years, so Yi Ping doesn't want to go there. Yi Ping still felt that he hadn't learned well and wanted to learn more.
Hearing Yi Ping's request, Taoist Taihua nodded directly and said, I don't know this. You can go and ask your disciple, he probably knows it. Taoist Taihua didn't know whether he could come back. After all, it was the Jin National Academy of Sciences, which was generally not possible, but Li Yu, as the Prince of Jin, must know. Okay, I'll go and ask Li Yu later. By the way, Master, I have another question. I want to ask Master. Yi Ping will ask about the affairs of Jin National Academy later.
Now he still has one question, one that has puzzled Yi Ping for a long time.
You say?
Taoist Taihua said calmly.
Master, I want to know whether my strength is strong or weak.
Yi Ping said this question that had puzzled him for a long time. It's not that Yi Ping is not confident, but mainly because Yi Ping's second life is human, so naturally he can't be like a naughty man. He always feels that he is a time traveler, and he can step on all directions and punch everything.
Hot-blooded novels are hot-blooded novels, and reality is reality.
It's like one thing, I have been traveling through the world of fairy tale for 3 years, and I haven't discovered that this is a world of immortal cultivation. After finally finding out that this was a world of cultivation, I finally found that because of my extremely poor qualifications, I participated in more than 50 Immortal Ascension conferences, but I couldn't even make a registered disciple. Now that I have been practicing in the hidden sect, I have only been practicing for 3 or 4 months.
How did Yi Ping evaluate his strength? Let's say it's strong. There are so many strong people in the world. Let's say it's weak.
This trip to Qingyun made Yi Ping feel that he is quite strong. Originally, Yi Ping wanted to ask Su Changyu about this question, but the eldest brother never came back, so Yi Ping could only ask Taoist Taihua.
After listening to Yi Ping's question, Taoist Taihua fell into silence. He didn't understand this question, so how could Yi Ping ask such a question? Are you not strong yet? Have you just practiced for a few months? Even I can't see through my cultivation level. I can understand the 4th undersword strength in 1 day and master the alchemy formation. This is not strong. Who is strong?
If anyone asked this question, Taoist Taihua felt that he was deliberately mocking himself, but only Yi Ping asked the question. Although Taoist Taihua felt uncomfortable, he still had to answer it seriously on the surface.
After thinking about it, Taoist Taihua didn't know how to answer.
You say it's strong. Yi Ping is indeed very strong, but there are strong people everywhere in this world.
You say it's weak.
Yi Ping's strength is in Qingyun, and it's not an exaggeration to say that he is the first in the younger generation.
His future achievements will definitely be immeasurable.
So for a while, Taoist Taihua didn't know how to explain, but his eyes looked at an oil lamp in the hall. He was thinking, but he couldn't think of how to explain. But suddenly, Yi Ping showed a sudden enlightenment.
Master, I understand.
The voice sounded, and Taoist Taihua was slightly stunned.
Ha! What do you understand? I didn't say anything. Yi Ping, although you have a strong understanding ability, you can understand nothing when your teacher says? Ning is brother Lao Dong?
This time, Taoist Taihua was really a little surprised.
This time, I really didn't say anything, and I didn't say a word. Yi Ping could understand something? Is this brain-stimulating ability too strong? Master, you keep looking at the lights.
Do you want to tell me that my strength is like this ball of fire, which can burn everything, but if you encounter a touch of water or a gust of wind, it will be extinguished? So it's better than to be strong, and it doesn't care about yourself, but depends on whether the enemy is strong or weak, and in the corresponding environment. I may be very strong in Qingyun, but looking at Jin, 10 countries, and even bigger worlds, I am this flame, which will only get smaller and smaller, so I must keep improving myself.
So no matter how strong I am, no matter who says it, I don't count.
Instead, my disciple relies on his own fists to verify the enemy, and also to verify himself.
If he wins, he consolidates his confidence, and if he loses, he will sharpen his heart, right? Yi Ping expressed his understanding.
Taoist Taihua was stunned by Yi Ping's words.
Very good, this is very flat. That's right, that's what it means to be a teacher. The strength is like a flame.
When you think this oil lamp is your whole, then you are indeed very strong, but when you know that this hall is your whole, you will think that you are not very weak, but when you regard the entire Taoist sect as your whole, you will think that you are vulnerable.
A true monk is always exploring everything unknown.
When your level is higher and your strength is stronger, then as long as you look outside, you will find that you are still not enough.
Yi Ping, Master didn't expect you to understand this meaning. It seems that your senior brother is right.
Taoist Taihua praised Yi Ping from his heart.
If his disciples were like Yi Ping, would they still have to work hard to teach them? What did the elder brother say to me?
When Yi Ping heard Taoist Taihua say this, he couldn't help but be curious. When Taoist Taihua was said this, he was a little confused.
He regretted why he wanted to say this again. What did the eldest brother say? How did I know what your eldest brother said? Taoist Taihua was a little regretful.
But looking at Yi Ping's expectant gaze, Taoist Taihua could only make up for it. Your senior brother said that although you have average qualifications, you are extremely smart.
Taoist Taihua made a random nonsense. Is that so?
Senior brother is too proud.
I just know a little bit of my brain. Is it not smart? Is there anything else my master said?
Yi Ping felt a little embarrassed when he heard Su Qinyu praise him like this.
Taoist Taihua. Besides?
He looked at Yi Ping with a strange look. Just to avoid damaging Yi Ping's confidence, Taoist Taihua continued to bite the bullet and make a fool of himself. Your senior brother also said that although you are smart, it is precisely because of this intelligence that you lack the arrogance of your age and make you feel a little unconfident. We cultivators are not afraid of having poor qualifications and little opportunities, but we must have perseverance and self-confidence.
If you want to regain your confidence, you need to fight.
If you can compete for the first place, don't compete for the second place.
If you can fight, you have to fight. If you can't beat it, you have to try to fight. Of course, you can have a chance to compete.
If you really encounter danger, you still need to take good care of yourself. It is a good thing to have courage, but being brave or not is stupid.
Do you understand?
Taoist Taihua said this.
He actually felt that Yi Ping was a little lacking in confidence.
If Chen Lingru hadn't said that to him today, Taoist Taihua would still stick to his own ideas. But as Chen Lingru said that, Taoist Taihua himself realized that Yi Ping was a genius. Since he was a genius, he could not allow Yi Ping to adapt to this world of immortal cultivation in the way of an ordinary person.
The disciple understands.
After hearing what Taoist Taihua said, Yi Ping gradually felt the truth. When he was in Qingyun, he realized these problems. Now, as Taoist Taihua said this, Yi Ping became even more aware of them. At this moment, a seed has been planted in Yi Ping's heart, and sooner or later it will become a seed of a towering tree.
Okay, since you have realized it, you can go and find Liu and ask some precautions for Jingguo Academy.
If there is no problem, go to Jingguo Academy in 3 days.
Since Yi Ping understood, Taoist Taihua won't say much. 3 days later? So early?
Yi Ping was a little surprised. He wanted to wait for 10 days and half a month before leaving.
At least learn alchemy or formations well. Yi Ping, it's not that your master urges you to leave.
It's mainly because your senior brother said that the Jin National Academy has recruited a lot of geniuses this time. If someone understands the peerless sword intent in advance, it will be troublesome. You know that you can't bear to leave the sect, but you learn the sword intent first, and then return to the sect, it will not have any impact.
Do you understand? Taoist Taihua patted Yi Ping on the shoulder and said earnestly.
As soon as he said this, Yi Ping's expression changed.
He forgot this. Yes, there must be many geniuses in the Jin National Academy of Sciences. If others take the lead, wouldn't they lose money?
Thinking of this, Yi Ping nodded and said, okay, then I'll discuss with Liu first, come to see the master later, and set off as soon as possible. Yi Ping did not hesitate anymore.
Taoist Taihua is right. It is not difficult to learn things from the sect. After all, the future is long, but the supreme sword intent of the Jin National Academy is not waiting for him alone.
Okay, go.
Taoist Taihua nodded with satisfaction. Soon Yi Ping left the hall. After Yi Ping left, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Very good, finally solved the problem of Yi Ping going to Jin National Academy.
Very good. As long as Yi Ping goes to Jin National Academy of Sciences, the Qingyun Sect takes off directly.
A second-grade sect. Glory the ancestors. This is simply a glorious family.
In the hall, Taoist Taihua laughed, but soon, Taoist Taihua covered his mouth, afraid that the laughter would be too loud and it would be heard.
Soon, Qingyun Daozong's residence was where the guests lived. Yi Ping came to find Liu. Master, why are you here?
Liu was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Yi Ping to come to find him.
Two things, the first thing is about accepting disciples today. Although the leader asked me to accept you as a disciple, the matter of accepting disciples should not be hasty. I will temporarily accept you as a registered disciple. It depends on your performance. If you perform poorly, it proves that there is no relationship between you and me.
The second thing is that Jinguoshui Academy is willing to go, but whether the teacher can come back every month, it doesn't take too long to come back for 4 or 5 days.
As Liu opened the door, Yi Ping opened the right way. He did not hide anything or be polite.
After all, Yi Ping is polite to senior brothers and sisters in the Dao sect because of his seniority.
Liu is his apprentice, even a registered disciple is also an apprentice, so Yi Ping is very direct. No problem, master, just register disciples.
It's just that Jin National Academy of Sciences cannot leave without permission.
This is the rule of the government. Unless you can get the best evaluation of the elders in the public course, you can leave the university. But master, don't worry. If you really think about it, I will try my best to get you out. This is not a big problem.
The first question is that Liu directly recognizes it, and it doesn't matter if the registered disciples are just a period of assessment.
The second question, Liu felt it was a little tricky, but if you think about it carefully, there should be no big problem.
Okay, as long as the second problem can be solved, we will set out in 3 days. Yi Ping nodded, as long as he could solve this problem.
3 days later? Okay, I'll prepare immediately.
Master, I'll tell you the rules of the Jin National Academy in the past few days, so as not to know nothing about the Jin National Academy.
When Liu heard Yi Ping agreeing to go, he was immediately excited. To be honest, Yi Ping was really happy when he went to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. First, Yi Ping could avenge his sister, and second, if Yi Ping became famous in the Jin National Academy of Sciences, he would really ascend the throne in the future. As long as Yi Ping was willing, he hoped that Yi Ping could assist him. Of course, this is just Liu's plan. No need. When you go, just say it on the way. I will make some corrections in the next few days. Yi Ping waved his hand and then left.
Yi Ping didn't want to be disturbed these 3 days, just keep his cultivation firmly in his sect.
Okay, master, please walk slowly. Liu nodded and then watched Yi Ping leave. Yi Ping left. Suddenly, I thought of the important thing.
He forgot to send the jade bottle to his second senior brother. But when Yi Ping came to the alchemy place, he found that the second senior brother was no longer there and the ointment in the iron pot was gone. This made Yi Ping a little curious, not knowing where the second senior brother went. However, Yi Ping didn't think much about it and walked directly to the cliff behind Qingyun. After all, he will go to Jingui Academy in 3 days, so he plans to stabilize his cultivation first. That's it, in a blink of an eye, 3 days passed.
This day. It was not yet dawn. In the cliff behind Qingyun, Taoist Taihua came to Yi Ping with a secret book. The secret book clearly states the 5 big words Ancient True Dragon Fist. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. Taoist Taihua looked at the secret book in his hand, and a smile couldn't help but fill his eyes. This secret book was carefully selected by him at the foot of the mountain 2 days ago. Ever since Yi Ping said he wanted a secret book of boxing, Taoist Taihua immediately went down the mountain to help Yi Ping choose secret book. Taoist Taihua did not consider the things in the secret Yuan Pavilion. After all, Yi Ping was about to go to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. If he bought secret books in the secret Yuan Pavilion, it would probably be easy to find the same model in the Jin National Academy of Sciences. In order to avoid this embarrassment, Taoist Taihua went to the secret store. After carefully selecting for a whole day, Taoist Taihua chose this book. To be honest, after having been in contact with Yi Ping for so long, Taoist Taihua probably knows what type of secrets Yi Ping likes. First of all, you can't have too many words, because you say too much and make mistakes, but it must sound reasonable. It sounds like it makes sense at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that what is this thing? So this type of secrets is most suitable for Yi Ping. And this ancient true dragon fist perfectly meets the requirements of Taoist Taihua. If he had not practiced immortality himself, he would have been almost fooled to the truth. Thinking of this, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but say to himself, "Who is this Mo Xian Tianzuan? Why did he write so powerful secret books? I almost scared me." Taoist Taihua was a little curious. The author of this secret book is Mo Xian Tianzuan, who is said to be a relatively well-known secret book writer. Of course, this famous book is only famous in Qingzhou. But no matter what, the secret book of boxing was found, and Taoist Taihua was very happy. This secret is to pass the time for Yi Ping to be bored on the road, so he has no idea. At this moment, in the cliff behind the sky, Yi Ping was watching the sword marks on the ground, still comprehension of the sword intent, while Liu was sitting aside, not knowing what he was thinking. Yi Ping. At this moment, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but sound. As the sound rang out, Yi Ping woke up from enlightenment. He stood up and looked at Taoist Taihua, and then said respectfully, "The disciple has met the master." Yi Ping stood up and bowed, and Liu, who was beside him, also quickly stood up and bowed. "The disciple has met the master." "Don't be polite, Yi Ping, come here." Seeing that Liu was also there, Taoist Taihua did not dare to hand over the secret book to Yi Ping directly, but asked Yi Ping to come over. Afterwards, when Yi Ping came, Taoist Taihua directly handed the secret book to Yi Ping and then spoke slowly. "Burn after reading it." The 4 simple words made Yi Ping understand what this means, which led to Yi Ping not even looking at what the secret is, so he hid it directly in his arms. "Okay, it's getting late. You can set off earlier, so you won't be able to eat and drink all the way." The secret book was given, and Taoist Taihua didn't say much. He patted Yi Ping on the shoulder and asked Yi Ping to set off earlier, so as not to delay the delay of finding the ancient city of the post station and sleep outside. "Yes, master." Yi Ping nodded. After a while, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but speak. "However, Yi Ping, if he really suffered some grievances at Jingui Academy, or if he really didn't want to stay, he would come back early and don't really grievance yourself." After all, Taoist Taihua was still worried about Yi Ping. After all, Yi Ping had only been practicing for a few months and was about to go to Jin National Academy. There were many experts in that place, and there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If he was really bullied, he would not feel good. "Master, don't worry, my disciple will not insult the name of Qingyun Sect, nor will he worry you."
Feeling the concern of Taoist Tai Hua, Yi Ping felt warm in his heart, and he said so.
Okay, be careful on the road. He patted Yi Ping on the shoulder, and Taoist Tai Hua didn't say much. He turned and left. After Taoist Tai Hua left, Yi Ping was ready to set off. He had nothing to clean up and could go down the mountain directly. Before leaving, Yi Ping also asked other senior brothers to say goodbye one by one. The second senior brother Su Luochen is not here, so he may have gone down the mountain. Since he finished practicing the pill 3 days ago, Su Luochen has been at a loss. The third senior brother Wang Zhuoyu and the junior sister Chen Lingru are both in the sect, and Yi Ping said goodbye one by one. As for the senior brother and sister who were not there, and the fourth and fifth brothers who had never met before, Yi Ping had never met before. After saying goodbye, Yi Ping and Li Yu left Qingyun Daozong and rushed to Jin National Academy of Sciences. The state of Jin is separated from the state.
In a deserted mountain range. A stumble figure walked in this mountain range.
Is there anyone? It's been more than half a month. Are there any living people? In the summer of Su Changyu, my junior brother Yi Ping, can you make friends?
Among the deserted mountains. Su Changyu looked a little haggard, he felt uncomfortable and distressed. Since the demon god cult raided Qingzhou, he has no idea where he has come.
There are mountains everywhere.
After walking for more than half a month, I haven't walked out of this mountain range, nor have I seen a living person.
To be honest, it is not uncommon to get lost. After all, there is no map, so it is easy to get lost under normal circumstances. But the problem is, isn't this ridiculous if I can't see a living person for more than half a month? Very angry. Really angry. The more Su Changyu thought about it, the more angry he became,
In the end, he wanted to slap himself a few times to relieve his anger.
If it weren't for the fear of disfigurement, Su Changyu had already been beaten. Just when Su Changyu was aimlessly looking for a way out. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Su Changyu's eyes. Someone? For a moment, Su Changyu was shocked. I haven't met anyone after searching for more than half a month. Now I see a living person, how can I not make Su Changyu excited? Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist.
Coming back to his senses, Su Changyu was excited and shouted at the other party, and at the same time rushed over quickly.
Soon, Su Changyu saw this man clearly. He was a middle-aged man, looking a little thin, wearing a blue robe, with a wooden sword lying beside his feet, standing on the edge of the cliff, staring quietly into the distance, as if he was in a daze. Fellow Taoist, here is Su Changyu, Qingyun Sect. I got lost in the mountains this time. I hope that I can tell you where is this place. Where is the nearest ancient city?
Su Changyu seemed very polite, but his tone was still a little urgent. After all, I have been trapped in this ghost place for more than half a month. What Su Changyu wants to do most now is to leave here, return to Qingyun Sect, and then lie in the sect for a while. After a while, the middle-aged man did not answer, which made Su Changyu stunned.
Fellow Taoist? Su Changyu tried to shout again. After waiting for a while, the other party still did not answer. Old Tai? Brother? Brother?
Su Changyu still didn't give up and continued to shout at him.
But the other party is like a stone. No matter how you shout, the other party just ignores others. This made Su Changyu even more depressed. I finally met someone, but I didn't expect to stop talking? I have been suffering for several lifetimes.
Just when Su Changyu was full of depression, he noticed a few words under the middle-aged man's feet.
After a closer look, Su Changyu was excited. What is swordsmanship? I'm familiar with this. When he saw the wooden sword beside the other party again, Su Changyu was probably about what happened in an instant. The middle-aged man in front of me probably looked like a depressed and unsuccessful middle-aged sword cultivator. He couldn't do anything, and then he became suspicious of himself and the sword, so he thought about life here. Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but observe the middle-aged man carefully. After a while, Su Changyu confirmed his guess. Because the other person looks down on his face, he must be the kind of person who is unsuccessful and full of confusion in middle age.
Adding these 4 words on the ground, Su Changyu became more convinced of his thoughts. Understanding what happened to the other party, Su Changyu also thought of a countermeasure in an instant.
Ahem. Su Chang coughed lightly, moistening his throat first, and then slowly said. What is swordsmanship? A single grass cuts all the sun, moon, and stars. It's for swordsmanship.
Su Changyu's voice was not loud, but when he said this, he had an inexplicable penetration. A middle-aged man who was still as motionless as a rock, couldn't help but come back to his senses after hearing this sentence. His unsightly eyes also showed a little bit of spirit. At this moment, the middle-aged man moved. He turned around, a little dull, and his eyes were full of curiosity, staring at Yi Ping.
A grass cuts all the sun, moon, and stars?
The middle-aged man muttered to himself. He looked at Su Changyu, as if he had not come back to his senses, but was just surprised by this sentence.
At this moment, Su Changyu didn't say anything.
Even Su Changyu took a step forward, came to the edge of the cliff, stood with his hands behind his back, and stared at the sky.
When it comes to pretending, no one is my opponent of Su.
Soon, the middle-aged man came to his senses completely. He couldn't help but look at Su Changyu. On the edge of the cliff, a ray of sunshine fell on Su Changyu's body, and Su Changyu's peerless appearance gave people an inexplicable illusion, as if Su Changyu was a peerless sword immortal. However, the middle-aged man could see at a glance that Su Changyu was not a peerless sword immortal, but was just an ordinary cultivator. But what surprised him was how this sentence was spoken from this ordinary person. Oh, no, she looks extraordinary, and she is even the most extraordinary person she has ever met.
Unfortunately, it's a waste. He looked at Su Changyu curiously, but he didn't say anything. Feeling the other party's gaze, Su Changyu couldn't help but smile in his heart. Sure enough, there is nothing that cannot be solved by pretending to be a slight. If one cannot be solved, then install another one. Are you confused about what is true kendo, right? The two of them were silent for a long time, and finally, seeing that the other party had stopped talking, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak. After all, he wants to leave here, and if he keeps stalemate, he will waste his time. Hearing Su Changyu's voice, the man was stunned and couldn't help but smile. It was just that Su Changyu turned his back to his body, so he couldn't see it, nor did he know that the other party had already seen through everything. Kindness. The middle-aged man responded, perhaps because he was just a playful moment and was willing to cooperate with Su Changyu. As soon as he said this, Su Changyu continued to speak. I am Su Changyu, a peerless sword immortal. I am destined to see you today. I wish to accept you as my disciple. I wonder if you would like to. Su Changyu continued to speak. In order to escape from this ghost place, Su Changyu was shameless. As long as he escaped, he would run away. What kind of apprentice is not a disciple? You and I are just a chance meeting. You won't take it seriously, right? Just having fun. It was just when Su Changyu's voice sounded. The middle-aged man stood there in a daze. The eyes were full of surprise. Because few people in the world dare to say that they accept themselves as their disciples. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but speak. Dare you sure you know the ancient sword immortal? The middle-aged man asked slowly. Su Changyu was slightly stunned. Ancient sword immortal? What is the ancient sword immortal? The evil sword immortal still has something to hear about. Who is the ancient sword immortal? Ancient sword immortal? Is it very famous if I don't know such an unknown person? Su Changyu spoke calmly. Is there this person in Qingyun? Very awesome? Su Changyu's answer made the middle-aged man laugh. He didn't know how to describe it. The 3 names of ancient sword immortals are an insurmountable mountain for the sword monks in the world. But if you say it's very strong, it would be a bit boasting. He didn't expect that the other party wouldn't know him. But I think so, this place is just a small state, so it is normal not to know yourself. But Gu Jianxian wanted to speak out, but suddenly, Gu Jianxian suddenly fell silent again, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Oh, senior, are you willing to accept me as your apprentice? But junior, I have poor qualifications, I'm afraid I'll dislike you.
The ancient sword immortal spoke, feeling a little flattered.
Poor qualifications?
When Su Changyu heard that the other party had poor qualifications, he couldn't help but feel relieved. What he needs is poor qualifications.
If he has good qualifications, he really dare not do anything randomly.
Thinking of this, Su Changyu spoke slowly.
We cultivators, who are determined to defeat nature, so what if we have poor qualifications?
I have a junior brother who has extremely poor qualifications, but without showing off, he won the second place in Qingyun Jiandao conference in just 3 months.
Do you think qualifications are very important?
Su Changyu spoke slowly.
Qingyun Jiandao second?
The ancient sword immortal was a little silent. His last impression of this kind of swordsmanship conference was still 300 years ago, but it was not the swordsmanship conference, but the ancient martial god platform.
Thinking of this, Gu Jiansen couldn't help but nodded and said, "What you said at the top is so stupid."
Then he continued to laugh and said, "Thank you for your unyielding me, I am willing to worship you as your teacher."
The ancient sword immortal said this. Okay, since that's the case, I will accept you as a disciple. I am just a registered disciple.
At the same time, I am not a particular person. I will forget about the ceremony of kneeling and worshipping. I will talk about this when you become my official disciple in the future.
Do you want to?
Su Changyu said this. He was originally lying to him, so it was naturally impossible to really accept the ancient sword immortal as his disciple.
Of course I'm willing.
The ancient sword immortal chuckled.
After hearing the other party's agreement, Su Changyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Very good, the fooling was successful. Okay, since you worship me as your teacher, I am not stingy. When you return to the sect, you will pass on your peerless sword technique.
By the way, what are your names? Su Changyu asked.
The disciple is called Gumming. The ancient sword immortal spoke and said his name.
Ancient name? There is also such a name? Let's do this, how about calling you Lao Gu in the future? Su Changyu said so.
After all, the age of this ancient name is here, and it is a bit inconsistent to call Xiaogu, so it would be better to call Laogu.
This master is casual, and his name itself is just a title.
The ancient sword immortal said very casually.
He doesn't care what his name is, and it's good to change his name.
At least he can try the identity of an ordinary person.
Yeah, it's very good. Since that's the case, Lao Gu, you will lead the way. For your teacher, you should discuss the swordsmanship with you. Su Changyu's voice sounded. Let the ancient sword immortal lead the way.
The latter did not complain at all, and he was happy to lead the way. But Su Changyu wouldn't know that his apprentice, whom he just accepted, was one of the strongest sword immortals in the entire immortal cultivation world, or even no one. The Immortal Martial Arts Era.
May 5th. Outside the capital of Jin State.
2 carriages were slowly walking towards the capital. In the front carriage, Yi Ping closed the secret book Ancient True Dragon Fist in his hand, and then fired a spiritual fire, and instantly burned the secret book.
This is what the head of the sect explained. Burn after reading.
After the secret book was burned, Yi Ping closed his eyes. His mind was full of the experience of the Ancient True Dragon Fist. This secret book is extremely mysterious and is the supreme mental method of the True Dragon clan.
There are 4 levels of realm. Use fists to transform into dragons. Use chi to transform the dragon. Turn into a dragon with your body. Deify the dragon with deity.
But if you want to truly understand the ancient True Dragon Fist, you must visualize the soul of the true dragon with your heart. At this moment, in the carriage, Yi Ping began to visualize the soul of the true dragon. It was just when Yi Ping closed his eyes and began to visualize.
Suddenly, a dragon's shadow appeared in my mind, and there was almost no time to breathe.
However, this dragon shadow cannot see the true appearance clearly, so I can only vaguely see that the dragon shadow is red.
Roar! The next moment, a terrifying dragon roar sounded in my ears.
Yi Ping woke up in an instant, and then a move of boxing appeared in his mind.
This is the ancient True Dragon boxing technique.
This set of boxing moves is domineering and terrifying, Yi Ping deduced it in his mind. The boxing technique is very open and close, and it is domineering and sharp, and contains infinite murderous intent.
It is extremely strong and yang.
Even if this set of boxing technique is practiced, it can strengthen the body and transform the body. It is actually the supreme mental method.
Moreover, this is only the stage of boxing.
If you reach the level of transforming into a dragon with qi, your magic power will be like a dragon, and your phantom can be transformed into a real dragon's phantom, and your boxing momentum will be terrifying. This level of importance will not be difficult, but it will take a little time. In this way, 2 carriages have entered the capital of Jin.
That night, Liu brought Yi Ping to the palace. Yi Ping of Qingzhou already knew Liu's identity, and was not very surprised. As soon as Liu returned to the palace, Princess Taihe came to the door. As soon as he saw Liu, Princess Taihe took out an ancient order, which was a special order from the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Soon Princess Taihe looked a little nervous. "Brother, this is the special order of the Jin State Academy, but I'll tell you something.
I heard that there is more than one special recruitment this time.
The master of the government and a supreme elder have used the privileges.
In addition, you have 3 people in total.
Now the senior brothers of the academic academy do nothing and are waiting for them to come. Brother, I think those guys are determined to find new disciples to vent.
Otherwise, let's forget about this. After all, if you invite people from all over the world and end up being beaten in vain, wouldn't it be a defeat for you?"
Princess Taihe said with some concern. But as soon as he said this, Liu was not afraid. First, he believed in Yi Ping's strength, and second, he had come, so it was impossible for him to invite Yi Ping away again, right?
Thinking of this, Liu couldn't help but speak.
"Sister, don't worry, the people I invited are extraordinary.
But don't spread it for the time being.
In short, don't worry.
Go back and rest. Leave the rest to your brother."
Liu said confidently.
"Okay, I'll leave everything to you anyway. Brother, I'll say the same thing. If you can really help me get rid of these people, you can choose whatever I want."
7 days later, it happened to be a lantern festival.
"Haven't you always wanted to go?
I'll take you there."
Since Liu is so confident, Princess Taihe has nothing to say. "Good sister, this is what you said. Don't lie to me."
When Liu heard the 3 words Lantern Festival, he suddenly felt excited.
"Okay, don't worry, I'm leaving. I'm secretly coming out. If it's discovered by people from the school, I'm going to be in trouble again." Princess Taihe didn't say much and turned around and left.
After Princess Taihe left, Liu thought about it and decided to go to Yi Ping to explain the matter clearly. After all, if you overestimate your master's strength, it will be troublesome.
So that night, Liu went to Yi Ping.
This matter was explained clearly in just a few words.
In the room,
Liu brewed tea for Yi Ping and opened her mouth while brewing. "Master, don't worry, those 4 generations of disciples are all very strong, and many of them are waste. With your strength, it should not be difficult to deal with them. But if they really dare to bully the small with the big and let the 3 generations of disciples take action, I will definitely let my father come forward to ensure your safety." Liu said this, and after saying this, he picked up the teacup and handed it to Yi Ping, looking respectful to his teacher.
"It's okay. Since it's the rule of Jin National Academy, you don't have to interfere. If you can win, you can win."
Yi Ping shook his head. He didn't care about this. He happened to have learned the ancient real dragon fist recently, and it needed practical training.
This time it was an opportunity.
Of course, it's best to win, and it doesn't matter if you can't win, just treat it as a way to sharpen your heart of Tao. When Liu heard Yi Ping say this, he was relieved.
"Okay, since you said this by master, then I have nothing to say." Liu had nothing to say. Seeing that it was getting late, Liu put down the teapot and said, "Master, it's getting late.
The disciple will go back first and deal with some things. The disciple will come to you tomorrow morning and take you to the Jin National Academy to get familiar with it."
Liu said so. "Good."
Yiping nodded, and it seemed casual.
And at the same time,
Jin State Academy, in the main hall of the palace. Two figures stood at each other. Li Maching looked at the old man in front of him and seemed a little silent. The old man in front of him looked a little crazy, with messy hair, holding a black gourd in his hand, drinking gulp.
After drinking a large mouthful, the old man wiped his mouth with his sleeve, then burped, and then spoke.
You have a good time to take care of this girl.
She has some talent. Senior brother, I am Sen Yunya. I don't like to teach others.
I let you teach you well, but you don't need to take care of you too much.
You can do whatever you want.
The old man spoke in a casual tone.
A small matter. Li Maching answered calmly, but at the end, he looked at the old man in front of him and couldn't help but speak. Senior brother, are you really not going back? Li Maching asked like this.
The old man shook his head with some depression, then waved his hand and said, Don't ask such questions again in the future.
Okay, I'll leave first if there is nothing to do.
I'll leave that girl to you.
By the way, her name is Mo Xian, let's go.
The old man waved his hand and disappeared from the spot the next moment. End of this chapter.
The next day. It was just dawn. In the E-Palace of Jin National Academy. More than 304 generations of disciples are quarreling wildly. Li Yan, don't go too far. You were the ones who came last time. This time I finally heard that two more came, but you actually wanted to grab them. Are you a little too far?
An extremely loud voice sounded, and the voice was filled with anger.
What's the point?
Su Chao, senior brother Fawn Lei said before that we are responsible for this freshman reception.
You want to apply for it yourself. In the academy, Li Yan's voice also sounded.
At this moment, the two groups of people were looking at each other, full of gunpowder. Headed by Li Yan, he led hundreds of people and was in a stalemate with the other party. Opposite Li Yan, there is a man of the same age, who looks a little more gentle than Li Yan. This person is Su Chao, who is also a disciple of the fourth generation. The two quarreled here because the new disciple came tomorrow.
This is the rule of the Jin National Academy of Sciences. No matter if you join the academy with 100 people or come to the academy alone, as long as you come, the older generation of students will teach you how to be a human being. This rule exists from the first day of the establishment of the institution, and even the respective institutions of the 10 countries have such rules. But although this is an unwritten rule, all the senior officials of the school turned a blind eye to each other. The problem is that they should not be too much. If you teach a little lesson and let the new disciple suffer some losses, it will be almost done, and it is not really causing trouble for others. Therefore, it is often a hot commodity to entertain new students. First, we can establish majesty in front of our junior brother. Secondly, I can also pretend to be in front of my junior brothers. Who doesn't want to do such a good thing? Especially before the disciples of the fourth generation came, they were bullied in the Jin National Academy. When they saw the disciples of the third generation, they should be polite and respectful. Although he would not be bullied in all kinds of ways, he was still a dwarf after all. But now with the emergence of the disciples of the 5 generations, the 4 generations of disciples have been completely relieved, especially during this period. Since I beat these disciples of the 5 generations a few days ago, their lives are endless. Many people who know how to judge the situation take the initiative to curry favor with them, and the senior brother shouts at them are so beautiful that they are so beautiful. In addition, there are many female students who are even more obedient, which finally allows these 4 generations of disciples to enjoy the taste of the 3rd generation of disciples back then. But it's great to be happy, but everything has its positive and negative sides. Some people feel good, some people will definitely be unhappy. In the academy, the 4 generations of disciples were also divided into different forces. The Jin National Academy allows the disciples to form sects with each other, which is extremely free. Among these 4 generations of disciples, the 2 strongest forces are Li Yan as the leader and Su Chao. The person above Li Yan is Fawn Lei. And the person above Su Chao is Mo Zhaoping. Both of them are thorny and are also more prestigious among the 4 generations of disciples.
A few days ago, Li Yan brought a group of people to teach a lesson to the new disciples, which led to all of these new disciples praising Li Yan and others. Although this group of newly promoted disciples of the 5 dynasties also respected them, the more important thing is to praise Li Yan and others. This made Su Chao and others unhappy, but they also knew that there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Li Yan and others have left indelible traces in the hearts of these new disciples.
But unexpectedly, 2 more people came to this Qin National Academy. Now all 4 generations of disciples became active.
After Li Yan and others tasted the sweetness of establishing their majesty, they wanted to continue to entertain the 2 newcomers in the future. Su Chao and others also wanted to establish their majesty, but they did not establish their majesty in front of these 2 new disciples, but invited all the disciples of the 5 generations to watch from the side. In this way, it would be considered an indirect way to establish their authority. At this moment, Li Yan and Su Chao were arguing about this matter here. Li Yan believes that since he was the one who received it from the beginning, he would be welcomed to the end. Su Chao believed that Li Yan had received it once, so he gave it to them this time. After all, if you miss this opportunity, there will be no chance. This is the rule of the Qin National Academy. The previous generation can put pressure on the next generation or even challenge it, but it won't work if it exceeds 2 generations. After all, it's too big, so it's not bullying people, it's disgusting people. But new disciples can challenge any senior brother at will. As long as you have the ability, you can challenge the master of the mansion. If the 6th generation of disciples come to the Qin National Academy in the future, it will only be the 5th generation of disciples to establish their authority. It's not their turn, so Su Chao strives so hard. It's a pity that Su Chao's abacus was very loud, but Li Yan didn't let him go at all. After tasted the sweetness, how could he give up this opportunity? Senior brother Fan Lei is still recovering from his injuries.
Li Yan, I will ask you one question, do you want to give it or not?
Su Chao said with a cold look.
I won't let it go today. What do you want? Li Yan looked at Su Chao and became fierce. It's a slut, right?
In an instant, the school was tense and seemed a little depressed. The 2 groups of students looked at each other, looking like they were about to start fighting at any time. But at this moment, Su Chao looked at Li Yan and clenched his fists and said, Okay, Li Yan, the Green Mountains will never change, green water will always be there.
Remember this matter to me, and one day you will be unlucky,
Su Chao seemed a little angry, but he knew that the task of receiving new disciples was indeed in Li Yan's hands.
This is what senior brother Fan Lei has agreed to, and even he cannot snatch it. Su Chao was so angry. But I can do nothing and can only take everyone away. After Su Chao left, Li Yan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. You are ready, the newcomers will come later. Remember to come over and call all the new disciples to let them watch them. Li Yan spoke, his eyes full of anticipation. Not to mention Li Yan, the rest of the people couldn't help but show expectations. The previous establishment of authority made them taste the sweetness. If they were establishing authority this time, wouldn't these young junior brothers and younger sisters be more complimenting to themselves? Thinking of this, everyone was so excited that they clapped their hands one by one, waiting to abuse the newcomer later. But at this moment, a sound suddenly rang out. You guys say that these 2 new disciples can be specially recruited, are they very strong? What if we can't beat it? Someone suddenly spoke and made a rational analysis. Just as soon as you say it, you will get rid of sarcasm. You're thinking too much? No matter how strong you are, can you still defeat a group of us? Yes, you have to remember that we are fighting 2 in a group of people, not 2 in a group of new disciples. I'm worried about it all. Let's not talk about the fact that the special recruits have not necessarily come in by their strength. So what if they come in by their strength? So many of us are still afraid of him? Yes, so many of us are still afraid of one? I won't say anything else. If someone comes later, I'll be the first to come and give him a chance to avoid saying that we are bullying the 2 of them. Everyone was talking about it, and they were not afraid of the new disciples at all. At this moment, a figure appeared in the academy. This was a 4th-generation disciple. He walked over quickly and said excitedly.
Here, come, that newcomer is, both are coming. The voice was extremely excited. For a moment, all the disciples were excited and started to scream, screaming with excitement.
Quiet. Li Yan spoke and then continued.
Send someone to guide these two new disciples to the martial arts venue. Send someone to bring the new disciples and gather in the martial arts field after an hour.
Li Yan spoke, calming everyone down. Abide by the order.
Everyone spoke, and then Li Yan left, and everyone left with Li Yan.
And at this moment, in a main hall,
Yi Ping and a woman were standing in the middle of the hall. Li Yu was standing next to Yi Ping, holding an iron rod.
Master, this is the identity command arrow of the Jin National Academy.
In the future, this ancient command is needed for entering and leaving the Jin National Academy.
Li Yu handed over the ancient order to Yi Ping, and then couldn't help but look at the woman beside him.
The woman was wearing a black robe, in her early 20s, with a very good appearance and a good temperament. She was standing aside at this moment, and her eyes were even looking around.
Feeling Li Yu's gaze, the latter couldn't help but speak. Are you new disciples too?
The woman in the ink seemed a little familiar, and she spoke directly without looking embarrassed.
I'm not, my master is. Li Yu responded to the other party.
Although he was noble, he was not as arrogant as the royal family and was very kind to others. It was precisely because of this that Yi Ping accepted Li Yu as his disciple. After all, in Yi Ping's heart, whether it is making friends or accepting apprentices, he is the best in character.
Oh. Master? You two don't seem to be very different in age. You have met two fellow Taoists in Xiamashuan. The woman in black spoke and said like this. Mo Xian?
Li Yu was fine when he heard the other party's name, but Yi Ping seemed a little surprised.
He remembers the name Mo Xian very clearly. The author of the Ancient Gods and Demon Skills is Mo Xian Tianzuan.
He just looked at the woman in front of him and didn't even have the foundation building realm, and his strength was average. He subconsciously thought that Yi Ping was just the same name and surname, so he didn't think much about it.
Yes, don't know the names of the two? Mo Xian spoke and continued to ask. I have met fellow Taoist Mo in Xia Yeping. In the Li. Before Li Yu could introduce himself, dozens of people suddenly walked into the hall.
They were wearing robes of Jin National Academy of Sciences, with the words for generations embroidered behind them, with a calm expression, but a hint of coldness.
Are you new disciples? Dozens of people came, and someone spoke directly and looked at Yi Ping and the other two. They are, I'm not. Li Yu walked a half step forward and quickly explained. You're not? Then why are you here?
The latter frowned slightly, but soon the people beside him lowered their voices in his ears and said, he is the Prince of Jin and is not easy to mess with. The voice sounded, and the speaker was stunned, and then his tone became gentler in an instant. According to the order of my senior brother, the new disciples will follow us to the martial arts field. He spoke and looked at Yi Ping and Mo Xian. Hearing this, Yi Ping looked very calm and there was no turmoil, but Mo Xian looked a little panicked.
My stomach is a little uncomfortable, how can I not go? Mo Xian seemed to know something and wanted to pretend to be dead.
Unfortunately, the latter ignored it and said calmly, if you don't go, you will be regarded as voluntarily giving up your identity as a student in Jin State. The other party spoke with a tough attitude. You cannot go, but the consequence of not going is that you are expelled from the Jin National Academy of Sciences. Hearing this, Mo Xian couldn't help feeling very uncomfortable, but in the end she gritted her teeth and chose to go. Yi Ping captured all Mo Xian's expressions and expressions in his eyes. Seeing Mo Xian's performances, Yi Ping was even more sure that this could not be Mo Xian's heavenly lord.
Can I follow me?
Li Yu suddenly spoke, and he wanted to follow him and take a look so that Yi Ping would really suffer. No, only students from Jin State are allowed. Although the latter's attitude is a bit gentle, he still refuses to give in to this aspect and does not allow Li Yu to follow him.
Before Li Yu could speak, Yi Ping's voice sounded. Okay, Li Yu, go back and handle your own affairs well. Since I'm here, I'm ready.
Yi Ping spoke and asked Li Yu to go back, so he didn't need to help him. After saying this, Li Yu was silent for a moment, then he nodded and said, "As for the order, disciple."
Li Yu spoke and bowed to Yi Ping specifically. He deliberately wanted the other party to know that Yi Ping was his master and the master of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. In this way, it would be a small warning.
Sure enough, as Li Yu bowed, the expressions of the few people changed. They did not expect that the man in front of them was the master of the Crown Prince Li Yu, which made them pay some attention.
"Two junior brothers and sisters, follow me."
But they spoke in the end, but their attitude was much gentler than before.
"That's it."
Yi Ping set off, and Mo Xian followed Yi Ping and walked towards the martial arts platform.
One stick of incense.
Finally, Yi Ping and Mo Xian came to the martial arts stage of Jingui Academy. The huge martial arts stage can accommodate hundreds of people, and the martial arts stage is also very spacious. This is the place where disciples of Jin National Academy practice, and the space is naturally large.
"Okay, you two are waiting here, I'll come a little while."
When Yi Ping and Mo Xian arrived at the center of the martial arts platform, these 4 generations of disciples couldn't help but speak and let them wait here. And they didn't give the two the chance to ask, and they left quickly, which inexplicably gave people a sense of indescribable pressure.
After dozens of people left, Mo Xian's face changed completely. "It's over, it's over, it's over.
I thought the rules were gone, but I didn't expect that they would continue.
This time it was over. My life is so hard."
Mo Xian's voice suddenly sounded, her expression was extremely nervous and full of despair. As a freelance writer for the Secrets of Immortal Cultivation, Mo Xian usually reads books except writing books, and reads all kinds of books, especially some strange stories. It is precisely because of this that Mo Xian knew the rules of the Jin National Academy of Sciences. Originally, Mo Xian's idea was very simple, to arrive at Jingui Academy early, so that she would get beaten up with everyone. But after thinking about it, I suddenly felt that if I came to Jingui Academy later and was a woman, I might not have been beaten. It was because of this that Mo Xian started to travel around and play in the mountains and rivers. After the game was finished, she would come to Jingui Academy again. She was indeed late.
I thought I wouldn't be beaten if I looked at myself alone.
But depending on this situation, it is hard to escape. Thinking of this, Mo Xian was very regretful.
Knowing that it was the result, it was better to come early. Everyone was beaten up together.
You can pretend to be dead early and avoid some flesh and blood.
But I guess I don't want to run away now. It's over, this time it's over."
Mo Xian cried and said that this might be called being smart but being fooled by intelligence. But soon, Mo Xian found that Yi Ping next to her was not afraid, and she didn't know whether it was fearless or that she was full of confidence. But no matter what it was, Mo Xian took the initiative to remind him.
"Fellow Taoist Yi, I don't know what to say.
In short, we too may be beaten up later. But fellow Taoist, remember, if you get beaten later, you should lie on the ground early, don't beg for mercy, don't cry, you can get less beaten. After all, we are here to study, but come to die."
Mo Xian didn't know how to say it.
Anyway, she reminded everyone that she should remind her.
As for whether Yi Ping can understand it, it depends on Yi Ping's own luck.
Just as Mo Xian finished speaking,
in an instant, a burst of footsteps sounded. These footsteps are very neat and extremely unified.
Soon, figures came out from all directions.
There are 200 or 300 people. These are all 4th generation senior brothers.
They stood neatly in the 4 directions of southeast, southwest and northwest, surrounding Yi Ping and Mo Xian. A sense of oppression was formed inexplicably, which made Mo Xian, who was in the center, feel unparalleled pressure. As for Yi Ping, he was very calm. Li Yu told him about this matter yesterday, that in order to cope with today's situation, Yi Ping even deduced the ancient true dragon fist that had been around for a night. Although I don't know if I can win, Yi Ping is confident that he won't fall down so quickly. But you will know what the specific result will be. Step by step. At this moment, suddenly, hundreds of people appeared here, all of whom were disciples of the 4 generations.
The person in charge is Su Chao. He forced himself over with his men, but Su Chao didn't say anything, just asked everyone to surround him and looked at Li Yin calmly.
Li Yan, who had just walked in front of Yi Ping and Mo Xian, had not had time to pretend to be a joke, and his expression couldn't help but change. But Li Yan knew very well that he could not argue at this time. If he quarreled in front of his junior brother, he would lower his identity and image. He glanced at Su Chao and said that this gangster had completely formed, but for the sake of establishing his authority, Li Yan finally chose to remain silent and did not quarrel.
That's when hundreds of people appeared again.
However, these people are all disciples of the 5 generations, that is, new disciples. They all appeared here, their eyes full of curiosity. More than 400 new disciples were present. They stood behind the 4 generations of disciples and looked at Yi Ping and Mo Xian in the martial arts field. At first they were a little curious, but soon they suddenly understood something. The discussions were heard one after another.
Is there really 2 orders? These 2 people are finished.
We were beaten to the point where more than 400 people were beaten to bed for 3 days.
I guess these 2 people can't get out of bed for 3 months, right? It's really a bad luck.
Poor to this junior sister, she was going to be beaten when she first came, and she was beaten alone.
This time it's over. I don't know who founded this bad habit.
When 6 generations of disciples come in the future, I will definitely not bully them like this.
These 2 are also unlucky.
The last time we beat our senior brother, there were only 200 people in total, and this time we were almost 400 people. To be honest, this junior brother is still very beautiful. Well, I have a very good temperament and look, I'm afraid I'll break my appearance later.
You are handsome and beaten even harder, don't you know? Then he will be pitiful.
Stop talking, I'll prepare high-quality healing medicine for them. Maybe this little brother will fall in love with me at first sight.
Then I'll go and prepare, too. I am ready. When are you ready? I am born with a medicine body. I will condense the healing medicine when I am extremely happy. As long as I have a breath, I can save it.
The disciples were talking. For a moment, there was a lot of noise.
And at this moment, Li Yan's voice sounded. Quiet. The sound rang out and everyone calmed down.
End of this chapter. Qingyun National Academy of Sciences, Martial Arts Performance Venue.
Thousands of people gathered here. It looks extremely grand.
The new disciples of the 5 dynasties looked at Yi Ping and Mo Xian in the martial arts performance field one by one. In their eyes, it won't be long before Yi Ping and Mo Xian might be lying on the ground. Although they were a little disgusted with the new rules of the Qingyun National Academy of Sciences, everyone did not dare to speak out.
Moreover, most monks still felt a little bloating after all.
They were beaten by themselves, so they naturally wanted to see others being beaten, otherwise they would feel unbalanced. At this moment, Li Yan's voice suddenly rang.
Yi Ping, Mo Xian. As Li Yan's voice sounded, the 2 of them looked at Li Yan together for a moment.
Everyone was also a little surprised.
Yi Ping? What's his name? Yi Ping? Is it the Yi Ping in Qinzhou? Is it the nephew of the lord of the ancient city of Qinzhou? Is he Yi Ping?
The name Yi Ping is so familiar, but I can't remember who it is at once.
It's the person that senior brother Fan Lei said, right? Oh, remember.
The discussion sounded again. Li Yan swept his eyes over, and suddenly, everyone calmed down. They dare not continue to discuss, for fear of causing trouble. After everyone was completely quiet, Yi Ping and Mo Xian's voices also sounded.
Exist. The 2 of them spoke in unison and looked at Li Yan. Li Yan also continued to speak. You 2 are monks specially recruited by the academy.
Although I don't know how you came in, the state has national laws, family rules, and Qingyun National Academy also has rules. Next, our 4th generation of senior brothers will have a friendly competition with you. I will first make some rules. You can't kill yourself or tear your clothes.
Do you understand? Li Yan spoke and said again what he said that day. As soon as these words were said, Mo Xian's voice sounded immediately. Can you surrender? Mo Xian has no backbone, so she surrenders first. However, as soon as these words were said, many people laughed. can't. Li Yan answered directly, then thought about it, and he continued. But I think you are two people, I can try it lightly. After all, there are two people, and Li Yan can't really let everyone take action together, otherwise it would be a bit too bullying. Of course, it's just a talk to start with a gentle move. In short, no matter what, Yi Ping and Mo Xian can't escape this blow. Mo Xian's face looked a little ugly. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't cry. As for Yi Ping, his expression was always calm. He was even ready for the battle. Do you have any questions? If there is no problem, then you can start. Li Yan looked at the two and continued to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 generations of disciples began to warm up one after another, with unconcealed smiles in his eyes. But at this moment, Yi Ping's voice sounded. His eyes were calm and he looked at Li Yan. What if you accidentally hurt someone? Yi Ping spoke. Because he carefully looked at the cultivation of these 4 generations of disciples, he was basically in the foundation building realm, and although his qi and blood were strong, he was not as good as himself. Besides, Yi Ping himself did not think that the monks of the Jin State Academy were very strong. If it weren't for the peerless sword intent of Jin National Academy, Yi Ping didn't want to come to Jin National Academy of Sciences at all. It's not that he looks down on these people, but that he is a difference in strength. Yi Ping is not worried that he will be injured, but he is mainly afraid that this group of people will be injured. As soon as these words were said, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. Even Su Chao and others couldn't help laughing. No one would have thought that Yi Ping would dare to say such words. They can also see Yi Ping's realm, in the early stage of foundation building. The 4 generations of disciples here are not cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, or even in the late stage of foundation building, and the great perfection. Even if you are a genius among geniuses, there is nothing to say about you who can win if you fight. But here is a group of people, more than 400 foundation building monks, how many can you beat? Still injured? It's a good thing not to hurt you. As long as you don't take any action and don't beat people to death, it doesn't matter. There are 5th grade pharmacists in the school, and as long as they are not fatal, they can be saved. You don't need to worry about this. Li Yan did not laugh, but was very serious, but he didn't think Yi Ping was very strong, but he wanted to establish his majesty. If he laughed at him at any time, wouldn't he seem to be out of place? It's not that I want to hurt people, but mainly because I have to go all out since I have to fight, and I'm afraid I can't control it for the moment. Yi Ping continued. He was very serious, afraid that it would be quite troublesome if it really hurts people. But these words seemed a bit forcibly in everyone's eyes. Wow, this guy is a bit arrogant. I guess I'm afraid, so I deliberately delay time here. I think so. This guy talks a little nonsense, I'll teach him a lesson later. Everyone was talking. And a few voices also sounded among the disciples of the 5 dynasties. Senior Sisterly, is this the master your brother invites? He is very handsome and speaks very arrogantly, but no matter how you look at him, he feels he is a bit fond of it. Yes, if you want to say that he is a scholar and a literati, I still believe in the struggles of heroes in poetry. I feel a little bad when fighting, right? Several people were talking and couldn't help but look at Princess Taya. Just look good, don't talk for now, so as not to attract attention. Among the crowd, Princess Taya didn't know what to say, because she didn't know Yi Ping's strength, so she could only fight carelessly. And on the martial arts stage, Li Yan couldn't help but frown. Isn't this kid too pretending, right? But Li Yan still gave an answer. If you really have the ability, just give it a try. Li Yan said this. Yi Ping's voice couldn't help but sounded again. I have another question. Yi Ping spoke, and this time everyone couldn't help but frown. Why are there so much nonsense? Are you going to fight? Can you advance if you beat everyone? Yi Ping glanced at everyone and asked in confusion. Li Yan. Su Chao. Everyone. If Yi Ping had pretended to be a little pretentious before, then now everyone feels that he is over-pretentious. Do it. Li Yan didn't say nonsense anymore. In his opinion,
Yi Ping was deliberately delaying time.
Thinking of this, Li Yan directly asked everyone to take action. Bang 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 bang.
As Li Yan's voice sounded, the 4 generations of disciples jumped to the martial arts field at this moment. Just like laying dumplings, hundreds of people surrounded Yi Ping directly. When Emo Xin saw this scene, she was so scared that her face turned pale.
Yi Ping's expression has not changed from beginning to end.
After all, in Yi Ping's mind, comparing the Jin National Academy with its hidden sect is completely different concepts.
Boy, you shouldn't come to Jin Guoshui University, this is not the place you came. You are too arrogant. Jin Gui Academy doesn't like arrogant people. You can be arrogant, you have to be arrogant. Now you admit defeat, you can beat you a few fewer punches.
This group of 4 generations of disciples surrounded Yi Ping, and hundreds of people were like human walls, blocking Yi Ping's front, back and left and right.
Once the fight started, Yi Ping could not run out no matter how hard he ran. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Emo Xian's voice sounded, and she admitted her guiltily, very direct, and didn't have any face.
But at this moment, Yi Ping took action.
Roar! A dragon roar sounded.
The voice was extremely loud and everyone in the entire martial arts venue could hear it clearly. The next moment, Yi Ping turned into a lightning bolt, and the ancient true dragon boxing technique came out.
Boom!
A 4th generation disciple was knocked away like a kite with a broken string, and even directly smashed the wall. At this moment, everyone was stunned.
No one could have thought that Yi Ping would dare to take action first and actually knock the 4th generation senior brother away. Take it, don't give him a chance. This is a thorn, don't let it go. Good boy, how dare you attack? It seems you really don't take our senior brother seriously? Beat. In just a moment, these 4 generations of disciples shouted. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, various boxing techniques came out, the sound of dragon roars and tigers' roars vibrated, and hundreds of people all performed killing moves. Being defeated by a new disciple is a lifelong shame, so they naturally can't stand it. Fisting comes.
However, at this moment, Yi Ping was like a dragon. He clenched his fists with his 5 fingers, and the sound of dragon roars came from his body.
The ancient seal of Zhulong.
Without any nonsense, Yi Ping directly activates the Zhulong immortal orifice in his body, and then even casts the Zhulong ancient seal. Even Yi Ping dared not be entrusted with the attacks of hundreds of cultivators of the same level.
Bang bang bang. The ancient Zhulong seal is opened.
Yi Ping suddenly turned into a demon god. His black hair was long and his fists pushed everything horizontally.
The black magic power entangled Yi Ping's body.
From the temperament of Confucianism and immortality to the temperament of a demon-like god instantly. Yi Ping punched, domineering and sharp, and full of ancient vastness.
This is the ancient true dragon boxing technique.
The true dragon boxing moves open and close. Yi Ping's speed is extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, and each punch knocks a 4th generation disciple away. The sound of vomiting blood and coughing up blood kept ringing.
The entire martial arts performance venue was completely broken.
In the martial arts field, all the disciples were stunned, especially the new disciples.
They never expected that Yi Ping was so fierce. This is outrageous.
It is not a glorious thing to beat the senior brother.
But the problem is, it is a bit outrageous to be able to defeat dozens of senior brothers under the siege of hundreds of 4th generation senior brothers?
Various fist lights hit Yi Ping's body, just like an ordinary person bombarding a rock. Not only did it not cause any damage to Yi Ping, but his arm was hurt.
It's hopeless and shocking.
Gather attack him, and take action with me.
Kill. What kind of physique does this guy have? What kind of martial arts have he practiced? Why is his body so terrifying?
Maid, it turns out that all the monks who are specially recruited are freaks.
Don't talk nonsense, go.
In the martial arts field, the only 54 generation disciples left went crazy, and they bombarded Yi Ping crazily. After all, they were defeated by a new disciple. If this spread, the reputation of their 4 generations of disciples would probably be completely ruined.
Kill.
However, at this moment, Yi Ping became even more brave. Like a god and a demon, in the end, the two fists actually evolved into a dragon-shaped true energy. Under the push, dozens of people were knocked away on the spot, and their ribs were broken. It was a terrible sight. Those who were stronger could still hold on to wait for a while before fainting. Those who were not strong fainted on the spot.
All 4 generations of disciples obey orders, give me a call.
In the martial arts performance, Li Yan's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Yi Ping was really a freak, and that 104 generation disciples could not beat him. However, Li Yan did not say nonsense and directly asked everyone to join him. He had to defeat Yi Ping, otherwise the face of the 4th generation of disciples would be completely gone. As Li Yan's voice sounded, more than 204 generation disciples rushed forward at this moment. They also knew that if Yi Ping could not be suppressed, the face of their 4 generations of disciples would be completely gone. Going out will make people lose their lives. Even at this moment, Su Chao couldn't help frowning. He came here to try to win a wave of existence, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen.
Senior brother Su, what should we do? Someone asked Su Chao what to do and whether to go on. The latter was silent, but after thinking about it, Su Chao gritted his teeth and said, "Go." Su Chao made a decision: it would be impossible. If Li Yan's people really can't beat them, they can't beat them either. If they go back and forth, they will be spread. For generations of disciples from Jin National Academy of Sciences, more than 400 people can't beat a new disciple. Isn't that a disaster without any recklessness? So for the sake of the overall situation, Su Chao asked them to go. I have to go even if I have to bite the bullet. Kill. Run. My brothers, don't hide your own things, let it go. In an instant, various shouts rang out. The entire martial arts performance suddenly became noisy. And in the martial arts field, as all 4 generations of disciples came on the stage, Yi Ping became even more fierce. The ancient true dragon boxing technique seemed invincible. Yi Ping turned into a dragon-shaped true energy with both fists. A golden dragon shadow appeared and killed it with one punch, and more than a dozen people were knocked away. But all kinds of fists and palms hit Yi Ping, and waves of ironclad sounds came. This scene made everyone present confused. Is this body too scary? If it were a normal monk, he would not be fatal under the siege of hundreds of people, but at least he would have to react a little, right? But Yi Ping was like a piece of divine iron, his body was as solid as a soup and no one could shake it. Bang bang bang. Dozens of figures flew across the board, and Yi Ping almost fucked the flesh. He was like a king, knocking dozens of people away with one punch. None of the 4 generations of disciples who were bombarded by Yi Ping did not vomit blood. Su Chao. At this moment, Li Yan's voice sounded on the martial arts stage. He clenched his fists and shouted to Su Chao. The latter couldn't help but look at Li Yan, with doubts in his eyes. Let's take action together and suppress him. Li Yan's voice sounded, and he looked cold and stared at Yi Ping on the battlefield. Hearing this, Su Chao was slightly stunned. He and Li Yan are the strongest beings among the 4 generations of disciples. Basically, it is impossible for them to take action in this kind of thing. If they can take action, then things will reach a level that cannot be regulated. Su Chao was silent, he was hesitating because even if he won, he would be a little disgraceful. But at this moment, Li Yan's voice sounded again. Su Chao. If you don't take action, the trouble will be even greater. Li Yan's voice sounded, and his eyes were coldly looking at Su Chao. The meaning of this sentence is very simple. If the 2 of them did not take action, it would be a big deal if all these 4 generations of disciples lost. Not to mention the entire Jin state, monks from the 10 countries may have to know about this. By that time, their group of people will become jokes for the 10 countries. So Li Yan almost shouted out in a roaring voice. Superior. Hearing Li Yan's roar, Su Chao gritted his teeth, and he took action and participated in the battle. Li Yan didn't say anything nonsense and entered the battlefield at the same time. Boom 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 boom. All kinds of lights appeared, and on the battlefield, Yi Ping was like an arrogant demon. His boxing skills were too terrifying,
domineering and fierce, and extremely fast, almost avoiding the attack of most people, but under such siege, he was beaten more or less. But in this situation, Yi Ping punched and dozens of people were knocked away. Each punch was accompanied by more than a dozen figures being knocked away. The disciples of the 5 dynasties were also completely stunned. They have only seen this kind of scene in their dreams. Unexpectedly, a weirdo really came to Jingui Academy. Especially a small number of people in the corner, they were shocked and unparalleled. Senior Sisterly, the person your brother invited is really a peerless man.
Senior Sisterly, what kind of freak have you invited? It's ridiculous to say something.
They swallowed, feeling unparalleled shock. They thought that the people invited by Princess Taiha might be very strong, but they would not be able to defeat all 4 generations of disciples. But unexpectedly, Yi Ping was like a god of war, knocking away more than a dozen senior brothers with one punch.
This is simply exaggerated to the extreme. Even Princess Taiha was a little confused.
She didn't expect that her brother, who was not very reliable on weekdays, could actually invite a fierce man.
This is too exaggerated. Everyone's mood was full of shock. Everyone's face showed a look of astonishment. They knew that even if Yi Ping lost, this battle would definitely shock the whole country of Jin. Fight one in the same realm and fight 100 times. Who wouldn't be shocked if this record is spread? But at this moment, Li Yan and Su Chao have joined the battlefield. The 2 of them had very strong auras. They were cultivators who built the foundation and were also powerful people who practiced their physical bodies. Although they are 4 generations of disciples, their strength is not even weaker than that of some 3 generations of disciples. These 2 people are very strong and even have the ability to fight for 100 things. Of course they never achieved success, so no one knows how strong the 2 of them are. On the battlefield, there are more than 404 generations of disciples, but now there are less than 100 people left. Everyone's face was filled with shock. They looked at Yi Ping, but they really didn't dare to act rashly. But after Li Yan and Su Chao came on the court, they slightly recovered some of their confidence. You are very strong. I would like to respect you as the strongest person in the 5 dynasties, but if your strength only stops here, you will definitely lose. When Li Yan came on the court, he did not take action directly, but stared at Yi Ping and spoke slowly. He could intuitively detect Yi Ping's current strength. Very strong. It's really strong. And it is still in the early stage of foundation building. But what Li Yan knew better was, be stronger by yourself. If Yi Ping's strength is like this, then Yi Ping lost. Even if you hide some of your strength, once we join forces, you will definitely lose. However, your strength is beyond my expectations, which is very good. At this time, Su Chao's voice also sounded. I couldn't help but praise Yi Ping. Because it's really strong. But Su Chao also agreed with what Li Yan said. If Yi Ping's strength is like this, then everything will end here. But, just as the 2 of them finished speaking, abruptly, a powerful aura permeated from Yi Ping's body. At this moment, Li Yan and Su Chao's expressions changed. And all the disciples were shocked. Do you really retain your strength? End of this chapter. Jin National Academy of Sciences. In the martial arts performance, everyone was shocked. The entire martial arts performance venue was silent. Everything was extremely quiet. No one would have thought that Yi Ping actually hid his strength. Especially Li Yan and Su Chao, they thought this was Yi Ping's limit, but what they didn't expect was that Yi Ping was still hiding. In the ring, the most shocking one is Mo Xian. I thought I could not escape death today, but what I didn't expect was that Yi Ping was so fierce. One man should be a pass and 10,000 men cannot open it. This is simply a peerless man. I don't know what mental method he has practiced, but his physical body is so strong? I have to ask for advice in the future. Mo Xian said in her heart. And at this time, roar! A true dragon roared. The terrifying sound of the dragon roar shocked all the cultivators' torrential blood. Even if they did not fight with Yi Ping, they would inexplicably feel the terrifying pressure. On the battlefield. Yi Ping stared at Li Yan and Su Chao.
To be honest, Yi Ping did hide his strength, mainly because he was afraid that his actions would not be serious and he was unwilling to cause trouble. But now with Li Yan and Su Chao appearing, Yi Ping no longer hides his strength.
He only used 50% of his strength before.
But at this moment, all 36 spiritual veins in Yi Ping's body were activated, and the 36 Zhulong immortal orifices were crazily swallowing spiritual energy.
What's even more terrifying is that the ancient Zhulong seal condensed inexplicable power in his body.
Combined with the ancient gods and demons, Yi Ping felt that his qi and blood could condense into a dragon shape.
Don't talk nonsense, beat me. Feeling that Yi Ping's strength was constantly improving, Li Yan couldn't help but yell.
When he reached this level, it would be embarrassing to retreat on the spot.
Boom! Li Yan punched, and a cow mooed, and a vast aura appeared. These were the 8 styles of Song Cao.
In ancient times, the Tsingyo was a very terrifying beast with great power. It could trample over 100,000 mountains with a shock. The 8 styles of Song Niu are the martial arts magical powers deduced by ancient sages based on the attack trajectory of Song Niu.
Li Yan practiced the 8 styles of Song Niu.
A black giant bull phantom evolved behind him, filled with a vast aura, and rushed over with a punch. With him as the center, the ring under his feet cracked inch by inch, causing a huge explosion.
Sweep!
With Li Yan taking action, Su Chao did not say nonsense, and raised his hand to make a killer move. Behind him, a black bird evolved, not inferior to Li Yan.
The two of them joined forces indeed puts inexplicable pressure.
All the disciples couldn't help but stare at the battle.
5 generations of disciples fight 4 generations of disciples, which is itself an unfair battle.
It is already a very glorious thing for the disciples of the 5th generation to defeat the disciples of the 4th generation. However, Yi Ping not only defeated the 4 generations of disciples, but also defeated all 4 generations of disciples alone. If Yi Ping really defeated Li Yan and Su Chao now, the name Yi Ping would be completely spread in Jin State.
Even the 10 countries should pay attention to Yi Ping.
Because since the founding of the Jin National Academy of Sciences, there has never been a successful challenge to the previous generation of disciples.
Not once.
It is normal to defeat a few, and occasionally 1 or 2 freaks will appear in a few sessions. But the one who defeated all the disciples in one breath has never appeared. If Yi Ping did it, it would be breaking the record of Jin National Academy of Sciences. It must be famous in Jin State. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were staring at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Li Yan and Su Chao rushed towards Yi Ping directly.
Break!
As a sound rang out, a golden light burst out from Yi Ping's body, and a furnace appeared behind Yi Ping.
This oven is 3 feet high.
The golden oven shines on the entire martial arts field, and Yi Ping's qi and blood are as vigorous as a dragon.
Qi and blood oven? Has this guy's qi and blood condensed into a furnace? This is simply a freak. Jin State has produced a tough character. No, qi and blood oven? When Yi Ping's qi and blood furnace appeared, everyone was shocked.
It was even more shocking than Yi Ping defeating hundreds of people.
For Taoist practice, qi and blood furnace is a bit unfamiliar.
But for physical cultivation, the qi and blood furnace can be regarded as a symbol that all physical cultivation practitioners dream of. Qi and blood are like a furnace, extremely vigorous. A person's spirit is like a ball of fire, so the stronger a person's spirit, the more powerful the fire is. The qi and blood burning furnace is the evolution of the peak of the spirit, energy and spirit, and represents the meaning of the great perfection of physical cultivation.
Once the qi and blood oven is condensed, the person's foundation will be extremely solid and he has countless benefits.
The greatest advantage of a physical practitioner is that the body is invincible, and one punch and one palm can destroy the world. Taoist practitioners, even if they have a strong realm, you still need powerful secret techniques. Otherwise, they will not be able to destroy the world with the magic power in their body, unless the realm reaches a certain level. And those who practice physical education can be invincible between their fists and palms. But I really can't bear to look at it in my mind. It's okay to have a normal body quenching, but it's hard to condense the qi and blood furnace to burn it. If the qi and blood furnace is not condensed, no matter how strong the body is, it will only be an auxiliary function. But if the qi and blood are condensed into the furnace, then there will be incredible power between the fists and palms. This process is extremely difficult and has no time limit, but even the fastest is hundreds of years, and there are many thousands of years. Some Taoist practices have even been in the nascent soul realm and have lived for thousands of years, but have not yet condensed the qi and blood oven. In other words, the condensed qi and blood oven, even if it is truly a door-to-door room, has some incredible power. The magic power is condensed in the blood and blood, and it is terrifying between the fists and feet.
Shocked, completely astonished.
In the eyes of physical cultivation, the accumulation of qi and blood furnace is equivalent to the eyes of Buddhist monks, which condenses Buddhist gold.
2 words. Outrageous. 4 words. Extremely outrageous.
In his early 20s, he condensed qi and blood to oven.
Isn't it going to take off in the future? Don't be afraid, keep going.
Although he condensed the qi and blood furnace, his martial arts will is not strong enough, and he still has a chance to fight.
Su Chao, go. Li Yan's voice sounded, and the shadow of the demon bull behind him became even more solid. Su Chao, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but be stunned. He glanced at Li Yan, then at the qi and blood furnace behind Yiping. Then he looked at Li Yan again, his eyes full of doubt. You let me go? Why don't you go?
Su Chao's eyes mean very simple. Yiping condensed the qi and blood furnace.
How to fight this? What to beat? Su Chao, don't be afraid.
Although he condensed the qi and blood furnace, he definitely lacks martial arts experience. It is impossible for him to condense the qi and blood furnace he condensed in his early 20s.
So he is very strong without seeing it. Let's beat him first.
Even if he beats him in the future, it will be enough for us to blow it.
Li Yan spoke, his meaning was very clear.
Yiping's furnace for condensing qi and blood was indeed very strong, but he didn't believe that it was condensed by Yiping on his own. It was very likely that he had swallowed some treasures, or that he was enlightened. That is why the qi and blood oven was born. After saying this, Su Chao couldn't help but think. Indeed, it is obviously impossible to condense the qi and blood furnace at such a young age, so there are only other possibilities.
And the most important thing is that Li Yan is right.
No matter how strong Yiping is in the future, he will beat him first, even if he is beaten back by Yiping in the future.
But at least I beat Yiping up.
It can condense qi and blood oven, and no matter through any method, it has to recognize Yiping's potential and qualifications. Yiping's future is destined to be brilliant, and he even surpasses them too much.
If he could beat Yiping up before he became famous, wouldn't he have to brag for the rest of his life?
Thinking of this, Su Chao gritted his teeth and fought hard.
Li Yan didn't say anything nonsense, and joined forces with Su Chao to kill Yiping.
The magic bull phantom and the magic bird phantom became even more terrifying. The two of them were too fast and had almost no hidden personal information.
They wanted to give it a try.
But at this moment, the qi and blood burner behind Yiping flew into the air, holding an unparalleled power to directly shatter the shadows of the demon bull and the demon bird. The terrifying magic power, like a vast ocean, rippled with heavy shock waves, and even knocked hundreds of other people away, and even Mo Xian was shocked. Fortunately, I was not seriously injured.
Puff 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 puff.
Li Yan and Su Chao were blown away by Yiping and suffered extremely serious injuries. Their chest ribs were completely broken, their internal organs were rolling, and their qi and blood were surging. The two coughed several mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were extremely pale. Especially Su Chao, he looked at Li Yan in a daze.
Although he didn't say anything, his eyes said everything. Is this what you say may not be very strong? Su Chao felt that all the internal organs had shifted, and he felt an indescribable discomfort. And Li Yan also cried. He didn't expect Yiping to be so strong, so he raised his hand and knocked them away, and directly injured him. Fortunately, it is not a life and death battle, otherwise they would definitely die. The two of them swallowed, and their eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Yiping. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Yiping on the ring was like a living god. Yiping's qi and blood roasting furnace. Surrounding the red divine flame, it shines brightly.
What's even more terrifying is that there are vague sounds of dragon roars in the furnace. This picture is so scary.
It is imprinted in everyone's hearts and becomes a memory that can never be worn away. Just one move to defeat all 4 generations of disciples.
In the martial arts field, there was no sound.
And at the same time, someone has left.
He is a disciple of the 4th generation.
They ran towards the academy, extremely hurrying.
They walked towards the Sandian Academy like crazy. There are 5 academies in Jin State Academy, each of which corresponds to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation disciples.
Bang!
With a loud noise, the door of the 3rd generation academy was pushed open.
In an instant, hundreds of pairs of eyes couldn't help but look at the door.
After everyone realized that the person who pushed the door was a disciple of the 4 generations, anger sounded in an instant.
What are you doing? Why did the door suddenly open? Don't you know that I'm listening to the Tao? How dare you disturb me waiting for my retreat?
This is how the 4 generations of disciples are, they are very impatient in their work. A series of scoldings sounded, and they looked at the 4 generations of disciples outside the door, a little angry. They listened to the Tao here in peace. Now the preacher finally reached the key point, but was suddenly interrupted, and suddenly there was an indescribable feeling. Some were disgusted. No, brothers, a peerless man has come to our Jin National Academy of Sciences. Dear brothers, something happened. The 4 generations of disciples who broke into the academy shouted loudly, saying that they spoke very fast and looked extremely anxious.
What happened? Say it slowly. What kind of impatientness is the right thing to do? You 4 generations of disciples really lose face to the Jin National Academy. Sure enough, each generation is worse than the other. A fierce man? What kind of fierce man? The 3 generations of disciples still seemed arrogant. After all, they were 3 generations of disciples, and they basically had the highest status among the Jin National Academy, because there were only dozens of disciples in the 2nd generation. There are only 3 disciples in a generation, and they are often not in the institution. Therefore, their 3 generations of disciples were basically the mainstay of the Jin National Academy of Sciences. It's really a big deal. Dear brothers, among the new disciples, a peerless man came to beat Li Yan and Su Chao to vomit blood. The 4 generations of disciples who came took a deep breath and tried to calm down, and immediately spoke. After saying this, the whole school became quiet. After a while, the discussion suddenly rang out. Did Li Yan and Su Chao lose? What else do you say? Will Li Yan and the others be defeated? Be defeated by a new disciple? Li Yan and Su Chao are both cultivators who have built the foundation to the great perfection, but they can't defeat a new disciple? For a moment, the 3 generations of disciples were surprised. They knew who Li Yan and Su Chao were, but what they didn't expect was that these 2 people were defeated. This is incredible. Even in their eyes, Li Yan and Su Chao are qualified to be on par with some of their 3 generations of disciples. Dear brothers, how dare I lie about this kind of thing? Not only did I defeat Li Yan and Su Chao, but all the 4 generations of disciples were defeated by him alone. The other party continued, and gave another message that shocked all the disciples of these 3 generations. Everyone lost? You won't be able to beat a new disciple, right? What happened? You can make it clear, it's unclear. The disciples of the 3rd generation were a little anxious. After talking for a long time, I didn't mention the key points at all. No, senior brothers, this person is a freak. He actually condensed a qi and blood furnace. The 4th generation of disciples said panting, he was too anxious and was a little flustered when he spoke. Just as this was said, the 3 generations of disciples were completely in an uproar. What? Did he condense the qi and blood oven? Are you bluffing us here? Condensing qi and blood boiling furnace? From the 10 Kingdoms Academy? Are you beaten up? New disciples gathered their qi and blood toast the furnace? Voices sounded. The disciples of the 3 generations were also shocked.
It is impossible for them to know what the qi and blood roast means, which is equivalent to telling them that a new disciple has come to the Yuanying realm in his 20s.
Senior brothers, how could I lie to you? If you don't believe it, you can go and have a look.
The latter said with a sad face.
He really didn't know how to explain it, so he could only let them take a look. For a moment, the disciples looked at each other and didn't know what to say. To be honest, this 4 generations of disciples really cannot deceive them. Because it doesn't make much sense to deceive them. If he really wants to cheat, his life will not be easy. How to say it? Someone asked, seemingly confused. What else do you want to say? Come and take a look. The new disciples gather qi and blood toast the furnace, why don't you go and take a look? What if the qi and blood oven is really condensed, what should I do? What should I do? If I really condense the qi and blood oven, wouldn't it be the dish that I delivered to the door?
A new disciple who can condense the qi and blood oven will have a bright future.
Then are we currying in the past? I dare not. I'm just flattering you, go and beat him up. When he becomes famous in the 10 kingdoms in the future, won't we also benefit from it? Hiss, this makes sense. Let's go there quickly. Flashes of discussion sounded. These 3 generations of disciples were also excited. Their idea is very simple. A monster came to Qingyun Academy. They must be punished. As you have not become completely stronger, you can beat you up first and you can blow your life. Although you will be retaliated in the future, so what? They are all fellow disciples, so you can almost relieve yourself if you beat me twice, right? After we are relieved, we are not the same senior brothers. If we go back and invite you to have some tea, no matter how big the matter is, it is nothing. If it still cannot be solved, at worst, we can invite you to have some tea again, but it cannot be solved? So when I think of this, the 3 generations of disciples were excited. They walked towards the martial arts venue one by one. And at the same time, in the martial arts field, Yi Ping stood alone on the ring. He looked at the 4 generations of disciples lying on the ground. Sure enough, my guess is correct. There are indeed no strong people in Qingyun Academy. But soon, Yi Ping looked at the new disciples and then couldn't help but speak. Do they want to defeat, too? Yi Ping's voice was very calm. As soon as these words were said, everyone was stunned. Especially the new disciples. When they saw this group of 4 generations of disciples being bombarded by Yi Ping, they were in a very happy mood. Some time ago, they were bullied by these 4 generations of disciples. But what I didn't expect was that a monster has come to the Qin National Academy, and with one man's strength, he swept all 4 generations of disciples. These scenes made their blood boil in their eyes. But he didn't have time to shout for Yi Ping, but he didn't expect Yi Ping to target him. In an instant, these new disciples panicked. They were beaten up some time ago, wouldn't they be beaten up again? But before they can answer, suddenly, figures rushed in directly from the south gate. Each of these figures has strong qi and blood, and each of them is not weaker than Li Yan and Su Chao, and even wins even more. They were wearing long robes of Qin National Academy of Sciences, with the words 3 generations embroidered behind them. The 3rd generation of senior brothers are here too? Why did you attract the 3rd generation of disciples? Who invited these people? It's over now. I heard that the 3rd generation of senior brothers are more fierce, cruel and shameless than the 4th generation of senior brothers. It's unprecedented, unprecedented. The reception of freshmen in Qin National Academy of Sciences has never had such a grand occasion. Even if Yi Ping is defeated, he will still be honored. When these 3 generations of disciples appeared, everyone was shocked. But before everyone could react, voices rang out. As a matter of fact, the qi and blood oven has been condensed. What a good guy, he is only in his early 20s, and he is so terrifying. Stop talking nonsense, get on. Don't hesitate, go together. He condensed the qi and blood furnace, let's go together. As the sound rang out, the new disciples watching were completely stunned. Sure enough, the rumors are correct, and the 3 generations of disciples are indeed even more shameless.
End of this chapter.
Martial arts performance venue.
When these three generations of disciples saw Yi Ping, they all started to scream. They were so excited that they were bored in Jin National Academy on weekdays and had no activities every day except listening to the sermons. Especially for the upcoming 10 Kingdoms competition, the entire sect has entered a state of crazy practice. The long-term crazy practice made this group of disciples of the three generations extremely depressed. Now that such a monster has come to Jin National Academy, these three generations of disciples are naturally excited. On the battlefield, Yi Ping couldn't help frowning.
Why did you get one batch after another? To be honest, Yi Ping doesn't want to continue fighting. It's not that I look down on these monks, but that I need to fight in the same realm when I hone my martial arts. To put it bluntly, the strength is equal, so that the fighting can sharpen the will to martial arts. But if you crush it blindly, it will not be of any benefit except that it can bring some sense of vanity. Even if you crush the enemy for a long time and do not have a real war, you will not be able to grow. In this way, it will have an impact in the long run. These things were all realized by Yi Ping through the ancient True Dragon Fist. But no matter whether Yi Ping wants to fight or not, these three generations of disciples jumped onto the battlefield without caring about so many. Kill. Dear brothers, let's take action together to suppress this guy.
This guy's blood is really strong.
If I don't know, I would have thought I was facing a real dragon.
It is rare to have such a young monk with such strong chi and blood. It seems that the physical cultivation lineage is about to rise. I heard that there is an unparalleled physical practitioner among the 10 Kingdoms academic institutions. I didn't expect that there was one in our Jin state.
These three generations of disciples came on stage and looked at Yi Ping with a fierce look.
Although they came to beat Yi Ping, they had to admit that Yi Ping was very strong and did not despise him at all, but he still had to fight. The same thing is said, take advantage of the fact that you have not yet fully risen, hurry up and beat me so that I will not be able to fight in the future. It was precisely with this idea that these three generations of disciples became even more excited.
The Jin National Academy advocates martial arts fights.
As long as there is no life, everyone can fight as long as they don't lose. If you win, you will practice hard and fight back. Of course, martial fighting is a fight, not a fight of hatred. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can arouse everyone's fighting spirit, and the disadvantage is that it is easy to gather violence. But the academic institutions of various countries have the will of various countries, and look at the environment of the dynasty. The Jin dynasty was the lowest among the 10 countries, so in this environment, it is necessary to use strong strategies.
Boom!
At this moment, someone came to punch the fist was bright and filled with blue light. His whole temperament was like a ferocious beast. In an instant, Yi Ping attacked in an instant, and his fist shone brightly, like a golden light, like a sun, extremely dazzling.
Bang! Three generations of disciples took action.
He was like a rock, like an iron tower, with a very strong body, and his iron fist shining brightly, colliding with Yi Ping's divine fist.
Click!
The sound of fractures sounded, and the arm of the third generation disciple broke directly and was blown away on the spot. Not only that, the power generated by Yi Ping's body formed a terrifying impact force, like a huge catastrophe that collided with 1,000 kilograms, and dozens of people were directly driven away on the spot.
They coughed up blood as soon as they were struck by lightning.
Figures flew out one after another, and even these three generations of disciples could not resist under Yi Ping's divine fist.
Yi Ping was too fierce.
He destroyed the world between his fists and palms. His fists were like dragons, his palms were like gods, and his divine fists were invincible. There was a huge roar coming from each fist.
It almost shattered the void. This is Yi Ping's physical strength, which is so powerful that it is outrageous.
Once a physical practitioner condenses the chi and blood furnace, his magic power will be transformed into pure power. If he fights in close combat, he will be almost invincible unless he can also condense the chi and blood furnace.
Therefore, if you want to truly defeat Yi Ping, you can only siege.
This group of three generations of disciples know very well. Although they are shameless, they are not so shameless. After all, if they do not siege, then they will be almost impossible to win.
Because this is a mediocre battle, a battle between physical cultivation.
If it is a battle of Taoism, it will be different. There were hundreds of foundation-building monks, each with one move, and Yi Ping could not resist it.
But Yi Ping could defeat everyone with one move. Puff puff puff.
The 3 generations of disciples all fell to the ground like raindrops. They were coughing up blood and suffered serious injuries.
But fortunately, it didn't hurt the root cause.
At this moment, all the new disciples were confused.
They looked at all this in shock. They knew Yi Ping Meng. But I didn't expect Yi Ping to be so fierce. Can you even fight the 3rd generation of senior brothers? This is already outrageous. However, on the battlefield, some 3 generations of disciples are besieging Yi Ping.
Although they are shameless and use the method of fighting, they have a bottom line and do not use Taoism.
But for Yi Ping, this kind of battle has no meaning at all.
Although the body of this group of people is also very strong, compared to Yi Ping, it is simply fragile. Yi Ping condensed the qi and blood to burn the furnace, his energy and spirit were full, his fists were filled with golden light, and his body was surrounded by wisps of black gas, and his peerless and handsome face was like an immortal god. His body was terrifying, like a mountain, and no one could shake it when standing there.
This is Yi Ping's current strength.
With the blessing of the ancient gods and demon bodies and the ancient Zhulong seal, Yi Ping's body can be regarded as a human body magic weapon. The only regret is that Yi Ping has not truly achieved success in martial arts, otherwise why would he have to fight here?
You can defeat everyone in one move. Roar!
But at this moment, Yi Ping's spirit and spirit were united, and the furnace behind him turned into an extremely fierce dragon-shaped light, which was 10 feet tall.
All 3 generations of disciples were pulled away in an instant. No one can withstand Yi Ping's attack. He is too invincible and makes people desperate. In an instant, the martial arts venue has quieted down. Everyone looked at Yi Ping in a daze. The entire martial arts venue was quiet and fell into a dead silence. This is something that has never happened to the Qin National Academy of Sciences in history.
It was incredible that the new disciples defeated all the older generation of disciples, and Yi Ping not only defeated the 4 generations of disciples, but also defeated the entire 3 generations of disciples.
It's even more shocking. Senior brother Yi is invincible. Just when everyone was confused, a sound suddenly rang. It was Mo Xian's voice.
She was the first to come to her senses, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and excitement. She didn't expect that Yi Ping, who came in with her, would be so terrifying.
Mo Xian swallowed and she held her thigh. And as Mo Xian's voice sounded,
in an instant, all the new disciples couldn't help but come to their senses.
Soon, bursts of sounds sounded. Senior brother Yi is invincible. Senior brother Yi, you are such a tough guy. Is this too fierce, right? I have an illusion that our Qin National Academy is about to rise. You're not talking nonsense?
If you don't rise, then the Qin National Academy can close the door on the spot.
I thought I was the strongest among these new disciples.
It seems that I would give in to this position.
You are the only one? The strongest? Can you be more handsome?
The crowd was talking, and bursts of noise sounded. With his own strength, Yi Ping suppressed almost all the disciples of the 4th and 3rd generations of the Qin National Academy. Although it is just a physical force to suppress everything, no matter how it is suppression, no matter how hard it is to suppress Yi Ping's strength, no one dares to deny it at this moment.
At this moment. On the ring, Yi Ping looked at Li Yan and Su Chao.
Since they were injured by Yi Ping, they have been lying on the ground to watch the 3rd generation of senior brothers perform. Now that they felt Yi Ping's gaze, the 2 of them couldn't help but feel cold on their backs, and they subconsciously thought Yi Ping would continue to fight.
Thinking of this, Li Yan couldn't help but hold back the pain and quickly spoke.
Yi Ping, you have passed this assessment and there is no need to fight again.
Li Yan opened his mouth.
In his eyes, Yi Ping was almost a combat maniac, so he didn't want to give Yi Ping a chance to continue fighting.
Otherwise, if this continues, who can withstand Yi Ping's attack? On the ring, after hearing Li Yan say that the assessment was passed, Yi Ping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
It was not that Yi Ping did not dare to continue fighting, but that this crushing battle had almost no meaning.
So it's better to end it earlier. Thank you for your advice, brothers.
After the end, Yi Ping was not arrogant and domineering. Instead, he bowed to everyone, then stood up and walked towards a woman.
It's Princess Taiya. Yi Ping had seen the portrait of Princess Taiya, so he recognized Princess Taiya at a glance. At this moment, Princess Taiya was wearing the robe of a student from Qingyun State, and was heroic, less weak in women, but more heroic.
Princess Taiya has a very beautiful appearance, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is beautiful and beautiful. After all, he is a princess in a country, so the genes of the previous generation are naturally not bad. Looking at Yi Ping walking towards him, Princess Taiya was a little excited for a moment.
You are Li Yu's sister Liu, right?
Soon, Yi Ping came to Princess Taiya, ignored others, and looked at Liu and asked.
I have met senior brother Yi, and my junior sister is Liu.
When Liu heard Yi Ping shouting his name, his heart was beating wildly. After all, Yi Ping's attitude of sweeping everything was already imprinted in her heart.
Let me ask, is there any woman who doesn't like this kind of man?
Furthermore, Yi Ping has excellent appearance and temperament.
Who among all the female disciples of the 5 dynasties is not attracted to Yi Ping?
By seniority, Liu is my registered disciple. You are a generation younger than me, but we are all in Qin National Academy, so we will discuss our own opinions. It is also appropriate to call me a senior brother.
Junior sister Liu, can you take me to the sutra library of the school?
Senior brother wants to read the book.
Hearing Liu's answer, Yi Ping nodded.
He looked gentle and spoke ingeniously, which made people feel good.
Sutra Pavilion?
Okay, senior brother Yi, come with me, I will take you to the Sutra Pavilion. Liu was a little surprised and didn't know why Yi Ping wanted to go to the Sutra Pavilion, but soon she agreed and took Yi Ping to the Sutra Pavilion.
Thank you, junior sister.
Yi Ping thanked him, and the latter quickly shook his head and said, inside and outside, it is all the things that junior sister should do.
Brother Yi, don't be polite. Liu replied, and then said nothing more, and took Yi Ping away directly.
So, in full view of everyone, Liu took Yi Ping away. But when Liu left, she glanced at Li Yan and Su Chao, as well as the other 3 generations of disciples. She took Yi Ping away directly, a little overstepping the rules. After all, the senior brother didn't say he left, and as a junior brother, he was not allowed to leave without authorization.
This is the rule.
It was just when Liu's eyes fell on these 4 and 3 generations of disciples.
No one dared to look at Liu directly.
No one dared to stop Yi Ping's behavior.
Who dares to stop this? Are you really not afraid of being beaten?
Seeing that the senior brothers didn't dare to look at him, Liu immediately understood what it meant.
She didn't talk nonsense and took Yi Ping away directly. After leaving the martial arts venue, Liu, who was walking in front of him, couldn't help but speak. Senior brother Yi, you are simply too fierce. You are the strongest man I have ever met.
You don't know that these senior brothers are arrogant and domineering in their daily lives, treating us new disciples like maids and slaves, calling them and waving them away.
But when today is over, these senior brothers will probably be honest. Liu's voice sounded, looking extremely excited and excited. She was right.
These days, their new disciples have lived a hard life. Outside, they are all geniuses from all over the Qin state. Not to mention that they are among the people, but at least they are also considered to be superior.
Wherever they go, aren't they compliments?
But after coming to Qin National Academy of Sciences, they were all bullied and extremely uncomfortable.
Although the Qin National Academy does not need to be respectful, it will not oppress the disciples, right? On the way to the Sutra Pavilion, Yi Ping was a little curious.
He didn't know much about Qin National Academy of Sciences, which means that during the process of coming, Liu mentioned a few words.
If you can become a national academic institution, it should be the example of all sects in the entire Qin state, right? How to bully newcomers at will. This makes sense.
Senior brother Yi, you may have lived in the sect since you were a child and don't know anything about the outside world.
Our Jin National Academy of Sciences is a bit special.
After all, it is the most prestigious institution among the 10 countries. In the early years, Jin National Academy of Sciences was like an ordinary institution, and respectful. But later I found that this approach was difficult to truly inspire geniuses. In addition, the previous mansion owner was said to be from the Daxia Academy, so the teaching method of the Daxia Academy changed the concept of the Jin State Academy. I hope to inspire my disciples through this sense of oppression. Although this method has brought about many bad things, in the final analysis, the Jin National Academy has indeed cultivated many geniuses.
There is no doubt about this.
Liu spoke out,
explaining the problem of the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Hearing this, Yi Ping nodded slightly. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed the case.
After all, life is caused by suffering and happiness.
A university that can truly inspire everyone's fighting spirit must do this. Only by fighting for everything can you cultivate true geniuses. If all resources are provided by the sect and sect, you just need to practice hard. Even if you cultivate geniuses, it is just a flower in the greenhouse. But everything has its pros and cons, and it depends on the individual.
However, Yi Ping is not disgusted with this method. On the contrary, there is fun only when there is competition. If everything is done step by step, it will be a bit boring.
In this way, Yi Ping came to the Sutra Pavilion.
The Sutra Library of Jin National Academy is a pagoda with 8 floors in total. 9 is the ultimate number.
Even the Jin National Academy of Sciences still needs to avoid suspicion in this regard, so there is no 9-layer, but 8-layer.
Standing at the Lord of the Sutra, Yi Ping couldn't help but smile. Before he came, he had already figured out what he was going to do. Reading a book. Yes, it's just reading books.
After all, Yi Ping still doesn't know much about this world of cultivation. Yi Ping wants to fully understand something, at least he must know more than he is now.
Otherwise, I don't understand this or that. I have to ask others about everything.
If others are not annoyed, Yi Ping himself will be annoyed.
In addition, Qingyun Sect is a hidden sect, and there is no other relevant information except a Qingzhou Fengyun record.
From Liu, Yi Ping learned that the Jin State Academy not only gathered all the talents of Jin State, but also collected books from the entire Jin State Academy, whether it was secret books or strange stories.
The Sutra Pavilion can solve doubts.
So Yi Ping made up his plan.
First go to Jin National Academy to read books. Then let's see if you can understand the peerless sword intent hidden in the Jin National Academy of Sciences. If you can understand it, it will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is also why Yi Ping asked Liu to bring him here after the assessment. Junior sister Li, it's enough to send it here. You can go back and do your business.
I plan to stay here for a few days.
The Lord of the Sutra, Yi Ping looked at Liu and spoke.
He planned to read the book in the Sutra Pavilion for several days.
Okay, senior brother yes junior sister will leave first. If there is anything, junior sister will come to you again. Liu nodded in a very obedient manner. Okay, if there is anything, just come to find your senior brother. You are Liu's sister no matter what. If you can help, you will try your best to take action. Yi Ping nodded.
Thank you for your care, senior brother. Liu was happy, then watched Yi Ping walk into the Sutra Pavilion and then walked towards the martial arts field.
However, at this moment, inside the main hall of the school,
basically all the senior leaders of the Jin National Academy gathered in the main hall to discuss the matter of the 10 Kingdoms competition. In the hall, the palace master Li Moqing frowned and looked at everyone and said,
"The 10 Kingdoms competition is near.
Now, according to the information, Li Gua, Chen, and Shang have all produced peerless geniuses, and our Jin National Academy of Sciences are getting worse every year. If this continues, our Jin National Academy will sooner or later be eliminated by the 10 National Academy. If we don't find a way, I don't think there is any need for the Jin National Academy to exist." In the hall, Li Moqing's voice was a little excited.
He was a little angry.
He was in charge of the Jin National Academy of Sciences for 50 years and failed to cultivate a real genius, which led to the Jin State being at the bottom of the 10 Kingdoms competition.
How can this not make Li Maching angry?
But at this moment, before the other elders could answer, the door of the hall was suddenly pushed open. Terror! 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 Outside the gate, an old man with white hair shouted 3 monsters excitedly.
The sound rang.
In the hall, dozens of elders stood up one after another, with a serious expression.
What happened? Has the demon invaded? Is it the demon god sect that has attacked my gene state?
The elders spoke one after another, looking a little curious. Even the head of the mansion, Li Maching, couldn't help but stand up and stared at the old man. No, it's not the demon god sect, it's our Gene National Academy, and a demon disciple has come. It's called Yi Ping. He beat up the entire 4th and 3rd generations of disciples alone.
He condensed the chi and blood furnace in his early 20s.
The old man stuttered in excitement.
But the next moment, all the elders of the entire hall were confused.
End of this chapter.
Gene National Academy of Sciences. Inside the main hall, all the elders were confused. Especially Li Maching.
Just after this, the Gene National Academy of Sciences has not cultivated a decent genius in the past few decades.
Now is a genius sent? Do you want to be so lucky? Elder son, what do you mean? Let me explain it clearly. You condensed the chi and blood oven in your 20s? You are not dizzy in your old eyes, right? Is it true that one person beats the entire 4th and 3rd generations? Is it true or false?
Elder son, the lying person needs to swallow 1,000 needles.
Do you know this? After the elders came to their senses, a series of voices sounded. They were a little confused. What else can it mean? A monster came to our Gene National Academy. Didn't I preach to the 3 generations of disciples before?
After that suddenly came someone. He said that a new disciple defeated all 4 generations of disciples in one go and asked the 3rd generations of disciples to help. I was surprised when I heard this, and all the 3 generations of disciples who were attending the class ran over, and I followed him.
Do you know what I saw?
That Yi Ping was like a demon god, knocking away more than 12 or 3 generations of disciples with one punch, and his chi and blood turned into a furnace, which was unstoppable. I used the chi-seeking technique to look at Yi Ping.
Do you know what I saw?
Elder Sun said excitedly, and the elders' hearts were beating wildly after saying this, especially Li Maching, who was even more expectant.
What have you seen? Tell me quickly.
Yes, please speak quickly, don't speak for a long time. Don't argue, let Elder Sun speak slowly alone. The elders were anxious and wanted Elder Sun to finish speaking quickly. After a quarrel, Li Maching couldn't help but yell, letting everyone calm down and not interrupt Elder Sunday.
Elder Sun swallowed again. I saw the dragon.
This new disciple Yi Ping has the power of a true dragon, his magic power, his chi and blood, and his spirit, forming a dragon of luck. Master, brothers and sisters, son, have been practicing chi-seeking techniques for 350 years and have never seen the dragon of luck.
Do you know what this means?
There are records in ancient books that the body is complete, it can transform into a furnace, the magic power is complete, it can transform the world, the spirit is full, it can transform into the shape of a dragon, its luck is supreme, its fate is like a real dragon, it can condense the dragon of luck.
This dragon of luck represents a monk.
Whether it is magic power, physical body, energy, spirit, or luck, it can be formed.
This is a real monster, I have never heard of it in my life.
This time our Gene National Academy has really produced a dragon. Speaking of the last sentence, Elder Sun was so excited that his blood was rolling and his heart was beating wildly. He majored in the art of looking at chi, and he could use the art of looking at chi to observe a person's precise strength and potential, and even see a person's luck. This kind of master of chi has a noble status and is a guest of honor from countless sects and institutions of learning. He has a pair of wise eyes, and no genius can escape the eyes of such people. Therefore, everyone believed everything Elder Sun said.
It's just something that everyone doesn't understand. Elder Sun, tell us how strong Yi Ping is? In a way we can understand.
Li Maching spoke, but he didn't understand very well, just felt very powerful, but they didn't know how strong it was.
As Li Maching spoke, the elders also thought so, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on Elder Sunday. The latter pondered.
Then he said with an extremely serious expression. My brothers, there are records in the chi-seeking technique. There are 7 geniuses, 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 1,000, 1 in a king's destiny, an emperor's destiny, and an emperor's destiny, and it's like an immortal in the world.
Do you still remember Sikong Jian Tian?
His destiny is the king's destiny, and he was born as a king. However, Yi Ping was at least a natural emperor's destiny. After all, the 7th type is basically impossible to exist. To put it simply, Yi Ping only needs to give me some advice, not 10 years.
What a bullshit genius in the 10 kingdoms. Even the genius in the Daxia Academy will be dull. Do you understand this time?
Elder Sun said seriously, but after half of his words, he found that Li Macheng and others still didn't understand. Finally, he gritted his teeth and used the simplest words to describe Yi Ping's talent.
Sure enough, when he heard this, the elders were completely shocked. I said a lot of things before, but they couldn't understand them. But they understood most of the following sentences. Just give some advice? Can you punch the genius of the 10 kingdoms and step on the great Xia Junjie? I'm so scary? Elder Sun, is what you said true? Don't lie to me, I can't stand this stimulation.
Li Macheng swallowed, and he came to his senses immediately. You know, the 10 kingdoms competition is now in front of you. Even if you win the last place this time, it will not be eliminated by the 10 kingdoms academy, but the problem is, if it is several times in a row. Then the Jin National Academy of Sciences will really be disbanded on the spot. Especially since he is still 10 years away from taking office. If he loses this 10 national competition and takes a countdown, Li Macheng's face will be completely lost. Therefore, Li Macheng was the most nervous and wanted to have a genius from the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Master, why am I lying to you?
If you don't believe it, just go to the martial arts stadium to see it. Now the 4 and 3 generations of disciples are lying in the martial arts stadium and have not left yet.
Elder Sun was a little depressed.
But as soon as he finished speaking, shadows disappeared from the spot and flew towards the martial arts venue. To be honest, it's not that everyone doesn't believe in Elder Sun, but mainly because Elder Sun is so ruthless. The Dragon of Luck is born in the sky, and can give birth to the Emperor's destiny at once, and can give you some advice, and you can punch the genius of the 10 countries and step on the heroes of the Great Xia.
This is really exaggerating.
So in order to verify what Elder Sun said, I can only go and see it with my own eyes.
Soon, only Elder Sun was left in the entire hall.
The latter was stunned for a moment, and then followed immediately.
Martial Arts Performance Venue. In less than 3 breaths, all the elders arrived at the martial arts venue.
I saw hundreds of people lying under the martial arts field, each of whom was more or less injured, and all the new disciples were supporting them and sending them to heal.
And as the elders appeared, the disciples were all a little surprised. I've seen the elders. The new disciples spoke one after another. However, the disciples of the 3rd and 4th generations dare not speak. Some cannot speak, and some are embarrassed to speak. Seeing this scene, the elders looked at each other. At this moment, they completely believed what Elder Sun said. In an instant, the elders fell silent, and then someone came directly to Li Yan and said with great excitement. Who was you injured? This is Li Yan's master, he seems very urgent. Ah.
Li Yan was slightly stunned, but he replied subconsciously. Master, he is a new disciple named Yi Ping.
Li Yan answered truthfully and did not dare to lie. It's really Yi Ping, where is he now? The latter was even more excited. Where? It seems that I went to the Sutra Pavilion. Master, this time I am not as good as someone else's skills.
No wonder this junior brother, don't go and cause trouble for him. Li Yan replied, and at the same time he mistakenly thought that his master was injured and wanted to seek revenge on Yi Ping. He spoke out specifically to avoid his master from causing trouble to Yi Ping.
Wouldn't that be embarrassing? But as soon as he finished speaking, the latter couldn't help but speak. You are thinking too much.
My teacher wants to accept him as a close disciple, and you, Li Yan, can't even beat him a new junior brother. He is simply losing his face as a teacher. He is not allowed to leave Jingguo Academy this year. If I know that you leave Jingguo Academy, do you see if your teacher will break your legs? Li Yan's master scolded him angrily, and then ran directly towards the Sutra Pavilion. That's right, he is going to take Yi Ping as his disciple. A new disciple who swept through the third and fourth generations of disciples with his physical body is simply a monster. If he accepted Yi Ping as his disciple, wouldn't he have to fly? Just as Elder Sun said, if you give me some advice, Yi Ping can punch the genius of the 10 kingdoms and step on the great Xiaojunjie. If this is true, then when Yi Ping is invincible in the world, people will not only remember who Yi Ping is, but also know who his master is. Indirect nature is so famous all over the world, who can do this? But after watching Li Yan's master leave, the other elders also came to their senses. In a moment, all the elders disappeared again and flew towards the Sutra Pavilion. They were extremely excited, and they felt like they were going to grab the treasures, and they used their magical powers one by one. In the martial arts field, the disciples were a little confused. But the most uncomfortable ones are Li Yan and others. Seeing his master coming, I thought I would care about me or say something nice, but I didn't expect that I would be beaten up and scolded. Just scold me, but they all rushed to take Yi Ping as their disciples. How could they not feel uncomfortable? It's really angering to compare people. Among the Jin National Academy of Sciences, dozens of light flashed. Soon, Lord Sutra, these elders came in groups. They rushed to enter the Sutra Pavilion, quarreling while running. I looked at the celestial phenomena at night last night and found that there was one more star next to my life star. I was puzzled before, but now I understand. God wants to let me have multiple disciples. Brothers, can you give me some face? You don't know, Senior Brother Su, I calculated yesterday and found that I have multiple disciples during this period. I think it's Yi Ping. Brothers and sisters, God's will cannot be disobeyed, so you can give Yi Ping to me. Senior Brother Su, Senior Brother Zhang, are you still shameless? How many apprentices have you taken in the past few years? Isn't it too much? I haven't taken in a single apprentice in the past 10 years, and Yi Ping must give it to me. Give it to you? Which onion are you? Would you rather match it? Don't mislead your children then. It's better for me to take Yi Ping. You want to be bullied? I don't deserve it? Who is worthy of me? Don't blame me for being rude. How many disciples in the school can teach better than me? To be honest, Senior Brother Deng, you are really not worthy. I'll go, your uncle, I'll leave the words here today. Yi Ping must be my apprentice, otherwise I will leave Jinhua Academy directly. Okay, leave quickly, lose a competitor. It's pretty good. I informed the canteen to make less meals for one person today. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, more than 30 elders of Jin were quarreling endlessly, and they mocked each other, just to become Yi Ping's master. Quiet. However, at this moment, Li Macheng's voice sounded. His voice was as loud as a bell, and for a moment, the elders calmed down. When he came to the elders, Li Macheng frowned. He looked at everyone, his eyes full of anger. What a decent style. What a decent style. How decent are you? What kind of decent thing was Li Macheng's 3 roars? His eyes were full of anger, and he looked at everyone. Everyone was silent and stopped arguing. As the elders of the Jin State Academy, whoever you go out is not the most powerful figure in the Jin State? As a result, the argument here is red and even a fight is about to fight. Do you still take me as the head of the mansion seriously? Li Macheng pointed at everyone, and for a moment, the majesty of the palace lord was undoubtedly revealed. Master, I'm not other than that. Please make sense. Any genius from the school has been taken away by them. Now, there is finally another one. They still want to rob it. Is this fair? An elder couldn't help but speak and said this. Good birds choose trees to live on. Elder Su, it's not that we chose geniuses, but that geniuses chose us. It's that you can't do it yourself,
so those genius disciples will not choose you. Can you accept disciples if you can't teach well?
Yes, I agree with Elder Wang's words.
Besides, can the disciples we accepted before be called geniuses? If you like it, I will give them all to you, and you give Yi Ping to me. What does it mean that he gave Yi Ping to you? You don't ask me if I have any opinions? A good bird chooses trees to live on? I'm so laughing to death, you guys? Is that worthy? Why are you not worthy? Look at you, the old man, you seem to be very dissatisfied? You don't accept it and go out to fight? Do you dare? No, you mean that you don't think I dare not fight, do you? No one really thinks you dare to fight, right?
For a moment, everyone started quarreling again, full of gunpowder. It was really amazing what the scene would be like if a group of old men, who were hundreds of years old, would be fighting together.
But this is also normal. There are indeed no geniuses in the Jin National Academy.
Now a peerless genius has come.
Everyone wants to accept Yi Ping as their disciple. Shut up.
Seeing that these elders were about to quarrel again, Li Macheng couldn't help but curse and asked them to shut up. It has to be said that in the Jin National Academy of Sciences, Li Macheng, the head of the palace, was still a little majestic. As soon as he spoke, everyone was silent again and stopped quarreling. You group of people, all of whom are over 10,000 years old, and they still quarrel with 3-year-old children. It's simply a shame to my Jin National Academy of Sciences. This Yi Ping is indeed extraordinary and indeed a peerless genius, but if he sees you like this, to put it bluntly, even if he worships a stone as his master, it will be better than worshipping you. There is no elder style at all, nor is there any master style at all. Just like you, don't turn back and get a disciple but fail to succeed, it will make people look down on our Jin National Academy of Sciences. Li Macheng's words made everyone speechless. Indeed, if Yi Ping saw it, he might really make Yi Ping look down on the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
But they can't blame them.
After all, they have seen geniuses, but they have never seen peerless geniuses. For them, their own practice has no future, and believers are their only hope. They expect their disciples to surpass themselves. In this way, it is another way to pretend.
Then the Lord, what do you think you should do? Let's listen to you. Yes, Master, what do you want to do? Let's listen to you. Yeah, I'll listen to you, just tell me.
The elders nodded, and realized that they and others had just lost their composure. When everyone said this, the anger in Li Macheng's eyes gradually dissipated a lot.
You all listen to me, right?
Then, let Yi Ping learn from me for a while first, and it is the main thing to stabilize him.
Wait for a few days, for example, after a year or two, what will we do if Yi Ping chooses by himself?
Li Macheng spoke and tentatively expressed his thoughts.
Just say this.
In an instant, everyone's eyes became a little strange.
This made Li Macheng a little embarrassed. What do you think of me like this? Is my solution not good? If you have any comments, you can raise it. Why don't you talk? What do I want to do if I am so happy? Want to fight?
Li Macheng was getting more and more embarrassed when he was seen.
Okay, Master, I thought you were upright, but I didn't expect you to criticize us as a fool. Did you treat us as fools? Let Yi Ping follow you for a year or two first, then isn't Yi Ping your apprentice? I thought you had any solution. Lord of the mansion, that's it? Master, if you say that, I will disagree. I object, too. Master, you should go there with a cooler person in your affairs. You are not suitable for a believer. The elders spoke out, they were not stupid, so if Yi Ping followed Li Macheng, wouldn't he become Li Macheng's apprentice?
Everyone, why don't you give Yi Ping to me? I can guarantee that I will definitely let our Jin state win the championship within the 310 national competition.
How about it? I have to go 3 more. I have 2 more. Then I will go. Your goal is just a genius in this way. Brothers and sisters, I won't say anything else.
If Yi Ping becomes my apprentice, I will lead the Jin National Academy to glory within 100 years and become an existence no less than the Daxia Academy.
You want to brag, right?
I'm within 10 years.
How much have you drunk?
Okay, I'll let Jinghua Academy take off within a year.
Ha, one can be more and more than the other.
Okay, if Yi Ping is my apprentice, I will not only lead the Jin National Academy to become the #1 in the world of immortal cultivation, but also won the Yueshing to establish a branch office. I support Elderly, and he said he would take us to beat Yueshing.
The elders started to quarrel again.
They all stumbled on each other.
Li Maching was so angry that he had nothing to say and looked at everyone and said, "You are judging a gentleman with a villain's heart. Am I that kind of person? You guys look down on others too much, right?" Li Maching cursed.
Master, you are almost 300 years old.
Don't be so clever. We don't know who you are?
That's it.
Or what if we fight, whoever wins Yi Pingue? Okay, I'm fine in fighting. I don't agree.
We are all scholars, so fighting is so polite. We should not fight with politeness.
You Uncle One, just fight. Lord Sutra, the elders, argue endlessly.
But at this moment, Elder Sun's voice suddenly rang.
I have an idea.
With the sound,
everyone couldn't help but look at Elder Sun, with curiosity in their eyes. I don't know what Elder Sun has to do.
End of this chapter. Lord Jin State Sutra Collection.
The elders looked at Elder Sun, wondering if he had any good plans.
Feeling everyone's gaze, Elder Sun touched his beard and then slowly spoke.
You don't need to be so anxious at all. I don't think it's better. Let's go back alone and no one should use tricks. We will make a class schedule to teach Yi Ping one by one what we are good at. For example, what I am good at is the chi-seeking technique.
If Yi Ping likes the chi-seeking technique, he also thinks that I am more suitable to be his teacher. Then Yi Ping is willing to worship me as his teacher, so everyone doesn't have to fight. On the same contrary, if Yi Ping likes to refine alchemy, refine weapons, and formations, let Yi Ping choose it himself.
We don't need to argue with each other. Everything depends on Yi Ping's own wishes. What do you think?
Elder Sun spoke slowly. This was the only way he thought of. After saying this, the elders were a little surprised. They thought carefully and thought for a while.
Hey!
Don't say it, this method is pretty good.
This method is good, I think it's feasible. I think it's okay, it's pretty good.
Elder Sun, your idea is very good, hundreds of times better than the way the Lord of the Mansion.
It's feasible. This method is feasible. We teach part of it alone. Whether we can win Yi Ping depends on our own ability.
This is a great good word. The elders nodded one after another, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this method was very good.
Everyone has the opportunity to become Yi Ping's master, it depends on what kind of Taoism Yi Ping likes.
For a moment, everyone was full of confidence, and they believed that if Yi Ping was in their hands, they would definitely shine. But at this moment, someone suddenly spoke. But what if Yi Ping is so qualified that we can't teach him, but we are also taught by him?
An elder spoke and said this.
But as soon as these words were said, the elders couldn't help but smile contemptuously.
Elder Zhou, what you said is a bit too exaggerated, right? Although Yi Ping has excellent qualifications, he doesn't teach us, right? Yes, I don't believe it. I am the first alchemist in Jin State, and is it his turn to teach me? It's normal for you to look down on yourself. Don't look down on us? My first formation mage of Jin State, is he capable of setting up a formation that I can't set up? Thinking too much.
The elders disagreed with it, and Elder Zhou said nothing.
I think Elder Sun is right, just follow this meaning.
Everyone still felt that Elder Sun was right. The Lord of the Mansion also nodded and thought this method was very feasible.
Since that's the case, then according to what Elder Sun said, we will prepare a course schedule. Whoever can accept Yi Ping as his disciple will depend on whoever has the ability.
Now I will not argue here, so as not to be seen by Yi Ping.
I still think that I am impatient when doing things. What kind of discipline is it? Let's go back to the hall to discuss. Li Macheng said so. After all,
a genius finally came to the Jin National Academy.
If he quarreled like this, wouldn't he bend down when Yi Ping saw it?
As Li Maching spoke like this, the elders agreed and then followed Li Maching to the hall. Although this method is pretty good, the question is who will teach first, which is another new question.
Now I want to discuss this matter when I go back to the hall. And at the same time, inside the Sutra Pavilion,
Yi Ping sat cross-legged in a deserted place, with books piled up like mountains in front of him. Ancient people saw 10 lines at a glance, but Yi Ping saw hundreds of books at a glance. Hundreds of books were placed in front of Yi Ping, turning pages automatically, and a large amount of information poured into Yi Ping's mind. In the Jin Dynasty Sutra collection, there are 1,432,650 volumes of books. 70% of them are information, strange stories, and not secret books of the mind. Yi Ping gained a lot of knowledge by looking at 100 books at once. The more knowledge you get, the greater the change in Yi Ping's mood. That's it, time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days and 7 nights passed. And within these 7 days, the entire Jin National Academy of Sciences was discussing about Yi Ping. How can a new disciple not shock the Jin National Academy of Sciences if he defeated 4 and 3 generations of disciples in a row? Even the first and second generation disciples were alarmed, and I really wanted to see who Yi Ping was. But since Yi Ping went to the Sutra Pavilion 7 days ago, he has not come out, which makes people even more curious. However, the senior management of the school also issued an order as soon as possible to block Yi Ping's news and not allow discussion outside, but even so, some rumors spread. After all, there is no wall that cannot be penetrated in the world. It's just this day. Lord Jin State Sutra Collection. Li Yu's figure appears here. At this moment, Li Yu walked into the Sutra Pavilion with a light red post in her hand. Not long after, Li Yu saw Yi Ping. Not far away, Yi Ping was still flipping through books. He didn't close his eyes for 7 days and 7 nights. He read at least hundreds of thousands of books, adding a lot of knowledge. Seeing Yi Ping still reading books, Li Yu stood quietly aside, not disturbing Yi Ping, and did not dare to disturb Yi Ping. In this way, in a blink of an eye, another day passed. Finally, when Yi Ping finished reading the last book, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air.
8 days and 8 nights. 7095 432 books.
Yi Ping read 100,000 ancient books almost a day, and finished reading them all. This terrifying reading speed and reading volume are not something that ordinary people can do.
Only a monster like Yi Ping can read nearly 800,000 books in 8 days.
After a breath of turbid air was released, Yi Ping closed his eyes and took a rest. 80 hundreds of thousands of strange stories have given Yi Ping a new understanding of the world. From what the people use. As far as the saying goes, the fortune of heaven and earth. In the past 8 days, Yi Ping's knowledge has been greatly improved. It is precisely because he knows so much that Yi Ping's mentality has also undergone many subtle changes. However, what surprised Yi Ping the most was the information about this world. In Yi Ping's impression, the world of immortal cultivation should be a not-so-big world. People cultivate immortals and attain enlightenment, and then they will ascend to become immortals and become ancestors. But the world I live in is not that simple. In the novel, the cultivation of immortals is always very simple. There is a kind of thing that as long as you keep absorbing spiritual energy, when it is almost done, you can ascend to the fairy world. But the word becoming an immortal is extremely difficult and extremely complicated in this world. To describe the difficulty of cultivating immortals in one sentence, it was an immortal in 100 years, but now it was an immortal in 1,000 years.
The meaning is very simple.
In ancient times, someone could ascend to become an immortal within 100 years, but now an immortal can only appear for thousands of years.
This is the difficulty of becoming an immortal. And Yi Ping also learned about it.
The country I am currently in is called Jin State, and there are still 10 countries above.
Li State, Jin State, Jing State, Southern State, Qing State, Zhao State, Shu State, Yan State, Jin State, Wei State.
Among them, Ligua, Qingyun and Jinghua are the most famous, and Jinghua ranked 9th, which is the lowest. It is precisely because of knowing this that Yi Ping also increasingly recognized the teaching methods of Jinghua Academy.
they are already at the bottom.
If they do not reform and use extraordinary means, they will sooner or later be eliminated from the 10 countries. However, these 10 countries do not mean that there are only 10 countries, but the 10 countries with the strongest jurisdiction of the Great Xia dynasty, called the 10 countries.
Above the 10 countries is the Daxia dynasty.
That is the real country, which is called itself a dynasty, and the Daxia dynasty governs 321 countries, among which the 10 strongest countries are called 10 countries. Through the map, the Great Xia dynasty lies in the north, and further up is the entire world, and the entire world is also divided into 5 areas.
Daqian dynasty is located in the center of the world.
The Great Zhou dynasty ranks in the eastern part of the world.
Dali dynasty ranks in the southern part of the world. Day's dynasty ranks in the western part of the world. Daxia dynasty ranks in the northern part of the world. These are the 5 dynasties in the world that rule the entire world of immortal cultivation.
Of course, the 5 dynasties rule the world and still have other powerful forces, but the 5 dynasties are the most terrifying.
There are even more records in the world record.
There are also such as the Divine Palace, the Holy Land, the Demon Land, the Forbidden Land, the 33 Immortal Islands and the 3,000 Immortal Mountains. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a crouching tiger and a hidden dragon. But through these books, Yi Ping also knew one thing, that is, the battle for luck.
The so-called battle of luck is the most critical thing to become an immortal in this world.
According to classics, in ancient times, monks needed to become immortals and attain the immortal status, and could transcend the mortal body, transform into the body of the mortal body, and ascend to become an immortal. Therefore, one immortal in 100 years, or even one immortal in 10 years, has appeared. However, the glory of ancient times eventually declined, and there are many different opinions on the specific reasons, but no matter what, the glory of ancient times is really declined.
The immortal throne also fell.
Since the end of ancient times, the immortal throne has disappeared, resulting in tens of thousands of years no one has become an immortal. Until when the world believed that immortals could no longer appear in this world of immortal cultivation, there was an ancient dynasty emperor who ascended to the throne in full view of the public. For a moment, the world was shocked, and after hundreds of years of calculations, I finally discovered the opportunity to become an immortal. Luck. The age of ancient immortal throne has passed, and it is replaced by the era of luck. In this era, if you want to become an immortal, you are competing for luck. The competition for luck is not innate, but is recognized by heaven and earth. The easiest way is to unify the world, and dynasties compete for luck. If you establish a dynasty and unify the world, you will get the luck of God and become an immortal directly. You will not even become an immortal by one person, but a group of people will become immortals. If you are unwilling to use this method, you can also change it, such as the ultimate sword path, and use the supreme sword intent to attain the supreme immortal path. There are also formations and alchemy paths. No one knows what the specific model is, and there is no detailed record in the classics. The only thing you can know is that there are 3,000 great ways, and every line of proves the truth, as long as your ideas follow the will of heaven.
Therefore, the way of faith, the way of dynasty, the way of invincible, the way of learning the mind, and even the way of entering the Tao with literature. There is only one core point, that is competition. No matter which path you take, you must be the first. The luck in the world is limited, and it is impossible to distribute it to everyone, nor can it make everyone become an immortal. A powerful person has calculated that the fortune of heaven and earth can only allow a small number of people to become immortals in the same period of time. If a person becomes an immortal, then no one will definitely become an immortal for hundreds or even thousands of years in the next few hundred years. It is not because of insufficient strength, but because of insufficient luck. But if a dynasty ruled the world, it may lead to the immortal cultivation world entering a state of immortality for tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Some incredible things will even happen, which are extremely bad for the entire world of immortal cultivation. This is why so many sects fight against the imperial court. The major dynasties are not just about ruling other dynasties, they also want to suppress all sects and achieve true great unification. But the problem is that in the 5 dynasties, they dare not attack these sects for fear of causing any trouble. In short, this world is far bigger, more turbulent and more magnificent than I imagined.
It is precisely because of this that Yi Ping felt more and more that Qingyun Sect was amazing. Yi Ping not only reads this strange story, but also reads about the theory of qualifications, genius, cultivation, swordsmanship, etc. At this moment, Yi Ping realized how strong he was. Just like the theory of swordsmanship, it clearly divides the qualifications of swordsmanship. Those who have condensed sword power for 100 years are the best.
Those who condense sword power for 10 years are geniuses. Those who condense sword power in 1 year are geniuses of the country.
If a sword force condenses within 1 month, he is the supreme sword genius.
What about the sword gathering that day?
Even if Yi Ping didn't understand, he completely understood how strong he was at this moment. Whether it is realm, body, chi and blood, or swordsmanship, they are unparalleled existences. It is precisely because of this that Yi Ping understands more clearly how terrifying the Qingyun Sect is. Think about it, I am a useless man and can be so strong in just 3 months in Qingyun Sect.
If you have some qualifications, wouldn't you have to fly?
Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable.
But it doesn't matter, at least I'm pretty good now. Of course, after reading the book for so many days, Yi Ping guessed it very accurately. The Jin National Academy of Sciences is indeed very ordinary. There are no geniuses in the entire academy, and even the lords of the past dynasties are very ordinary.
However, Yi Ping had no regrets. Since his master asked him to come to Jin National Academy, he must have his plans. The supreme sword intent must be hidden here. But you need to understand it yourself carefully.
Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but determine the target. Understand the peerless sword intent.
After realizing it, leave and go back to the sect.
Of course, if you really understand the peerless sword intent, you can owe a favor to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. If there are any difficulties in Jin National Academy, you can help if you can.
When joining the Jin National Academy of Sciences, Yi Ping did not intend to become a disciple, but if he had realized the supreme sword intent, he would naturally owe a great kindness. It was at this moment that Yi Ping took back his mind. Learn too much at once and need to be digested slowly.
Ah. After stretching his waist, Yi Ping smiled. Sure enough, knowledge is power. After learning so many things in one go, I feel like I have sublimated the whole person. The most important thing is that you have learned so much and understand the basic things, so you won't say that you don't understand this or that. When doing things, you are timid and make yourself upset. Now that he understood, Yi Ping's mood also changed tremendously. Sublimation from the inside out. An indescribable sublimation.
At this moment, Yi Ping finally woke up from his thoughts, and soon he noticed Li Yu's figure.
Senior brother, are you awake?
Li Yu, who was standing not far away, couldn't help speaking immediately after seeing Yi Ping open his eyes.
Well, what's wrong with junior sister Li?
Yi Ping's smile seemed gentle, and he looked at Li Yu and asked like this.
Senior brother Yi, that's right. This is the lesson that the mansion owner asked me to send you.
Li Yu spoke and handed the lesson sticker in her hand to Yi Ping.
Class post? Yi Ping was a little curious and then took over this lesson.
Generally speaking, the Jin National Academy of Sciences was a senior brother in charge of his junior brother, and then every other month an elder would preach and receive his career. There has never been any comments on the class.
Yes, we were also surprised.
This class post was released by the school 7 days ago, and this has not happened in the past. But I heard that it was because of the 10 Kingdoms competition. The school wanted to strengthen its disciples, but it was not clear what the specific reason was.
Li Yu explained. Can you not go? Yi Ping took the class post and glanced at it. The time schedule was very full. Basically there is something to do every day. Senior brother Yi, this is the rule of the school. It is definitely not possible not to go. However, if senior brother Yi can get the best evaluation, you don't have to go again. Li Yu was a little amused and crying.
Generally speaking, when joining the Jin State Academy, you want to learn something well. The elders of the Jin State Academy basically represent the strength of the entire Jin State.
Every elder, who is not a stolen person in Jin State. What is the first alchemist in Qingyun State, and what is the first formation master of Qingyun State? If it weren't for these elders, to be honest, who would have left his hometown and come to Qingyun State Academy to study? Isn't it good to be in the sect? Are you a good review?
Yi Ping said to himself. He knew what the best evaluation represents.
The so-called excellent evaluation is actually an elder who teaches formations in alchemy. You have extremely high talent. If the elder says one thing, you can understand 3 sentences.
In this way, you can stop using it after almost studying for several months. It's not that you have learned everything, but to consider other students, you can only study other things by yourself.
It's impossible to say that you have learned it alone, but no one can learn it anymore, right?
Of course, if you are very talented, generally speaking, the elders will give you some small training to learn more. So this is what the best evaluation means. Thinking of this, Yi Ping nodded and then looked at the lesson in his hand.
The first column is Jiandao. Okay, I will participate on time tomorrow. I'm sorry, junior sisterly. Yi Ping nodded and said so. After saying this, Li Yu couldn't help but smile. Senior brother Yi, you're polite.
Oh, by the way, senior brother Yi, there will be a lantern festival in some days.
I wonder if senior brother Yi is interested. Many talented men and women will go there.
It is the most grand festival in the capital of Qin. After the notice, Li Yu suddenly spoke and invited Yi Ping to participate in the so-called Lantern Festival.
Lantern Festival, let's watch it then.
Yi Ping knew that Lantern Festival was the most solemn festival in Qingyun State. Qingyun State governed the country with culture and was more friendly and respectful to literati. Therefore, Lantern Festival is a relatively solemn festival in the hearts of literati in the 10 countries. But the most important thing at the moment is to understand the peerless sword intent of the Qin National Academy of Sciences. Compared with this kind of fun festival, Yi Ping still thinks that practicing is better.
Okay, then I'll wait a few days before asking my senior brother. There's no hurry anyway. Brother Yi, then I'll leave first. Li Yu spoke, then turned around and left. Wait for Li Yu to leave. Yi Ping continued to read.
But this time I read not the book of strange news, but the sword book.
That's it. In the blink of an eye. On the second day. At this time. It was not yet dawn.
At the Qingyun State Academy, Elderly came to the Qingyun State sword washing pool early, with his eyes full of anticipation. Because today, he is going to teach Yi Ping's sword technique. End of this chapter.
Qin National Academy of Sciences. Next to the sword washing pool.
Li Jiang stood on a cliff, and he looked at the group of Qin disciples under the cliff, with an extremely calm expression. He is the first sword cultivator of Qingyun State, with a perfect golden elixir, and he can condense the sword intent by half a step. Even half a step is a bit humble, and he can condense the sword intent by just a little bit. However, this little bit is a huge gap. To truly condense one's own sword intent, it takes an opportunity. It can be several years fast, and it may not be able to condense it in this life if it is slow. However, under the cliff, 400 or 500 disciples stood beside the sword washing pond, and they all raised their heads and looked at Li Jiang. Although the new disciples don't know who Li Jiang is, they also know that Li Jiang is an elder and have awe in their hearts. However, these 4 or even 3 generations of disciples were full of admiration for Li Jiang. Senior brother, who is this elderly? I feel very strong. Yes, it looks strong. Just looking at elderly, I feel an indescribable momentum. The new disciples couldn't help asking. As soon as these words were said, the 4th generation of senior brothers spoke out. Very strong? Haha, you are too ignorant. Elder Li Jiang is the first in the swordsmanship of Qingyun State. He learned the sword at the age of 5, entered the swordsmanship at the age of 10, and condensed the swordsmanship at the age of 12. Now he is 550 years old, ranking first in the swordsmanship of Qingyun State. It can be said that no one of the powerful swordsmen in Qingyun State does not respect elderly. A 4th generation of senior brothers spoke out and told elder Li Jiang's origin. But soon, 3 generations of senior brothers spoke up. Not only that, Elder Li is only one last step away from condensing his sword intent. As long as he takes this step, Elder Li will make a big splash.
Elder Li's sword intent is very terrible.
He has integrated the sword intent into his own realm.
Don't think that Elder Li is just the great perfection of the golden pill.
But in fact, as long as Elder Li condenses his sword intent, he can condense his nascent soul. At that time, the sword art can be at least included in the top 100 countries. A third generation of senior brother added like this, with admiration in his expression. As soon as these words were said, the new disciples couldn't help but be amazed.
You are lucky.
You can listen to Elder Li's preaching as soon as you come to Jin National Academy of Sciences. To be honest, I have only met Elder Li twice for 15 years in Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Yes, you disciples of the 5 dynasties are really lucky.
Every elder of the Jin National Academy is a famous existence in Jin, and every word they say contains the meaning of Tao. You must listen to Elder Li's words later.
For you, it will be of infinite benefit, and of course, it will be of infinite benefit to us.
I don't know if Elder Li is on a whim. Why did he suddenly want to come and preach? The disciples of the 3rd and 4th generations were talking about it because they did not expect that Elder Li would suddenly teach. Not only Elder Li, but other elders also opened Taoist platforms.
This surprised many monks in the school.
Hey!
Isn't that senior brother Yi Ping?
Just as everyone was sighing, a sudden sound suddenly sounded, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but look into the distance.
Far away,
a white robe appeared in everyone's eyes. This is Yi Ping, wearing a white robe, looks handsome, with excellent temperament, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, but there is no sense of sharpness. On the contrary, there is also a peerless Confucian temperament, which makes people feel extremely friendly. I haven't seen each other for a few days. Senior brother Yi has become a little more handsome.
Yes, it's so handsome.
Senior brother Yi is not only strong, but also looks extraordinary. He is really a peerless man. If I could marry senior brother Yi, I'm afraid it would be a blessing I have cultivated in my 10 lives.
Don't say that I'll marry senior brother Yi, even if I can become senior brother Yi's concubine, I'm willing.
The voices of some female cultivators sounded, and their eyes were filled with peach blossoms. They stared at Yi Ping, hoping to swallow Yi Ping directly.
No, can't you be more reserved? Isn't it just that you are strong and handsome? As for this? Yes, won't all women like handsome and powerful men, right?
I heard that people who are handsome are often scumbags who are just lying to your women's hearts.
Some male cultivators also spoke. Their tone was full of sourness. What can I do if I am a little bit bad? I am happy, I like it. Yes, even if it's just one night, I like it. It's better than following some ugly and scumbag people. Male cultivators are not scumbags, and female cultivators do not love them. Do you understand? Don't be so sad. Do you don't like you male cultivator who looks beautiful and has a very strong female cultivator? The voices of the women rang out and they fought back powerfully. After saying this, the male cultivators were silent. Because there is something to say, what these female cultivators said is really right. The new disciple is fine and can still speak. But these 3 and 4 generations of senior brothers are different. When Yi Ping appeared, their faces were full of embarrassment and shame. After all, I was taught a lesson by Yi Ping a few days ago. How could I not be embarrassed to meet again? I've met you brothers and sisters.
Yi Ping came to everyone, his tone was calm and he bowed gently.
I've met senior brother Yi. I've seen senior brother Yi.
Hearing Yi Ping's voice, all the new disciples bowed to Yi Ping together. Since Yi Ping took over all 4 and 3 generations of disciples in the martial arts field with his own strength, the position of the chief senior brother of the 5th generation has been established in their hearts. Therefore, when they saw Yi Ping, they treated Yi Ping as a junior brother and sister, extremely respectful.
Even this respect is not inferior to Elder Li Jiang.
But the few disciples of the 3rd and 4th generations were a little embarrassed. They didn't know how to answer, calling Yi Ping a junior brother, and they didn't have the shame. But if they want to call Yi Ping a senior brother, they have no face, so they can only nod their heads awkwardly and deal with it.
Senior brother Yi, do you still remember me?
At this moment, a woman in black came up and seemed very familiar.
It's Mo Xian. Of course I remember junior sister Mo.
Yi Ping still has an impression of Mo Xian, and the main impression is because of the name Mo Xian.
So I feel a little bit good. Senior brother Yi, I haven't seen you for a few days. I feel that your strength has improved again. I am really worthy of being a peerless genius. Mo Xian's personality is more familiar, and Mo Xian also wants to hold Yi Ping's thighs, so she speaks with diligence. Junior sister Mo is over-reputable.
Yi Ping smiled calmly, and Yi Ping was not disgusted with Mo Xian's praise.
After all, who would disgust someone who appreciates him? But, at this moment, on the cliff, when Li Jiang noticed Yi Ping's appearance, he was extremely excited.
You should know that 8 days ago, all the elders of the school decided the order of order in order to compete for whom Yi Ping first to teach Yi Ping's Taoism. What made Li Jiang feel happy and excited was that he became the first person to preach and receive knowledge.
So Li Jiang believes that he is Yi Ping Tian's destined master, otherwise why is he the first one? And not someone else?
It is precisely because of this that Li Jiang has prepared lessons for 8 days and has decided to teach Yi Ping's sword technique well. Shocking Yi Ping, if this happens, Yi Ping will inevitably feel that he is the strongest existence in the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
At that time, Yi Ping would not beg him to become a disciple?
Thinking of this, Li Jiang was excited. If all the disciples were not gathered here, Li Jiang could not say that he would laugh.
Ahem.
The next moment, Li Jiang retracted his mind and coughed gently, but the coughing sound attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, all the disciples could not help but look at Li Jiang, including Yi Ping, and he could not help but look at Li Jiang. Feeling everyone's gaze, Li Jiang slowly glanced at everyone, and he did not stay on Yi Ping for a while. Because he needed to rely on this indifferent style to attract Yi Ping. The Great Way is 3,000, and the sword is the most important. After seeing everyone, Li Jiang's voice slowly rang out. His voice was not loud, but he blessed his magic power, so it sounded in everyone's ears, in line with his indifferent temperament and an extremely sharp sword force. It does have the feeling of being a master of kendo. Everyone was amazed, their eyes full of expectations. But Yi Ping was the only one who frowned slightly.
3,000 great ways, swordsmanship is the supreme? Isn't this a bit exaggerated?
Yi Ping frowned because in his memory, whether it was the eldest, second, or even the third, they never said how strong their Tao was. Instead, it is believed that all the 3,000 great ways can enter the Tao. Even a person as strong as Su Changyuan's senior brother has never said the most important thing about swordsmanship.
Sure enough, the Jin National Academy of Sciences is not as good as the Qingyun Sect.
It seems that the sword meaning is not very strong for those who can say such words.
Yi Ping couldn't help but feel very disappointed. He thought that the elders of Jin National Academy of Sciences at least had some skills, right? But I didn't expect that I was so confident.
No wonder the Jin National Academy of Sciences has been declining.
Yi Ping thought of this. And on the cliff.
Although Li Jiang did not look at Yi Ping on the surface, Yu Guang kept staring at everyone, especially Yi Ping, who just wanted to see Yi Ping's expression. Everyone's expressions were shocking, and many people were even full of expectations, but Yi Ping frowned, which made Li Jiang confused.
What does Yi Ping frown mean? Do you think what I said is not good? This is impossible.
How domineering this sentence is, the 3,000 great ways, the swordsmanship is supreme.
Am I wrong? Oh, I understand.
Suddenly, Li Jiang suddenly understood. Yi Ping didn't think he was saying something bad, but what he said made Yi Ping think.
When ordinary people hear others talking, their first reaction is either to recognize or deny it. But a true genius will think about anything and have his own judgment ability when he hears it. Yes, that's it. TSK, it turns out that genius is different from ordinary people.
Li Jiang was even more amazed at Yi Ping in his heart.
But there is another person who frowned?
Why are you frowning with such a poor qualification? Oh, no, if you have poor qualifications, you will really frown. It is normal not to understand. Li Jiang withdrew his mind and did not continue to think randomly. Instead, he continued to speak. Today, I will teach you the true meaning of swordsmanship. Li Jiang spoke, and as soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a flying sword. The flying sword is golden and shines even more under the sun. The next moment, Li Jiang raised his hand, and for a moment, there were many sword shadows, and thousands of golden sword shadows appeared, flooding an area. The so-called sword art is supreme, while the true sword art emphasizes sword moves and sword power. So a truly powerful swordsman must know more sword moves. The more sword moves you have, the stronger your sword will be. There are 36,000 sword scores in the Sutra Pavilion. If one day you can understand them all, you can be included in the top 10 sword paths of Jin State. Li Jiang's voice sounded. He was teaching his teachings and gave a simple statement based on his own understanding of swordsmanship. But it has to be said that Li Jiang was indeed very pretentious when preaching. As soon as he made a move, thousands of sword energy were giving people an indescribable sense of oppression, as if everyone present would die here if the sword went on. Dare you ask elderly, if the ultimate sword art is to comprehend the endless sword moves? A disciple spoke and asked Li Jiang. On the cliff, Li Jiang nodded directly. That's right, the ultimate of swordsmanship is endless sword moves. When you practice swordsmanship, you will often get stuck in the bottleneck, not because you lack understanding. It's because you have learned too few sword moves, so naturally, it's easy to get stuck in the bottleneck. If you can master 30,000 different sword moves, then you can naturally condense the sword force. And if you can master millions of different sword moves, you can condense your sword intent. Li Jiang spoke like this. After saying this, the disciple showed a sudden look of enlightenment, but Yi Ping still frowned, and frowned even tighter. Because Yi Ping discovered that every word Li Jiang said was completely opposite to the senior brother's teaching of his swordsmanship. The more sword moves, the greater the power. There is no problem with this sentence. But the problem is that the breakthrough of swordsmanship is not based on swordsmanship. It's like when you comprehend the sword force, you only have 144 sword techniques. Even if it's Tianhe sword force, it's just a few thousand sword moves. Although I have not understood the sword intent, it has nothing to do with the sword moves. Instead, I have insufficient understanding of the sword intent and have not found my own sword intent. But everyone has their own understanding of kendo. Yi Ping understood this, so Yi Ping didn't say much. But there is one thing Yi Ping can be sure, that Li Jiang is not as good as his senior brother. This may be the difference between the peerless sword immortal and ordinary sword monks. Yi Ping thought of this. Elderly, how many sword moves have you learned? A disciple spoke and asked like this. As soon as he said this, Li Jiang couldn't help but look at this person more. Very good, a sensible disciple. Know what to ask. Well, I have average qualifications. So far, I have only learned 360,000 sword moves. Li Jiang spoke slowly. Although this sentence sounds a bit modest, it is actually full of pride. Sure enough, as soon as these words were said, the disciples were shocked again. What does this mean with 360,000 sword moves? Among them, the one with the best sword skills may only master 2,000 or 3,000 sword moves at most, right? Do you remember the 360,000 sword moves? Feeling the shock of everyone, Li Jiang was fine. Although he was a little proud, he still paid more attention to Yi Ping. Whether others are shocked or not, he doesn't care whether he is shocked or not, the point is Yi Ping. Yi Ping was shocked and he was satisfied. But when Li Jiang looked at Yi Ping a little, he found that Yi Ping was still locking his eyebrows, which made Li Jiang feel a little embarrassed. Why do you have to think about a question for so long? Can't you change your expression? Is it okay to give some reaction? Could it be that what I said was too exaggerated, that Yi Ping could not come back to his senses for a long time? Li Jiang thought in his heart. Thinking of this, Li Jiang continued to speak. Start a long discussion. In order to shock Yi Ping, Li Jiang almost said everything he had been in the bottom of the box. A shocking theory of swordsmanship. The group of disciples mentioned were fascinated.
But Yi Ping's brows were getting more and more frowning. The more I listen, the more I feel there is something wrong.
Imo Xian, who was standing beside her, was recording frantically, with a smile on her face. For others, this kind of preaching can make people enlightened and improve their personal strength, but for Imo Xian, this is something that makes money.
The experience of the most powerful sword cultivator in Qingyun State, if he recorded it down by himself, and then slightly modified it to a simple version, wouldn't he take off? But soon, Imo Xian noticed Yi Ping's expression.
As a keen secret writer, Imo Xian immediately felt that Yi Ping seemed to have some objections. Thinking of this, Imo Xian's voice couldn't help but sound quietly.
Senior brother Yi, what do you think elderly said? Imo Xian asked. I asked.
The sound rang out, and Yi Ping woke up from his thoughts.
He glanced at Imo Xian, and then looked at Li Jiang who was surging on the cliff. Finally lowered his voice.
Although Elder Li's sword technique seems good, it emphasizes form but not intention, and is not a superior sword technique.
Even a bad situation.
Yi Ping spoke, and he expressed his understanding.
Just say this.
For a moment, Li Jiang on the cliff was stunned. Under the cliff, all the disciples were stunned. The sword washing pool of Qingyun State suddenly became completely quiet.
Call. Call. A gust of wind blew, blowing wrinkles and washing the sword pool. Everyone was quiet. All eyes couldn't help but fall on Yi Ping.
Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. Yi Ping's voice was not loud.
But the problem is that everyone present is a monk, and the worst is a foundation-building monk. Stop whispering, you. Even if the mosquitoes flapped their wings 100 meters away, they could hear it clearly. What's more, Yi Ping would say it directly. Everyone was stunned. They really didn't expect that Yi Ping would dare to say such things?
Li Jiang is the #1 swordsman in Qingyun State. After practicing swordsmanship for 500 years, he can be said to have profound attainments.
Although everyone's kendo is different. But a new disciple dares to say that Elder Li Jiang's swordsmanship has fallen under the predicament?
Brother, we know you are a tough guy.
But can you not be so fierce? Elder, you dare to comment? Or do you go, what do you think? Don't talk about the disciples.
Li Jiang, who was on the cliff, was stunned. End of this chapter.
Jinguoxue University Sword Washing Pool. Everyone stood there. They knew that Yi Ping was very strong and that Yi Ping was a monster. But we can't just say that Elder Li Jiang's swordsmanship has fallen out, right? In any case, Elder Li Jiang is also the #1 in the swordsmanship of Qingyun State.
Li Jiang on the cliff was also confused. I stood on the top, with my mouth hanging on the river, my words were filled with lotus flowers for half an hour, and I even took out all the things under the box.
You actually said that my swordsmanship has fallen below the limit? Yi Ping, although you are a genius, you can't slander my swordsmanship? Yi Ping. What do you have to say, tell me?
On the cliff, Li Jiang spoke. He was not angry, but was curious why Yi Ping spoke like this. Li Jiang naturally could not be the kind of narrow-minded person who can become the #1 swordsman in Qingyun State and the famous elder of the Qingyun State Academy. Of course, Yi Ping said that his swordsmanship was inferior, and he had some grudges in his heart no matter what. It's just that Li Jiang can tolerate Yi Ping because Yi Ping is a genius, and genius has the right to question. Li Jiang feels that what he wants to do is to guide the genius.
Under the cliff.
Yi Ping also knew that he had made some mistakes. However, Yi Ping did not think what he said was wrong, but he simply ignored the fact that this was the world of immortal cultivation and was a little unrestrained.
Hearing Li Jiang's voice, Yi Ping bowed immediately. Please forgive me for your sins. The disciple is a little unrestrained, not malicious.
Yi Ping spoke. Li Jiang was a senior after all.
In terms of etiquette, Yi Ping must act like a junior, which is the way of a gentleman. It's okay, I'm not that stingy.
The Qingyun National Academy also advocates that disciples put forward opinions.
Yi Ping, if you have any opinions, you can put them forward. If you say it right, I am willing to accept it, but if you say it wrong, I am willing to give you some advice. Li Jiang spoke out.
Even so, he still wanted to accept Yi Ping as his disciple. He took this opportunity to let Yi Ping understand himself well and kill two birds with one stone.
Just say this.
Yi Ping was a little surprised, and his views on the Jin National Academy of Sciences had improved. After all, it is indeed rare to be an institution that can accept the opinions of disciples. Thinking of this, Yi Ping stopped hiding anything.
If he kept hiding, he would seem a little hypocritical. Elderly, my disciple thinks.
The heavy sword has no edge,
and the great trick is not skillful.
The wall stands thousands of feet high, and if there is no desire, it will be strong.
The sword tracking theory you just mentioned sounds very good, and even the sword-making technique used by the elders is extremely powerful.
But he focuses on form but not on intention, and he falls under the predicament. Yi Ping opened his mouth and his words became simple and clear. But the disciples didn't quite understand and couldn't figure it out for a while. But Li Jiang on the cliff was suddenly stunned.
The heavy sword has no edge. A great coincidence is not a skill. The wall stands thousands of feet high. Without desire, one will be strong.
Li Jiang was stunned. He didn't understand these 4 sentences at first, but after thinking for a while, Li Jiang couldn't help but be stunned. These 4 sentences were like a thunderbolt, exploding in my mind. The more Li Jiang thought about it, the more he felt that these 4 sentences were full of Taoist rhyme.
The heavy sword has no edge. A great coincidence is not a skill. The wall stands thousands of feet high. Without desire, one will be strong.
Li Jiang stood there in a daze, and these 4 famous sword quotes kept echoing in his mind.
And under the cliff.
Yi Ping looked at Li Jiang without saying anything, and then continued to speak. Students think that the real kendo.
We should focus on intention rather than form.
Whether 1 sword move, 10 sword moves, hundreds of sword moves, or even thousands of sword moves.
These are just changes in quantity.
A true swordsman does not lie in the many moves, but in the meaning of swordsmanship. Yi Ping spoke and told his own theory.
This theory is Yi Ping's own theory of practicing swordsmanship.
Although he mastered the endless sword diagram and could reproduce countless sword moves, Yi Ping did not think that more sword moves mean that this person is very strong.
Sword moves do not mean strong attainments in swordsmanship.
Only sword intent can determine everything. But what Yi Ping mentioned is not the meaning of swordsmanship, but the meaning of sword moves.
Yi Ping's voice sounded.
The disciples were confused on their faces because they could not understand Yi Ping's meaning at all.
But Mo Xian, who was beside her, nodded thoughtfully.
On the cliff, Li Jiang couldn't help but feel a little confused. He looked at Yi Ping. He seemed to have caught something just now, but it was difficult to catch it. It was like a ray of inspiration that suddenly appeared in his mind and disappeared, which made Li Jiang feel itchy and uncomfortable.
Can you be more specific?
On the cliff, Li Jiang spoke, and he looked at Yi Ping, his eyes full of confusion.
Can it be more specific? This question made Yi Ping a little confused about how to answer. He was silent and thinking. In the sword washing pool. Cloudless. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Ping. They were curious about what Yi Ping could say. And at this moment,
Yi Ping woke up from his thoughts.
He thought about what to say.
Use the one that the elder brother teaches himself. At that moment, Yi Ping spoke. His voice was not loud, but it rang in everyone's ears like a big bell of Huang Lu. The sword has 3 levels. The first level is to see the mountains as mountains, and see the water as water. Sword cultivators at the first level always believe that the more sword moves there are, the greater the power they are. They learn a lot of sword moves until they are endless.
This is the lower sword technique. The second level is to see mountains not mountains, and water not water.
Sword cultivators at the second level do not care about the number of sword techniques. On the contrary, they believe that powerful sword techniques can be just one move, so they will integrate what they have learned throughout their lives into one move. The third level is to see the mountains as the mountains, and see the water as the water as the water. This is the true supreme sword art.
Everything returns to nature. Thousands of sword techniques can be transformed into one move,
and one sword technique can be transformed into thousands. Yi Ping spoke and said the supreme sword technique that Su Qianyu had told him. But I still saw that everyone was still a little confused. At this moment, Yi Ping didn't say much. He took a step forward. In an instant, a flying sword appeared in Yi Ping's hand. Boom! With a shocking sound. The flying sword in Yi Ping's hand instantly turned into 84,000 sword moves. This is a sword move deduced by the endless sword picture. Yi Ping also reads a lot of sword scores in the Sutra Pavilion, and has also deduced a lot of sword moves before. Now he has mastered 84,000 sword moves. The terrifying sword shadow seemed to cover the sky and the earth. Yi Ping's sword force burst out with unparalleled pressure at this moment, and all the disciples present looked shocked. Especially the third and fourth generations of disciples. They knew that Yi Ping's body was extremely strong, like a real dragon walking in the world, but what they didn't expect was that Yi Ping's sword technique was so strong. Supreme sword power. He actually condensed the supreme sword force? So many sword moves? What kind of monster is he? Forget it, even if he has a strong body, his sword skills are so terrifying. More than 80,000 sword moves, but I always feel that I have good sword skills. I have learned 1,500 sword moves at a young age, but when compared with Yi Ping, I suddenly feel like I am a waste. Stop talking, I feel so too. This sword force is too strong. I have an inexplicable feeling, as if under this sword force, I don't even have the chance to draw the sword. Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked at Yi Ping in astonishment. Their sword force that shocked Yi Ping actually contained so many sword moves. However, what shocked them even more? When Yi Ping raised his sword, the entire sword washing pond suddenly became strong and the terrifying sword shadow covered the sky and the sun. The powerful sword force made Li Jiang shocked him. But, in a moment, all the sword moves disappeared, replaced by a white light. 84,000 sword moves turned into a sword move in an instant. Looking at mountains is not mountains. Looking at water is not water? Someone screamed and instantly thought of the second level that Yi Ping had just mentioned. The infinite sword moves are transformed into poverty, and the 100,000 sword moves into one move. Just now, I felt that Yi Ping's sword was very strong, and it felt majestic, but now Yi Ping's sword moves give me an extremely terrifying feeling. That's right, I feel like I still have a glimmer of hope in Yi Ping's sword posture before, but I feel that this sword posture is irresistible. Is this the mountain not the mountain, and the water not the realm of water? The same realm, the same sword move, but the power exerted by different sword intents is actually several times different. Is this the second level of realm? It's hard to imagine, it's really hard to imagine that the same sword moves in the same realm can actually be improved so much with the transformation of the sword intent. People were shocked and they looked at Yi Ping. Perhaps before, they didn't understand the three levels of realms that Yi Ping mentioned, but at this moment, they completely understood how terrifying these three levels of realms were. However, at this moment, the sword in Yi Ping's hand transformed again. Boom! As a blazing sword light slashed out, in an instant, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to 10,000. The infinite sword move exploded directly at this moment. A series of sword energy appeared above the entire sword washing pond, and its power was several times stronger than before. Boom 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 boom. Flashes of thunder sounded, and each sword energy exploded in the sky, making a terrifying sound, causing everyone to tinnitus. Everyone in the Jin National Academy heard the loud noise. The power of this sword is even close to the attack of the golden pill. It's creepy. Everything was quiet. Everyone was silent. Everyone just stared at Yi Ping blankly. Yi Ping taught everyone a good lesson. A true kendo lesson. I don't care about sword moves or cultivation, but about sword intent. Before this, they all believed that sword intent was not something that ordinary people could practice. But today Yi Ping subverted their perception. Anyone can condense the sword intent, and anyone can master the sword intent, but this sword intent is not the other sword intent. On the cliff, Li Jian was completely stunned. Yi Ping's theory of the three realm completely overturned his lifelong swordsmanship. For a moment, Li Jiang suddenly felt that he wanted to understand something, but he could not grasp this inspiration. Li Jiang felt very uncomfortable and frowned. After thinking hard, Li Jiang finally looked at Yi Ping and said in a tone of advice.
Can you be more specific?
Li Jiang himself felt embarrassed. He was the first sword cultivator in Jin State and asked for advice from a new disciple.
This was indeed a bit embarrassing. And under the cliff.
Yi Ping was a little silent. He looked at Elder Li Jiang and spoke. Elderly, although you have mastered 360,000 sword moves, but there are many sword moves, it is messy.
It is better to forget everything and forget everything. All sword techniques will be abandoned, and you may have different insights.
Yi Ping spoke out. This was his advice to Li Jiang.
What if you learn more sword moves? It is better to forget all this.
Only by abandoning these sword moves and changing the concept of sword principles can you take a completely different path. But as soon as these words were said, the disciples were shocked first.
Forget all the sword moves?
You should know that Elder Li Jiang is most proud of is his sword move.
Let him forget, isn't this 500 years of hard work ruined?
Indeed, when Li Jiang heard Yi Ping's words,
his body couldn't help but stiffen. Forget all the sword moves?
This was an unparalleled blow to him. He practiced hard for 500 years before he condensed 360,000 sword moves.
This is what he is most proud of. It's his own way.
Now he can't bear to let himself give up his own way. But seeing Yi Ping's extremely clear eyes, after thinking about the 3-level that Yi Ping had just used, Li Jiang's eyes were still full of hesitation.
He can't bear to leave it. He is reluctant to let it go.
Let yourself forget all sword skills, this is to destroy your own martial arts. He hesitated, falling into deep hesitation.
He didn't know what he should do. It's just at this moment. A sound suddenly rang. This is Yi Ping's voice. Elder Li. Not destruction, no one can establish.
The sound is loud, like the Huang Lu de bell, like the wisdom of the Buddha, and also like the supreme Taoist sound. This sound was like a lightning bolt, passing through Li Jiang's mind, and it was even more like a thunderbolt from the blue, which made Li Jiang shocked.
No destruction or establishment. No destruction or establishment. No destruction or establishment. Hiss. The next moment.
Li Jiang widened his eyes, and the hesitation and reluctance in his eyes turned into shock.
Soon, Li Jiang took a deep breath.
He stood on the cliff and looked at the flying sword in his hand. Then, in full view of everyone, Li Jiang slowly threw the flying sword in his hand to the ground.
Clang!
As the flying sword landed on the ground, Li Jiang closed his eyes.
For a moment, the sword moves in his mind disappeared bit by bit.
60,000 sword moves are constantly disappearing. It is difficult to learn, but for monks like Li Jiang, it is easier to forget.
In the sword washing pool, everything is calm and quiet. All the disciples were waiting here, and the elders didn't say they could leave, and they couldn't leave without authorization. However, half an hour later,
above the sky, a bunch of black clouds suddenly appeared. The dark clouds covered the sky, covering the entire Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
At this moment, the wind was blowing, the sand and stones were flying, and the sound of ancient trees was rustling. Under the cliff of the sword washing pool, the disciples looked at Li Jiang with curious eyes.
Clang 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 clang. Clang 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 clang.
At the same time, suddenly, sword sounds sounded. The flying sword at Li Jiang's feet was the first to tremble, and the sound of the sword sounded. Soon, under the cliff, the flying swords in the hands of all the disciples began to tremble.
This is a controversy. The swords are fighting.
At this moment, Li Jiang forgot all the sword moves in his mind at this moment. He didn't have a sword move in his mind, nor any memory of the sword. He seemed to be a beginner, returning to nature.
Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom.
Above the sky, black clouds covered 3,000 miles, not only covering the entire Jin State Academy, but also the entire Jin State capital, were covered by dark clouds. In the dark clouds, lightning flashed, and electric snakes shuttled and intertwed, forming a terrible threat.
Clang 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 clang. Clang 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 clang.
In an instant, all the swords and weapons in the Qin National Academy began to contend.
In the main hall of the school, the elders are discussing something.
But at this moment, the sword weapons of everyone in the entire hall began to vibrate, and the sound of sword sounds came.
What's going on? What happened? Why did such a terrifying sword suddenly appear? The elders were surprised and didn't know what was going on.
But soon, the head of the palace, Li Moqing, suddenly had shock in his eyes, and stood up and said in a lost voice, "Elder Li is going to condense his sword intent." His voice rang. All the elders of the entire hall were stunned.
Concentrate the sword intent. This is not a trivial matter.
They knew what kind of sword skills Li Jiang practiced, and they needed to comprehend millions of sword techniques in order to condense the sword intent. Moreover, Li Jiang tied his sword intent and realm together. If Li Jiang condensed his sword intent, his cultivation could directly break through to the realm of the nascent soul. Not only that, everyone in the Qin National Academy of Sciences knew that Li Jiang could have condensed his sword intent long ago, but he has not condensed his sword intent for a long time. It was because he wanted to condense a powerful sword intent, not an ordinary sword intent. It is precisely because of this that Li Jiang has been stuck in the great perfection of the golden pill for 200 years. However, suddenly, the sword intent was gathered, which was unexpected by everyone. Even everyone thought that Li Jiang might not be able to condense his sword intent in this life. But unexpectedly, Li Jiang was going to condense his sword intent silently.
Go and have a look.
Li Moqing spoke, then turned into a ray of light, pushed open the door and rushed towards the sword. Soon, the elders of the hall rushed towards the sword washing pond like crazy. Their eyes were full of shock. The next moment, Qin State's sword washing pool.
Dozens of elders appeared. They quietly stared at Li Jiang on the cliff.
Li Jiang was wearing a blue shirt, his eyes closed as if he was enlightened. In the entire Qin National Academy of Sciences, all the swords and weapons were fighting, and the terrifying controversy was deafening.
The sky is like ink. Lightning and thunder.
There was even more strong wind on the ground, sand and stones flying, and all the ancient trees were shaking.
Everyone's eyes fell on Li Jiang.
Their eyes were full of curiosity and expectation. However, the thunder clouds in the sky are getting denser and darker. 100 feet of lightning flashed by, like a giant dragon, giving an indescribable horror and pressure, which made people feel inexplicably creepy. However, at this moment, Li Moqing's face suddenly changed, and then the voice sounded.
Sword intention thunder tribulation. This is not a strange phenomenon, this is a sword intention thunder tribulation. As Li Moqing's voice sounded, everyone present changed drastically. Even Yi Ping couldn't help but be slightly shocked.
The so-called sword intent and thunder tribulation. It is the thunder tribulation that only occurs when the sword powerhouse condenses the supreme sword intent. As long as there is a thunder tribulation, the sword intent condensed can be called the supreme sword intent.
Boom! The next moment, a thunder tribulation as thick as a bucket hit Li Jiang.
End of this chapter. The Qin State Academy, including the Qin State capital, has 3,000 miles of dark clouds covering the sky and the sun, and lightning and thunder. Whether it is the Qin State Academy or the Qin State Imperial Capital, many powerful people sensed this terrifying scene. The most nervous one was the Qin State Palace, but when he knew that it was the elders of the school's institution that wanted to condense the sword intent, the entire Qin State Palace breathed a sigh of relief.
In the school, next to the sword washing pool,
Li Moqing stared at Li Jiang in a daze. As the head of the Qin National Academy of Sciences, he knew what Li Jiang was doing, but as Li Jiang's friend,
Li Moqing understood more clearly what condensing sword intent means to Li Jiang.
Li Jiang's realm has always been stuck in the nascent soul realm. He needs to condense his sword intent to break through to the nascent soul realm. But Li Jiang has been stuck in this realm for a total of 500 years. The so-called 1,000-year-old golden elixir and 10,000-year-old infant.
The lifespan of a Jindan monk is about 1,000 years. In other words, Li Jiang's lifespan is only 500 years left. The more you drag it to the back, the harder it is to break through. If Li Jiang has not condensed his sword intent for another 200 years, then his path will come to an end. But everyone in the entire Jin National Academy knows that the sword intent condensed by Li Jiang must be very strong. He is the #1 swordsman in Jin State. Therefore, his sword intent is definitely much stronger than ordinary sword cultivators. Today, Li Jiang quietly gathered his sword intent, which was a good thing for the Jin National Academy of Sciences and the entire Jin nationality. But Li Macheng was a little sour. Although he had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, the problem is that once Li Jiang condenses his sword intent, his future achievements will definitely surpass himself. He was so sad, and he was also very curious about how he was so good that he suddenly wanted to condense his sword intent. But at this moment, above the rolling sky with dark clouds, a ray of lightning as thick as a bucket fell. It slashed directly on Li Jiang. This is the sword intent and thunder tribulation. Someone exclaimed and felt extremely shocked. Everyone in the Jin National Academy was shocked. No one expected that Li Jiang could actually attract the sword intent and thunder tribulation. This time, let alone all the disciples, the senior executives of Jin National Academy, that is not shocking. Even the king of Jin, who stood outside the hall in the Jin Palace, could not help but show a shock. Is this a sword track thunder tribulation? The king of Jin opened his eyes widened. He seemed a little old, but wearing a dragon robe, he could form an indescribable majesty temperament. When you go back to your majesty, it's indeed a sword track thunder tribulation. My Jin state is really going to produce a dragon this time. Next to the king of Jin, there was a middle-aged man with a national face, and he was arrogant without anger. He was wearing a python robe and a long gem sword tied with a waist. His status was obviously noble. Sword intention thunder tribulation, I didn't expect that such an existence could be found in Jin State. I really don't know what happened. However, no matter what, this is a good thing for our Jin State. This 10-country competition can at least be included in the top 5. Transfer my will and reward the Jin National Academy of Sciences. The king of Jin spoke slowly, and the shock in his eyes gradually retracted. The middle-aged man next to him nodded and said, "Abide by the order." After saying this, he couldn't help but look at the lightning bolt above the sky, his eyes full of envy. The sword intent itself is extremely difficult to condense. A sword cultivator may often take hundreds of years to cultivate to condense the sword intent. This is still a genius of sword cultivator. For ordinary sword cultivators, it is impossible to condense the sword intent of swords. The condensed sword intent is naturally divided. The strongest sword intent is that when it condenses, it will cause thunder disaster. Now Li Jiang has forgotten the 360,000 sword moves, and will not break or set up. He cuts off the past path and chooses a new path. With his thoughts, he condenses his own supreme sword intent. Clang 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 clang. The swords and weapons of the entire capital of Jin were fighting. 3,000 miles of dark clouds covered the sky and the sun, and the Jin National Academy of Sciences was even more violent. The lightning as thick as a bucket hit Li Jiang. On the cliff. When lightning was about to fall on Li Jiang, suddenly, the flying sword at Li Jiang's feet appeared in his hands. The heavy sword has no edge. A great skill is like a skill. As Elder Li Jiang shouted loudly, a terrifying sword burst out, and he drew his sword at a very fast speed. Sword stances and sword shadows resisted this thunder tribulation. This is the first level of realm, seeing the mountains as mountains, and seeing the water as water. At this moment, 360,000 sword moves were all out, turning into an extremely surging sword river, directly shattering the thunder catastrophe. Boom! The second lightning struck, several times more fierce than before. People were amazed that under the might of heaven, ordinary people could not resist this kind of thunder tribulation. Even if they were not the ones who passed the tribulation, they could feel this terrifying pressure when they stood in the distance. But among the crowd, only Yi Ping was watching the thunder tribulation with an extremely calm expression. The wall stands thousands of feet high, and if there is no desire, it will be strong. When the second thunder tribulation falls.
Elderly Jiang set out his sword again, and all his sword techniques disappeared at this moment and turned into a sword technique. The extremely blazing sword light soared into the sky, shattering the thunder directly.
This is the second level of realm. Seeing mountains is not mountains, and seeing water is not water.
Li Jiang has always been deducing sword moves, based on sword moves, constantly learning and breakthroughs, but it is precisely because of this that he is lost. It made him forget the true morality of kendo.
Now at this moment, he chose to forget everything, but this kind of forgetting is not a complete forgetting, but a combination of 360,000 sword moves into one move. This sword illuminated the entire capital of Jin. Everyone saw the power of this sword. All the disaster clouds above the sky were completely shaken away. The sky is clear. There is no third thunder tribulation. And an unparalleled sword intent appeared behind Elder Li Jiang.
This sword intent was almost solid and exuded a huge pressure, making everyone present unable to help but be frightened.
Elder Li Jiang passed by. He survived this sword in the thunder tribulation. Successfully condensed his own sword intent. Even at this moment, a terrifying impact force spread out from his body. The golden elixir in his body also broke in an instant and turned into a baby. Elder Li Jiang's strength also broke through to the nascent soul realm in an instant.
The bottleneck that has troubled him for 500 years is like a bamboo shoot at this moment.
At this time, the sky is clear and the wind is calm.
On the cliff, Elder Li Jiang was reborn, and under the cliff, countless people witnessed this scene with their own eyes.
All the swords are no longer fighting. Instead, calm, and indescribable calm. The disciples don't know how strong Elder Li Jiang is.
But the elders of Jin National Academy could tell at a glance how Li Jiang's strength had become.
Powerful. Very strong. Too strong.
Although Elder Li Jiang had just broken through the nascent soul realm, his strength had increased by at least 100-fold. Even the cultivators in the middle stage of nascent soul or even the late stage of nascent soul among them could not compare to Li Jiang. Especially Li Macheng, he knew very well that after Li Jiang condensed this sword intent, the position of Jin State as the number one was completely confirmed. Not only that, it can also be included in the top 10 among the 10 countries. Yes, the top 10 in the 10 countries is because of this supreme sword intent. This is not a small breakthrough, it is a qualitative leap. The top 10 countries in the 10 countries are so terrifying that this name is, if you put it outside, it can shock countless people. He became sour, completely sour.
But, before everyone can congratulate you,
Elder Li Jiang, who was on the cliff, came to his senses.
Swish!
The next moment, Elder Li Jiang appeared in front of Yi Ping. In front of everyone, Elder Li Jiang knelt down to Yi Pingxing and then spoke with a strong and powerful voice.
Disciple Li Jiang, thank you for your teachings.
Li Jiang knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Li Jiang could not be unexcited by breaking through the bottleneck, reaching the nascent soul, and condensing the sword intent. He has been trapped in this realm for 500 years, for a full 500 years. To be honest, Li Jiang has never had any fantasies about condensing the sword intent. But if he follows the path he took before, even if he gives himself 1,000 years, he will not be able to do this. Both Li Jiang and others know this very well. However, today, Yi Ping gave him some advice to get out of the predicament, break through the bottleneck, and condense the supreme sword intent.
How could he not be excited? How not to be shocked?
He was willing to call this disciple, and he was willing to take Yi Ping as his teacher.
This kind of kindness is greater than that of heaven. But Li Jiang's call of master surprised everyone. Especially Li Macheng and other elders of the academy. Didn't Li Jiang teach Yi Ping's sword technique and want to accept Yi Ping as his disciple? How did Li Jiang become a disciple of Yi Ping? What does this mean? You condensed the supreme sword intent and ranked first in Jin State. Do you take Yi Ping as your teacher? All the senior executives were confused. The other disciples were also shocked. They knew the causes and consequences, but they did not expect that Li Jiang would actually take Yi Ping as his teacher? Is this a bit exaggerated? Under the cliff.
Yi Ping looked at Li Jiang, who was kneeling in front of him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Elderly, don't do this. You're my senior, how could I accept you as my disciple?
Yi Ping spoke, looking helpless. He just said a few casually about the concept of swordsmanship. He couldn't accept this disciple, and he didn't want to accept it either.
No, there are no seniors in the school.
Master Yi just mentioned a few words, but I allowed me to break through the realm and understand the truth. This kind of kindness is greater than that of heaven, and it is reasonable to worship you as my teacher.
I hope the teacher will not dislike the disciple's stupidity.
Li Jiang ignored the worldly eyes and still knelt on the ground, begging Yi Ping to accept him as his disciple.
Elderly, I really can't accept you as my disciple.
Besides, I already have a sect, and I have no right to accept disciples. Also, what I said just now is not my insight, but my senior brother's insight. Yi Ping spoke and immediately explained that he really didn't want to accept Li Jiang as his disciple, nor could he accept him as his disciple.
But when everyone present was shocked. Not your perception? Whose sense is that? Your senior brother?
Who is your senior brother? The disciples of the school were a little surprised, and the elders of Jin almost understood what was going on through these few words, so when they heard Yi Ping's words, they were also surprised.
Li Jiang, who was kneeling in front of Yi Ping, was most shocked. He raised his head, looked at Yi Ping with confusion and said, "Senior brother? Kindness."
Yi Ping nodded and mentioned Su Changyu. Yi Ping said with admiration in his eyes, "All the sword skills I have learned from my senior brother." Yi Ping said with a serious expression.
Then who is your senior brother? Li Jiang couldn't help but continue asking.
He could see that Yi Ping's swordsmanship was extremely extraordinary, but what he didn't expect was that the person who taught Yi Ping's swordsmanship was actually Yi Ping's senior brother, and he thought he was Yi Ping's master. The peerless sword immortal, Su Changyu. Yi Ping spoke slowly and revealed Su Changyu's identity.
Su Changyu?
When Yi Ping said the three words Su Changyu, everyone present couldn't help but look curious. They had never heard of this name.
But for some reason, it sounds amazing. I dare to ask, where is your senior brother now?
Li Jiang continued to ask. He wanted to meet Su Changyu. But Yi Ping immediately shook his head. My senior brother is a peerless sword immortal. He lives in seclusion in the mountains and travels around the mountains and rivers on weekdays, and I don't know where he is. Yi Ping explained that he did not know where Su Changyu went, so he could not introduce it. At this moment, Li Jiang's eyes were full of disappointment, but soon, Li Jiang continued, if there is a chance, can fellow Daoist Yi introduce it? Yi Ping insisted on not accepting disciples, so Li Jiang did not continue to insist, but he did not have the shame to call Yi Ping a junior, but called him a peer.
Well, if I have the chance, I can see if I can invite my senior brother to the school to preach and receive knowledge for you. Yi Ping nodded and could only answer this way.
But it's another matter whether Su Changyu can be invited.
That's when
Yi Ping suddenly spoke.
Elderly, I wonder if the teaching time is over? Yi Ping asked. Oh, and, fellow Daoist Yi, don't be polite. If you don't dislike me, just call me Lao Li.
You and I are the same generation and are called elders, and I are a little unfamiliar. Li Jiang stood up and he spoke quickly.
Since that's the case, then I will take my leave first.
Yi Ping spoke out. Although Li Jiang said that, Yi Ping still didn't want to mess with this generation, so he would be polite as much as he should.
Okay, fellow Daoist Yi, if there is anything in the future, you can come to me directly.
Li will remember this kindness in his heart no matter what, and will never forget it. Li Jiang said so excitedly, breaking through the realm in a row, condensing the sword intent, or the supreme sword intent. How can Li Jiang not be excited and excited?
Get a definite answer.
Yi Ping bowed and said goodbye. But this time, Yi Ping did not go to the Sutra Pavilion, but returned to his residence, in a separate yard.
There is a peerless sword intent hidden in the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
Yi Ping has never forgotten this matter. He originally wanted to see if he could find any relevant information from the Sutra Pavilion, but after searching through the Sutra Pavilion, he found no records of the peerless sword intent. Yi Ping simply planned to understand it by himself. Yi Ping believed that since the Jin National Academy has the peerless sword intent, it is absolutely impossible to hide it in the book. If it were hidden in the book, it would have been discovered long ago. Therefore, this sword intent should be hidden in the Jin National Academy of Sciences. As for where he was hidden, Yi Ping didn't know, and he could only perceive it through his own perception. It is precisely because of this that after Yi Ping returned to his residence, he sat cross-legged and began to realize the sword intent, hoping to sense this peerless sword intent.
And after Yi Ping left, inside the sword washing pool,
the other elders also came to their senses completely. They all came forward to congratulate Li Jiang, their eyes full of envy.
But many elders still couldn't help asking Li Jiang what was going on.
Li Jiang did not hide anything, and directly told the elders about the ins and outs of the matter.
After saying that, all the elders were shocked.
The heavy sword has no edge, and it is a great skill.
The wall stands thousands of feet high, and you will be strong without desire.
After hearing the whole story, Li Macheng couldn't help but stand still, looking extremely shocked, and recited these two sentences repeatedly. Who would have thought that a new disciple would have such achievements in swordsmanship? They were shocked.
But in the end, I didn't know what to say.
I didn't expect that my disciple's sword skills were so terrifying. Good, very good.
An elder spoke and couldn't help but say, "Do you want shame? Return it to your disciple? It's obviously my disciple." I laughed. "You are worthy of it?"
"That's right, Yi Ping is obviously my disciple."
"Stop arguing, stop arguing. It doesn't matter who Yi Ping is, as long as I am his uncle."
The elders started arguing again. They believe that although Yi Ping is extremely terrifying in his sword skills, the problem is that they are not practicing sword skills. Whether Yi Ping's swordsmanship is strong or not has nothing to do with them. After all, they have their own goals.
However, Li Jiang couldn't help but speak.
For some reason, I suddenly felt that this Yi Ping was not as simple as we imagined. I suggest you give up the idea of accepting him as your disciple. Li Jiang said this and suggested that everyone dispel this idea as soon as possible. Just as he said this, the other monks couldn't help but chuckled.
"Elder Li, Yi Ping's swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary, but can it be said that his alchemy technique is also very strong?" "Yes, even if his alchemy is strong, it is impossible for the formation to be strong, right? There must be my teacher when three people walk. I don't believe that all of us can teach Yi Ping yet,"
the elders said confidently. Li Jiang did not argue, but was rushing to go back and stabilize his cultivation. In this way, everyone gradually left.
Soon, what happened in the school today was spread in an instant.
First of all, the Jin National Academy of Sciences. Under the publicity of more than 400 disciples, Yi Ping gave advice on Elder Li Jiang's affairs, which were very mysterious and had various versions. Then there was the Jin Palace. At first, only the king of Jin knew about it, but soon all the civil and military officials, from the major princes and princesses, no one knew about it. Even in less than half a day, all the powerful people in the entire Jin state heard about this. For a moment, Yi Ping's name spread throughout the capital of Jin. Everyone was inquiring about Yi Ping's deeds, but as everyone investigated, they found that Yi Ping was actually the master of the Prince of Jin. For a moment, the court surged. However, none of this affected Yi Ping.
But on the second day, a message came out. It alarmed the 10 countries and attracted heated discussions, and even directly overwhelmed what Yi Ping did yesterday.
End of this chapter. The Immortal Martial Arts Era, May 25. As a message appeared, it swept over the top leaders of 10 countries, causing endless heated discussion. A genius from the south was only 18 years old. He practiced the ancient dragon and elephant technique to reach the 6th level, condensing the body of the Yuan Xiang. The ancient art of the great dragon elephant is the #1 body refining technique in the 10 countries. There are 13 layers in total, each layer is a level of heaven and earth, without any qualification requirements or any restrictions. But for ordinary monks, it takes 20 years to practice the first level, 40 years to practice the second level, 40 years to practice the third level, for 80 years to practice the third level, 40 years to practice the 4th level, and 4th to practice the 5th level, 320 years to practice. As for the 6th level, it requires 640 years of hard practice. The time for each level to increase in the future will need to double. If it is normal to practice to the 13th level, it will take more than 80,000 years. 80,000 years, this is simply an extremely terrifying number. Moreover, the ancient art of the great dragon elephant has almost no effect on the first 5 layers, which can only enhance the body and lay a good foundation. Moreover, the practice process is extremely difficult and requires you to practice at all times. You have no time to practice the mind method or do other things. But once you step into the 6th level, it will be a qualitative ultimate transformation. The 6th level of the ancient dragon and elephant technique can condense the power of the ancient Yuan Xiang, between the fists and palms, the power of the mountains, the infinite magic power, and suppress everything. If the practice process was not extremely difficult and hard, the ancient art of the great dragon elephant was not just the first physical refining technique in the 10 countries, but it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the first physical refining technique in the great Xia body refining technique. However, even so, many people practice the ancient art of the great dragon elephant. Unfortunately, almost 10% of the monks were stuck in the first 3 levels. Even if someone was lucky, it would have no effect to break through to the 4th level. Only the 6th floor can be considered as entering the hall and becoming a master, which is no less than condensing qi in blood oven. There is even a saying that goes: cultivators who can condense qi in blood furnaces may not necessarily practice the ancient art of the great dragon and elephant, but practicing the ancient art of the great dragon and elephant to the 6th level will definitely be able to condense the qi in blood furnaces. A monster appeared in the southern country. He was only 18 years old and condensed a furnace of qi in blood. It was famous for 10 countries for a while. Even people in the Great Xia dynasty knew about this news. 18 years old, the 6th level of the ancient art of the great dragon elephant, this is simply the monster among the monsters. A normal monk needs to practice for 640 years, but the problem is that you put all your energy into the ancient art of the great dragon elephant. You don't have any time to practice, nor do you have any time to learn other Taoisms. Can you live to be 640 years old? Even if you swallow some special medicinal herbs, force yourself to extend your life to 640 years old, and break through to the 6th level of the great dragon elephant ancient technique, what can you do? A normal genius, who has practiced for more than 600 years at least in the golden elixir realm. No matter how strong your body is, can you block thousands of Taoisms? How many people can be like Yi Ping, with their realm against the sky, their physical body against the sky, and their swordsmanship against the sky? Therefore, practicing the 6th level of the great dragon elephant ancient art at the age of 18 really shocked the entire 10 countries. But what really shocked is not this, but this evil genius, who threatened to challenge all the heroes of the 10 Kingdoms Academy before entering the ancient art of the great dragon elephant. Including Junjie of Nandwa, to put it bluntly, everyone in his own country has to fight. For a moment, the world suddenly realized that this monster in the southern country wanted to build an invincible foundation, cultivate the heart through battle, cultivate the method through battle, and cultivate the boxing through battle. In this way, a heart of invincibility is established. Thus, quickly break through to the 7th level of the great dragon elephant ancient technique. So when this news spread, all the 10 countries were shocked, and the universities and governments also felt an unparalleled sense of oppression. What is the dispute over the school? The disciples are fighting for. Whoever disciple is powerful means who has a strong academic institution. The southern country itself is the forefront of the 10 countries. Now that such a genius has emerged, it makes people feel even more desperate and stressful. In short, as soon as the news came out, the 10 countries were already making noise. Take Jin State as an example. Originally, there were discussions in Jin State that Yi Ping was giving advice to Elder Qingyun. This topic could last for at least half a month, but it was just because of this incident. The entire Jin State was talking about the evil things of the southern state. One is shock, the second is envy, and the third is despair. It is a monster to shock the other party. He can practice the ancient dragon and elephant technique to this level at the age of 18. Envy is not me, and it is even simpler as to despair. The 10 countries are not 10 countries, but the 10 strongest countries among the more than 300 countries. Even if it is the last, it is at least the top 10. The stronger the country, the more it has in the hearts of the great Xia dynasty and the better the benefits you enjoy. Disciples of the Southern Kingdom enjoy privileged treatment anywhere. Knowing that you are from the Southern Kingdom, the court runners will be courteous to you.
But if some people from small countries cannot enjoy this kind of treatment?
Over the years, with the changes in the new policy of the king and hard work, the state of Jin has gradually improved, and it is expected to jump into the top 5 within 100 years. But if the Southern Kingdom had such a genius, it would probably be impossible to enter the top 5 if it was given another 5 years. However, although this news spread throughout the 10 countries overnight, everyone was still waiting for the result.
Waiting for the monster of the South can really defeat the 10 kingdoms successfully? If this is true, it will make people despair.
Fortunately, Qin State, Li State and Jing State also have peerless geniuses. If the monsters in the Southern Kingdom really dare to challenge them, they might be defeated in Qin State. According to reports, the monster of the Southern Kingdom plans to start with his own school, and his next goal is to go to Qin State, from high to low, and push them all the way.
And at this moment,
in the main hall of Jin National Academy of Sciences, the palace Lord Li Maching sat in the main seat, and the entire hall seemed depressing and dull.
The other elders in the hall couldn't help but frown.
They were originally busy with what they were doing, but suddenly they were called by the lord of the palace, which made them a little curious and surprised. Even the elders who were in seclusion were awakened. It was obvious that something big happened, otherwise it would not have been like this.
Master, what happened? Why did we suddenly call us? Yes, Master, did something big happen? About the evil spirits in the south?
After the elders appeared, someone finally couldn't help but ask the lord of the mansion what had happened. Seeing the elders arrive one after another, Li Maching finally spoke.
It's not a monster in the south, it's a bigger thing than this.
Li Maching spoke, and as soon as he said this, all the elders in the hall were shocked.
What a bigger thing than the evil spirit of the Southern Kingdom? A monster appeared in the southern country.
They knew it immediately and felt unprecedented pressure. But what I didn't expect was that it was even bigger than this. For a moment, the elders were both curious and nervous.
Master, don't keep it a secret. What's going on?
Yes, what happened? Everyone seemed very curious and couldn't help looking at the master of the mansion. Li Maching didn't keep it a secret anymore and looked at everyone and spoke slowly.
The princess of Daxia is missing in Jin State, and the current locked range is Qingyun.
Li Maching spoke, and with just one sentence, the faces of all the elders present suddenly changed.
What? Princess Daxia is missing in Jin State? Master, you're not kidding, are you? This is a big deal.
Why don't we know that Princess Daxia has come to our Jin State?
Which princess is it in Daxia?
The elders spoke one after another, as if they were struck by lightning.
The Daxia princess disappeared in Jin dynasty, which is no small matter.
At the least, one is ineffective in supervision, and at the worst, all kinds of crimes are included. Even if the most unpopular princess disappears from Jin, the great Xia dynasty will inevitably punish Jin.
This kind of punishment cannot be withstood by the Jin state. 10 princesses.
Li Maching answered, and the elders breathed a little relieved, and their faces calmed down slightly. Everyone knows that the 10th princess of Daxia is not a favored princess, and is not even favored at all. It is heard that the 10th princess of Daxia was sent by the enemy country to assassinate the emperor of Daxia. Later, the assassination failed and eventually committed suicide in the palace, leaving behind a baby in the cradle. The royal family is ruthless. Besides, the mother of the 10th princess of Daxia, assassinating the emperor was a great crime. If the emperor of Daxia had not been a little old love, otherwise even the innocent princess would have been sentenced to death. Therefore, the 10th princess of Daxia has not been favored since she was born. Although she was a beautiful daughter of heaven and a princess of the Daxia dynasty, her status was extremely low. But no matter what, she is also a princess in Daxia. Everyone still understands this, but the punishment is just the degree of the punishment.
Looking at the expressions of the elders, Li Moqing's face couldn't help but become serious. Did you all breathe a sigh of relief when you hear that this is the 10th princess who is not favored by Daxia? Li Moqing spoke and expressed their thoughts. But without waiting for the elders to answer, Li Moqing continued to speak. If it is really just a princess of Daxia, it is indeed nothing big, but the problem is that a few months ago, the Daxia dynasty and the Days dynasty betrothed the Daxia princess to the third prince of Days in order to establish diplomatic relations in depth. Li Moqing said this. For a moment, the elders' faces became even more ugly. Royal engagement? Why don't I know about such a big thing? Didn't the Days dynasty and the Daxia dynasty have been conflicting on the border? Could it be that they were marrying for border conflicts? It should not be just for border conflicts. Now the Daxia dynasty is in internal and external troubles. The Daxia dynasty needs help everywhere. And at that level, what they think is definitely not something we can guess. The elders were talking and speculating. But Li Moqing shook his head and said, the marriage is too much involved and has nothing to do with us. Yesterday I discussed with the monarch for a day and a night. It is said that the third prince of the Days dynasty fell in love with Princess Ten of Daxia because of a glance, but it would be okay if the third prince of Days was also an unpopular prince. It's just that the brother of the third prince of Days is the crown prince of the current dynasty of Days. He is extremely favored. 70% of the officials of the dynasty support him. He is destined to dominate the world in the future, and he is also extremely doting on his third brother. So if the Daxia dynasty cannot complete this marriage, the Days dynasty will also tear down the diplomatic relations with the Daxia dynasty as soon as possible. Now, among the 5 major dynasties, the Daqian dynasty and the Days dynasty are becoming stronger and stronger, while the Dali dynasty and the Dazhou dynasty are also ready to move, but the Daxia dynasty seems to be isolated. Besides, over the years, so many things have happened inside and outside the Great Xia dynasty. There are even major demon sects appearing on the border, and it is very likely that the world will be in chaos. Li Moqing spoke slowly, but when he said this, Li Moqing shook his head again. However, these things are just random guesses, and you don't need to think too much. The biggest trouble for our Jin state is that if the Daxia princess disappears and the marriage is not completed, the Daxia dynasty will inevitably be damaged. At that time, the Great Xia dynasty will definitely punish Jin state severely, which will be an unstoppable disaster for both the Jin court and the people of Jin state. I'm asking you to come here today, hoping that you can take action personally to find the whereabouts of Princess Daxia. And I have already discussed with the monarch. The monarch has sent all the Qianlong guards to Qingzhou to search. The most troublesome thing about this matter is 3 points. First, it cannot be made public. This matter involves the power of the Great Xia Emperor, a dignified princess of a country. If it disappears in Daxia and is spread, I don't know how many people will lose their heads. Secondly, after investigation, this matter has a huge relationship with the demon god cult. Even the demon god cult raided the 33 states of Jin state to confuse our Jin state, causing the Jin state to be unintentional to pay attention to this matter. Now the demon god cult is too conspiring, and no one knows what they want to do, but the only thing they know is that if the Daxia princess is not rescued, the danger of Jin state is as great as it is. Third, seeing people but not seeing corpses, the 10th princess of Daxia must live and cannot die. If she dies, Jin will change the world, and it is not an exaggeration to remove the 10 countries. Once the marriage fails, the Days dynasty will always be responsible for this matter in anger. Speaking of this, Li Moqing sighed deeply. He stood up and looked at everyone and said, if this happens, I and the king will go to the Great Xia dynasty. But everyone, there are traces of the demon god sect in this mission, so when you go this time, you will probably never return. Li begs you again, and he would rather die than take the princess of Daxia back. She represents the entire Jin state, hundreds of millions of people. Li thanked him. Li Moqing stood up and bowed deeply to the elders. In fact, there was one thing he did not say: the 10th princess of Daxia disappeared. The Daxia dynasty was already furious, and even the Daxia imperial edict had appeared in the hands of the king of Jin yesterday, and the imperial edict was only 2 simple sentences. The princess returns and the prince ascends the throne. If the princess does not return, there will be no Jin in the 10 countries. The meaning is very simple.
Even if the princess returns and is safe and sound, the king of Jin will pay the corresponding price and voluntarily abdicate and allow the prince of Jin to ascend the throne. But if the princess doesn't return, there will never be Jin in the 10 countries. The simple 16 words are the biggest blow to a country. Li Maching did not say this sentence. He did not want these elders to be under pressure, but he understood more clearly that this matter was related to the fate of the entire Jin state. At this moment, the 10 kingdoms competition and the monsters of the southern kingdom are just the past.
In the main hall. Seeing Li Macheng's posture in public, all the elders stood up one after another. Dozens of eyes looked at Li Macheng, and finally the 32 elders bent down and bowed to Li Macheng. We will bring the princess back. They spoke, and finally added calmly. It's better to die. The sound rang out, and Li Macheng's waist bent deeper. No one would know that a huge crisis was shrouded in the sky of Jin state. But no one would know that above the sky of the great Xia dynasty, there were not clear skyscrapers, but dark clouds. That day, hundreds of elders from the Jin National Academy left quietly without interruption. The Jin National Academy of Sciences is still as usual, without any change, and no one knows what happened. Neither knowing nor fearless. The next day, as the sound of the rooster crowing sounded, a ray of sunlight pierced the darkness and fell on Yi Ping. In the courtyard, Yi Ping opened his eyes, and his clear eyes were filled with peace. One night of understanding made Yi Ping's sword skill slightly improve, but Yi Ping did not notice the peerless sword intent after the night of understanding. Not even a trace was noticed. This made Yi Ping a little regretful, and he couldn't help but feel respect for Su Changyu again. After a night, I didn't even see the shadow of the peerless sword intent, and the eldest brother could actually detect the peerless sword intent. If Su Changyu had not mastered the peerless sword intent, I'm afraid I've realized it long ago. Sure enough, the peerless sword immortal is the peerless sword immortal. And in the morning, a sound came from outside the door. It was Li Yu's voice. Senior brother Yi, today is Elder Su's morning class. Are you here? Li Yu's voice sounded, not very loud. In the courtyard, Yi Ping immediately stood up. After taking out the lesson, he took out the lesson and glanced at it. He knew who Elder Su was. The elder of the Alchemy of Jin State Academy is also the first alchemist of Jin State. Yi Ping was indeed quite interested in alchemy. Although it was obvious that Elder Su's alchemy skills were obviously not as good as his second senior brother, Yi Ping was still willing to listen to the class. After all, I am not as good as my attainment in alchemy skills. Let's see what Elder Su wants to say and whether he can learn from it. Of course, if you really can't learn anything, Yi Ping will find a way to get an excellent evaluation, so that you won't have to listen to it in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but get up and push open the door. After the door was opened, there were not Li Yu outside the door. There were 4 people, 3 women and 1 man, and one Yi Ping knew one. Mo Xian. Yes, it's junior sister Mo Xian. Among the 4, Li Yu obviously dressed up a little carefully. Li Yu, who was already pretty, looked much better after carefully dressing up. As for the other 2, one of them looked small and delicate, and the only man looked young, but it can be seen from his temperament that he obviously has a good identity. Have you met senior brother Yi? Li Yu, Mo Xian, and the other 2 bowed to Yi Ping as soon as possible, their eyes full of admiration. I've met you junior brothers and sisters. Yi Ping also returned a gift, then walked with everyone with a gentle smile to the teaching location. End of this chapter. Senior brother Yi, this is junior sister Zhang Lin, the daughter of the mighty Marquis of Jin State. This one is Jiang Ping, the prince of the Jiang family in Jin State. In the Jin National Academy of Sciences, Yi Ping was walking with everyone, and Li Yu introduced the 2 of them to Yi Ping. I've met senior brother Yi. With Li Yu's introduction, the 2 of them quickly spoke and bowed to Yi Ping. In the eyes of their new disciples, Yi Ping is not just the chief senior brother of the 5th generation, he is like a god. I've met too. Yi Ping also returned the gift. But the next moment, Li Yu's voice continued to sound. Senior brother, do you know that there was a peerless genius in the south? Li Yu spoke out and asked Yi Ping. A peerless genius in the south? Yi Ping's eyes were a little curious, he really didn't know about this. Yes, senior brother Yi, you may not know yet. A news came from the Southern Kingdom that a peerless monster had appeared in the Southern Kingdom Academy. He was only 18 years old and had practiced the ancient art of the Great Dragon Elephant to the 6th level. Li Yu spoke out and said this. The ancient art of the Great Dragon Elephant? Have you practiced to the 6th level at the age of 18? In the Sutra Library, Yi Ping read millions of scriptures and knew what the ancient art of the Great Dragon Elephant was, and even Yi Ping had studied it. After all, the ancient art of the Great Dragon Elephant is extremely special. It is the #1 physical refining technique in the 10 countries. The more powerful it goes on. Yi Ping still remembers that the ancient art of the Great Dragon Elephant is 13 levels in total. If you practice it to the 10th level, you can have extremely terrifying power. The power of a punch can break mountains and break the void between a palm. The 6th level of the ancient art of the Great Dragon Elephant is the watershed, and each level in the future is a difference between heaven and earth. So when Yi Ping heard this news, he was really surprised. Yi Ping is now different from the usual ones. He doesn't know anything or nothing. On the contrary, Yi Ping knows a lot. Yes, senior brother Yi, geniuses are just like not having money these days. This is just the southern country. The top 3 of the 10 countries, Chen, Li and Jing, must be crouching tigers, hidden dragons, but they just didn't say it. That is, our gene state is a bit bad. Li Yu nodded, answered Yi Ping, and complained about gene state. But soon, Jiang Peng's voice sounded. Senior sisterly, in fact, our gene state is not without geniuses. I heard that, of course, I just heard that when the Great Xia dynasty was the most glorious, it held a battle of destruction and suppressed many sections. And many of these powerful sects are crisscrossing among the 10 countries, many of them have come to our gene state, but they have hidden their names and don't know where they are. Jiang Peng spoke and told a secret. The battle of destroyment? In an instant, everyone's curiosity was swelled up, especially Yi Ping, because he heard the 4 words hidden name. Feeling everyone's curiosity, Jiang Peng didn't keep it a secret and said as he walked. The so-called battle of destruction should be a matter of hundreds of years ago. If the whole thing needs to be explained clearly, it must start from 2000 years ago. The predecessor of the Daxia dynasty was the Daying dynasty. But the Daying dynasty did not follow the will of heaven and did not respect the public's opinion. The last lord of the dynasty was even more a monarch who violently brutally led to the people's misfortune and was eventually replaced by the Daxia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty followed the will of heaven and respected the public's opinion. It even produced 9 wise monarchs in a row, so that the Great Xia dynasty flourished to the extreme. Until decades ago, when a peerless heavenly secret divined the secrets, it was calculated that the 10th monarch of the Great Xia dynasty would be the king of the whole world. We will unify the 5 great dynasties, pacify all the chaos in the world, and become the #1 emperor from ancient times to the present. So this is the folk rumor that the 9th generation of Xia emperor was the 10th generation of wise king of Daxia. So the battle to destroy fortunes was launched, suppressing all the powerful immortal sects of the Great Xia dynasty, and even killing them all, in order to plunder the sect's luck and then use the supreme formation to condense the fate of the Great Xia country. Bless all this terrifying luck in Xiaohou at that time, and Xiaohou was already pregnant with a son. Sure enough, on the day when the son of Queen Xia was born, endless strange phenomena appeared in the Daxia palace, such as golden lotus gushing, and the sky was falling, and even 99 golden dragons appeared above the sky, which was the supreme auspiciousness. Jiang Peng told this secret, which made everyone fascinated. What happened later? Why has the Great Xia dynasty not unified the world yet? And I seem to have never heard of the 10th prince of Xia, right? Didn't the Great Xia dynasty have only 9 princes? The first person to speak was Mo Xian. She was very interested in this secret, so she naturally couldn't help but continue asking, and everyone was also very curious. At that moment, Jiang Peng paused and then continued to speak. What happened later was just a bit bizarre. The 10th prince was born, and auspiciousness came from the sky. This was originally a good thing for my Daxia dynasty, but what was unexpected was that in just one day, the 10th prince of Daxia disappeared mysteriously.
However, the folk rumors that the 10th prince of Daxia were assassinated and his disappearance was just a publicity for the outside world. It is precisely because of this that the fate of the Great Xia country is constantly declining, and disasters have been going on for years.
Everything goes wrong. If a person becomes unlucky, drinking water will be stuck in his teeth. If a country becomes unlucky, the disasters brought about will affect countless people.
So everyone thinks that the 10th prince of the Great Xia dynasty was murdered. If the Great Xia dynasty was alive, it would not be so declining, but this is just a rumor. The battle of destroyment is because of this incident that countless strong people live in seclusion in the mountains and fields, some are secretly revenge, and some have completely cut off their inheritance. This matter was indeed done by the Daxia dynasty, but it was not this even worse, and it was still more miserable.
When Zhang Peng said this, Li Yu's voice suddenly rang, interrupting Zhang Peng's next words. Zhang Peng, what you said is just rumors.
I asked my father, but in fact there is nothing like this at all.
It's just a rumor spread by someone to discredit the Great Xia dynasty. Also, some things cannot be said randomly. The folk rumor is a matter of the people.
You and me have to be careful about your and my identities, otherwise.
Li Yu spoke in time, and she interrupted Zhang Peng's voice.
Yi Ping and the other two couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were indeed full of curiosity, but after hearing this, they also understood that Li Yu was not treating them as an outsider, but was just being prepared for others. If it is really accidentally spread, ordinary people will be fine no matter what the people say, and no one will pay attention to it. They are different, the princess of the Zhang family of Jin, the princess of Jin, and the daughter of the mighty Wuhou of Jin.
Every word and action represents the senior executives of Jin state. If one sentence is wrong, the whole family will be in trouble. This kind of thing is being caught in a lot of historical books. So although everyone is curious, they understand each other.
Yes, these are all rumors, I am quick talking, so you will think that I am making up stories and make up stories. Zhang Peng spoke quickly, and he realized that he had said the wrong thing and stopped talking quickly.
And everyone didn't say anything, it would be best not to mention it. Let's continue talking about the evil spirits in the south. Zhang Lin spoke out and led the topic back to the evil spirits in the south.
However, although the topic is gone, after Yi Ping listened to this story, he felt that Qingyun Sect was a peerless sect inexplicably.
All these signs point to the Qingyun Sect.
Maybe there is a bad history in the sect, but the sect doesn't want to tell me for the time being. It seems that we should stay away from the people of the Daxia dynasty in the future.
If Qingyun Sect really has a grudge against the Great Xia dynasty, if I have too deep connections, it may be a problem.
Yi Ping said in his heart.
Warn yourself a little.
If you encounter the powerful people of the Daxia dynasty in the future, you should stay away from it, so as not to really get involved. At that time, let your choice between the sect and friends, which will be troublesome. Yi Ping doesn't care about the origin of Qingyun Sect, nor does he have any position or position. Qingyun Sect has kindness to himself. Yi Ping remembers this kindness, that's all. That monster in the southern country is planning to go to Chen State in a few days, from high to low, and challenge them all the way. If you want to push all the enemies of the 10 countries, you don't know if Chen State has the same monster. It's better to let them both lose money, so that we, Jin State, can take the lead. Zhang Peng spoke and continued to talk about the evil spirits in the south.
From high to low, why not from low to high? Xian spoke out, looking a little curious.
Since it was a challenge, it should theoretically be a challenge from the weakest to the strongest.
What does it mean from high to low? Don't you understand this?
The monsters in the south are challenged according to the route.
I have calculated the time. The last battle is to go to Wei. The place where the 10 kingdoms competition is this time is near Wei.
If he can really push everything, he will directly participate in the 10 kingdoms competition at that time, and it will be very smooth.
Zhang Peng replied, and everyone immediately understood.
At the age of 18, I practiced the ancient dragon and elephant technique to the 6th level.
Brother Yi, are you Gui Geng this year?
Xian exclaimed, and then couldn't help but ask Yi Ping how old he was.
22.
Yi Ping told him his age very directly. After hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised. Although they were not as young as 22 years old, they could also shock the 10 countries if they could condense their qi and blood furnaces at the age of 22. But unfortunately, people will only see the most eye-catching star. With an 18-year-old monster in the southern country, Yi Ping's reputation was naturally suppressed.
Senior brother Yi, what kind of martial arts are you practicing?
I feel that your body is also very scary.
Yes, senior brother Yi, what kind of martial arts are you practicing?
I feel that it is not inferior to the ancient art of the great dragon elephant. When everyone mentioned this, they couldn't help but seem curious and asked Yi Ping what skills he was practicing. The secret technique of the sect cannot be said, but it is stronger than the ancient technique of the great dragon elephant. Yi Ping did not say the ancient gods and demon body refining skills, but he also had his own pride, because the ancient gods and demon body refining skills must be more than 100 times stronger than the ancient dragon and elephant technique.
Better than the ancient art of the great dragon elephant? Senior brother Yi, can you beat that monster in the south?
If that monster from the southern kingdom is defeated by senior brother Yi, then our Jin kingdom will be majestic this time. Several people were overjoyed and praised Yi Ping. I have never seen him before, and I don't know his strength.
Wait for him to come.
Yi Ping is not sure whether he can beat him or not. After all, he has never seen this monster in the southern country. If he can beat him, he seems a little arrogant, but if he can't beat him, he seems to be a little arrogant and destroy his own prestige. At this moment, everyone also came to Dan Pavilion. The Dan Pavilion of Jin National Academy is extremely luxurious.
When you cross the threshold, you will see the bronze ancient beast alchemy furnaces. Each alchemy furnace is a top-quality spiritual weapon.
The material of the alchemy furnace is made of wood bronze. This bronze can effectively enhance the quality of the elixir, and is extremely resistant to high temperatures, and contains 36 formations. As long as you place the materials, no one needs to control it, you can refine the elixir by yourself.
Outside Dan Pavilion,
there are a total of 108 alchemy furnaces, which are of great value.
A first-grade sect may only have one such alchemy furnace.
Only Jin Guoxue University has such a big deal, with 108 alchemy furnaces. At this moment, all the new disciples arrived. They had been waiting here for a long time.
The elders taught the lecture.
As the new disciples, they naturally had to come here earlier to avoid having a bad impression in front of the elders.
And there are also some third-generation and fourth-generation senior brothers who come to learn not far away.
However, after Yi Ping appeared, everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Yi Ping.
I've seen senior brother Yi.
Everyone's voices sounded, and they all bowed to Yi Ping, with no disrespect in their expressions. Even the group of third-generation and fourth-generation disciples, after seeing Yi Ping again, took the initiative to call senior brother Yi, and they did not dare to call him junior brother.
Elderly John wants to be called his peers, so how dare they be arrogant? But before Yi Ping could return the gift, a figure walked out of the Dan Pavilion. This is an old man. It looks much older than Li Jiang. This is the first alchemist at the Jin State Academy and the first alchemist at the Jin State. Su Chang, Elder Su. We'll pay homage to Elder Su. When Su Chang appeared, everyone couldn't help but bow deeply to Elder Su. Outside the gate of Dan Pavilion,
Su Chang walked out slowly, and he seemed a little absent-minded. He was in a very good mood today, but because of what the lord of the mansion said before, he felt much heavier. Originally, he also planned to go out to find Princess Daxia, but because he was going to teach, he didn't want to cause any panic or suspicion. In the end, the lord of the mansion asked him to stay in the mansion to teach people. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Ping, Su Chang would have left long ago.
Recall your mind.
Su Chang glanced at everyone, but it soon fell on Yi Ping. Not far away, Yi Ping was wearing a white shirt, looking extremely elegant, like a fairy in white.
My disciple is so handsome.
Su Chang's eyes were filled with appreciation and admiration, and the bad mood turned into clouds and smoke at this moment. Thinking of this, Su Chang slowly walked down Dan Pavilion. He warned himself in his heart that he should be chewy and never lose his demeanor in front of Yi Ping.
No gift.
Su Chang spoke, and he came to everyone, with a large bronze tripod behind him. Soon, everyone stood up and looked at Su Chang. After everyone got up, Su Chang withdrew his eyes, and then raised his hand, and the lid of the bronze alchemy floated up in an instant.
Immediately afterwards, a variety of medicinal herbs rose up and fell into the alchemy cauldron. A total of 36 medicinal herbs fell into the cauldron, and a spiritual spring was hidden into the alchemy cauldron from Elder Su Chang's storage ring. After the medicinal materials and spiritual springs were all entered into the cauldron, Elder Su Chang made several magic tricks. In order to create a very powerful feeling, Elder Su Chang produced 72 magic tricks, each of which was an alchemy trick. It gives people a particularly strong feeling. But soon, with the bronze cap, the formal alchemy began to be refined. Elder Su Chang did not make a long speech as soon as he opened his mouth, but began to refine the alchemy to give all his disciples a whole life. In particular, Yi Ping must see clearly, so that his ability can be highlighted. Fires burned under the cauldron, white mist filled the whole Dan pavilion. Just by smelling the elixir fragrance, the disciples couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy.
After seeing the reactions of the disciples, Elder Su Chang was in a better mood and looked at Yi Ping. The latter remained calm. For a moment, Elder Su Chang was slightly stunned.
I almost took out all my skills. Can you give me some expressions? But soon, Elder Su Chang couldn't help but realize it.
As a genius, Yi Ping is naturally knowledgeable and cannot shock people by refining alchemy techniques. Only the result can shock people. Thinking of this, Elder Su Chang didn't say nonsense, controlled the flames and refined the alchemy seriously.
That's it.
After 2 hours, the fragrance of the elixir became stronger. Elder Su Chang also noticed that the elixir had already been completed. The next moment, Elder Su Chang waved his hand again, and suddenly, the cap of the alchemy tripod flew up, and then pearl-like pills flew out of the alchemy tripod. Each pill is as big as a longan, crystal clear and exudes a strong elixir fragrance.
12 consecutive pieces, like 12 priceless pearls. This is the best foundation building pill.
Hiss, I just said why the fragrance is so strong, but I didn't expect it to be the best foundation building pill.
No wonder the fragrance is so strong. Elder Su Chang is truly the first alchemist in Qingyun State.
He can practice it at will with one skillfully, and he can be the best foundation building pill.
Scary, terrible, really terrible.
When the pill appeared, someone immediately recognized what pill it was and made a shocking sound. The top-grade foundation building pill, each of this thing is of extremely valuable value, which can increase the success rate of Qi training cultivators to break through the foundation building realm by 40%. A normal Qi training cultivator has only a 40% chance of breaking into the foundation building realm. If the Qi and blood are strong and the body is strong, it is at most 50%. But if it fails, it is not as simple as starting over. A pill like this can be worth tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Not only, the medium-grade foundation building pill costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it is the top-grade foundation building pill, it can be sold at least 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, 12, and the value is almost close to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The disciples were talking, their eyes were shocked. However, at this moment, Su Chang's voice suddenly rang. The art of alchemy is the art of turning waste into treasure.
Ordinary medicinal materials can be transformed into priceless elixirs after a little refining.
Pills can save a lot of time and practice, but you can't rely too much on pills. Elder Su Chang said calmly. Then he continued.
However, one thing you should know is that it is also the iron law of alchemy. Su Chang's expression became extremely serious and he looked at everyone. It's 3 parts poisonous.
There is no non-toxic pill under the world. If someone says there is a non-toxic pill in this world, it must be a fraudulent alchemist.
Do you know? Elder Su Chang taught his disciples in this way.
First, he refines alchemy to shock his disciples, and then he spoke out the iron law of alchemy to establish his majesty.
Hey, I want to say something. Su Chang himself couldn't help but want to praise himself.
Soon, Elder Su Chang's gaze couldn't help but look at Yi Ping a little, and he wanted to see what Yi Ping reacted.
Is it shocking? Or shocked?
Or are you excited? However, when Elder Su Chang looked at Yi Ping, he found that Yi Ping frowned again.
Well. Frown? Elder Su Chang was stunned again.
But before he could continue to speak, Yi Ping's voice suddenly rang out. Elder, this is a bad word.
The sound rang.
All the disciples were shocked.
Even Su Chang was confused.
End of this chapter.
Jin National Academy of Sciences. Outside Dan Pavilion.
Everyone was a little stunned, with incredible eyes all falling on Yi Ping. Surprised, shocked, incredible, puzzled, and all kinds of eyes.
They were curious and didn't know what Yi Ping's words meant. It is 3 parts poisonous, and this is one of the iron laws of alchemy. Anyone with a little common sense in the cultivation world knows how Yi Ping can say such things?
Especially Su Chang, he didn't know where he said this. As the first alchemist in Jin State, Su Chang's alchemy achievements are somewhat famous even if they are in the 10 countries. Although I dare not claim to be without any mistakes, at least I have absolutely no mistakes in what I said just now.
It's the medicine 3 parts poisonous. There is no non-toxic pill in the world. What's wrong with this? Just tell me, is it wrong?
After thinking about it, Elder Su Chang really didn't know where he was wrong, so he could only look at Yi Ping, his eyes full of confusion.
Where's wrong?
Elder Su Chang frowned and looked at Yi Ping. If it were other disciples, they would have been driven out long ago.
Only Yi Ping is qualified for treatment and qualifications. Elder Su, everything in the world is possible. You just said that it is 3 parts poisonous. There is no non-toxic pill in the world. I am sorry that I don't agree with this.
Yi Ping spoke out and he directly told the problem. In fact, Yi Ping never thought about standing up and saying anything about what Elder Su Chang said. After all, it is 3 parts poisonous, and this is also true. However, the next sentence of Elder Su Chang made Yi Ping unable to help but speak out. After all, that sentence a bit humiliating his second senior brother, so Yi Ping naturally couldn't say anything. But as soon as these words were said, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and shock.
But there are more weirdness.
Although these new disciples do not know the alchemy, they also know some basic knowledge. It is a medicine that is toxic, which refers to the conflict between medicinal materials. Therefore, medicinal materials are not toxic, but they will be toxic when they are fused together. In this way, although cultivators can quickly improve their cultivation by swallowing pills or break through the realm, if they take too much pill, they will form elixirs in their body. There will be great troubles. Not only that, but taking too much of the same elixir may also weaken the efficacy of the medicine.
This is also a lot of geniuses. They actually don't know how to swallow pills unless they have to. Even if they want to take pills, they only take top quality pills. Yi Ping actually said that Elder Su Chang was wrong. There are any poisonous pills in this world, so how can they not be surprised or surprised?
As for Elder Su Chang, after hearing this again, he was not angry, but instead smiled. Because in his opinion, Yi Ping's words could better reflect the difference between genius.
Ordinary people don't know how to think, they only know how to listen to others and read books. Geniuses are different. True geniuses know how to think and refute because they have a heart of exploration.
In an instant, Elder Su Chang's eyes looked at Yi Ping, and he became even more full of praise. Very good, worthy of being my future apprentice. However, although he was satisfied, Elder Su Chang decided to teach Yi Ping seriously in some things.
For example, non-toxic elixirs. Thinking of this, Elder Su Chang couldn't help but speak.
Yi Ping, you have the courage to refute the problem.
It's very good.
Elder Su Chang praised Yi Ping in front of all the disciples.
But the next moment, Elder Su Chang continued to speak.
Although you have a heart of exploration and your own thinking, there is one thing you need to understand, that there is no toxic pill in this world.
It is a medicine that is 3 parts poisonous.
The medicinal materials themselves are not toxic, but each medicinal material will bring benefits and disadvantages. To refining a pill, you need to count several medicinal materials no matter what. When they match each other, the medicine will have more poisons, and eventually the elixir will form. There are countless powerful alchemy experts who have studied non-toxic pills, but for tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to refine non-toxic pills for thousands of years. The best elixir is already the limit, but the best elixir also has 10% elixir. Of course, it is impossible to say that there must be no non-toxic pills in this world.
You are right. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders.
Some wise believe that natural elixirs are non-toxic elixirs, but this natural elixir can also be called a heavenly gifted elixir.
This kind of elixir is hard to come by and cannot be refined.
So that sentence just now can be changed to, no one in this world can refine non-toxic pills.
I'm still saying this.
If there is any alchemist who says that he can refine non-toxic pills, then there is no doubt that this person must be a liar. Elder Su Chang explained to Yi Ping patiently the non-toxic pill. His meaning is very simple. There must be no poisonous pills in the whole world.
After all, the world is so big and there are all kinds of wonders. Not to mention non-toxic pills, there may be even the immortal ascension pill.
No one can tell such a thing, so Elder Su Chang changed his meaning. There are no poisonous pills, but people cannot refine them, and even the strongest alchemist cannot refine them. His eyes were very firm and he was very sure of what he said.
Of course, the last sentence is also very sure.
Having said that, Elder Su Chang's eyes were full of confidence.
He looked at Yi Ping, and his heart was full of pride. He didn't believe it anymore. What else could Yi Ping say when he said this?
Even at this moment, Elder Su Chang had already thought about what Yi Ping would look like later. He probably first showed a sudden enlightenment, then a look of surprise and admiration, and finally his face was convinced. Then he bowed to himself and begged to accept him as his disciple. Oh, no, Yi Ping is a genius after all, and may not take the initiative to beg for himself as his disciple in front of everyone, but after this lecture is over, he will definitely come to find him.
Well, very good, quite good. Thinking of this, Elder Su Chang looked at Yi Ping with more joy.
But what disappointed Elder Su Chang was that Yi Ping did not show a sudden enlightenment, but his brows were still tight.
And there is a little bit of a silence. Before Elder Su Chang could react, Yi Ping's voice sounded.
Elder Su, I think your words are a bit arbitrary. Non-toxic pills can be refined, but they depend on the person who refined the pill. Yi Ping didn't want to continue saying it, but it was mainly Elder Su Chang's last words, which were a bit sarcastic to the second senior brother. But Yi Ping didn't want to directly confront Elder Su Chang, so he seemed a little reluctant to speak, but in the end he couldn't help speaking.
Sure enough, as Yi Ping's voice sounded, all the disciples in the Dan Pavilion were a little confused about what to say. It even attracted some discussion.
After all, Yi Ping repeatedly opposed Elder Su Chang, which felt a little disrespectful. Although Yi Ping had given advice to elderly Jiang before, the sword path is the sword path and the alchemy path is the alchemy path.
These two cannot be confused.
Furthermore, the first rebuttal point was that the world was so great that there were all kinds of wonders, and Elder Su Chang also explained it clearly. There must be no poisonous pills in this world, but no matter how powerful the alchemist is, he cannot refine non-toxic pills, which are the elixirs given by heaven.
As a result, Yi Ping still refuted, which was a bit unpretentious. Indeed, Elder Su Chang was really strange in the Dan Pavilion.
Although Yi Ping is indeed a genius and he does want to accept Yi Ping as his disciple, he repeatedly refused to give him face.
No matter what, Su Chang was in a little mood.
Especially what Yi Ping said seems a bit sarcastic.
What does it mean to look at the alchemy? It means, I can't do it? Is this a bit ironic?
Yi Ping, although you have ideas, you can guess, but the problem is that hearing is false, and seeing is true.
Have you ever seen a non-toxic pill? Or, do you have any non-toxic pill on your body?
Elder Su Chang spoke out.
He didn't want to suppress Yi Ping, but if he didn't say that, he would never admit that he was wrong, right?
There is no poison-free pill on my body, but I can refine it. Yi Ping said with a calm expression.
Just say this.
At this moment, all the disciples outside the Dan Pavilion were completely stunned. Not to mention these disciples, even Elder Su Chang was stunned. Everyone's eyes were full of astonishment. There were even many disciples frowning and asking others what Yi Ping had just said.
What do you mean?
Elder Su Chang came to his senses and looked at Yi Ping, his eyes full of shock, but he was even more confused. He didn't understand what Yi Ping meant. Elder, what I mean is that I can refine the non-toxic pill. Yi Ping continued to speak without looking timid, but on the contrary, his expression was extremely calm.
Can you refine the non-toxic pill?
For a moment, Su Chang smiled.
He really laughed.
It was not that he looked down on Yi Ping, but that the non-toxic pill was a pill that countless alchemists in the entire immortal cultivation world were studying.
The so-called medicine is 3 parts poisonous.
People who practice can use elixirs to break through the realm or improve their cultivation, but it is obviously impossible to keep taking drugs. Someone once relied on swallowing pills, but in just 3 years, it took geniuses several decades or even hundreds of years to break through from the Qi training realm to the golden elixir realm.
This person has improved his cultivation by swallowing pills. But after reaching the Jindan realm, there are 2 huge problems. The first problem is that the cultivation level is unstable. The second problem is that the elixir is plagued by elixirs and is often in pain.
Finally, when the early stage of the Jindan breaks through to the middle stage, he becomes obsessed with devils and dies without a place to bury him. This is the biggest side effect of the pill. It is precisely because of this that true geniuses rarely use pills. Unless they are critical moments and don't want to wait, they can make breakthroughs on their own and try their best to make breakthroughs on their own. If there is no poison pill, it will be a feat for the entire alchemy world. Not to mention the entire Jin state, it will be an extremely terrible thing for the great Xia dynasty. Think about it, if you can refine non-toxic pills in batches, the monks will practice by swallowing pills, practice Qi perfection in 1 year, build foundation for 2 years, and build foundation for 3 years, and do not have the Daxia dynasty take off under mass production? The battle of victory and defeat depends on peerless monks, while the territory expansion and the game between great powers rely on middle-level monks such as foundation building, golden elixir, and nascent soul. Therefore, the non-toxic pill is something that countless alchemists in the entire world of immortal cultivation want to study. This kind of pill cannot be developed for only a few thousand years, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years.
Now Yi Ping said he could make it?
Yi Ping is only 22 years old. Even if he learns the elixir method in his womb, he will never be able to develop a non-toxic pill. Not to mention Su Chang, the other disciples also felt that Yi Ping was a little exaggerated.
No, it's not an exaggeration, it's a bit too ruthless. Mo Xian, Li Yu and others on the side also felt a little embarrassed.
But even though everyone's eyes were a little weird, Yi Ping still seemed very calm. Such calmness made Elder Su Chang feel a little embarrassed.
Yi Ping, since you said you could refine the non-toxic pill, can you refine it in front of everyone?
Of course, if you need any medicinal materials, I will ask someone to pick them up now, but 2 precious medicinal materials are not good. Elder Su Chang said with a serious expression. He felt that Yi Ping didn't seem to be joking, but he didn't believe it at all. Someone in this world could refine a non-toxic pill. Back to the elder, there is no need for medicinal materials to refine non-toxic pills. Yi Ping opened his mouth.
Don't need medicinal materials? Su Chang was stunned again. Don't use medicinal materials to make alchemy, would you scare me? Yi Ping, you are a genius, but you can't treat everyone as a fool. Don't need medicinal materials when refining alchemy? Isn't this a fantasy?
To be honest, Su Chang has made it all, and Yi Ping needs dozens of extremely precious medicinal materials when he opens his mouth. After all, in Su Chang's eyes, Yi Ping is obviously a bit stubborn, but some of them cannot get out of the way.
That's why.
But what I didn't expect was that the more Yi Ping said, the more outrageous he became. He originally wanted to give Yi Ping a step, but Yi Ping forced himself into a dead end.
Elder, ancient books record that medicine is 3 parts poisonous. All medicinal materials are toxic between heaven and earth.
If you want to refine a non-toxic pill, you cannot use medicinal materials. The pills refined in this way are non-toxic pills. Yi Ping opened his mouth to explain, telling the trick that Su Luochen taught him.
The voice sounded, and everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly and helplessly. Although this sounds very reasonable, the question is, how can I make elixirs without using medicinal materials? Refining alchemy out of thin air?
Yi Ping, although your theory is good, the problem is, alas, forget it, Yi Ping, I don't believe you, I just say it without any reason. Since you don't need medicinal materials, you can refine a non-toxic pill and take a look.
If you really refine the non-toxic pill, I will take back everything I said before.
Su Chang didn't know what to say, he gave all the steps he should give, but Yi Ping insisted on taking the road by himself, and he had nothing to say.
Yes.
What was unexpected was that Yi Ping responded.
The next moment,
Yi Ping raised his hand. He didn't have any fancy tricks or moves, he just reached out his hand. Refining elixirs with your heart can condense the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
In the eyes of everyone, Yi Ping's action made people feel even more embarrassed. That's it?
They thought Yi Ping didn't want medicinal materials and at least he had to make hundreds of magic tricks. But unexpectedly, Yi Ping raised his hand.
Is this also called alchemy? Can this also be used to refine elixirs? Refining alchemy out of thin air?
To be honest, before, among the more than 400 people, there were still people who believed in Yi Ping, such as Li Yu, Mo Xian and others, who still believed in Yi Ping a little. I feel that since Yi Ping dares to say this, he has some ability no matter what.
But when they saw Yi Ping's alchemy method, they no longer had any hope. There are people there who practice alchemy like this. Medicinal materials are not needed. Alchemy furnace is not needed. Even the Dan fire and Dan Ju are not needed. Raise your hand to refine the elixir?
In the eyes of all the disciples in the Dan Pavilion,
if Yi Ping could refine elixirs, they would not cultivate immortality and go home to farm. Boom!
But at this moment, in an instant, all the spiritual energy of the entire Jin National Academy poured into Yi Ping's palm. The spiritual energy fluctuated greatly and everyone noticed it. At this moment, Yi Ping closed his eyes, and the effect of the foundation building pill appeared in his mind. Soon, at this moment, a white light appeared in Yi Ping's fingertips.
This? What's this? Don't disturb senior brother Yi Ping, be quiet.
Someone couldn't help but shout it out, but was quickly stopped by others. At this moment, 400 pairs of eyes were staring at the white light on Yi Ping's fingertips. Even Elder Su Chang couldn't help but hold his breath and stare at the white light in Yi Ping's hand.
Time passes by little by little. The light on Yi Ping's fingertips became bigger and bigger.
From the size of a grain of rice, it gradually grows to the size of a longan. The light is bright, but there is no glaring feeling. On the contrary, it makes people feel gentle, just like the afterglow of Chu Chen.
What's the smell? Why is it so fragrant? It smells so fragrant.
Yes, this smell is so rich, and it makes people feel refreshed just by smelling it.
It's Danxiang, it's Danxiang.
Hiss, it's really a pill fragrance.
How come there is such a strong pill fragrance? Can this really be a pill? I'll lose it, no, can I refine the pill? Shut up, quiet.
Suddenly, an extremely rich fragrance of elixir filled the entire elixir. The disciples in the Dan Pavilion were surprised. But soon they discovered that the fragrance of the pill came from Yi Ping's hand, and everyone was shocked in an instant. Even Elder Su Chang's eyes gradually showed shock at this moment.
He could instantly sense that the white light in Yi Ping's hand was indeed a pill. And Elder Su Chang knew better.
Even if this is not a non-toxic pill, Yi Ping is against the will of heaven. Practice without using medicinal materials, alchemy furnaces, or alchemy fires. This is the peerless alchemy technique recorded in ancient times. If Yi Ping can understand the peerless alchemy technique, it would be fine if he couldn't refine the non-toxic pill, because just the peerless alchemy technique can make Yi Ping the highest in the future.
However, before Su Chang could think more,
the spiritual energy condensed in the Dan Pavilion suddenly spread around.
At this moment, a pill surrounding the light appeared on Yi Ping's fingertips. The size of a longan, surrounded by light and emits a strange fragrance, is the foundation building pill. Please check it out.
The next moment, Yi Ping gave this foundation building pill to Elder Su Chang. All the disciples also looked at Elder Su Chang, waiting for Elder Su Chang's inspection.
It was just when Elder Su Chang took over this foundation building pill. Just a moment.
Elder Su Chang was frozen in place. There was an unparalleled shock in his eyes. End of this chapter.
Jin National Academy of Sciences. Outside Dan Pavilion.
Everyone looked at Yi Ping, and they all thought Yi Ping was a little arrogant. But after Yi Ping refined the pill, everyone's attitude had changed drastically. Even though Yi Ping did not refine the non-toxic pill, the alchemy technique out of thin air was enough to shock the disciples. And when Yi Ping handed the refined pill to Elder Su Chang,
Elder Su Chang took over the foundation building pill.
Just as he contacted, Elder Su Chang suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Elder Su Chang was stunned, and even he was a little confused. At this moment, his mind was blank. As the #1 alchemist in Jin State, Su Chang's elixir skills are naturally extraordinary. As long as any pill appears in his hands, he can analyze the quality, effect, and toxicity of this pill in an instant. As the first alchemist in Jin State, this ability is nothing, and even any first-grade alchemist can do it. It is nothing more than a detailed question. When Su Chang touched this foundation building pill, he instantly felt how extraordinary the foundation building pill handed over to him by Yi Ping was. First of all, the efficacy of the medicine. The foundation building pill he just refined can increase the probability of breakthrough of Qi cultivators by 40%.
Yi Ping's foundation building pill contains extremely surging spiritual energy.
In terms of efficacy, it can increase at least 70% or even 80% of the probability.
What is this?
It is this foundation building pill that can ensure that a Qi training cultivator must break through the foundation building realm. But this is not the case. The elixir is round, crystal clear, and exudes elixir radiance. It is the best elixir and the king elixir. If this top foundation building pill is swallowed, it will not only allow the Qi training cultivators to break through to the foundation building realm on the spot, but also have other magical effects. Whether this is a non-toxic pill has not been checked yet, but the efficacy and quality of this pill alone have shocked Elder Su. You should know that this pill is a top-quality spiritual pill that Yi Ping refines without the help of medicinal materials, without the help of the alchemy furnace, or even with the help of the Danhua pill.
Just practice it casually and you will be a top-quality foundation building pill. If you practice it seriously, wouldn't you have to refine a magic pill?
Thinking of this, Elder Su Chang came back to his senses, and soon he began to seriously feel the effect of this pill.
All the disciples in the Dan Pavilion also looked at Elder Su with anticipation.
They were also very curious about the effectiveness of the pill refined by Yi Ping. And the most concerned thing for all disciples is this a poison-free pill? Their eyes were full of expectation and curiosity, while Elder Su felt the effect of this pill carefully, and what effect would there be except to improve his cultivation level?
Protect the meridian. After just 10 breaths, Elder Su Chang understood what magical effect Yi Ping's top foundation building pill had.
This top-quality foundation building pill can not only allow Qi training cultivators to break through to the foundation building realm, but also have the magical effect of protecting meridians. Not to mention the use of one pill, Qi training cultivators to break through to the foundation building realm will have a great impact on the spiritual veins. And this pill can just protect the spiritual veins. It is simply a perfect foundation building pill. Su Chang knew very clearly that with the current pill effect alone, this top-quality foundation building pill is worth at least 300,000 to 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. After all, the foundation building pill is a bit embarrassing.
Genius doesn't need it, and it can't be afforded if it's not a genius.
People with wealthy families cannot even break through the foundation building realm, so the price of foundation building pills will not be particularly high. Often, monks who spend a lot of money to buy foundation building pills have damaged their tendons or are forced to do so. Otherwise, no one would want such things. After understanding the effects of this top foundation building pill,
Su Chang couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
Because he began to test whether this pill was a non-toxic pill. Thinking of this, Su Chang couldn't help but look at Yi Ping and said, "Yi Ping, the so-called real gold is not afraid of fire refining, and the same is true for non-toxic pills. If you want to test whether a pill is toxic, or how toxic, the easiest way is to directly refine it with elixir fire. If there is an elixir, as the elixir is baked by the elixir fire, the elixir will permeate the elixir. In this way, your elixir will be ruined. You have to think clearly now that even a little bit of elixir will destroy this pill. Yi Ping, if you can refine elixir out of thin air, it is already a magical skill.
There is no need to fight for anything.
Su Chang spoke out and told Yi Ping the most direct way to test the non-toxic pill, using the elixir fire to bake the non-toxic pill, that's all. Real gold is not afraid of fire.
The same is true for elixirs.
The less toxic the elixir is, the less afraid of the burning of the elixir fire, because the elixir favorite is elixir fire.
If you bake it directly with elixir fire, then the elixir will be extremely strong.
In the end, the elixir will spread and spread throughout the elixir. At that time, if you swallow it, no matter how good the spiritual pill is, it will turn into a poison pill.
Therefore, Elder Su Chang couldn't bear to destroy the pill. Please check with the elders.
However, for Yi Ping, he refined this pill not to prove that he really could refine the non-toxic pill.
Instead, I want to tell Elder Su Chang that there are all kinds of wonders in the world.
There are no non-toxic pills. It's not that I can't practice it, but that the alchemist cannot do it.
Although this sentence is a bit sarcastic and slap in the face, Yi Ping still wants to say it for the sake of the second senior brother Su Luochen.
As expected, after saying this, Elder Su Chang couldn't say much, and he said everything he should say. The next moment, a purple elixir fire appeared, which was Elder Su Chang's elixir fire. The purple pill fire appeared and turned into a line, wrapping around this top foundation building pill.
At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at this top foundation building pill. No one doesn't pay attention to the results. Even Elder Su Chang is very confused now.
To be honest, he hopes that this is not a poison-free pill, and everyone needs to be shameless. But deep down, Elder Su Chang hoped that this was a non-toxic pill. Maybe others don't know what the non-toxic pill means, but they know what the non-toxic pill means.
Non-toxic pills are a milestone concept in the elixir. If anyone can refine non-toxic pills, then they will be immeasurable merits for the entire dynasty and even the entire world of immortal cultivation.
The purple pill fire burned this top foundation building pill.
Sizzle. Sizzle.
The sound of flame burning sounded, although it was just a little bit, but the temperature was extremely high, and it felt like burning the void. However, the best foundation building pill refined by Yi Ping looks even more transparent and dazzling under this flame, and the elixir is becoming more and more eye-catching and more intense.
Time passes by little. 1 stick of incense. 2 incense sticks. 3 incense sticks. 1 hour.
For a full hour, under the burning of such a terrifying elixir, this top-quality foundation building pill became brighter, more and more fierce, and more sacred.
No poison pill. It's really a poison pill.
At this moment, a sound rang out.
So people came to their senses. Consternation. 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 With unparalleled astonishment, there was no sound in the Dan pavilion except for the exclamation just now.
The new disciples were shocked.
For generations and 3 generations of disciples were also shocked. Elder Su Chang was shocked. Everyone was shocked.
No one would have thought that Yi Ping had actually refined the non-toxic pill, and what he had never thought was that Yi Ping had refined the non-toxic pill so casually.
This is a miracle.
In fact, if you want to test whether a pill is not poisonous, you can get the result after burning the pill fire for a quarter of an hour. However, Yi Ping's pill was simmered for an hour, and not only did it not have any toxins, but it was more dazzling, fuller and more extraordinary.
This is not a non-toxic pill, what is this?
The elixir is like a dragon's eye, its brilliance is brilliant, its fragrance spreads for 10 miles. It's an elixir without fear, and it's an elixir without poison. It's an elixir without poison. It's really a elixir without poison.
Outside the Dan Pavilion gate,
Su Chang's body was trembling, his hands were shaking, his beard was shaking, his hair was standing up all over his body, his eyes were staring huge, and he even forgot to breathe. His heart was beating like a war drum, banging. You should know that Su Chang has entered an old state and is very old. His heartbeats at this time are not consistent with common sense. But this proves that Elder Su Chang was really shocked. His mind was blank. The appearance of the non-toxic pill was like a lightning bolt that opened the world, passing by in my mind, rumbling.
This is incredible. This is incredible. This is really incredible.
As an alchemist, Su Chang knew very well what the non-toxic pills mean, and this is what countless alchemists have been asking for throughout their lives. It can be said that anyone who can refine a non-toxic pill can become the most noble alchemist in the world. It is more than enough to say that it is famous for all ages.
Swish.
The next moment, Su Chang disappeared from the spot, and he ran directly towards the Lord's Hall. In an instant, he realized what this poison-free pill meant. He had to report to the palace master that his hair was standing upside down because he knew what this non-toxic pill represented, which meant that Jin could last for 500 years, oh no, 300 years, it was not right, and Jin National Academy of Sciences could be within 100 years. Become the leader of the 10 countries.
Even Jin State may become a dynasty. The Great Jin Dynasty. However, in just a moment, Su Chang turned around again.
He returned to the Dan Pavilion, took out an ancient order, and instantly revived the ancient formation hidden in the Dan Pavilion, directly trapping everyone in the Dan Pavilion. All disciples obey orders and are not allowed to leave Dan Pavilion half a step. Whoever dares to force their leave, who violates the orders will be killed. Su Chang said with a very serious expression. The non-toxic pill is too great, it is too great, he is afraid that someone will leak the news. There is a mixture of fish and dragons in the Jin National Academy. It is impossible to say that it is a spy without a rival country. So he must block the news as soon as possible. The next moment, Elder Su Chang looked at Yi Ping. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and walked directly towards the Lord's Hall. After Elder Su Chang left, the disciples in the Dan Pavilion all looked at Yi Ping with a look of looking at the monster. At this moment, everyone regarded Yi Ping as a monster. First, he pushed the senior brothers of 3 and 4 generations, and then taught Yi Ping's sword path. As a result, he in turn gave instructions to the elders, allowing the elders to break through the realm and comprehend the sword intent. That's all, now you can refine the unparalleled non-toxic pill that can be used in the world by practicing pills.
Is this going to make people live? What else do you don't know? Senior brother Yi, I want to ask, what else do you know besides refining alchemy?
At this moment, Mo Xian's voice sounded and she was also confused. As a secret book writer, Mo Xian felt that she had really learned it. In the future, I don't need to think about the secrets myself, just focus on Yi Ping.
I know a little bit of formation, but I really can't do anything else.
Yi Ping opened his mouth. But after saying this, everyone became even more silent.
Do you still know the formation?
Cultivation, physical body, swordsmanship, alchemy, formations.
You are only in your early 20s, so there will be so many things. How can you let us feel?
Everyone felt uncomfortable, even said they were reluctant to be despair. But in the Jin National Academy of Sciences,
Elder Su Chang rushed into the palace master's hall with sparks and lightning.
He was extremely fast and rushed around, as if the sky had fallen. Master, 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 big things, this time it's really a big thing.
Su Changren hasn't arrived yet, but his voice has already sounded.
Inside the palace master's hall,
Li Maching sat quietly in the hall.
His face was extremely calm, but his eyes were full of worry. This kind of thing happened in Jin State. To put it bluntly, once the Dasha princess really dies, there may be no need for Jin State to exist. So no matter how big the matter happens now, Li Machang will not have any trouble. But at this moment, Elder Su Chang's voice sounded outside the door.
Li Maching couldn't help but frown slightly. Elder Su Chang is an elder of the Jin National Academy.
He also wanted to call him uncle in private. Now he saw Elder Su Chang pushing open the door and coming to him like crazy, looking like he was a ghost, which made Li Maching a little confused.
Elder Su, what happened? Are you? Li Maching frowned.
He didn't know what was going on, nor did he understand why Su Chang was so excited. Major, big things, great things, the Lord of the Mansion, listen to me first, immediately block the entire Jin National Academy of Sciences, and now activate the formation in the mansion.
Su Chang's body was trembling, and he was trembling when he spoke, asking Li Maching to block the entire academy first and then activate the formation.
Elder Su, what happened?
I need to block the academy and activate the formation? Li Maching frowned.
The Jin National Academy of Sciences has supreme formations that can block everything and resist foreign enemies, but activate the academic college formations, which cannot be done with just a few words, unless it is time to survive and die.
For example, if the Demon God sect came to the academy, otherwise it would be impossible to block the academy at will.
The Lord of the Palace, I guaranteed it with my Xiangshou head. This matter is related to the future of Jin, the Great Xia dynasty, and even the entire world. Elder Su Chang used his spiritual sense to transmit voice, but he did not dare to speak, for fear that there would be ears across the wall. For a moment, Li Maching was stunned. It concerns the future of Jin State, the Great Xia dynasty, and the entire world.
Do you want to be so exaggerated?
Although Li Maching didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart, he also knew that Elder Su Chang was the most stable elder in the academy and could not be impatient when doing things, so he gritted his teeth and Li Maching took out 3 ancient orders. The next moment, there was a dull bang sound. A golden formation pattern appeared and spread out from the palace master's hall.
In an instant, formations revived one after another. The entire Jin National Academy of Sciences was completely blocked. Without Li Maching's permission, no one could leave or come in. And in the institution, all the students and elders were shocked.
They didn't know what was going on, but when they saw that the academic formation was activated, they knew that something must have happened.
Otherwise, how could it be so far?
Inside the palace master's hall,
Li Maching looked at Elder Su Chang with a serious expression and said,
Elder Su, I have blocked the academy, but you must give me a suitable reason.
Otherwise, if the academy formation is activated, the monarch will definitely sense it as soon as possible.
If I can't explain it at that time, it will be a lot of trouble. Li Maching said with an extremely serious expression.
The activation of the formation of the school is not a trivial matter.
The king of Jin will notice it immediately.
If there is no reasonable explanation, the consequences will be very troublesome. Master, look at what this is.
Su Chang didn't say much, and he took out the best foundation building pill refined by Yi Ping. The elixir appeared, and the fragrance of the elixir spread throughout the hall.
For a moment, Li Maching could see what it was. The best foundation building pill.
A trace of surprise flashed slightly in Li Maching's eyes, and he could see at a glance what this was.
The best foundation building pill. Do you know who made this?
Elder Su Chang continued.
Who? Yi Ping?
Li Maching was a little curious, but he soon guessed who it was.
Yes, it's Yi Ping.
Master, this is the best foundation building pill, which can increase the amplitude by 80% and break through to the foundation building realm. It also has the magical effect of protecting the meridians, and it uses 1 elixir for both purposes.
Su Chang introduced this top-quality foundation building pill to Li Maching. But Li Maching's face suddenly became cold.
Elder Su, I respect you for working hard in the school for hundreds of years, but you can't make such a fool of yourself.
Yi Ping is indeed a monster genius.
I was also surprised that he was able to refine such pills, but just because he could refine such pills, you asked me to block the academy.
Elder Su, do you know what impact will do to the school?
Now that the Dasha princess has disappeared, I need to act in a low-key manner.
If I block the school, I will definitely be noticed. What should I do if I notice this? Besides, how can a mere top foundation building pill be able to do it? It has something to do with Jin? It has something to do with Daxia? It has nothing to do with the world? That's it? Elder Su, you are really impulsive.
Li Maching spoke and directly interrupted Elder Su Chang's voice. Because in his eyes, he already understood what the other party meant. It was nothing more than that Elder Su Chang wanted to accept Yi Ping as his disciple and showed off his alchemy technique in front of Yi Ping. Unexpectedly, Yi Ping's alchemy technique was even better than him. Although this is a good thing, the problem is that such a big thing has happened in Qingyun State now. What can even be even if Yi Ping knows how to refine alchemy? Things must be divided into size. If it were normal times, he would definitely be very excited. But now, he is not in the mood to be excited. Besides, he blocked the school. For a moment, Li Macheng regretted it a little, regretting why he blocked the school. How should he explain this later? It was just when Li Macheng finished speaking. Elder Su Chang didn't keep it a secret either. He looked at Li Macheng and said, "Master, a mere top foundation building pill is indeed average, but what if it is a non-toxic pill?" Elder Su Chang spoke. "No poison pill, so what about the non-toxic pill? What is the Qingyun State lacking? No poison pill? Elder Su, what do you mean?" Li Macheng was a little angry and spoke subconsciously, but soon he was stunned. End of this chapter. Inside the palace master's hall. Li Macheng looked at Su Chang, his eyes full of shock. Just a little curiosity. "Master, you guessed right, it is the legendary non-toxic pill." Even now, when Su Chang said the three words non-poison pill, his voice couldn't help but tremble. Swish! In an instant, Li Macheng snatched the pill, and then he forced out a pill fire. Although he did not have a deep attainment in the alchemy, he understood all the laws. As a powerful Yuanying master, Li Macheng naturally understood the alchemy. He knew deeply what the non-toxic pill represents. Non-toxic pill, in other words, is that it will not bring any side effects. To put it simply, cultivators need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to have sudden enlightenment, to be enlightened, and to be tempered in order to become stronger step by step. A century of foundation building, 1,000 years of golden elixir, and a 10,000 years of Yuanying. For a sect, it may be a great opportunity to produce a Jindan monk in 1,000 years. However, for a dynasty, whether it is the golden elixir or the nascent soul, it is like dust when it comes to the real battlefield. The 5 great dynasties suppress the world does not mean that the world is peaceful. There are wild beasts on the border and demons everywhere. The 5 great dynasties have demons and demons appearing in and out, and there are various problems inside and outside. These things need to be solved by someone. Take the northern part of the Great Xia dynasty as an example. The northern barbarians repeatedly invaded the territory, and each confrontation required at least tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 lives to calm an ordinary war. These tens of thousands of monks are all monks at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi training, and there is one foundation building monk in every 100 people. If it is a bit miserable, it is not a trivial matter for the Great Xia dynasty to be buried at the border of 100,000 monks. Therefore, among the 10 countries, tax collection is to welcome these wars. But the most embarrassing point is that in this situation without dynasty wars, how many people are willing to join the army? Most of them were dispatched from the common people to teach them the methods of practice, but these people were obviously of average qualifications. If they had the qualifications, they would have entered the Immortal Sect long ago. It is precisely because of this that the only way to make this group of people break through quickly is to swallow pills. In the military camp, they have to swallow pills every day, in order to break through early and become stronger early. In this way, you can at least have the ability to protect yourself on the battlefield. But the consequence of doing this is that the elixir is deepened and the future is cut off. Therefore, monks who practice Qi Dao can basically be seen everywhere, but foundation building monks choose 1 in 100. Not to mention the Jindan monks, it is rare. Most of the Jindan monks were sent by the imperial court, and it is impossible for them to rely on taking drugs to get the Jindan cultivation in the military camp. Elixirs is a huge trouble. So whether it is the 5 dynasties or other demon sect forces, everyone is studying non-toxic pills. Not to mention non-toxic pills, at least they are less toxic, they are willing to do so. Within the 5 major dynasties, the Dacian dynasty had a Qiankuan creation cauldron. Using this cauldron to refine elixirs is 80% less toxic than ordinary elixirs. It is precisely because of this that the national strength of the Dacian dynasty was so prosperous. Not only that, the Dacian dynasty also sold this pill, but it only sold 40% of the toxic pills.
Even so, it would make a lot of money.
Therefore, the 5 dynasties and the world's forces are all studying non-toxic pills. Whoever studies them can lead the way for 100,000 years. The elixir fire burned, and the best foundation building pill became bright again.
1 stick of incense. 2 incense sticks. 3 incense sticks. 1 hour. 2 hours. After 2 hours, Li Moqing not only increased the elixir fire, but also baked it for 2 hours. In the end, the pill was still extremely dazzling. Not to mention any toxicity, under such baking, the pill became brighter and brighter. No poison pill. No poison pill. It's really a non-toxic pill, this me. Elder Su. This. Li Moqing's mind was blank. He really didn't expect that this was really a poison-free pill, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. For ordinary people, the non-toxic pill may be just a pill without any side effects.
But if this kind of elixir can be mass-produced, don't refine any very complicated and precious elixirs, just refine some basic elixirs such as Qi training pills, Qi and blood pills, body pills, and foundation pills. It is a priceless treasure for the entire Qin state and even the entire Great Xia dynasty. Let's not talk about the Great Xia dynasty, just take Qin as an example. Qin ranks among the top 10, with great national strength and extremely good financial resources. As long as Qin is willing, medicinal materials such as Qi and blood pill and physical pill can be planted on a large scale. As long as you can practice it, you can take out all the medicinal materials of tens of millions of pills a day. A normal monk can eat 1 in 3 days, and 1 in a military camp is almost the limit. There are 4 major military camps in the entire Qin state, with a total of more than 8 million people. With the help of this non-toxic pill, no effect may be seen within 1 or 2 years. But it will take 10, 20 or 30 years to achieve results after 10 years. 100 Qi training cultivators may have 2 or 3 or even 4 or 5 breakthroughs to the foundation building realm.
What is this concept?
In the army of the Great Xia dynasty, a foundation building monk was created by 100 people.
This is the terrible thing about the non-toxic pill. What if one rises and the other falls, 50 years, 100 years, 300 years, 500 years, 1,000 years later? According to this trend, it may not take 1,000 years, but only 500 years, and Qin state can have strength no less than the Great Xia dynasty. This is the terrible thing about the non-toxic pill.
Under normal circumstances, if Qin wants to develop into the Great Xia dynasty, it will not be possible to develop for 500 years, 5,000 years, or 500,000 years. But the non-toxic pill can allow Qin state to have strength that is not inferior to the Daxia dynasty within 500 years. Thinking of this, Li Moqing truly realized how terrifying this poison-free pill was. Who other than you and me knows this poison-free pill? Li Moqing came to his senses and asked with an extremely serious expression. The disciples of the 5 generations and some 4 and 3 generations of disciples, a total of 475 people. Su Chang spoke, and he turned back before just to calculate the person.
This is not a good thing. The non-toxic pill involves too much and can affect the entire Qin state and even the entire world. This is a treasure, but it is also very likely to be something that will fight the world. Although I don't know how Yi Ping refines it, I think this thing can't be easily refine it.
But this matter must be blocked, and the news must be completely blocked. Anyone who knows this matter will send someone to take strict supervision and will not allow them to leave the institution at any step.
The news cannot be spread from the academic institution.
Even if it is spread from the academic institution, it must not be spread from the state of Qin.
Otherwise, it would be a huge disaster. Do Elder Su understand?
When Li Moqing heard that more than 400 people knew about the non-toxic pill, his face looked a little unfavorable. This kind of thing is priceless and extremely terrifying. Once it is spread, it will be a huge disaster. Let me ask, what would happen if the other 4 dynasties or demon sects learned whether there was a poison pill or something refined by others? The Dacian dynasty was so prosperous because of its supreme immortal weapon and the Qingyun creation cauldron. It was almost the leader of the 5 major dynasties.
Will they allow other dynasties to refine non-toxic pills?
I naturally understand, so I will notify the lord of the house as soon as possible. Su Chang naturally understood that otherwise he would not have been so anxious and wanted to block the academic institution.
If the academic institution was not blocked, it would not be a trivial matter if the news leaked. The dispute between dynasties and national destiny is not a trivial matter.
A light move will make you feel blood flowing and the people wailing.
This is no joke. There are 3 things left now. Elder Su must do it well.
Li Maching spoke, and at the same time he used a magic power to directly crack the top foundation building pill, and then spoke. First, Elder Su, you immediately refine this pill and add other medicinal materials to make it toxic. Then return to the Dan Pavilion and inform everyone that this pill has produced toxins under my refining. Whether they believe it or not, they must make it clear. Secondly, ask Yi Ping if this alchemy technique can be told that no matter how much it is paid, it is not a pity. Of course, you must also understand clearly. If it can be mass-produced, it will be a huge thing for both Jin and the Great Xia dynasty.
Third, guard the academy. Before I came, you will control everything in the academy. No one is allowed to go out or leave. Even if it is the matter of Princess Daxia, it is left behind. Nothing is important anymore. Elder Su, please come and go. I can't come forward, I can only wait for you here. Li Maching said 3 things.
In the final analysis, this matter cannot be spread, and no one can spread it. At the same time, we must also understand whether this non-toxic pill can be refined in batches. If it can be refined in batches, it will really shock the whole world.
But if you can't, it doesn't matter. Even if you can only refine it in small quantities, it is a good thing for the Great Xia dynasty or the Jin state.
If you can't practice basic elixirs in batches, then refine some more precious elixirs. What are the foundation building pills, the realm breaking pills, and the yuaniying pills? This kind of pills also have magical effects, helping monks directly break through to the next realm without any side effects, which is also a great benefit. He had to understand this before he could go to the monarch of Jin. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to go to the monarch of Jin too rashly.
Please don't worry, I'll go now.
Elder Su Chang nodded. After saying this, he did not continue to stay.
He turned around and left and flew towards Dan Pavilion. After Elder Su Chang left, Li Maching breathed a sigh of relief.
In just one day, so many things suddenly happened, and one by one was bigger than the other, which made Li Maching really not know whether to laugh or cry.
And outside the hall,
Elder Su Chang rushed towards Dan Pavilion. On the way, he randomly refined the pill, and soon a wisp of black air appeared in the foundation building pill full of cracks, especially after being slightly refined by Elder Su Chang with the pill fire. The pills are even more entangled with black gas.
Become a poison pill. At this moment, outside Dan Pavilion,
more than 400 disciples were trapped here for more than 2 hours. But what is different from Elder Su Chang before leaving is that everyone was still in a state of confusion, but now almost all the disciples are surrounding Yi Ping. Even the 4th and 3rd generation disciples completely put down their figure and took the initiative to call Yi Ping as senior brother Yi. This won't be done without shouting. In terms of cultivation, although Yi Ping is not very strong in the early stage of foundation building, he is definitely not weak.
In terms of strength, Yi Ping is not strong enough to beat 4 generations and 3 generations of disciples alone? Is it worth respecting to discuss swordsmanship and guide the best swordsman in Jin state?
In terms of alchemy, we can even refine non-toxic pills. To be honest, although they cannot do the same as Li Maching, and the effect of the non-toxic pill is as good as that of the national dynasty, at least they can know it if they use their brains. Yi Ping can refine non-toxic pills. Now that he has a good relationship, he has really stuck in the realm in the future.
Isn't it a pleasure to find materials to ask Yi Ping to refine a pill?
Therefore, outside the Dan Pavilion, everyone was talking about it, and they were praising Yi Ping.
Senior brother Yi, I really don't praise you. Isn't there a monster in the south?
I feel that the monster in the south would dare to come to our Jin National Academy, and I guess the end of it would be that all the face would be lost. Yes, now all the 10 countries are talking about the monster in the southern country, but to put it bluntly, he is just a strong physical body.
Have you ever compared to you in terms of swordsmanship? Have you compared to you in terms of alchemy? Senior brother Yi, I won't say anything else.
From now on, you will be the chief senior brother of my Qingyun school.
I will follow you in the future.
Voices sounded, and everyone came over, praising Yi Ping. In the crowd, Yi Ping did not feel any vanity at all, but on the contrary, he was a little embarrassed.
He doesn't like being flattered all the time. It's a bit embarrassing to praise each other.
It's a bit embarrassing to just brag about himself.
But at this moment,
Elder Su Chang appeared. His figure appeared in front of everyone. For a moment, everyone became quiet and looked at Elder Su Chang one by one.
Soon everyone's eyes fell on the foundation building pill in Elder Su Chang's hands.
The foundation building pill, which was originally as bright as pearls, was entangled in black air at this moment, and it was shattered without any elixir at all. Instead, it felt like the 10 poisonous pills. Yi Ping, I just asked the lord of the mansion to refine your pill himself.
There is good news and bad news. The bad news is that your pill is not a poison-free pill.
But the good news is that your pill is very toxic. Only 20% of the same pills are toxic, which is extremely good, but it is definitely not a non-toxic pill. Elder Su Chang spoke, and he directly rejected that Yi Ping's pill was not a non-toxic pill. Then he said that the pill refined by Yi Ping was only 20% of the toxicity of the same type of pill, so he could not refine the toxins. However, when Elder Su Chang spoke out like this, he told Yi Ping not to speak for the first time. He was more worried about Yi Ping's young character and thus refuted himself. But in fact, the moment Elder Su Chang appeared, Yi Ping saw that there was something wrong with his pill, but he didn't say anything. Now that he heard Elder Su Chang ask him to rest assured, Yi Ping bowed immediately.
It seems that the disciple is a little arrogant. Thank you for pointing out the mistake.
Yi Ping bowed, looking like he suddenly realized. When the other disciples heard that it was not the non-toxic pill, they also showed a hint of disappointment. After all, if Yi Pingjin refines a non-toxic pill, they can also benefit from it. But if you think about it carefully, even if it is not a non-toxic pill, it is only 20% of the poisonous pill, which is also excellent.
Okay, something has happened recently. Jean's state is a little uneasy.
Besides, Yi Ping can refine such a pill, which is also a blessing for my school and a blessing for Jean's state.
Don't spread it.
When the 10 Kingdoms competition is held, let Yi Ping be proud of our Jean state.
Do you know?
Elder Su Chang continued to speak and reminded everyone not to spread it randomly.
We obey the order.
All the disciples also understand the principle that every man is guilty of possessing a treasure without guilt. Yi Ping is a peerless genius, and he is proficient in swordsmanship and alchemy formations. If outsiders know about this kind of genius, he will probably try his best to poach Yi Ping.
It's better to be low-key and use it as a killer weapon. It will naturally be great if you make a big splash in the future. Okay, today's alchemy method is over.
I'll go back and think about it carefully, and learn from Yi Ping. Elder Su Chang spoke and asked everyone to go back, and he himself gradually disappeared. At present, as the ban was lifted, some disciples also left on their own, but most of the disciples still followed Yi Ping and continued to praise him.
1 hour later,
Yi Ping returned to his residence.
He was surrounded by hundreds of people in blue for an hour. To be honest, his scalp was numb.
He really didn't expect that the people from the Jin National Academy were so powerful. He could say something for an hour without any repetition. There were even people who wrote poems for themselves, which made Yi Ping laugh and cry.
If it weren't for the reason of meditation, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back.
It was just when Yi Ping returned to his residence. Instead of practicing, he came to his room.
Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, Elder Su Chang appeared in the room. I've met Elder Su.
Yi Ping bowed, and he knew that Elder Su would come to find him, but he just didn't want to attract attention.
Yi Ping, there is no need to be polite.
Elder Su Chang did not speak, but communicated with his spiritual consciousness. Yi Ping, the pill you refined is indeed a non-toxic pill, but you may not understand what a non-toxic pill means.
For a while, I can't tell you that this non-toxic pill is extraordinary.
I can only say that it involves the level, which is too high and even causes great disasters.
Now I want to ask a few questions. I hope fellow Taoists can tell you.
Elder Su Chang did not exchange greetings or praise anything, but instead went straight to the point. He even used the word fellow Taoist.
Please say it right.
In fact, looking at Elder Su Chang's behavior, Yi Ping gradually realized how meaningful this non-toxic pill was, so he didn't dare to do anything randomly. Yi Ping even regretted why he had to refine the poison-free pill in front of everyone. After the alchemy was over, Yi Ping thought of something.
It is what Zhang Peng said. At the beginning of the battle of the Great Xia dynasty, many hidden sects were killed.
Yi Ping was suspicious and thought that Qingyun Sect was one of them, and the non-toxic pill was most likely the elixir of this hidden sect.
If it is exposed, wouldn't it be a sect to harm it?
It is precisely because of this that Yi Ping did not say anything and seemed a little worried.
And soon, Elder Su Chang's voice sounded.
End of this chapter.
Fellow Taoist Yi Ping, who taught you this non-toxic alchemy technique? Master Su asked.
He knew that this question was a bit presumptuous, but what he understood even more was that it would not be possible to not ask this question.
Elder, it's my second senior brother, but I'm sorry, I can't explain it in detail.
Yi Ping answered halfway, and he could tell that it was his second senior brother who taught his alchemy skills.
But he couldn't tell the other party who his second senior brother was.
It's okay.
Elder Su Chang nodded.
He only needed to know who taught this alchemy method, but even so, Elder Su Chang was a little surprised.
The non-toxic alchemy technique was taught by the second senior brother Yi Ping. Does that also prove that Yi Ping, the second senior brother, is a peerless alchemist?
And it's not too much to think of in the name of my brother.
Alas, when he thought of this, Elder Su Chang couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable.
He thought he was the first alchemist in Qin State, but he didn't expect that Qin State was really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon.
He was indeed a little arrogant in the past. Fellow Taoist Yi Ping, can this method be used to refine elixirs in batches?
I mean basic elixirs, not foundation building elixirs, which are the simplest qi and blood elixirs, and physical elixirs.
Elder Su Chang spoke, but when he was talking about this, he felt a little nervous. Right now, Yi Ping can't stop thinking. Can it be made in bulk? He really doesn't know how to answer that.
Non-toxic alchemy techniques do not require the help of medicinal materials, elixir furnaces, elixir fire, or even elixir. Only with a thought that can it attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it can be refined. But the effect of the potion depends on its spirit. It's like the top foundation building pill just now, which basically drained all of its spiritual energy.
So thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but shake his head and said, Elder Su, it's extremely difficult to use one person's strength, but theoretically, if there are tens of thousands of alchemists who have mastered the non-toxic alchemy technique, it would be not difficult to refine this basic qi and blood pill and body pill alone.
Yi Ping gave the answer. He thought it was difficult to batch. After all, the monk's magic power was limited.
Just like myself, if I refine the so-called qi and blood pill, the body pill, and drain all the magic power in my body, I guess I can only refine about a few thousand pieces, but it will be difficult to refine it in large quantities. Isn't it difficult for tens of thousands of alchemists to master the non-toxic alchemy technique?
Elder Su Chang swallowed. He could understand Yi Ping's meaning, but he still wanted to be more specific, so he continued to ask.
Suppose, assumption, fellow Taoist Yi Ping, if you invite 10,000 alchemists in the foundation building realm, they all learn this non-toxic alchemy technique, and if there are enough medicinal materials, can they be refined in batches?
When Elder Su Chang said this, his heart was beating wildly, his eyes full of expectation. This Yi Ping was a little silent, and finally Yi Ping spoke. It has nothing to do with medicinal materials. Non-toxic pills do not require medicinal materials, but they can be replaced with spirit stones. 10,000 foundation building alchemists will be able to refine millions of non-toxic qi and blood pills in one day when the spirit stones are sufficient.
In theory, it is okay.
Yi Ping did not give a positive answer, but this answer was enough.
Elder Su Chang was excited. He couldn't help but clench his fists and looked at Yi Ping with excitement. Even Elder Su Chang couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes.
It's just that soon, Master Xiao is calmed down again. First of all, non-toxic alchemy is definitely extremely difficult to learn.
It is impossible for everyone to learn it, right?
Secondly, there are 10,000 foundation-building alchemists, and there are not many foundation-building cultivators themselves. There may be many in the entire gene state, but there are not many foundation-building cultivators that gene state can regulate, and most of them are still among the major sections.
If these foundation-building cultivators are rashly mobilized, it will definitely attract suspicion.
In addition, if they must be alchemists, it will basically be even more difficult to achieve.
So this is just theoretical.
But for gene state, this is very difficult, but for the Daxia dynasty, it is not a difficult task. At worst, gene state dedicated it to the Daxia dynasty. With the ability of the Daxia dynasty, let alone 10,000 foundation-building alchemists, even 100,000, a million can be dispatched. But when he reached this level, he was not something that Su Chang could get in touch with.
Thinking of this, Su Chang asked the third question, and the most important question. Fellow Daoist Yi Ping, can this non-toxic alchemy technique be given to the academic institution?
This is the third question, and it is also a request. To be honest, when Su Chang said this, he himself was a little ashamed.
Yi Ping is a student of Jin National Academy of Sciences. He just didn't learn anything when he came to the Academy of Sciences. Instead, he also gave instructions to the elders. This is so shameful that he still has to contribute to alchemy? If you don't like the sound of it, you'll have a face?
So after Su Chang said this, he didn't dare to look directly at Yi Ping. Even if he had lived for hundreds of years, he would not have the same face. Sure enough, when Yi Ping heard this, Yi Ping also frowned slightly.
It's not that I feel that the Jin National Academy of Sciences is greedy, but this kind of alchemy technique was passed on to me by my second senior brother Su Luochen. To put it bluntly, if it were not for Su Luochen's approval, Yi Ping would never have passed the secret technique, and he would never have passed it through death. Adding to the origin of Qingyun Sect, Yi Ping spoke directly. Please forgive me, Elder. This method was taught to me by my senior brother, and it was not created by my disciples, so the disciples have no right to hand over the alchemy technique. Yi Ping spoke directly and refused the other party's request. Although I am polite and pay attention to etiquette, I am not a fool. If you can share something, it doesn't mean you can take out everything. Elder Su Chang was not surprised when he heard Yi Ping's words. On the contrary, he seemed to have a premonition. After all, it's true. If someone comes to your school, he will not learn anything. If you still ask others to hand over the extremely precious alchemy technique, who will be willing to do so? But Su Chang was also very clear about how important this non-toxic alchemy technique is. When you think about it, Xiao can't talk anymore. Fellow Taoist Yi Ping, although I understand that this matter is indeed a bit too much, it involves Jin State, Daxia, and the people of the world. I know, these words are a bit hypocritical, but I am indeed the case in my heart. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Yi Ping can ask your senior brother to see if he is willing to share it. As long as fellow Taoist Yi Ping's senior brother is willing to share it, Jin State and even the Great Xia dynasty are willing to do anything to exchange for this supreme alchemy method. He's so hard-headed. This is also a solution. To be honest, if it weren't for the non-toxic pill involved too much, he wouldn't want to speak out. He has lived for hundreds of years, and people are about to enter the land. In his eyes, all the glitz and fame and fortune are full of smoke. Just say this. Yi Ping is silent. He could hear what Elder Su Chang meant, that the non-toxic alchemy technique was too meaningful and they didn't want to give up. But Yi Ping also knew very well how could this alchemy be used to give to outsiders at will. Just as Yi Ping hesitated, Elder Su Chang continued to speak. Fellow Taoist Yi Ping, please ask your senior brother, or bring your senior brother over. We can have a good talk. This matter is really too important. Su, I am willing to guarantee his life. The school will not rob him no matter what. Su is for the people of the world, for the people of the Great Xia dynasty, and for the people of Jin State. He has no selfish intentions and no fame and fortune.
Speaking of this, Elder Su Chang was so excited that he knelt in front of Yi Ping. His elderly body bowed deeply to Yi Ping, and his forehead hit the ground, demonstrating his sincerity. Elder Su, please get up quickly, please get up quickly. Yi Ping quickly helped Elder Su Chang up. He sighed and then said, Elder Su, you care about the world. This quality really makes me sigh. But I still can't promise anything about this non-toxic alchemy technique, but I can go back and ask my senior brother. If he wants, everything is easy to say, but if he doesn't, then let it go. Yi Ping said this, and he decided to go back. I have been here for more than half a month. I said before that I would go back every once in a while. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, I happen to go back to see my master and senior brothers. I don't know if the senior brother has come back. More importantly, Yi Ping felt that it was necessary to ask his master the secret of Qingyun Sect. If there is really a history of no light, I still have to be low-key in the future, otherwise, if it causes trouble for the sect, Yi Ping himself will not be able to let him go. Okay, Oklahoma, okay. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi Ping, thank you, fellow Taoist Yi Ping. Elder Su Chang kowtowed on the ground several times in a row. No matter how hard Yeping pulls it, he can't pull it up. Soon, Elder Su Chang left and he wanted to go to the master to explain the situation. After Elder Su Chang left, Yi Ping also left. But Yi Ping did not leave Jingui Academy. After leaving Jingui Academy, Yi Ping did not plan to fly away, but planned to fly back using the formation, to save trouble and practice the formation method. It was just a teleportation array Yi Pinghui, but there was no array device and no corresponding material to arrange the array, so Yi Ping planned to find Liu. As a princess of Jin, I think it is impossible for me to have no spirit stones on my body. When he walked out of the yard, Yi Ping met an acquaintance, but it was not Liu, but Mo Xian. Junior sister Mo Xian. Yi Ping shouted. What's wrong? Senior brother Yi Ping. Hearing Yi Ping's voice, Mo Xian, not far away, ran over happily. Junior sister Mo Xian, do you have spirit stones on you? Lend me some. Yi Ping spoke, which seemed direct. After all, in Yi Ping's opinion, the disciples who could come to Jin National Academy were all geniuses, and they all came from extraordinary backgrounds. What could a little bit of spirit stone do? Ha! Mo Xian was slightly stunned. I borrow some spirit stones from you. Yi Ping continued to speak, looking very casual. The next moment, Mo Xian smiled embarrassedly and politely. Senior brother Yi Ping, junior sister has a title outside. Do you know what it is? Mo Xian said a little embarrassedly. What? Yi Ping was curious. Mo San no. Mo Xian answered. What's the meaning? Yi Ping's eyes were even more confused. I don't understand what Mo Xian means. No money, no feelings, no beauty. Mo Xian lowered her head and whispered, a little embarrassed. It's really not that she is reluctant to lend it to Yi Ping, but that she came to Jin National Academy of Sciences. She spent all her savings and gave it to others. Now, let alone spirit stones, she can't afford a tael of silver. That's fine, I'll go and borrow some from junior sister Liu. Yi Ping didn't know what to say, but he could see that Mo Xian was really worth the money. Senior brother Yi, don't get me wrong. I really don't. Mo Xian explained. Okay, it's okay, I'm not that kind of person. Yi Ping smiled bitterly, then left and went to borrow some spirit stones from Liu. And at the same time, inside the palace master's hall, Su Chang has also informed Li Maching of all the questions. In the palace master's hall. After hearing what Su Chang said, Li Maching couldn't help but say with shock. In other words, is there hope to refine non-toxic pills in batches? Li Maching's body was trembling slightly. He didn't expect that he could really refine the non-toxic pill in batches. Master of the mansion, Yi Ping said that it can be implemented in theory, but I thought about it and felt that it was the same. As long as I understand this non-toxic alchemy technique, I can indeed do batch alchemy. Although it is not as efficient as the Qingyun creation cauldron of the Dacian dynasty, as long as it can refine a non-toxic pill, it is incomparable. Elder Su Chang said this and answered with his years of experience in alchemy. Okay, since that's the case, I'll go to the Jin Palace and find the King of Jin.
Elder Su, I'll leave the matters in the mansion to you.
Thank you for your hard work.
Li Maching nodded.
He knew that this matter was too big and he had to find the King of Jin. If this matter really happened, then the disappearance of Princess Daxia in Jin would be nothing.
The non-toxic pill is better than 10 unpopular princesses.
The Great Xia dynasty can only reward Jin State, and even the Great Xia dynasty will let Jin State secretly carry out plans, so that Jin State can benefit from it. And if Jin State does not report, there is a glimmer of hope that Jin State can really pursue it to become a dynasty.
This is not impossible.
The Lord of the Mansion will walk slowly. I will take care of everything in the mansion.
Elder Su Chang nodded and watched Li Maching leave the place.
That's it, 1 hour later. Inside the Jin National Academy of Sciences. Yi Ping returned to his residence. He held a bag in his hand, which contained hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. I have to say that the princess is a princess and she is extremely generous in her actions. She just can do hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, which is really inhumane.
With the top-grade spirit stone,
Yi Ping did not prepare any array equipment or array materials. Yi Ping came to the room. According to the array map in my mind, 12 top-grade spirit stones were shot out, and the specific location of Qingyun was locked.
It could not be accurately locked in Qingyun Sect because there were no landmarks.
Yi Ping could only lock in Qingyun, spanning about 55,000 miles. There was a mistake of about 2,000 miles, but the problem was not big.
2,000 miles apart.
With the current cultivation level, it took only half a day to return to Qingyun Sect.
If you are lucky, it would be great to come directly to the Baiyun ancient city.
At that moment, after Yi Ping fiddled with the formation stone, the space formation text in his body flashed. Immediately afterwards, Yi Ping's figure suddenly disappeared in the room.
Jin State. In Qingyun. On a deserted mountain.
3 figures appeared here.
2 men and 1 woman. The man in the lead is an old man, wearing a black suit and a black hat. There were 2 people behind him, and one of them would be very familiar with Yi Ping if he was here. It's Wang Mingho.
The other woman, wearing green clothes, looked very calm on her beautiful face. She was bound with her hands, but she didn't seem to be panic. On the contrary, she said calmly. I don't know who instructed you to arrest me, but I am just an unpopular princess.
Even if you arrest me, you won't get any benefits.
If I let me go, I won't tell anyone about this. We can even cooperate and dare to instruct you to capture the princess of Daxia.
It's either a rebellious person or a person from the demon sect.
We join forces. If we can wipe out these demonic people in one fell swoop, I think the Great Xia dynasty will give you enough rewards, and it will be open, without hiding.
What do you think? The woman in green spoke.
She looked beautiful and had extremely extraordinary temperament.
She even became a prisoner without any panic.
On the contrary, she was calm and composed. She also talked about the conditions with the 2 of them, and her mental quality was excellent. 10 Princess, you really deserve to be the Princess of Daxia. If it were someone else, I would probably have yelled or been unwilling to despair.
You are not only calm, but also have clear thinking. To be honest, if you were caught by someone else, you might really be moved by you, but you should also know one thing. Your identity is so noble.
Since I dare to arrest you, I have done all the consequences. I don't care what you said. What dynasty rewards or what kind of righteousness and openness do you think if I want fame and fortune, I will come to arrest you even if I know your identity? The old man in black hat spoke, and his tone was also very calm, and he said as he looked ahead. But Wang Mingho behind him did not listen to the words of the 2.
It has been several months since the Qingyun Swordsman Conference. Since defeating Yi Ping with 1 sword, Wang Mingho has been a little depressed and bored. His heart of Tao was hit, but he still wanted to fight Yi Ping again. He wanted to defeat Yi Ping to prove his strength and regain his confidence. Even in order to defeat Yi Ping, he used the fire of earth flame to refine his body.
The process was in great pain, but it condensed an extremely powerful body. Wang Mingho believed that his defeat to Yi Ping was not a swordsmanship, but a physical condition.
That's right, it's physical condition.
Yi Ping knocked himself away with one sword, which is enough to prove that it is not how strong Yi Ping's swordsmanship is, but that Yi Ping's physical condition is as strong as that of ordinary people. In other words, if you can reduce 10 times with one force, no matter how powerful your sword technique is, you can shake yourself away with the power of a sword.
So what can you do if your sword technique is superb?
So during this period, he practiced wildly just to defeat Yi Ping the next time he met Yi Ping.
He is looking forward to it.
I look forward to meeting Yi Ping one day again to wash away this shame.
As for what's happening now, Wang Mingho didn't care at all. What is the Daxia princess?
He is not afraid of it at all.
Arrive.
At this moment, Wang Mingho's master suddenly spoke and stopped on this barren mountain.
Open your mouth slowly.
After glanced around, Wang Mingho's master continued to speak. Mingho, as long as you hand over the princess of Daxia to them, you can get what you need.
Then, I will help you build your foundation and body. In this way, you will be truly invincible.
The Qingyun Swordsman Conference, I have never calculated it. I have never calculated that a person with a strong physique will appear.
However, even if the teacher does not help you build your foundation, with your current strength, if you encounter that Yi Ping, you can defeat him within one move, do you know?
The old man in black hat said slowly.
Full of confidence. Disciple understands. Wang Mingho nodded, his eyes full of confidence. It's just at this moment. A space is twisted.
In an instant, the old man in black hat looked at him with a little vigilant look.
Soon, a figure appeared. The next moment, Wang Mingho was stunned.
End of this chapter.
On the barren mountain. As the space was twisted, Wang Mingho's master couldn't help but look alert.
He had contacted the demon god cult and met at this place.
To be honest, the person tied up is Princess Daxia.
Once such a thing leaks, he will have no place to die. Now the space is suddenly twisted, and the old man in black and hat naturally shows a look of vigilance. He wasn't sure who the other party was, so he seemed a little alert. Soon, as the fluctuations in the space disappeared, a figure appeared in the eyes of the three of them not far away.
He is a young man with a handsome and elegant temperament. He is wearing a white shirt and looks extremely elegant. It's you.
Not far away, when Wang Mingho saw this person clearly, he couldn't help but shout out.
Who?
Wang Mingho's master also spoke, his eyes full of vigilance, and he was even ready for battle. Master, he is Yi Ping. Wang Mingho spoke, he really didn't expect that Yi Ping would suddenly appear in front of him. To be honest, since the failure of Qingyun swordsmanship, Wang Mingho has been thinking about Yi Ping for a while. He believes that the reason for his failure is not that Yi Ping's swordsmanship is better than him, but his physical body. After all, when Yi Ping swung his sword, he could not resist at all. This was no longer a swordsman's attainment, but the difference between his realm and physical body. So in order to defeat Yi Ping, Wang Mingho took all his money to refine his body and suffered a lot. Now he has condensed his treasure body.
Wang Mingho thinks about the next time he meets Yi Ping every day and night. To truly defeat Yi Ping, regain the heart of Tao.
But what I didn't expect was that I met Yi Ping so soon, and it was really fate.
Yi Ping?
Wang Mingho's master was also a little surprised. A few days ago, as Wang Mingho came back with a look of frustration, he knew that Wang Mingho was defeated, but what he didn't expect was that he was defeated by an unknown person. What surprised him even more was that according to what Wang Mingho said, Yi Ping defeated him with one sword without any backhand power. So he thought that Yi Ping's swordsmanship was not very strong, but his physical body must be very strong, so he refined his physical body for Wang Mingho. Because he knew that Yi Ping had become the inner demon in his disciple's heart. If Wang Mingho did not really defeat Yi Ping once, then the inner demon would become bigger and bigger, and Wang Mingho might become obsessed with it. Unexpectedly, Yi Ping actually came to the door on his own initiative. Thinking of this, his voice sounded. Mingho, since he is so destined, then take the opportunity to do so and do not let him leave alive. The sound sounded, and it seemed very cold. He didn't know why Yi Ping suddenly appeared here, but the only thing he knew was that when Yi Ping saw this scene, whether there was a grudge or not, if Yi Ping saw something he shouldn't have to see, he would have to die.
Yes. Wang Mingho, who was standing next to Princess Daxia, responded immediately.
His eyes were full of passion and fighting spirit.
And not far away.
As the surrounding scenery gradually came to his eyes, Yi Ping gradually came to his senses.
Space teleportation will make people enter a brief confusion.
Yi Ping is pretty good, and he came back to his senses after just 2 or 3 breaths.
But the next moment, Yi Ping was a little surprised. He saw an acquaintance. Fellow Daoist Wang?
When Yi Ping saw Wang Mingho, Yi Ping couldn't help but show joy.
He really didn't expect that he would actually meet Wang Mingho.
To be honest, the world of immortal cultivation is vast and Qingyun is very large. Sometimes it is almost impossible to meet some acquaintances by chance. I teleported it casually, but I didn't expect to meet Wang Mingho. Yi Ping still remembers Wang Mingho.
He was defeated by himself at the Qingyun Swordsman Conference. However, when Yi Ping saw Wang Mingho, he even thought of another person, Li Chanya. Yi Ping is fine with Wang Mingho and there is no great guilt, but Yi Ping is extremely guilty about Li Chanya. Fellow Daoist Wang, why are you here? Are you here for an outing? Who is this person? Is your sister? Yi Ping, who had just teleported, had not yet completely come to his senses. He looked at Wang Mingho, his eyes full of joy, and at the same time he also glanced at the woman in green and the old man in black hat beside Wang Mingho. Your Excellency, I am the 10th princess of the Great Xia dynasty. They want to capture me and hand it over to the demon god sect to threaten the Great Xia dynasty. Your Excellency, escape quickly, and the news will be heard, and someone will come to save me. At this moment, Princess Daxia couldn't help but shout, asking Yi Ping to run quickly and not have any trouble. In her opinion, as long as Yi Ping escaped, someone would come to save her. 10 princesses of the Great Xia dynasty? Demon god cult? For a moment, Yi Ping was a little confused, and he still didn't understand very much. But at this moment, Wang Mingho suddenly rushed over, his body surrounded by red flames. When he ran, black footprints appeared on the ground, which were traces of burning the land. Wang Mingho used earth flame to refine his body and condense the earth flame body. The flames around him were no less than elixir fire. If a cultivator in the same realm touched a little, he would be wiped out on the spot. At this moment, Wang Mingho even drew his sword, and a fire dragon appeared on the sword. He held the sword in his left hand and his right hand fist, killing towards Yi Ping without any affection. In his eyes, Yi Ping was just a stepping stone in his life. It was already Yi Ping's pride that he lost to Yi Ping once. This time Wang Mingho planned to kill Yi Ping directly. He has no feelings and does not have any mercy on Yi Ping, because he needs to break through the realm and stabilize his heart of Tao by killing Yi Ping. I will remember your name when I become a true peerless man. Wang Mingho came and spoke like that coldly. He was very fast, his body was filled with flames, his left hand's fire dragon sword and his right hand's fire seal. This was Wang Mingho's strongest attack. Not to mention the early stage of foundation building, even if he was in the great perfect foundation building, he could not withstand this attack. Fellow Daoist Wang, do you have anything to say? Why did you suddenly have the intention to kill? Yi Ping spoke, and he frowned. He still didn't understand why Wang Mingho took action when he saw him. Even if you are narrow-minded, you won't be like this, right? For a moment, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at the woman in green not far away, and then recalling what the woman said just now, Yi Ping's brows frowned even more. It's not that Yi Ping didn't believe what the woman in green said, but that the 10 princess of Daxia, which is the supreme existence. The Great Xia dynasty ruled the 10 countries and was also a force of one of the 5 major dynasties in the world. The 10 princess of Daxia are naturally also among the people. Not to mention that they are unparalleled in the world, but they are absolutely impossible to appear in such a place. So at first Yi Ping didn't believe it, and just felt that there was something else, but now it seems that Yi Ping felt that he might have encountered something again. Why do you encounter some messy things every time you teleport? Yi Ping was a little upset.
Before, the teleportation was sent to the forbidden area of the demon cult, and was beaten up for no reason. Although he was not injured, he was in a bad mood. Now for the second teleportation, I encountered the Dasha princess being kidnapped again.
This is really... Sighing. Yi Ping's eyes showed helplessness. Silly, at this time, you are still thinking about it. Are you really not afraid of death?
But that's true.
Faced with a strong enemy like me, you have given up your ability to resist, so it's normal to think about something more.
Yi Ping, although you are dead, don't worry, I will remember your name.
This is your glory, and the name will be remembered by the peerless powerhouse in the future.
At this moment, when Wang Mingho was about to kill in front of Yi Ping, he found that Yi Ping was still thinking about something, which made Wang Mingho angry. But soon, Wang Mingho realized that the reason why Yi Ping was still thinking was because Yi Ping did not have any ability to counterattack. In Wang Mingho's opinion, Yi Ping was giving up on himself.
Wang Mingho's eyes were filled with joy and excitement. After months of suffering, are you finally going to be relieved at this moment?
Not to mention Wang Mingho, even his master and the 10th princess of Dasha thought Yi Ping was dead at this moment. Yi Ping's realm is just the early stage of foundation building, and Wang Mingho's attacking power is too powerful.
Several feet of fire dragon sword energy and extremely terrifying earth flame fist seals will lead to death. A lot of nonsense.
However, as soon as Wang Mingho finished speaking, Yi Ping's voice suddenly rang.
Roar! Before Wang Mingho could react, Yi Ping punched a punch in an instant.
His fists burst out with golden light, and there were even dragon roars in his body, surging blood and trembling with the void.
Boom!
The golden fist hit the fire dragon's sword energy, and the fire dragon broke inch at the seam, and then Yi Ping's fist collided with Wang Mingho's fist.
Roar!
The roar of the real dragon sounded. Yi Ping was like a real dragon, domineering and fierce. Standing there, like a mountain, still as if it were still. After Wang Mingho collided with Yi Ping, his hands were twisted directly, and the white bones pierced the skin, mixed with blood.
Puff puff puff.
In just a moment, Wang Mingho seemed to bombard a piece of divine iron, flying backwards for hundreds of meters. His bones were broken inch, and his internal organs were extremely terrifyingly traumatized, coughing up blood in the air, just like the Qingyun Swordsman conference that day.
Bang!
When he landed on the ground, Wang Mingho did not feel any pain, but there was an unparalleled shock.
He widened his eyes and looked at Yi Ping not far away.
He didn't expect that Yi Ping's body would be so terrible.
Puff! Wang Mingho spat out another mouthful of blood.
He was severely injured. The real severe injury was not the kind of injury in the Jiandao conference, but the fatal injury. Although Yi Ping still did not use all his strength this time, he was not too light. He noticed Wang Mingho's murderous intent, so it was naturally impossible to be polite to Wang Mingho. But the reason why I didn't kill myself was not because Yi Ping was merciful, but because Wang Mingho's master was still here. If he really killed Wang Mingho, it would be a big trouble.
Mingho! The old man in black hat roared in an instant, and the old man's figure instantly came to Wang Mingho.
At this moment, Yi Ping also came to the side of Princess Dasha, and then pulled the other person away without saying a word.
The two men disappeared in an instant, and the old man in black hat didn't say anything nonsense. Boom! He raised his hand and 36 flying swords shot out directly from his eyebrows. Each flying sword was like a lightning bolt, mixed with extremely terrifying power, and rushed towards Yi Ping.
The ancient seal of Zhulong. In just an instant, Yi Ping directly used the ancient candle dragon seal, and the extremely surging magic power in his body instantly ran.
An invisible force appeared on Yi Ping's back to resist these flying swords. Puff puff puff. But even though Yi Ping has strong magic power, the other party is a strong man in the late stage of the golden pill, and the two are 5 small realms different in realm. A normal monk is 1 level apart, and he is aware of it that Yi Ping can defeat the cultivator who has built a foundation, but it is still a bit difficult to defeat a Jindan monk. What's more, he is a late-stage cultivator of the golden pill stage. The most important thing is that the opponent's flying sword is not a magic weapon,
and the 36 flying swords are all top-grade spiritual weapons, and they are controlled by a powerful golden elixir. In fact, the most important thing is that Wang Mingho's master is not an ordinary Jindan cultivator, but one of the strongest Jindan strongmen.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult.
At this time, the flying sword directly pierced Zhulong's magic power and pierced Yi Ping's back. At this moment, the severe pain came, making Yi Ping frown even more deadly. However, at this moment, Yi Ping activated the 36 immortal orifices, and his terrifying magic power directly forced out the 36 flying swords.
Bang 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 bang.
When the flying sword was shaken away, Yi Ping felt an unspeakable pressure.
This is a gap in realm, and there is no comparison between the two. The only way to get out of the dilemma is to fight in close combat. But the problem is that the other party is a Taoist cultivator and is not stupid. Even though he knows that his body is strong, how can he get close to him? So if you can't think of a solution, you're likely to die here. Boom 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 boom.
The flying sword came again, but this time it was not 36 sword energy, but 108. Wang Mingho's master didn't want to waste his time, and sacrificed 108 flying swords in one breath, with the purpose of erasing Yi Ping and not giving him a chance.
Old man.
Feeling the sword energy behind him, Yi Ping couldn't help but curse in his heart.
This is simply cheating.
Even if you don't have to build the foundation in the late stage of the golden pill, you can use 108 top-grade spiritual weapons and flying swords.
It's really a rogue. Boom 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 boom.
The flying sword hit, and Yi Ping had no choice to escape. He turned around, the Zhulong immortal seal was opened, the ancient real dragon boxing technique opened and closed, and the fist conquered the mountains and rivers, and the flying swords flew over. But there are too many flying swords, and with the increasing power, Yi Ping feels huge pressure.
Buzz.
In the end, a qi and blood furnace condensed behind Yi Ping.
The huge furnace was suspended on the top of his head.
The power of qi and blood turned into a waterfall and fell down, blocking the flying sword from attacking. And there were also bursts of dragon roars in the oven, as if a real dragon was nurturing.
Not far away, Yi Ping was like a god.
His golden fist trembled with a trembling void. Each fist was extremely domineering, like a thunder. But unfortunately, the other party is too strong.
To be precise, the difference between the two is too big.
Not to mention that Yi Ping arrives at the golden pill. Even if Yi Ping breaks through to the middle stage of foundation building, he will not be so passive. The 10th princess of Daxia behind Yi Ping also showed a shock, and her beautiful face was full of shock.
My friend, don't resist anymore. Hand over the 10 princesses.
The grudge between you and me can be eliminated in one fell swoop. At this moment, Master Wang Mingho's voice sounded. He was healing Wang Mingho's wounds, and he really couldn't walk away. Once he walked away, Wang Mingho would undoubtedly die. Yi Ping's punch was just right. If you were a little stronger, Wang Mingho would be killed on the spot, but if you were a little weaker, you might be able to hold on for a while. Now Wang Mingho's body's tendons and veins are reversed, the 5 internal organs are shifted, the qi and blood are rolling, and the magic power is rioting. Once the injury is unstable, he will die on the spot.
Senior, are you thinking of me as a 3-year-old?
Yi Ping responded with the other party's flying sword attack.
No, don't think it's wrong. If I did want to kill you before. But it's different now.
You can condense the qi and blood furnace at a young age, and you are so strong.
I'm very optimistic about you. I can accept you as your disciple. As long as you hand over the 10 princesses, you will be your disciple, and after you receive the reward, can I give you half of it? The other party spoke, seducing Yi Ping. But the next moment, the voice of Princess Ten of Daxia immediately rang out. Fellow Taoist, don't believe his nonsense, he is delaying time. The 10th princess spoke, afraid that Yi Ping would be deceived.
Yi Ping did not answer the 10 princess, but looked at the other party and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have a master, and I don't want to participate in your affairs. I just passed by here. You stop attacking first and let me go for a while. When it's almost done, I'll put her down and ask you to catch her, can you?" Yi Ping must not believe this old man's nonsense, but now he can only talk about it. Oh. The other party chuckled, but he didn't continue speaking, but his meaning was clear, so he told Yi Ping not to dream. For a moment, Yi Ping also felt a little embarrassed.
The current situation is too troublesome and has been restrained and cannot leave.
If you stay here, once Wang Mingho's injury stabilizes, then the one who is unlucky will be himself. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but feel depressed again. In the future, you don't need to teleport the formation, which will harm the human spirit.
If you teleport once, you will be unlucky.
Yi Ping was very depressed.
Etc. Formation.
But suddenly, Yi Ping suddenly thought of a solution.
Formation. That's right, it's the formation.
It is basically impossible to simply escape from here. If the other party had not been dragged by Wang Mingho, he would have no backhand power at all. But even if the other party is delayed, relying on the flying sword of Taoism can limit yourself. If you really want to escape, the only way is to rely on the formation and the teleportation formation. However, the teleportation array requires time to be arranged. Once you arrange it yourself, the other party will probably be able to detect it.
This is very troublesome. Etc. There is no way. In an instant, Yi Ping thought of a possibility.
According to the third senior brother's experience in formation, Yi Ping remembered a passage that specifically recorded the method of instant formation. Enter the formation with your heart. Thinking of this, Yi Ping had nothing to hesitate.
If he didn't try, he would die.
If he tried, he might still have a way out.
In an instant.
Yi Ping gritted his teeth, took out dozens of top-grade spirit stones, sprinkled them into the sky, and then shouted.
Second brother third, save me. Telection array. Yi Ping's voice sounded.
This operation made Princess Daxia a little confused. She didn't understand what Yi Ping wanted to do. But the next moment, a scene that shocked her even more.
Just after Yi Ping's voice fell, a portal appeared in front of the two of them.
The next moment, she and Yi Ping were trapped in the back of the formation sect.
This is impossible.
Almost at the same moment, the old man in black hat in the distance roared. The eyes were full of disbelief.
It feels like someone is causing trouble.
I want to send the manuscript out in one breath before 12 o'clock to make everyone feel more comfortable to read.
Someone must ask for trouble and make the rhythm.
I posted it one by one, and said it was the same as constipation.
I have updated a lot, why are there always black people picking on it? My mentality was blown up by these people.
End of this chapter.
This is impossible. Han Mo's voice sounded full of astonishment and incredibility.
From beginning to end, he never worried that Yi Ping would escape from here. As a cultivator in the late stage of the Jindan, to be honest, if it weren't for his disciple, he could have killed Yi Ping in an instant.
But what he didn't expect was that Yi Ping actually threw out a handful of spirit stone and could open the teleportation formation. This simply subverts the basic logic of the formation. As a formation enthusiast, Han Mo has a little understanding of formation.
Although he is not a formation master, he also understands the way of formation.
If you want to arrange a formation, you must first need the array equipment and secondly, the formation materials.
Ordinary formation masters need to follow the steps and there must be no mistakes, otherwise the formation will fail. Even the formation master, even if practice makes perfect, and with the blessing of powerful magic power, he can only set up the formation quickly. If you want to set up a formation in an instant, no one can do it except the peerless formation master. Even the first formation master of Qingyun State can only set up a few formations that you are good at in an instant. But how did Yi Ping set up the formation? Yi Ping directly scattered dozens of spirit stones, and the formation came out. This is simply outrageous. Where is the array? Where is the array? At least you can arrange the array diagram? Just throw a handful of spirit stones to teleport? Han Mo was really confused. He had never seen such a method before, and it was a miracle. But at this moment, the surrounding space suddenly became distorted. In an instant, the entire barren mountain was full of people. Everyone was wearing black clothes, and they were all wearing masks, unable to see their appearance clearly, and each exuded a cold smell.
And 3 people stood in front of everyone.
They can't see clearly whether it is a man or a woman, but the colors of the masks are red, purple and blue. When Han Mo saw them appear, he immediately slowly lowered Wang Minghe, and then said with an extremely ugly expression,
"I've seen 3 adults." Han Mo took the initiative to salute and seemed extremely sincere. "Where are the 10 princesses?"
A low and hoarse voice sounded, and the man in the red mask spoke.
He looked at Han Mo, his tone full of doubt. "Sir, the 10th princess was rescued." Han Mo lowered his head and explained with a tough bullet. "What did you say?"
The man in red mask made a move and grabbed Han Mo's neck. In the mask, the eyes were full of murderous intent.
He was very cruel and did not give Han Mo any face at all.
"Sir," the man came to suddenly. "He directly injured my apprentice and used the teleportation formation to escape.
Please forgive me. I will go to him now." Han Mo was strangled and his face turned red.
He is a Jindan monk, and there is no big problem with being strangled, mainly because of fear.
Han Mo, do you know how serious this matter is?
The 10 princess is our biggest bargaining chip.
I didn't expect you to lose it. You really want to die.
The man in red mask roared, with a rolling demonic energy surrounding him, his eyes full of murderous intent.
"Sir, I don't want to do this either." Han Mo was really a little uncomfortable. Who would have thought that Yi Ping would suddenly appear?
The most important thing is that Yi Ping was so strong that he beat Wang Minghe with one punch.
Okay, since things have happened, don't waste time. Han Mo, do you think he escaped with the help of the teleportation formation? Where is that formation map? The man in the blue mask is a woman.
She told everyone not to worry and solve the problem instead of scolding her.
Array map, array map. Han Mo felt even more uncomfortable when he heard the formation map.
He knew what the other party meant. Yi Ping escaped with the help of the teleportation formation, so he must arrange the array map. Since he arranged the array map, if he knew the array, he could use the other party's array map. Although it is not 100% certain to determine the direction and position of the other party's transmission, at least one approximation can be known. But the problem is that Yi Ping arranged the teleportation array and there was no array map at all.
Han Mo, what are you hiding? Are you really not afraid of death?
Seeing Han Mo stammering, the woman in the green mask took a step forward and showed a cold look.
My sirs, you may not believe it. That Yi Ping, he didn't set up a formation map at all.
He threw dozens of spirit stones into the air, then set up a formation map and disappeared with the 10 princesses. Han Mo knelt on the ground, he really didn't know how to explain.
Because he himself didn't believe this.
Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the man in red mask kicked Han Mo directly and broke several sternums on the spot.
Han Mo, do you really treat us as fools? Without a formation map, you can teleport directly? I will give you hundreds of top-grade spirit stones now, can you arrange it for me? Han Mo, do you really think we dare not kill you?
The 10 princesses are of great significance to me, Demon God Sect. If this mission fails, it will be not only you, but even I will die.
Do you know? They spoke, furious. It's not that they don't believe Han Mo, but who believes this? Throw out dozens of spirit stones and arrange the formation?
Even if you don't understand the formation, you know that this is outrageous.
A formation, array equipment, array diagram, array decision, array material, are indispensable.
Even if you are a peerless formation master, you don't need formation skills or array tools, you have reached the limit.
If you throw dozens of spirit stones into teleportation? Who are you bluffing? Sir, I really didn't lie. If I really want to lie, how could I say such things? I, Han Mo, are not stupid. Han Mo was really wronged.
It would be fine if his apprentice was beaten and abolished.
As a result, the 10th princess also ran away.
Looking back, she was suspected by her own people.
How can this not make people want to cry?
As soon as these words were said, everyone was indeed silent.
Indeed, Han Mo said something that he could not say even a normal person, and he would not lie like this. But the problem is that they would rather believe that Han Mo was lying than believe that what Han Mo said was true. Junior sister, you are proficient in formations. Is there such a possibility? The man in red mask spoke and asked his junior sister. The woman in the blue mask walked forward a few steps, and she said as she walked. The arrangement of formations requires array equipment, array materials, and array maps, but a truly powerful array master can engrave the array map in his body, or use array tools and array materials to deploy the array. It is just that the formation masters who have reached this level can arrange a peerless killing formation with just raising their hands. What is the golden pill Yuaniing? They can refine and kill in one thought. Therefore, if such a formation master really appears, I have no time to calculate here. The only possibility is that the formation map was engraved in that person's body by the peerless formation master. Only a large amount of spiritual energy can be activated to escape. By the way, Han Mo, who did you just say that person is? Yi Ping? The woman spoke. She was a powerful formation expert and knew the way of formation very well. Yes, it's called Yi Ping. Han Mo nodded and answered hurriedly. Yi Ping? Why is this name so familiar? She talked to herself that the name is a little familiar with, but she couldn't remember it. Sir, if you remember correctly, Yi Ping should be the Qingyun Jiandao conference, slaughtering the disciples of our sect. However, it was later rumored that the person who slaughtered my holy sect's disciples was Sikong Jiantian, not this Yi Ping. And Yi Ping ranks 44th in the Qi training list. Someone spoke out and told the other party about Yi Ping's origin. So that's it, no wonder it sounds familiar. It seems that the Qingyun Jiandao conference failed to raid. It should be the reason why Yi Ping did it. He improved his ranking and mentioned the first place in the final kill. It is definitely not an ordinary person to be able to save the 10 princess in Han Mo's hands. She spoke, issued an order, and directly improved Yi Ping's ranking. Immediately afterwards, the woman with a green mask waved her hand and a blue compass appeared in her hand in an instant. The size of a compass slap, but it shines with light. Various ancient characters appear, covering hundreds of meters around. She is calculating and evolving the formation. After a while, the voice of the woman in the green mask rang out. There are indeed traces of teleportation formations, and Han Mo did not lie to us. It seems that Yi Ping has a great origin. He has a formation diagram arranged by a peerless formation expert in his body, which is a good means. It's a pity that I met me. She murmured to herself, her hands slashing on the compass, and finally, as the compass rotated, several ancient characters appeared. West. 3,000. It's 3,000 miles away west. The woman in the green mask muttered to herself, but at this moment, bursts of shouts suddenly sounded. It's indeed your demon god sect, please hand over the 10 princesses. It's really your demon god sect, are you really not afraid of death? Take the 10 princesses and let you go. A series of roars sounded in the distance. These were the strong men of Jin State, including the elders of Jin State Academy. They searched continuously in Qinzhou and found traces of the demon god sect. They followed this place all the way, but found that the 10th princess was not there, so they had no choice but to show themselves. Damn it, I was discovered. It's normal to be discovered, but unfortunately, the 10th princess also ran away. The man in red mask and the man in purple mask spoke. They frowned but had no worries, but they were just very irritable and deeply irritable. All the disciples obey the order. However, the woman in the green mask spoke, and her eyes were extremely calm, as if she was the leader of everyone, giving orders. I will teleport you away by teleportation formation. At that time, you will immediately search for all the suspicious people within 5,000 miles of the surrounding area. If you find Yi Ping, you will kill them, but no matter what, you will not be able to hurt the 10 princess. You can only capture them alive. The 10 princess was injured at all, and you will die. The woman in the blue mask spoke, her tone was cold and terrifying, and she issued this iron order. After saying this, the compass in her hand floated up and instantly became larger, becoming hundreds of meters wide.
Soon with a roar, beams of green light shot up on the mountain, and a huge array map appeared on the top of the mountain.
Imperial.
The woman instantly cast 108 formation handprints, and a huge compass burst out with a green light, flooding the mountain. Then tens of thousands of monks disappeared from their original position and teleported to 3,000 miles away. But flying swords also shot over, and the entire mountain was shattered on the spot. Some disciples of the demon god sect had no time to teleport and were smashed to pieces on the spot. Let them find it and we will solve this problem, otherwise, when they find the 10 princess, they will be completely troublesome. The woman in the green mask did not leave, but stayed here, fighting with the powerful Qingyun State. The other two did not talk nonsense, and sacrificed their magic weapons to fight with the powerful Qingyun State. As for Han Mo, as the formation disappeared, he was not afraid of the strong people of Qingyun State, but his identity could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, he would be completely finished. Communicating with the demon god sect is even worse than joining the demon god sect.
At the same time. West, 3,500 miles away. Under a waterfall.
Yi Ping crossed his legs to heal his injuries. He was surrounded by golden light, and the extremely surging spiritual energy gathered on the wound. Han Mo had his magic power in his flying sword. If he invaded his body, he would destroy his body if he did not resist. Yi Ping didn't want to leave any hidden injuries, so after teleportation, he ran 500 miles with the 10th princess and then found a place to heal the wound.
Not far away, the 10th princess Xia Qingma couldn't help but stare at Yi Ping with beautiful eyes. Even after an hour, Xia Qingma couldn't help but feel shocked. He threw out dozens of spirit stones and could actually arrange teleportation formations. Only the formation masters of the Daxia dynasty could do this ability, right? But what was unexpected was that Yi Ping was young but had such a formation technique. She looked at Yi Ping quietly, full of curiosity about Yi Ping. Yi Ping in the distance had no clothes on his upper body, his skin was delicate and smooth, but there were more than a dozen blood marks on his back, which was a sword wound. But wisps of golden light filled the sword wound and were healing. As the 10th princess of the great Xia dynasty, although Xia Qingma is not very qualified to practice, she likes to read books when she has nothing to do. She finished reading the sutra library of the great Xia dynasty 5 years ago. So Xia Qingma could see at a glance that Yi Ping is very strong, and it is not an exaggeration to describe Yi Ping as a peerless genius. He is young, proficient in formations, and invincible in his body. He condenses qi and blood furnaces in his 20s. This kind of genius is already close to the monsters of the great Xia dynasty. But if Xia Qingma knew that Yi Ping had been practicing for less than half a year, he would probably be even more shocking. That's it, after a stick of incense. As a foul air was spit out by Yi Ping, the wound on his back healed directly and his skin became extremely smooth. Han Mo's sword energy was forced out by him, and Yi Ping also stabilized the vibration in his body, and his spirit was full. Opening his eyes, Yi Ping raised his hand and put on his clothes. The next moment, Yi Ping's eyes couldn't help but fall on the 10th princess of the great Xia dynasty, Xia Qingma. The latter also sensed Yi Ping's gaze in an instant. The two looked at each other. In just a moment, Xia Qingma felt a little embarrassed and glanced slightly away. Yi Ping couldn't help but look at Xia Qingma. It has to be said that the princess of Daxia is worthy of being the princess of Daxia. Li Yu is a princess of Qingyun State. She has a very good appearance, a very good figure and a very good temperament, but compared to Xia Qingma, it is a difference of 108,000 miles. Xia Qingma in the distance revealed a faint fragrance of books all over her body, as quiet as a virgin and graceful. As for her appearance, she was even more beautiful in the world, not inferior to her senior sister in Lingru. The difference is that the elder sister is a combination of icebergs and volcanoes. Lingru is a pure beauty that is ignorant of the world, while Xia Qingma's beauty is the kind of graceful and peaceful years. Just one glance. There is a feeling of first love, which makes people feel excited. Coupled with the indifferent shyness and a little fear, it makes people feel soft and they can be called a killer of a fierce man. Are you really the 10th princess of Daxia? However, Yi Ping just admired him. He had no evil thoughts and had never thought about the love between children. He just had a lot of affection for Xia Qingma at first sight. He stood up and looked at Xia Qingma and asked curiously. Well, thank you for helping me. Qingyun will definitely remember this kindness.
When I return to the palace, I will do my best to repay my benefactor.
Xia Qingma spoke, and her voice was extremely nice, gentle and calm.
Although there was no smile on her face, it gave people a very gentle feeling. Forget it, I'm right here in Yiping, I just passed by Booping and drew his sword to help.
Yiping shook his head.
He had no feelings about such repayment, after all, he didn't lack anything. Furthermore, Yiping didn't want to get involved with the great Xia dynasty.
If Qingyun Daozone was really a victim of the Battle of Destruction, wouldn't that be a problem?
So Yiping planned to go away from Xia Qingma, but nothing happened.
Your Excellency is so serious that the great Xia dynasty has clear rewards and punishments. You have to save me because you have been kind to me. Qingyun will naturally not forget this kind of kindness. Xia Qingma continued.
Okay, if you really want to repay me, wait until you return to the great Xia dynasty, just give me some more spirit stones.
Yiping did not give in.
Through today's battle, Yiping did find his shortcomings. Although he is just a foundation-building cultivator, and the other party is a late-stage cultivator of the Jindan stage, no one will feel that bullying the small by the big one.
Especially for people in the demonic way, if you talk about morality with the disciples of the demonic sect, isn't this asking for death? This is a wake-up call. You must improve your strength as soon as possible.
Not only do you need to improve your strength quickly, but you also need to improve your physical body, swordsmanship, formations, and other strengths.
So what can I do if I am invincible in the same realm? Looking around the world, what can you do if you are invincible in foundation building? If you encounter a Jindan monk, you will die. And there will be powerful nascent soul in the future. If you meet not a Jindan cultivator today, but a powerful nascent soul in the future, then can you still survive?
So Yiping decided to improve his strength quickly, and at least he should quickly upgrade to the Golden Pill realm, so that at least he would go to a stronger place in the future and would not even have no chance to escape. If you want to improve your strength, you must have spirit stones. Merit is hard to come by, and spirit stones are hard currency. Therefore, if the Princess of Daxia really wants to repay her, she will give herself millions of top-grade spirit stones, and he will not mind too many.
Is the spirit stone? Okay, but my benefactor, can I escort me to Lizhou now? Some people in the court are waiting for me in Lizhou. As long as I arrive in Lizhou, it will naturally be safe. I will return to the palace and give all my savings to you.
Xia Qingma spoke and agreed to Yiping's request very directly, but she hoped that Yiping could escort her to Lizhou, and at the same time she might promise benefits.
All savings?
Yiping was a little moved when he heard these 4 words.
How much is the 10th princess of Daxia, a dignified princess? It's probably an astronomical figure.
But before Yiping could think more, suddenly, figures appeared. Yiping's body was extremely strong, so he naturally felt something.
He was very large and came from all directions. Run! The next moment, Yiping directly grabbed Xia Qingma's little hand and escaped from here.
End of this chapter.
They are there, chase them.
The 10 princesses right in front, hurry up and chase.
Kill.
In the mountains, figures appeared one by one, thousands of figures were densely packed, shuttled through the mountains. Yiping looked calm and pulled Xia Qingma to run wildly.
My benefactor, why don't you fly with the sword?
Xia Qingma was pulled to run wildly. She was a princess and could withstand such crazy running.
What made Xia Qingma even more curious was why Yiping knew how to run. Is it not good to fly with a sword? She felt like she was about to vomit.
I can't fly with my sword. Yiping himself was also a little embarrassed. He couldn't fly on the sword, mainly because the eldest brother didn't teach him. Later, when he went to the Jin State Academy, Yiping did not learn sword control skills. It was not that the Jin State Academy did not have sword control skills, nor was it that Yiping was lazy. It was mainly not taught by his senior brother, and Yiping didn't want to learn it. Xia Qingma was a little confused. In the early stage of foundation building, the Qi and blood furnace was burning, and the formation was arranged instantly.
Do you think you can't control the sword?
This is like a peerless talented man who is full of knowledge and says that he can't write. However, Xia Qingma immediately came to his senses and looked at Yi Ping.
My benefactor, why don't I teach you the sword controlling technique? Xia Qingma spoke. She couldn't stand the bumpy feeling anymore. Princess Qingma, it's not something else.
My senior brother is a peerless sword immortal. I want to wait for my senior brother to teach me the sword control technique.
I thank you for your kindness.
Yi Ping ran all the way, and at the same time refused the other party's kindness. No, benefactor, I can't stand it if you run like this.
Xia Qingma couldn't help laughing and crying, mainly because she really couldn't stand it.
Yi Ping's speed was too fast, and she had the energy to protect her body when flying with the sword. Yi Pingchun ran wildly.
If her body was strong, it didn't matter. She really couldn't bear the problem. Yi Ping was a little embarrassed in an instant.
He could see that Xia Qingma was indeed a little uncomfortable and could not breathe. His beautiful face was extremely red.
But if the speed is slowed down, you will definitely be caught up.
If the speed is not slowed down, Xia Qingma probably will be in trouble.
Alas, it's really troublesome for women. Yi Ping was a little depressed.
My benefactor, don't worry, although I may not be able to teach you the sword controlling technique, but it will definitely not be worse than your senior brother. It is the #1 sword controlling technique in the sutra library of the Great Xia Dynasty.
If you really don't need it in the future, you can learn from your senior brother again. Extraordinary times and extraordinary means, I don't think your senior brother will blame you. Xia Qingma persuaded Yi Ping with great sincerity. Sure enough, all the words are said to be.
Yi Ping was also shaken.
Okay, since that's the case, there's only that, alas.
Yi Ping spoke, his words full of helplessness. At this moment, Xia Qingma felt a little uncomfortable. She had a nickname in the Daxia dynasty, called the Mobile Sutra Pavilion. Basically, she knew a little about the Daxia dynasty, the other 4 dynasties, and various secret calligraphy, secret techniques, strange stories, and strange things.
If you just want some secrets and mental methods, who doesn't want the entire Daxia dynasty?
But today I took the initiative to teach the secret techniques, but I didn't expect to be so disgusted by Yi Ping. For a moment, Xia Qingma wanted to know who the senior brother Yi Ping said was.
But for now, let's teach the secret method quickly.
My benefactor, this secret technique is called the Great Free Sword Control Technique. It is a very famous sword control technique in the Great Xia Dynasty.
I will remember the mantras and remember them well. Xia Qingma spoke and then spoke. My heart is like water, my mind is like wind, my body is free, my spirit is free.
Xia Qingma spoke and taught Yi Ping all the Great Freedom Sword Control Technique.
The mantra was not long, and Yi Ping instantly wrote down this mantra. Then begin to understand.
My benefactor, if this secret method is a bit difficult, I'll change it to you.
After memorizing the formula, Xia Qingma continued to speak.
In fact, she regretted it a little. Perhaps because Yi Ping looked down upon her, she taught Yi Ping the best sword control technique in the sutra library of the Great Xia Dynasty. The sword control technique is the most basic sword technique, but this great free sword control technique is not so easy to learn. Even a genius of swordsmanship takes several months to comprehend. She didn't know if Yi Ping could truly master it.
If you can't, it will be troublesome.
But as soon as Xia Qingma finished speaking, a flying sword appeared in Yi Ping's hand in an instant. This is the flying sword that Su Qianyu gave him. Yi Ping has been in his dantian and has learned the sword control technique.
Yi Ping plans to try it out. My heart is like water, my mind is like wind, my body is free, and my spirit is free.
Yi Ping closed his eyes and felt it carefully.
That's when. With a breeze blowing.
In an instant, the flying sword in Yi Ping's hand seemed to have intelligence.
After several times the increase, it appeared at his feet. Call out.
The next moment, Yi Ping's speed increased tenfold, and he seemed to turn into a breeze, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers.
The meaning is like the wind. In an instant, Xia Qingma knew what was going on.
Yiping not only realized the Great Free Sword Control technique within 10 breaths, but also realized the second meaning of the Great Free Sword Control technique within just 10 breaths. My heart is like water, this is the first level, the sword technique is like water, and the sword is soft. My intention is like the wind, this is the second level, my intention is like the wind, and I can control my sword at a very fast speed. I am free and carefree, this is the third level of realm, free and carefree in the world, and I am free and carefree with my sword. I am free, this is the fourth level of realm, the world is free, the sword follows the gods. Generally, even a sword genius will take several months to barely reach the first level. But Yiping only took 10 breaths to reach the second level directly. Holding the sword like the wind, do whatever you want. This qualification is simply a monster. Xia Qingma suddenly felt that Yiping's qualifications were no less than his brother's. She couldn't imagine how could a little Qingzhou have such a genius. Yiping's meaning is like the wind, swimming between heaven and earth. In the sky, Yiping felt the pleasure of driving the sword. He opened his eyes. Although he was a little scared, this control made Yiping feel extremely comfortable. In the blink of an eye, Yiping disappeared thousands of meters away. In another blink of an eye, Yiping returned to his original place. This speed increase is simply terrifying. Before, Yiping's limit was to travel 3,000 miles a day with the help of his body. But now after mastering this great free sword control technique, Yiping felt that 30,000 miles a day was no problem, or even more. How did this guy suddenly get so fast? Catch it quickly, don't talk nonsense. If this mission fails, we will be in trouble, so hurry up and chase it. The blood-swallowing pill chases him, and you can't let him run away. At this moment, figures soared into the sky in the forest. They had been hiding in the forest before, for fear of being discovered by Yiping. Now Yiping is flying with his sword, and they are no longer hiding their strength. Controlling magic weapons, chasing Yiping directly. My benefactor, run away. Xia Qingma's voice sounded. Seeing so many pursuers, she asked Yiping to run away as soon as possible. Yiping did not hesitate. He just took a look, then turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in place. It's outrageously fast. Above the sky, the dense disciples of the demon god sect were collectively confused. Yiping's speed was too fast, so fast that they could not capture it with their naked eyes. If they can chase, they will naturally chase it, but the question is who can catch up with this speed? But before everyone could come back to their senses. Suddenly, Yiping's figure returned to his original position. Now the disciples of the demon god sect were stunned again. They didn't know what happened. Why did Yiping come back and do what he did? My benefactor, what's wrong with you? Not to mention them, even Xia Qingma was a little curious. They all ran away, why are they back? This thinking is difficult to understand. But Yiping was shocked above the flying sword. He did run away at the beginning, but when he was leaving, he glanced at the group of people and found that these people were all disciples of the demon god sect. Disciples of the demon god cult. If it were another monk, he would have run away. No matter how the other party's cultivation is, he knew the reason why more ants bite the elephant to death. But the disciples of the demon god sect are different. Isn't this giving merit to yourself? In Yiping's eyes, disciples of the demon god sect are equal to merit, which is a very simple thinking. So after coming back to his senses, Yiping turned around and came back. Princess Qingma, are all disciples of the demon god cult? Yiping spoke and asked like this. Yes, there is only one demon god sect within Jin state who dares to fight against the great Xia dynasty. Xia Qingma didn't understand anything. She didn't understand what Yiping wanted to express. Princess Qingma, let me talk about this kind of thing sooner in the future. After getting the exact answer, Yiping immediately felt relieved, and looked at the group of disciples of the demon god sect. And the disciples were also a little confused. They didn't understand what Yiping was thinking. What's wrong with the disciples of the demon god cult? Are the disciples of the demon god sect strong? Brother, what are you thinking? Can you be more serious? Don't talk nonsense, kill. Catch the princess alive. Kill.
However, no matter what trick Yi Ping was playing, they didn't care.
They rushed towards Yi Ping one by one. For a moment, various magic weapons and flying swords rushed towards Yi Ping.
In short, their mission is to capture the princess alive, and they don't care about anything else.
Thousands of figures rushed towards Yi Ping, and above the sky, like an ant, formed a circle, surrounding Yi Ping.
My benefactor, run quickly. Although you are strong, you can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Don't be impulsive. In an instant, Xia Qingma quickly spoke and asked Yi Ping to run away quickly.
Although she knew that Yi Ping was very strong, she could not do this.
With so many people coming, even the Jindan monk has to die here.
Besides, among this group of disciples of the demon god sect, many of them are foundation-building monks, and it is not a joke that many ants can bite them to death. However, above the sky, Yi Ping patted Xia Qingma on the shoulder.
He didn't say anything, but the confidence revealed in his eyes made Xia Qingma stop talking. Call out.
In just a moment, when all the disciples of the demon god sect surrounded Yi Ping,
suddenly, infinite golden light burst out from Yi Ping's body.
At this moment, Yi Ping was like a sun, and a heavy golden wheel appeared behind his mind, dazzling and dazzling.
Ah! The golden wheel of transformation? Is this the golden wheel of transformation? Run quickly, does this guy have the golden wheel of salvation?
This is a peerless master of the great Xia dynasty. He is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger.
Run quickly.
The rumors are true, he really has the golden wheel of transformation.
This is impossible, this is impossible.
He is only in his early 20s and can actually condense the golden wheel of transformation.
I don't believe it, I don't believe it.
Hurry up, go and tell the adults that even if they die, they must spread this news, otherwise more people will die in his hands in the future.
Yi Ping, you are really sinister and despicable. You are a villain.
You are not even as good as the disciples of the demon sect, you are so despicable. Thousands of disciples of the demon god sect were instantly melted by the golden wheel of transformation. When they met, the thousands of people melted directly into the sky without even saying a word. The disciples of the demon god sect who had temporarily escaped the disaster could not help but panic. They screamed and cursed Yi Ping, their eyes full of hatred. But no matter how they scolded them, the result was that thousands of merit powers were all immersed in Yi Ping's body.
At this moment,
the disciples of the demon god sect were completely confused.
Xia Qingma was completely confused.
The body is invincible, the qi and blood are burning the furnace, the instant formation, the qualification of the sword against the sky, and now there is the golden wheel of transformation.
What kind of monster is this? There are monsters in the great Xia dynasty, but it is not so monster, right?
In his early 20s, he condensed out a qi and blood furnace, threw away the spirit stones at will, and didn't even want the array of arrays.
He directly arranged the teleportation array,
the first sword-controlling technique of the great Xia dynasty, and learned it in 10 breaths. Not only did he learn it, but he also directly mastered the second level. Now it is even more amazing, and there are all golden wheels for saving.
Xia Qingma was completely speechless. She finally understood why Yi Ping turned back. What are the most feared by this evil devil?
What I fear most is to save the golden light, let alone the golden wheel. For a girl who understands her, Xia Qingma knows more than everyone how exaggerated the golden wheel of the transformation is. Among the 10 countries, Jin State had only one person who had the golden wheel of transformation. As powerful as the state of Chen, the leader of the 10 countries, there are only 3 people who have the golden wheel of transformation. The great Xia dynasty may not exceed 100 strong men with the golden wheel of transformation. Although the great Xia dynasty did not have any very powerful Buddhist sects, it was enough to prove how difficult it was to condense the golden wheel. Under normal circumstances, it is a dream to be a master who has the golden light that has not accumulated 1,000 years of merit and wants to condense the golden wheel of the golden wheel of the golden light. Based on Yi Ping's qi and blood, Xia Qingma can confirm that Yi Ping's age will definitely not exceed 25 years old. He was even just 1 or 2 years older than himself.
At this age, the golden wheel of transformation is condensed. It's really outrageous.
At this moment, Xia Qingma completely understood what it means to have heaven beyond heaven and there are people outside of man.
This is simply outrageous.
All the disciples of the demon god sect were defeated at this moment. They surrounded Yi Ping in the last second, with their faces rampant. The next moment, they were like poking a hornet's nest, and they scattered everywhere. They all wanted to grow 2 more legs and run away quickly. Dispatch the golden lightsword. It's a pity that Yi Ping showed no mercy at all in the face of so many merits. Thousands of golden sword energy were killed and mastered the great free sword control technique. Yi Ping's sword energy became much stronger and his speed was unparalleled. In just an instant, thousands of disciples of the demon god sect died under the golden lightsword.
Yi Ping is like a god.
In the end, thousands of golden lights burst out from his body, directly saving all the disciples of the demon god sect. There were nearly tens of thousands of disciples of the demon god sect, all buried in Yi Ping's golden wheel of transformation. Tens of thousands of merits, and each merit is not a small merit. Although it is not as good as the millions of resentful souls at the beginning, it is really a waste of time. However, at this moment, an indescribable feeling appeared. Yi Ping's eyelids twitched, and in an instant he drove the flying sword and disappeared directly from the spot.
Boom! Just as Yi Ping disappeared, a terrifying explosion sounded, and a flying sword shattered the void.
The aftermath of the explosion directly knocked Yi Ping away, and even caused Yi Ping's blood to roll and his sweat hair to stand up.
Someone attacked him.
Yi Ping coughed, and he forced himself to stabilize his rolling qi and blood, looking around with great vigilance.
Call out. Another sword energy came.
Yi Ping disappeared from the spot half a step ahead of time. Fortunately, he practiced the great free sword control technique. If he had not mastered this sword control technique, he would be afraid that he would not be able to dodge even if he had a warning half a step ahead of time. My benefactor, fly south. Lizhou is in the south. It only takes less than 3 hours to fly to Lizhou. When you arrive in Lizhou, everything will be safe.
Xia Qingma behind her spoke and asked Yi Ping to fly south.
She calculated the time and at Yi Ping's speed, she would definitely fly to Lizhou within 3 hours.
Good.
Yi Ping did not talk nonsense, and drove the flying sword into a breeze, disappeared directly from the spot and flew towards the south.
You can't escape.
However, at this moment, Han Mo's voice sounded. He came here with the disciples of the demon god sect.
At first, he didn't plan to take action.
All the strong men of Jin came. He didn't want to reveal his identity, so he watched secretly, thinking that so many disciples of the demon god sect could capture the 10th princess alive no matter what.
As long as the 10th princess is captured, everything is easy to say.
But unexpectedly, Yi Ping actually had the golden wheel of transformation, which really shocked Han Mo. At this moment, Han Mo was not just trying to capture the 10th princess alive, he also wanted to capture Yi Ping. Yi Ping was so incredible at such a young age, and he must have been passed down from generation to generation.
He wants to get Yi Ping's inheritance. Senior, how are fellow Taoist Wang? Are you dead?
When he wakes up, I will tell him for help.
I really don't know that he is so weak.
If I know, I won't be able to take such a heavy hand. Also, Senior, as his master, don't teach him.
If you don't learn well, don't cause trouble for others? Fortunately, I met me this time. If I met someone, I might be really dead. Escape to the south, Yi Ping spoke. He was deliberately angering Han Mo and making him demented. But Han Mo didn't care about Yi Ping's words at all. If you have lived for hundreds of years, it would be stupid if you were deceived like this. Don't struggle, you can't escape my palm. Han Mo spoke coldly. At that moment, he pinched his 5 fingers, and the terrifying sword formation appeared in front of Yi Ping, strangling everything. Call out. Yi Ping did not talk nonsense and turned around to avoid the terrifying sword formation. At the same time, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at Xia Qingma anxiously and said, "Do you have spirit stones?" Yi Ping asked. Without. Xia Qingma was a little embarrassed. She had basically spent all the spirit stones on her body. It's a problem. Yi Ping frowned, and the teleportation formation was just now,
and all the spirit stones were exhausted. At this moment, he regretted not asking Liu for more spirit stones. But who would have thought that such a thing could happen if teleported back home?
Yi Ping, who was a little depressed, could only run around freely.
Taoist Han Mo wanted to capture him alive. Not only did he worry about the 10th princess, but he also didn't want to kill Yi Ping, so he took action very steadily and did not take any ruthless actions.
Otherwise, this would not be the case. After one stick of incense,
Yi Ping ran around like a headless fly. And at this moment, Xia Qingma's voice couldn't help but sound. My benefactor, there is a ghost grave in front of him.
There are mazes everywhere, and there is a deep resentment. Be careful. Xia Qingma's voice sounded, reminding Yi Ping that there was Linha Ghost Tomb in front of him. Linha Ghost Tomb? Yi Ping was a little startled in an instant. He didn't expect that he would come to Linha Ghost Tomb by chance.
In an instant, Yi Ping suddenly had a bold idea.
Bang!
But just after Yi Ping's momentary thinking, Han Mo's sword energy had already come, and the terrifying explosive power directly knocked Yi Ping away thousands of meters from the sky.
Puff!
Yi Ping spitted blood, and his body vibrated, and his qi and blood were rioting. If it weren't for his physical health, anyone would have died if he hadn't been like a dragon.
It's really terrifying. In the sky, Han Mo couldn't help but look amazed.
However, no matter how amazed, Han Mo turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Yi Ping, still trying to capture Yi Ping alive.
That's when
Yi Ping instantly opened the 36-candle dragon immortal orifice, used the candle dragon immortal seal, the blood in his body rolled and burned, and he controlled the flying sword and flew directly towards the Linha Ghost Tomb. In just a moment, Yi Ping speed soared, reaching a limit. With a distance of hundreds of miles, Yi Ping entered the Linha Ghost Tomb in less than 3 breaths. This is his extreme speed.
Do you want to improve your strength by saving the resentful soul? Do you think I'll give you a chance? The next moment, Han Mo's figure also appeared at the Linha Ghost Tomb.
His voice was cold, and he guessed Yi Ping's thoughts directly, but he was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he felt that Yi Ping was extremely stupid. But in fact, Yi Ping's plan.
Not so.
End of this chapter. Although he is a genius, he is a bit stupid. Outside the Linha Ghost Tomb, Han Mo sneered. In his opinion, Yi Ping rashly entered the Linha Ghost Tomb simply because he wanted to use the power of the Golden Will to save the resentful souls, thereby obtaining the power of merit and improving his strength. This method is actually quite good, but the problem is that Yi Ping overestimated himself and underestimated Han Mo.
The Golden Wheel of Transformation is indeed extremely terrifying. For resentful souls, the Golden Wheel of Transformation is simply the supreme killing weapon. Even if the Ghost King in the Ghost Tomb of the River encounters the Golden Wheel of Transformation, he will probably run away in sight. But the problem is, it takes time for you to save your resentful souls. You need time to find resentful souls, right? With so many resentful souls, will you take the initiative to die when you see that you have the Golden Wheel of Transformation? The disciples of the Demon God Sect completely didn't know that Yi Ping had the Golden Wheel of Transformation. If he knew that Yi Ping had the Golden Wheel of Transformation, would he die in vain? Furthermore, even if Yi Ping really saved all the resentful souls of Linha Ghost Tomb, what could he do? Break through to the Golden Pill realm on the spot? It's okay to break through to the Qi training realm to the foundation building realm, but it's really not enough to break through to the Golden Pill to have spiritual energy. The 7 realms, in addition to the Qi training realm and the foundation building realm, can be broken through simple spiritual energy. All other realms need to be understood and also have conditions. No matter whether you are a peerless genius or not, if you can break through directly by relying solely on a large amount of spiritual energy, then the major dynasties don't have to do anything. If you pile all the spirit stones on one person, you will have a fairy already born. Moreover, although the Golden Pill realm can also be forced to break through spiritual energy, it also hurts the root cause. It is almost impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm in the future. Except for the monks in the military camp who would do this, normal monks would not forcefully break through to the Golden Pill realm. However, although Han Mo looked down on Yi Ping as stupid as he was, he also understood that this was Yi Ping's last solution.
I just looked down on myself a little too much. Yi Ping is indeed very strong, his body is as strong as a dragon, his body is invincible, his transformation of the golden wheel, and his sword skills are outstanding.
Any talent can be called a genius if he puts it on anyone.
But all these things are gathered on Yi Ping alone, which proves that Yi Ping has a peerless inheritance. If we can obtain the peerless inheritance of Yi Ping, then there will be hope for the revival of the sect.
Thinking of this, Han Mo's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of greed.
And in the ghost grave of Linha, Yi Ping ran all the way, looking a little like a headless fly, but in fact he was running around randomly.
Xia Qingma behind him couldn't help but wonder what Yi Ping was thinking. She really couldn't understand what Yi Ping wanted to do, to come to the river ghost tomb to save the resentful souls, thereby enhancing herself, and then fighting with Han Mo? This is not very realistic.
It is difficult to break through to the Golden Pill realm. Besides, Yi Ping is still a peerless genius, so it will definitely be more difficult than other cultivators. Even if the entire Linha ghost tomb was saved, it would probably not be able to break through to the Golden Pill realm. She really couldn't figure out what Yi Ping wanted to do.
Sure enough, a straight man's heart is not something that women can understand.
At this moment, Yi Ping saw a group of resentful souls, not many, just a dozen people.
For a moment, Yi Ping yelled, "Where is the Ghost King?"
When Yi Ping came to these resentful souls, he was like a god, and his elegant aura disappeared, but instead had a peerless and domineering attitude.
Ah? Ghost King?
The resentful souls were a little confused.
They were discussing what to eat for the next meal.
Suddenly someone came and asked them where the Ghost King was, so they were naturally a little confused.
Before these resentful souls could come back to their senses, a dozen faint merits scattered into Yi Ping's body under a golden light.
There are pursuers behind him, and Yi Ping has time to waste time with them here. The next moment, Yi Ping appeared in front of a group of resentful souls again.
Where is the Ghost King?
Yi Ping, who was like a god in heaven, directly shocked the resentful souls. Their eyes were full of astonishment and surprise, and they didn't know how to answer. Swish! Another golden light flashed by, and dozens of weak merits entered the body. Next, Yi Ping was as crazy as he saw the resentful soul and asked where the Ghost King was. If he couldn't answer, or if he had no time to answer, he was saved by the golden wheel of transformation on the spot.
Where is the Ghost King?
Swish!
Where is the Ghost King?
Swish!
Where is the Ghost King?
Swish! In less than a stick of incense, Yi Ping saved at least thousands of resentful souls. Yi Ping is like a god in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of these resentful souls, Yi Ping is like an evil ghost.
Even more like evil spirits than them. Where is the Ghost King? How do I know where is the Ghost King?
Brother, stop making trouble. The resentful souls were really crying. These resentful souls died and never expected that such strange things would happen in the Year of Ghosts. This day, the ghost grave in the river is crying and howling. Finally, the resentful soul answered in time. The Ghost King is in the southwest direction.
Brother, stop killing me, you're going crazy.
The other party knelt on the ground and cried, and he saw Yi Ping's behavior like a god in the distance.
Wherever I go, I really howl.
So when Yi Ping appeared in front of him, he immediately informed the Ghost King of the southwest.
Southwest direction? Okay, thank you, you have kindness to me.
I, Yi, pay attention to repaying all kindness in my work.
I will help you see that you are full of resentment.
When Yi Ping learned that the Ghost King was in the southwest, he was so happy that he then drove away a golden light, directly saving the resentful soul.
I'll help you.
The resentful soul who was saved was confused.
I didn't say you wanted to save me, but I said you still save me? Why don't you die?
The resentful soul was transformed and disappeared, while Yi Ping continued to run, heading towards the southwest.
Bang bang bang.
At this moment, sword energy exploded, and the resentful souls of Linha Ghost Tomb were even more affected. Being saved by Yi Ping can at least be reincarnated, but Han Mo's Taoism does not give them the opportunity to save them, and they will be killed directly, and both body and spirit will be destroyed. For a moment, the resentful souls began to run away madly.
Who did this person meet? The fight between gods and immortals will bring disaster to Yanqi. They cried. Yi Ping, don't run away. If you want to save the resentful soul and improve your strength, it is impossible. Do you think I will give you this opportunity? I can give you a chance. As long as you take me as your teacher, I am willing to accept you as an apprentice, and even I can teach you my unique skills. You and I can benefit from it. How about it? Han Mo's voice rang behind him. He followed Yi Ping closely. Even if Yi Ping tried his best to use the great free sword control technique, he could not escape from Han Mo's palm. However, Han Mo has no temperament. If Yi Ping is stubborn, he would not mind killing Yi Ping. Senior, I am stupid in my qualifications. If I join you, I will probably bring shame to you. Yi Ping fled in front and responded. Quality is dull? If you call it dull, how many people in the world dare to call themselves geniuses? In a word, do you want to become a disciple? Han Mo snorted coldly and said so. Be bless, but senior, can you let me go back to the sect? At least I have to go back and say something to my master? Yi Ping spoke. He knew that the other party was not very patient, so he made a fuss with him and wanted to delay time. Why do you need to be so troublesome? You just take me as your teacher. Go back and I will go to your sect and invite your master to have some tea, and the matter will be solved. Yi Ping, I don't have much patience, so don't be obsessed with it. Han Mo continued to speak. Drink tea? What kind of tea? My master only drinks new tea. Yi Ping continued to whine. It seems you really want to die. Han Mo's face became cold. He had already become murderous. If it weren't for the 10th princess reasons, maybe he would be willing to make a fuss with Yi Ping, but the matter of 10th princess is the most important thing right now. Peerless inheritance, it is best to have nature. If not, forget it. But at this moment, a huge stone tablet appeared in Yi Ping's eyes. The thief of the great prison and resentful demon. There are 6 ancient characters engraved on the huge stone tablet. Yi Ping saw this ancient text in the Sutra Library of Jin National Academy of Sciences, and also learned it a little, knowing what it means. Behind the stone tablet is a small hill, and the sealed part is the ghost king Linha, which is the resentful demon of the great prison. When you step into this area, you will feel resentment soaring, and black fog is everywhere. If you are an ordinary monk, you will be surrounded by resentment just by standing by, and you will lose yourself and become possessed by devils. It's here. At this moment, Yi Ping showed joy. He came directly to the stone tablet, and then under Xia Qingma's astonished face. Yi Ping punched the stone tablet. Boom! Yi Ping's body was filled with golden light, and there were dragon roars in his body. The power of this punch was enough to blow up a cultivator in the early stage of the golden pill. Of course, this Jindan monk is an ordinary Jindan monk. People are divided into different levels. Cultivators are also divided into 3 levels. Han Mo is at the genius level. Although he is a cultivator with an ordinary golden elixir in the late stage of the Jindan stage, he will die in front of him. Although Yi Ping is a foundation-building cultivator, facing a golden elixir cultivator like Han Mo, even Han Mo may not be able to fight even in the early stage of the golden elixir. Just like Yi Ping in the early stage of foundation building meets himself in the middle stage of foundation building. Can he fight? However, this punch hit the stone tablet, but found that the stone tablet did not move at all, without any change, like a piece of divine iron. No matter how Yi Ping knocked it, it would not be shattered. My benefactor, are you trying to shatter the stone tablet and release the Ghost King to stop Han Mo? At this moment, Xia Qingma finally came to her senses. She understood Yi Ping's thoughts and couldn't help but speak. Yes, otherwise what do you think I'm going to do to Linha Ghost Tomb? Isn't anyone really thinking that I'm here to save my resentful soul and improve my strength, right? Yi Ping was a little depressed. The biggest reason why he came to Linha Ghost Tomb was this Ghost King. The strength of the Ghost King is equivalent to that of the nascent soul realm. Although Han Mo is a late-stage Jindan cultivator at the genius level, he has not saved the golden light. How could he resist the Ghost King? Could it be that I am so stupid that I am coming to Linha Ghost Tomb to fight monsters and upgrade?
My benefactor, then you can't use brute force to crack the seal, and use the blessing of the golden wheel of douceur, so that you can crack the seal. When Xia Qingma learned what Yi Ping meant, he quickly spoke and asked Yi Ping to crack it with the golden light. Only two ways can this kind of seal be broken, the most yang and the most yin. Or use the most evil thing in the world to break the seal. Or use the most sanguine thing in the world to break the seal.
Nothing else can work. If brute force can be cracked, then just hire a Yuaniing evil cultivator, wouldn't it be smashed directly? The golden wheel of the transformation? There is still this statement?
Yi Ping was a little surprised.
He really didn't expect that the golden wheel of transformation could break this ban.
However, although he was surprised, Yi Ping immediately condensed the golden wheel of the divination, and then bombarded the stone tablet.
Boom!
The stone tablet trembled and there was a trace of cracks. It was indeed much easier to use than brute force. For a moment, Yi Ping couldn't help but have a different view of Xia Qingma. He thought Xia Qingma was a drag bottle, but what he didn't expect was that it really worked.
Sure enough, people who have read books are different.
My benefactor, although you can delay Han Mo's release, the problem is that once the Ghost King is born, the whole Qingzhou will be in chaos,
and then how many people will be implicated?
Xia Qingma spoke, and she frowned slightly. Although this was a good solution, the Ghost King released it and solved Han Mo's trouble, but it would also bring huge trouble to Qingzhou. However, hearing this, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at Xia Qingma and said, "Princess Qingma, remember my words. The most important thing is that whether Qingzhou is in chaos or not is Qingzhou.
But if the Ghost King is not released, you and me will die. Qingzhou will not remember what we two have done, and I don't need Qingzhou to remember anything."
Yi Ping's voice was very calm, but this sentence made Xia Qingma stunned. If such remarks are placed in the court, they will inevitably be criticized by countless great scholars, but if they calm down and think about it, there is no problem with Yi Ping's words. But in fact, Yi Ping dared to release the Ghost King, so he naturally had his ideas. Whether the Ghost King would cause trouble in Qingzhou was not the Ghost King, but Yi Ping had the final say.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Yi Ping's golden fist hit the stone tablet again and again, and the sound of dragon roars resounded one after another, and the cracks on the stone tablet became bigger and bigger.
Yi Ping, I advise you not to release the Ghost King.
Once the Ghost King is released, even if it delays me, he is destined to be a disaster to the world, and the entire Qingzhou will be destroyed by the time of the time.
When it comes to that time, all the people killed by the Ghost King will be all involved in you, do you know?
Outside the Ghost King's seal, Han Mo frowned, and he spoke loudly, his face turned ashen.
He really didn't expect that Yi Ping came to the river Ghost Grave to release the Ghost King?
If this is really released, he will be in trouble. With his cultivation level, he will be unable to resist the Linha Ghost King.
Senior Han, I cannot release the Ghost King. As long as you leave, I cannot release the Ghost King.
Yi Ping bombarded the stone tablet.
To be honest, he was a little weak.
If the Ghost King comes out and starts a killing act, he is also afraid of these karma of cause and effect, so he will not release the Ghost King until he has to be absolutely necessary.
Okay, as long as you hand over the 10 princesses to me, I can leave and not hurt you, how about it? Han Mo didn't expect Yi Ping to hide this move. His face looked ugly and even regretted it.
He didn't click to kill Yi Ping earlier. It's all my fault for being greedy and wanting to get the peerless inheritance of Yi Ping.
Now that I think about it, it's really stupid. Okay, I can hand over the princess to you, but when I saw the princess, I felt like it was the same and wanted to talk about her life. Otherwise, I would take him to Lizhou first, and then hand it over to you when I arrived in Lizhou? Yi Ping asked. He. After hearing this, Han Mo couldn't help but sneer.
He knew that there were people from the Daxia dynasty in Lizhou. When he arrived in Lizhou, let alone the 10 princesses, he would have to die.
Boom.
At this moment, Han Mo did not talk nonsense. He stepped into the Ghost King's grave and was filled with resentment.
Han Mo took out a jade pendant, and in an instant the jade pendant emitted a green light, blocking these resentful souls.
At the same time, sword energy shot away, turning into lightning, slashing directly on Yi Ping's back.
Clang 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 clang.
The sword energy hit Yi Ping's back, causing a huge explosion. Yi Ping condensed all his magic power on his back, released all the Zhulong ancient seal, Zhulong immortal orifices, and the ancient gods and demons, but he was still severely injured.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood sprayed on the stone tablet. Yi Ping did not move, but he was injured.
Bang.
But Yi Ping did not hesitate at all and bombarded the stone tablet again. As long as the stone tablet is broken, there is a chance of survival, otherwise the situation will be unsolvable.
Don't be stubborn, go to die.
The next moment, Han Mo's voice sounded, and he formed seals with his hands. Hundreds of blue sword energy condensed, turning into an extremely terrifying sword energy. Rushed directly towards Yi Ping. This sword energy is sufficient to kill Yi Ping. A terrifying sense of crisis came, and Yi Ping's hair stood up all over his body. But he gritted his teeth and tried his best to punch the stone tablet again.
The true dragon ancient fist. Yi Ping's fist turned into a dragon shape, trembling with shock. The void was trembling.
The punch hit the stone tablet, and the stone tablet cracked in an instant and was almost broken. But unfortunately, the seal is too deep and it is still difficult to break. And Han Mo's sword light had already appeared behind him. At this moment, Yi Ping was speechless. He did not choose to escape because he knew that if he escaped, Han Mo could still pursue him. Sooner or later, he would die, but he could just delay the time.
Mad, I will never be a good person again in my next life.
At this moment, Yi Ping cursed in his heart. He had no regrets because regret had no effect. But at this moment, Xia Qingma's voice sounded. My benefactor, keep smashing. Xia Qingma's voice sounded, and the next moment, she appeared in front of Yi Ping, blocking the sword energy.
Bang!
A 3-meter-long sword energy bombarded Xia Qingma, but an invisible force blocked the sword energy, and a necklace on Xia Qingma's neck was directly broken. This is her protective weapon, but it can only be used once. Seeing this scene, Yi Ping had almost no hesitation and punched the stone tablet again.
Boom!
The stone tablet is even worse, it is almost broken and broken. But at this moment, the sword energy of Taoist Han Mo came again. In this case, no one will hesitate, whoever hesitates will die. This sword energy came, and Xia Qingma was also desperate. Yi Ping didn't have time to have the last blow.
Death is approaching. But just when Yi Ping and Xia Qingma were desperate, an extremely strong voice sounded.
Old Tai, smash it quickly, I'll help you block it. As the sound rang out, the Ghost King's tomb shook in an instant. End of this chapter.
With a strong voice sounded.
In an instant, all the resentment in the Ghost King's tomb condensed behind Yi Ping.
Block Han Mo's sword. Boom!
The demon-suppressing monument was damaged again, but what left Yi Ping speechless was that this stone tablet was like a cheat.
It was already like this, and it was still firm? Brother, stop holding on, you can break it up quickly. Yi Ping was really anxious.
Although he didn't know who was helping him, it would be really cold if he continued like this.
Don't panic, Lao Tai, be fully focused, leave the rest to me.
The voice continued to sound, telling Yi Ping not to panic. He came to take charge of Han Mo.
Boom! Hearing this, Yi Ping didn't care.
He stared at the stone tablet with his eyes tightly, punching and punching.
Behind Yi Ping, the terrifying resentment blessing blocked Han Mo's attacks again and again. In an instant, Han Mo knew who was secretly taking action.
Yi Ping, this is the Ghost King.
He wants to be born. You let him go. All of us die.
In this way, I cannot cause trouble for you, as long as you hand over the princess to me.
Yi Ping, the matter of the 10th princess is too much involved. If you want to forcibly protect her, it will be a disaster for you. Aren't you afraid that your sect will be implicated? The Demon God Sect is not a small sect. There are many powerful people in the Demon God Sect. If they know that you ruined their plan, you will definitely die.
Yi Ping, calm down, think about it carefully, think about your senior brother, think about your master. If one day, the Demon God Sect will kill your sect, and the 10th princess hides in the Daxia dynasty, and what will happen to your sect?
There is another point.
You released the Ghost King and took a step back 10,000 steps.
Even if I die, do you think you can escape?
This Ghost King is sinister and cunning, despicable, and shameless, and kills without blinking.
Can you subdue him? Taoist Han Mo was really panicked.
If the Ghost King is really about to be born, he will be doomed, so he doesn't want to continue provoking Yi Ping. As long as he takes the 10th princess away, Yi Ping will treat it as if he has never seen him before. Sure enough, as Taoist Han Mo said, Yi Ping calmed down.
He frowned slightly, thinking about what Han Mo said. What would happen if the disciples of the Demon God Sect entered the Qingyun Sect?
But after Yi Ping stopped, the Ghost King's voice sounded.
Old Tai, why are you standing there? Hurry up and smash it. Do you still believe in the nonsense of such people? What can the Demon God Sect be strong? Can he still make a fortune? Is the Great Xia dynasty a good meal? Also, who is despicable and shameless? Who kills without blinking? Who is insidious and cunning? Don't worry, when I come out, I will never hurt you. The Ghost King screamed. He was very excited and nervous. He had been sealed in the Linha Ghost tomb for hundreds of years. He didn't expect that one day, he would have the chance to unseal. To be honest, he felt that he was about to finish. Now that someone has cracked the seal, how can he not be excited? How to not be excited? It's just at this moment. Yi Ping thought it through. It would be great if the disciples of the Demon God Sect killed the Qingyun Sect. From then on, there would be no Demon God Sect. Isn't this good? Qingyun Sect is all peerless masters. Are you still afraid of the mere Demon God Sect? Even if the senior brothers and sisters don't take action, it's enough to rely on themselves alone. Isn't the disciples of the Demon God Sect the same merit? Thinking of this, Yi Ping punched faster and more vigorously. In an instant, Han Mo's face changed. He didn't expect Yi Ping to dare to continue smashing it. Do you really want to die? Are you not afraid that your sect will be destroyed? Yes, very right, that's the feeling. Good, very good, smashing this stone tablet, hee. The Ghost King's voice sounded, and he wanted to dance, but unfortunately, he was suppressed in the hills and could not move at all. Yi Ping, you're crazy. In an instant, Han Mo ran away, and he really ran away because the stone tablet was really going to be broken, and once it was broken, he would undoubtedly die. Roar! The huge dragon roar sounded. The next moment, the demon suppression monument broke. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the entire mountain was trembling, all the formations of Linha Ghost Tomb collapsed, the surging ghost energy spread, and the sky of thousands of miles fell to pieces on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. A deafening laughter sounded, spreading thousands of miles away. The resentful demons of the prison resurrected, and all resentment surged into the hills. At this moment, the mountains collapsed and the ground broke, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and dark clouds rolled, covering thousands of miles. The trees were broken by gusts of evil wind, just like the end of the world. The resentful demon of the great prison was born, and for a moment, it was in an ancient temple thousands of miles away from the Linha Ghost Tomb. An old monk suddenly opened his eyes, and he looked towards the Linha Ghost Tomb in disbelief, his eyes full of shock and horror. The evil deeds of the great prison are born, and Jin State is going to suffer a lot. He murmured to himself, then took out a demon-subduing pestle, stepped on a golden bridge, and rushed towards the Linha Ghost Tomb. Not only him, there are several ancient temples in Jin State, and people left with magic weapons, and each of them looked very ugly. And in the ghost grave of Linha. Han Mo has been arrogant before and has fled in panic now. He is frightened and cursed Yi Ping. Silly, stupid, really stupid. The resentful demon of the great prison has been sealed in the Linha Ghost Tomb for hundreds of years. Although it has been suppressed and transformed by the supreme scriptures, its resentment has not diminished at all. Now that it is released, its strength has not decreased but increased. At that time, the entire Jin State will find it difficult to suppress him. Yi Ping, you are really stupid.
Even if you escape, all the sins that the Ghost King has done will be blessed on you.
Silly, stupid. Han Mo cursed, but he was more frightened.
He hopes that he can escape this disaster now.
But at this moment, a big hand appeared in front of Han Mo.
The big hand had no light or any Taoism, but directly grabbed Han Mo from the air.
Swish! In an instant, Han Mo returned to the Ghost King's tomb.
He was bound and stood not far away, with a panic on his face.
Bang!
The mountain broke, and at this moment a big man appeared in everyone's eyes. The man was very rough, bareheaded, wearing an animal leather jacket, 2 meters tall, with an exaggerated muscles, like a rock, and more like an iron tower, emitting a terrifying aura.
This is a resentful demon from the Great Prison.
What people didn't expect was that it was not the kind of green-faced and fanged, extremely fierce, but it was like a normal person, but it was just a bit rough.
It's cool, it's cool.
The resentful demon of the Great Prison stretched out his muscles and bones. His eyes were staring at Han Mo, and the sound of stirring beans came from his body, which made people's ears ring.
Senior, sir, I am a member of the demon god cult.
After all, I am also a member of the Qingyun Sect. First, congratulations to you for escape from the sea of suffering. I hope you can spare my life for the sake of the demon god cult. Feeling the gaze of the resentful demon of the prison, Han Mo cried and wanted to kneel on the ground to beg for mercy, but the problem was that his body was bound and he couldn't kneel down at all.
Bang! A man from the demon sect? Who is the one who was a man from the demon sect with you? You are worthy of the demon sect? What I hate most in my life is the man from the demon sect.
The next moment, the resentful demon of the Great Prison slapped Han Mo on the face, directly slapped Han Mo's teeth away, and said in an extremely vicious tone.
Han Mo was stunned when he said this.
Yi Ping and Xia Qingmo were also a little confused.
The Ghost King claims that he is not from the demon sect? Could it be that it is really because of being transformed into anger? Yes, senior, you are not a member of the demon sect.
Over the past few hundred years, seniors must have had a lot of insights, so that they can transcend themselves, understand good and evil, and understand the true meaning of life.
Senior, are you a sign of becoming an immortal? Congratulations to senior. Han Mo lacked teeth, but it still did not affect his praise for the evil spirits of the prison.
In front of the powerful Yuanying master, the Jindan monk was like an ant, and he didn't need any fancy operations at all. He suppressed him with just a raising his hand. Han Mo had no ability to backhand at all and could only bear it.
Yes, you're right. I've transcended myself and have a lot of insights. I'm about to become an immortal. But what's the point of just saying congratulations? Don't give me something?
The evil devil of the Great Prison enjoyed Han Mo's flattery, but when he said this, he couldn't help looking at Han Mo.
Things? Okay, I'll go back and prepare a gift for you right away.
Don't worry, it will definitely satisfy you. When Han Mo heard this, he quickly said happily.
No, just give you to me.
The resentful demon of the prison chuckled, then grabbed Han Mo directly, and without saying a word, he turned into a troll, 3 feet tall, opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Han Mo on the spot.
This is the difference between the nascent soul and the golden pill.
No matter how strong the golden pill is in the late stage, it is directly pressed to the ground and rages it will by the nascent soul strong, and there is no chance of resistance at all.
Vomit. When Xia Qingma saw this scene, she couldn't help but want to disgust. Her face turned a little pale. As the princess of Daxia, when did she see such a scene?
Yi Ping seemed very calm, and he looked at the resentful demon of the Great Prison and remained silent. Because he discovered that the resentful demon of the Great Prison did not really eat Han Mo, but swallowed it in his stomach, as if there was a secret, but he had to pretend to swallow people to show his viciousness. My Chuan, it doesn't taste good at all, but it's still delicious for young people. The resentful demon of the Great Prison spoke and said indifferently, but soon, his eyes couldn't help but look at Yi Ping and the others. Thank you, 2 fellow Taoists, for helping me get out of trouble.
I will remember this kindness in my heart. Otherwise, I have nothing to give to you, so I will send you to the Western Paradise. How about ascending to the immortal world as soon as possible?
The great prison resentful demon chuckled. He turned into a normal state, stood with his hands behind his back, showing a kind smile on his face, and his 2 rows of teeth were so white.
Didn't you say you won't hurt us? Xia Qingma swallowed. She hid behind Yi Ping, looked at the resentful demon of the prison and said this. Yes, I said I won't hurt you. I'm sending you to the Western Paradise.
The resentful demon of the great prison said with a confused look on his face, thinking that Xia Qingma had misunderstood.
Xia Qingma. Xia Qingma was speechless.
She didn't even know how to refute, because the resentful demon of the great prison was really right.
TSK, this fellow Taoist, you have helped me the most, so I will send you to the Western Paradise first. But I have to say that your qi and blood are really strong. In my eyes, it is like a sun. If you swallow you, I feel 10 times better than if you swallow that old guy. The eyes of the resentful demon of the great prison were full of excitement. He even licked his lips and looked at Yi Ping, wishing he could swallow Yi Ping directly. The great prison resentful demon, I am the 10th princess of the great Xia dynasty. If you swallow us, do you know how miserable your consequences will be?
At this moment, Xia Qingma couldn't help but muster up the courage to say these words, hoping to intimidate the evil spirits of the prison through his identity. It's a pity that the resentful demon of the prison shook his head and looked at Xia Qingma and said, Big girl, listen to me, is it right for me to be the ghost king or the evil party? The evil devil spoke.
Kindness. Xia Qingma nodded. Is the great Xia dynasty a good party? Since ancient times, good and evil have not been in harmony. I ask you, if I don't kill you, will the Daxia dynasty let me go?
The evil devil in the prison said slowly.
Xia Qingma thought for a while, then shook his head.
No matter whether the evil devil in the prison let her go or not, someone will come to chase her.
For nothing else, good and evil are incompatible. This is the rule since ancient times.
So, if you don't let you go, I will be chased to death.
Then why should I let you go? You taste it carefully? The great prison resentful demon is simply a logical leader.
After saying this, Xia Qingma was silent.
She really didn't know what to say. But in the end, Xia Qingma couldn't help but speak. Sure enough, the book records are correct.
You ghosts and demons like you are despicable and shameless, and they don't keep their words.
They promise not to hurt us, but they still want to eat us. Xia Qingma was a little angry. You're wrong again.
The great prison resentful demon shook his head again and then continued. It's not that the ghost demon is despicable, but that the ghost demon is despicable. It is precisely because I am despicable that I am the ghost king.
Is this the truth?
The resentful demon of the great prison seemed to have not spoken for hundreds of years and was always talking, so he was not in a hurry at all. He seemed to be deemed that Yi Ping and Xia Qingma were his food. Xia Qingma stopped talking, and she found that no matter what she said, she could not say that she was resentful to the great prison.
There is a feeling that as long as I have no morality, you cannot morally kidnap me. I won't say it anymore, right? You're not a problem, right?
Those two, please be careful on the road to happiness. The evil devil in the prison chuckled.
But at this moment, Yi Ping's voice sounded.
Let us go, I won't attack you, you know what my trump card is. Yi Ping spoke, he looked at the evil demon of the prison and said like this. His trump card is very simple, he can transform into a golden wheel.
But the evil devil in the prison shook his head. Old Tai, you are wrong, too. First, you are in the foundation building realm, and second, I am in the nascent soul realm.
Second, you have the golden wheel of transformation, but I am the ghost king.
Do you think you have a chance of winning? And it's just a heavy transformation into the golden wheel.
If it were hundreds of years ago, I would really suppress me, but I will tell you the truth.
Although my resentment has been weakened a lot over the past few hundred years, it has also brought me many benefits. The weakening of resentment has helped me a lot.
If I had been afraid that I would not have the sanity to talk about something here, but now it is different. My resentment has been reduced a lot and my strength has been greatly improved. Your golden wheel of transformation will not cause harm to me.
Do you understand?
The resentful demon of the great prison seemed to be a chatterbox and told the matter carefully.
Really?
Yi Ping opened his mouth and Duo Jinluan was his trump card, but he had a bigger trump card.
Oh, why don't you understand yet? I'll explain it to you again, first. The evil devil in the prison also wanted to give Yi Ping some science to the gap between the two.
But at this moment, Yi Ping suddenly spoke.
In the past, in the blue sky, the song fell from the sky, and the land of the vast land. The sound rang out, and in an instant, Yi Ping Ba was solemn, and the golden wheel of transformation appeared behind him.
A round of golden light directly pierced the surrounding black fog.
Ancient voices sounded, full of mystery and supremeness. This is the sound of wisdom and the sound of saving people. Supreme meridians?
At this moment, the face of the resentful demon in the great prison changed drastically. He never expected that Yi Ping not only had the golden wheel of transformation, but also had a supreme sutra of transformation.
For a moment, he wanted to run.
But the next moment, every word Yi Ping said turned into small golden characters, forming a big net, directly imprisoning the evil devils of the prison.
Sizzling. Sizzling.
The black smoke filled the world, and the resentful demons of the prison let out a shrill scream. The golden wheel of the transformation and the supreme sutra of transformation were extremely harmful to him. He was scared, completely scared. He never expected that Yi Ping had this trick. But in fact, Yi Ping did not expect that the Taishang Divine Meridian and Divine D. If I had known this, I would not give the great prison a chance to speak. But fortunately, if you suppress this evil devil in prison, it will be the biggest problem. Stop thinking, Lao Tai, stop thinking, I'm wrong, I won't hurt you anymore, In the golden net, the evil devil of the prison hugged his head and cried bitterly. He rolled on the ground as if he was being tortured.
He was roaring and begging Yi Ping not to read it again. However, Yi Ping is not stupid.
When dealing with such a demon, he just can't believe what he said. Once he stopped, he was afraid that the evil deeds of the prison would strangle him and Xia Qingma into flesh paste as soon as possible.
There is a difference between the nascent soul and the foundation building.
It is as strong as Taoist Han Mo, and he does not even have the ability to resist at all.
What's more,
the sun and moon in the sky, the stars are Shinji, the jade ridge stops the wheel, the divine wind is silent, the mountains and seas hide clouds, the sky has no floating shadows, and the four energies are clear. Yi Ping's voice kept ringing. The golden small characters became brighter and brighter, and in the end they turned into ripples, rippling with circles of light of transformation. All the continuous power of merit poured into Yi Ping's body. But one thing that has to be said is that reciting the Taishang Sensation Sutra consumes a lot of mental power, which is terrifying and cannot persist. Thinking of this, Yi Ping gritted his teeth and forced himself to finish the opening. At least he had to finish the first one, and he would beat the evil spirit of the great prison. In this way, at least you can escape from here.
After one stick of incense.
When Yi Ping finished pronunciating the last word,
he was extremely weak in spirit.
But just when Yi Ping was about to escape with Xia Qingma, all the golden small characters suddenly gathered together, forming a golden hoop, which fell firmly on the bald head of the evil demon of the great prison.
In an instant, a Taoist Dharma appeared in Yi Ping's mind.
There is still. End of this chapter. Tight hoop curse. In my mind, a secret technique emerged. This is the secret method in the Sutra of the Sutra of the Sutra of the Sutra of human beings. A secret method specifically for subduing great demons and demons is to transform the golden wheel into a tight-knit curse. As long as it is worn on the evil demon's head, there will be supreme power to suppress it. The other party dares to have any strange intentions, so you can recite scriptures to suppress the evil demons. If the other party dares to take action to hurt the caster of the tight hoop spell, he will be suppressed on the spot and be in great pain. And once you are bound by the tight knot spell, the other party cannot lift it on its own unless you become an immortal and others cannot lift it. You must be a master who was more than 10 times stronger than Yi Ping to lift this tight knot spell. Therefore, I learned about this secret method.
Yi Ping couldn't help but feel happy.
To be honest, Yi Ping did not dare to provoke this evil devil in the prison. After all, the realm is here, and the Ghost King in the nascent soul realm is transformed by the resentment.
How many sins have been created before they can be born? But now that I have the tight hoop curse, isn't there a nascent soul bodyguard in vain? Think about it, the Ghost King in the nascent soul realm, can he walk sideways in Gene state?
It hurts so much, it hurts so much. At this moment, the resentful demon of the great prison finally came to his senses.
God knows what he suffered just now.
Yi Ping's supreme sensing of the transformation of the sutra made him feel worse than death, and he almost wanted to kill him. But after he came to his senses, the resentful demon of the great prison couldn't help but touch his bald head. There was a hoop on his head, which was tightly tied. Although it was not very painful, there was something inexplicably on his head, and no one felt uncomfortable.
What the hell is this?
The resentful demon of the great prison frowned, but soon, he looked at Yi Ping, his eyes full of viciousness.
Boy, why don't you continue reading? Keep reading.
The eyes of the resentful demon in the prison were inflamed.
After being tossed like this, no one felt happy, let alone he was still the Ghost King? Boom.
The resentful demon of the great prison took action and wanted to kill Yi Ping, but did not give Yi Ping any chance. However, at this moment, a terrifying force was blessed on the golden hoop. In an instant, a supreme existence seemed to appear in the mind of the resentful demon of the great prison, and the soul was about to collapse on the spot.
Ah!
A shrill scream sounded, and the resentful demon of the prison hugged his head and rolled wildly on the ground. He felt that his soul was about to collapse. This feeling made him really worse than death.
More terrifying than before. My benefactor, what's going on?
Xia Qingma was a little confused.
How could he become like this?
Yi Ping did not answer Xia Qingma's question, but looked at the resentful demon who was rolling on the ground. The golden hoop on your head is the supreme secret method. As long as you have any strange intentions towards me, you will suffer from the suppression of the soul.
Do you understand?
The leaves open their mouths, and in the simplest words, explain the current situation. At this moment, Xia Qingma understood.
But the resentful demons of the great prison don't understand. How could such things be found in this world? What kind of tight hoop curse? He hadn't heard it before.
But whether he had heard of it or not, the only thing he knew was that if this continues, he will undoubtedly die.
I understand, Master, let me go, let me go.
The resentful demon of the prison cried and begged Yi Ping to let him go. At that moment, Yi Ping recited a spell, and it turned out that the resentful demon of the prison was no longer hurting, and he was refreshed. In just an instant, the evil demon in the prison suddenly took action again.
Want to attack Yi Ping?
He didn't believe in any supreme secret method of ghosts, so he wanted to kill Yi Ping so that he could escape the disaster.
Ah!
A howling sounded like a pig. The resentful demon of the great prison took action, and the pain of the soul shattering made him feel extremely refreshed all over his body, so happy that he wanted to die. The evil devil of the prison rolled on the ground, crying and burst into tears.
I'm wrong, Master, I'm really wrong.
I just want to try it, The resentful demon of the prison cried on the ground, and the decent Ghost King rolled on the ground like a child, with his nose and tears blurred. Xia Qingma, who was standing by, completely understood why the demon was said to be sinister.
It's all like this, and he even attacked him. It's okay to suffer a loss once, but you have to suffer a second loss. You deserve to die.
If it weren't for the need to use the power of the evil demons in the great prison, Yi Ping would have hoped that this guy would die sooner.
He actually wanted to attack himself.
If it weren't for the magical effect of the tight hoop curse, he would probably really want to do it.
This guy, damn it.
I was wrong, Master, please let me go, please.
Big girl, please persuade your husband quickly. Please let me go.
The resentful demon in the prison cried out, and he really couldn't stand it anymore, it was so uncomfortable. He is not my husband. Also, you really have to be punished. Xiao Qingma quickly explained, and was also a little angry. The evil devil of the great prison is indeed damn, it is simply a combination of insidious and cunning.
Aha, I'm dead, I'm dead.
I'm going to die, I'm going to die.
Alas!
The resentful demon of the great prison was lying on the ground, hitting his head on the ground, and it seemed that it was really painful. This is mental pain, not the kind of skin and flesh injury, or mental pain, which is more than 10 times more than physical pain.
It's like hitting a stick on you. Although it will hurt a lot, it will be more numb, followed by a little bit of pain. But mental pain, such as having nerves in the teeth, don't say that there is a huge force to hit you. Take a thin needle and push it slightly, it will hurt so much that you doubt your life. At this moment, the resentful demon of the great prison was like this, and the ghost of suspicion was born in pain. A full quarter of an hour. Yi Ping let the resentful demons in the prison hurt for a quarter of an hour before he chanted the curse, which restored the resentful demons in the prison to normal. The feeling of returning to normal made the resentful demon of the great prison breathe a sigh of relief. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, sweating all over and unable to move at all. It is conceivable how painful it is to be for a strong nascent soul to look like this. At this moment, the resentful demon of the great prison had no disagreement towards Yi Ping. Although he was insidious and cunning, he was not a fool. If he still had trouble with Yi Ping, he would be really cerebral palsy. After resting for half a quarter of an hour, the evil demon of the prison recovered, but he was still afraid. He trembled when he thought about that feeling. Supreme Immortal, take this golden hoop away. Don't worry, I will never harm you. I can make a great oath of demons in my heart. After the resentful demon of the great prison recovered his energy, he looked at Yi Ping with great pity and said with a sad face, "My benefactor, don't be fooled. This guy is full of lies. If we really want to resolve it, we may really not be able to get out." Xiao Qingma quickly spoke, afraid that Yi Ping would be fooled by him. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Yi Ping nodded and let go of the evil devil of the prison? "Unless you are in the nascent soul realm, would you let him go?" Then I was really unwise. "Big girl, you can't do this. What does it mean to be full of lies? I ask you, have I lied to you since I was born?" When I heard that I was full of lies, the resentful demon of the great prison was a little dissatisfied. "When did I deceive people?" "It is your own principle of dealing with people and things." "I'm too lazy to tell you." Xiao Qingma didn't want to argue with the evil devil of the prison. She had seen through this guy and was full of lies. "Super Immortal, just let me go. I promise to go out in the future and be a good ghost. To be honest, if you let me follow you, it will hurt you. As soon as the seal is lifted, someone will probably come soon. When they see you and me, they may think you are a person in the devil. If you turn around and harm you, wouldn't that be unlucky? I am a man born to be a lowly person. How about you let me go and let me be alone outside?" The resentful demon in the prison regretted that he had not killed Yi Ping earlier, and he also regretted why he could not let Yi Ping go. If Yi Ping was let go earlier, there would be no so many things. It makes me wear a golden hoop on my head now, which is ugly and troublesome. Stop talking nonsense, the golden hoop will not be lifted. You will follow me in the future. I will help you to relieve your resentment slowly and let you atone for your sins as soon as possible. Yi Ping ignored the evil spirits of the prison. The evil devil in the great prison kept explaining to Yi Ping that he wanted to fly alone. When Yi Ping was extremely upset when he was quarreled, when he was about to recite the tight hoop curse, the resentful demon of the prison became honest on the spot and quickly shut up, fearing that another incident would happen. But at this moment, the face of the evil demon in the prison changed. "Good guy, so many Jindan monks and powerful Yuanying masters? Who are you offending?" The resentful demon of the great prison looked a little ugly. "What's the meaning?" Yi Ping didn't understand what he meant. "There are many people outside the ghost tomb, more than 20 Jindan monks, 3 nascent soul monks, not righteous people, but all evil deeds.
The resentful demon of the prison frowned.
Can you beat me? Yi Ping asked directly. I can beat it before, but now I can't beat it.
The great prison resentful demon answered very directly, but when Yi Ping frowned, he couldn't help but explain.
Supreme, I'm really not lying to you. This golden hoop on my head limits my strength. Although this golden hoop is helping me eliminate my resentment, it is also weakening my strength.
How about this, Immortal, please remove my golden hoop and I will help you clean up them.
I don't know whether the words of the great prison resentful demon are true or false.
Yi Ping is not easy to estimate, but it is impossible to remove the golden hoop.
It is easy to untie this thing, but it is difficult to wear it.
I'll tell you the truth. If I die, the golden hoop on your head will kill you.
You can measure it yourself.
Yi Ping spoke out, he was very direct, and it was impossible for him to lift the golden hoop, and he would die together.
Sure enough, hearing this, the face of the resentful demon in the great prison looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. I can't beat it, run.
The evil devil of the great prison directly grabbed Yi Ping and Xia Qingma, and disappeared without saying a word. He is a nascent soul monk.
Although he has some strength suppressed by the golden hoop, teleportation is still fine. Facing south.
Yi Ping opened his mouth, and Qingyun Sect was south.
It is not safe at the moment, so it is better to go back to the sect first.
Good. The evil devil of the great prison teleports directly to the south.
It appeared 3,000 miles away in an instant.
This is the terrifying thing about the nascent soul monks, such as sword-controlling techniques and teleportation formations, and one thought can teleport thousands of miles. At this level, when raising your hands and feet, you can summon wind, thunder, rain, and lightning.
The power of a punch can break a mountain range. When fighting, a country will be destroyed.
Therefore, the battles between cultivators in the nascent soul realm are often restricted and often attract countless attention.
Half a quarter of an hour later. Dozens of figures appeared here.
These are all disciples of the demon god cult.
They looked around and soon found Ni Duan.
Damn it, the Ghost King was born, and the 10th princess of Daxia may have been eaten by the Ghost King. Someone spoke, looking at the broken stone tablet, and couldn't help saying this.
It's really damn. If the 10th princess is missing, we cannot submit a job.
The Dharma King will blame us at that time.
Go to find this Ghost King.
No matter whether the 10 princess is dead or alive, you must make sure it with your own eyes.
Yes.
The discussion sounded. When they arrived here, they immediately thought that Xia Qingma was buried here. After all, a Ghost King in the Yuanying realm, even they dared not forcefully defeat him.
That's it, less than half an hour later. Dozens of figures appeared again, these were all masters.
They were saving the resentful souls and checking the situation. After they found that the Ghost King disappeared, their faces looked extremely ugly. Soon, the news spread throughout Jin State, and the powerful officials of Jin State also learned about this matter at the first time. There was almost no nonsense. Jin State immediately issued an iron order, and the 5 major military camps, and the garrisons in ancient cities in various places gathered in full swing to search the whereabouts of the Linha Ghost King.
They could not let a Ghost King be outside.
After all, this Ghost King caused great trauma to Jin State hundreds of years ago. This time, his strength will inevitably increase greatly. With the strength of Jin State, it may be difficult to suppress it.
And at this moment, inside the Jin State Palace,
the king of Jin sat in the hall, looking at the pills in Li Maqing's hand with shock.
Is there really a poisonous pill in this world?
The king of Jin swallowed his saliva.
As the king of Jin, he had never experienced any ups and downs in his life?
There were so many great worlds I had seen, but when faced with the non-toxic pill, he was shocked and completely shocked. Even just now, someone reported that the Ghost King of Linha Ghost Tomb was born. He was not shocked at all. Just because of the non-toxic pill.
Your Majesty, this non-toxic pill was made by Yi Ping himself.
Elder Su Chang saw it with his own eyes, including other new disciples, and they also witnessed it one by one.
This matter cannot be false.
Li Maqing said seriously, his face full of seriousness.
Can you mass produce it?
the king of Jin continued to ask. Theoretically, it is okay, but according to Yi Ping, the pure spiritual energy between heaven and earth is needed. Therefore, there is no need for medicinal materials to refine elixirs, but a large amount of spiritual stones is needed to allow the alchemist to continuously restore magic power and guide the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to refine elixirs. Secondly, an alchemist in the foundation building realm can only refine hundreds of qi and blood pills in a day.
Li Macheng expressed his general meaning and informed the other party. As soon as these words were said, a trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the king of Jin.
Although this is mass production, it is not really mass production.
Alchemists in the foundation building realm are not very rare, but they are not many for Jin State.
Only when a foundation building alchemist refines hundreds of toxic qi and blood pills a day, 10,000 foundation building alchemists can barely maintain the demand for the entire Jin army.
But it is really hard to find 10,000 foundation building alchemists.
To refine this kind of elixir, one must be a real Jin cultivator, not a disciple of other sections. Otherwise, once the news spreads, the Daxia dynasty will directly cause trouble for Jin State without waiting for the other 4 dynasties to cause trouble for Jin State. Thinking of this, the king of Jin couldn't help but run quickly. He was calculating a method that could benefit Jin State the greatest benefit. In the end, the king of Jin thought of it.
Is Yi Ping willing to hand over this alchemy technique?
The king of Jin asked. Yi Ping said, you have to ask his senior brother. If his senior brother is willing to hand over, then hand over it. Li Macheng said truthfully. But at the end, he continued to speak, but I heard that Yi Ping has a very good relationship with the prince. Otherwise, if the prince is asked to talk about love, after all, if Yi Ping is asked to hand over the alchemy method for nothing, I am afraid that no one will want to change it.
But the prince is different.
It is said that he is Yi Ping's apprentice. It is normal for the master to teach his disciples alchemy. Besides, the prince will definitely attend the ceremony in the future. Jin State is strong and Yi Ping will also have benefits.
What do you think? Li Macheng spoke out.
He knew about Yi Ping and Liu, so he came up with such an idea.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't expect that my inexpensive prince could actually worship such a strange teacher.
This is a good thing.
But the lord of the mansion, I plan to hand over the alchemy method to the Daxia dynasty.
What do you think?
The king of Jin nodded. This was the first time he praised Liu in front of outsiders.
Everything is to respect the king.
Li Macheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the words of the king of Jin. He was not surprised at all. On the contrary, if the king of Jin wanted to take the alchemy alone, he would be very nervous.
The non-toxic pill involves too much.
Jin State really wants to swallow it, so it is probably difficult to swallow it. Once the news leaks, the knife of the Daxia dynasty will probably fall on the spot. Before the Jin State completely rose, the Great Xia dynasty was a giant. The Great Xia Emperor could kill 10 Jin States with one idea. Li Macheng knew how terrifying the Great Xia dynasty was.
The combined 300 countries are not as good as the Great Xia dynasty. This is the terror of the dynasty, and its absolute power is unimaginable to ordinary people.
Therefore, if the non-toxic pill recipe is handed over to the Daxia dynasty, it will not only bring the blessings of the Daxia dynasty, but also the responsibility for the disappearance of the Daxia princess in Jin State will also be written off. For Jin State, there are only benefits, no harm. It may even be because of this pill recipe that Jin State has the opportunity to win the first place in the 10 countries. As long as the Great Xia dynasty is willing to support it, it is not difficult for Jin to become the number 1 in the 10 countries. Okay, I will go to the Great Xia imperial capital in person tomorrow, but before I come back, you must guard the school.
This matter must not be spread, and even if necessary, eliminate the memories of those disciples.
There must be spies in the Jin National Academy of Sciences.
This matter should not be underestimated.
If you go out with a little bit of wind, you may cause great disasters.
Lord of the house, do you understand? The king of Jin understood more clearly what the non-toxic pill formula meant, so he said so.
It is better to eliminate the memory of the disciples and cause damage to the soul than to let them spread the news.
Yes. Please rest assured by the monarch. Li Maching nodded, bowed with both hands, and said so.
Okay, go back. The king of Jin nodded, and then the hall calmed down.
And at the same time, 3 figures appeared silently in the ancient city of Baiyun. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please vote for recommendation.
End of this chapter.
Baiyun Ancient City. Inside an inn.
Yi Ping and the other 2 were sitting in the accord. The resentful demon of the great prison sat opposite Yi Ping with a heartwarming look on his face, and he didn't eat a bite of food at a table, feeling a little uncomfortable. Xia Qingma was fine, and she ate more or less.
Yi Ping didn't eat anything.
After all, the master said that you should not eat too much of these grains to avoid affecting your physical condition. Princess Qingma, I thought about it and it would be impossible to send you to Lizhou.
The demon god cult is staring at you.
I am afraid that if we go to Lizhou now, there will be many disasters along the way. Yi Ping spoke, this was his concern. It was not that he didn't want to escort Princess Qingma to Lizhou, but that he would definitely ambush on the road according to the posture of the demon god sect. Now, it is the sheep entering the tiger's mouth.
But if you want, you can go to my sect to take refuge.
It's not that I, boasted that the senior brothers of my sect are all peerless masters. Even if the demon god sect comes to kill you, you won't even think about causing any storm. Yi Ping expressed his plan and sent Xia Qingma to Lizhou, which was definitely impossible.
But Yi Ping could still do it by taking Xia Qingma to Qingyun Dao Sect. This is Yi Ping's plan. A peerless master? Xia Qingma and the evil devils in the prison were all surprised.
Yeah, a peerless master. Yi Ping said confidently.
What peerless master is? How high is it?
A great immortal. You may not know how powerful the demon god sect is. The most curious thing is the resentful demon of the great prison. To be honest, he believed in Yi Ping's methods very much. He had never seen the golden hoop before, so he naturally believed what Yi Ping said.
How high is it?
Yi Ping took a sip of wine and then said, my senior brother is a peerless sword immortal. A piece of grass cuts all the sun, moon, and stars.
How high do you think it is?
Yi Ping said confidently. As soon as these words were said, a shocking look appeared in the eyes of the resentful demon of the great prison.
A piece of grass cuts all the sun, moon, and stars?
Perhaps for a Qi training monk, if one blade of grass cuts all the sun, moon and stars, it doesn't have a very specific feeling, it just feels very strong. But for a powerful nascent soul, it is very picturesque to cut all the sun, moon and stars with one blade of grass. The powerful Yuanying man, in anger, the mountains collapsed and the earth broke, and the world changed. If he explodes with all his strength, he can smash thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, kill a country in a blink of an eye. And if he cuts all the sun, moon and stars with one blade of grass, it is not something he can do. Even if he gives him a fairy weapon, he will not be able to destroy the sun, moon and stars.
Only immortals can achieve this level, right? But soon, the evil devil of the prison couldn't help but frown. There has been no immortals in the world of immortal cultivation for thousands of years.
Although there are rumors from time to time that anyone can attain enlightenment and become immortals, this is just a rumor. No one has seen anyone pass through the tribulation and become immortals.
He didn't believe it.
But after looking at Yi Ping, he became confused again. The resentful demons of the great prison remained in a half-believing and half-doubted state.
Xia Qingmo had beautiful eyes flashing, and she completely believed what Yi Ping said.
In his early 20s, he has a Qi and blood furnace, supreme swordsmanship, peerless formations, and golden wheels that can only be cultivated by peerless masters. To be honest, if the great Xia dynasty really wants to cultivate such a monster, it is not possible to cultivate it by training.
Anyway, when you arrive at the sect, everything will be fine.
Yi Ping opened his mouth and finally made sure.
Seeing Yi Ping's confident and determined expression, the evil devil in the prison became even more curious about Yi Ping's senior brothers.
But, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came into Yi Ping's ears.
That assessment officer just had an objection to me. Before I finished practicing the pill, he disqualified me. He really had no eyes. A slightly angry voice rang out.
Very familiar, very familiar.
Isn't this the voice of the second senior brother?
Yi Ping immediately stood up, and he walked out of the accord with excitement on his face, then stood at the entrance of the stairs, and indeed saw Su Luochun's figure. In the lobby, there was not only Su Luochun, but another young man sitting opposite him.
Second brother.
Yi Ping shouted, his face full of joy. As the sound rang out, Su Luochun couldn't help but look surprised for an instant, and then followed the sound and soon saw Yi Ping.
Little junior brother?
Su Luochun was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Yi Ping here.
No, didn't Yi Ping go to Qingyun Academy? How could it appear in Baiyun Ancient City? Little junior brother? The man sitting directly opposite Su Luochun couldn't help but look at Yi Ping. That's when
Yi Ping hurriedly walked down and came to Su Luochun and said,
I've met my senior brother.
Yi Ping always had some barriers for outsiders and kept a certain distance, but for the senior brothers of Qingyun Sect, Yi Ping had a natural and easygoing nature.
Already treated as a family member. Junior brother, why are you here? Haven't you been to Qingyun Academy?
Su Luochun was a little surprised, and he also stood up and looked at Yi Ping, his eyes full of surprise. However, when the four words Qin National Academy appeared, everyone in the restaurant could not help but look at Yi Ping.
Most are full of surprise, and then envy.
Some people also showed a look of disbelief, but after seeing Yi Ping's temperament and Su Luochun's temperament, they somehow believed it a little.
Senior brother, I'm looking for you this time.
Yi Ping explained that he did come to find Su Luochun this time, but now he didn't expect to meet him here.
Look for me? What are you looking for me?
Su Luochun was a little panicked.
How could he still get involved with me? You won't cause any trouble, right? For a moment, Su Luochun was a little confused. Senior brother, I'll talk about this later. What are you doing here? Also, who is this?
Yi Ping did not ask directly about the non-toxic pill.
There are so many people here, and he plans to talk about it later. Oh, senior brother is busy with other things.
As for this, junior brother, let me introduce you to my senior brother, Lu Wen, senior brother Lu.
Su Luochun introduced. I've met senior brother Lu. Yi Ping bowed immediately, looking polite.
The latter immediately replied, you are welcome, junior brother Yi, it is better to see him than to hear anything.
You are the pride of our Baiyun realm.
Lu Wen said excitedly, looking at Yi Ping, he seemed extremely excited. Now the cultivator in the entire Baiyun city did not know that the Qingyun Sect had a dragon, and his younger disciple was selected by the Qin National Academy. This was the matter of Guangzhong and Taoist ancestors.
The Qin State Academy is a top-level academic institution.
A monk who can join the Qin State Academy is destined to be famous in the future.
Senior brother is over-reputable.
Yi Ping chuckled, but soon Su Luochun spoke to Lu Wen. Brother Lu, I will come to you later in a few days and talk to my junior brother first. Yi Ping suddenly came back from the Qin National Academy, which made Su Luochun a little uneasy, so he wanted to know what Yi Ping came back this time.
Okay, then wait for brother Su in some days.
Lu Wen was also tactful and knew that the two had something to talk about, so he got up and left. After Lu Wen left, Su Luochun couldn't help but say, junior brother, come back to the sect and talk.
Kindness.
Yi Ping nodded, it would be best to return to the sect to talk about this matter. However, Yi Ping did not forget Xia Qingma and the others.
Senior brother, I have two friends, please wait a moment.
After saying this, Yi Ping hurried upstairs. In the accord, Xia Qingma and the evil devils in the great prison were still thinking about life with each other. But after Yi Ping appeared, the two couldn't help but look at Yi Ping.
Princess Qingma, my senior brother is right below. With my senior brother here, everything is fine.
Yi Ping opened his mouth, which made Xia Qingma look happy. And at this moment, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at the evil devil in the prison.
You'd better not talk nonsense later.
My senior brothers are all well-known and upright sections.
If you speak rudely, don't blame me for not reminding you.
Yi Ping said this, reminding the resentful demons of the prison not to seek death by themselves. After saying this, the evil devil of the great prison was a little scared.
Immortal, why don't I follow you? Remove my golden hoop and I promise to be a good ghost in the future. I will do my best. Besides, with your senior brother here, to be honest, how dare I act rashly? The resentment of the prison is scared. If you really meet the righteous monk who has a strong sense of justice, no matter how hard you kill yourself, wouldn't it be a bloody disaster? He was not afraid at first, but mainly because Yi Ping beat his senior brothers too hard, and he was a little panicked. Stop dreaming. Letting you out is to harm the world. I have to give you a name, otherwise I don't know how to introduce you. How about calling you Su Bao? Yi Ping asked. After all, it is impossible to call him a vengeful demon in the prison, right? Must be changed. Su Bao? Shangxian, what do you mean? I am so fierce, would you please add the word treasure to me? The resentful demon of the great prison was confused. He was the fierce ghost among the fierce ghosts, called Su Bao? Isn't this a mockery of yourself? Then call you Daxu?
Yi Ping said this.
Daxu is also strange, Shangxian, if you don't know how to name a name, what kind of weird names are these? The evil devil in the prison felt that he was about to vomit. Stop talking nonsense, either Daxu or Shubao, you choose one of the two yourself. If you are talking, be careful that I will chant the mantra. Yi Ping has no time to talk to the evil devils here. That's better to call it Daxu. When the demon of the great prison was chanting the curse, the resentful demon was a little panicked. He was forced to choose a slightly more powerful name. Okay, Princess Qing Ma, Daxu, go. Yi Ping didn't talk nonsense, and acted decisively and took the two of them downstairs directly. Outside the inn gate, Su Luochen was bathed in the sun, waiting for Yi Ping quietly. But at this moment, Su Luochen was thinking about why Yi Ping came back from Jinghua Academy, but about today's assessment. That's right, he participated in the preliminary review of The Alchemist today, but failed. Not only did he fail, but he was also expelled from the examination room. Thinking of this, Su Luochen became angry. There are clear regulations on the initial review and assessment of alchemists, and the assessment time is 5 hours. Before he could stay for 2 hours, he was expelled from the examination room, on the grounds of disrupting the order of the examination room. Su Luochen couldn't figure it out. Why did you disrupt the order of the exam room? Why can't I practice elixir when boiling water in a big pot? Do you have to follow the steps to refine alchemy? The more I think about Su Luochen, the more angry he becomes. Since taking the ointment refined by Yi Ping that day, his cultivation level has broken through to the great perfection of qi training. After gaining the realm, Su Luochen's first idea was to participate in the alchemist assessment. In order to make a big splash, Su Luochen bought another pot, plus the rootless water he had worked hard to collect for several months. After coming to the examination room, I just performed the peerless alchemy method to everyone, but I was kicked out not long after. After only 2 hours of refining, he drove himself out. To be honest, Su Luochen felt that he was about to refine the pill. As a result, it was forcibly interrupted. How can this not make Su Luochen angry, and how can it not make Su Luochen feel uncomfortable? My feat that shocked the entire world of immortal cultivation was strangled by a group of examiners who were blindly judges. He was very angry and had already burned a raging fire in his heart. At this moment, Yi Ping's voice came from behind. Second brother. Su Luochen turned around and soon 2 strange faces appeared in his eyes. A beautiful appearance is no less than that of senior sister in Shanlingru. The other one is a bit rough. The most important thing is that the shiny bald head, coupled with a golden hoop, looks a bit weird. Senior brother, these two are my friends, Qingmo and Daxu. Yi Ping gave a brief introduction. Oh, two, from Jinghua Academy? Su Luochen was a little curious. No, I just met on the road and felt a little destined, so my junior brother invited them to our sect to sit. Yi Ping did not tell Xiao Qingmo's true identity.
After all, God knows whether Qingyun Daozong has a grudge with the great Xia dynasty, so it is better not to say it.
Oh, that's okay. Su Luochen nodded, but didn't care, but left and returned to Qingyun Dao sect.
Soon, the figures of the four disappeared.
Walked towards the sect.
Along the way, Yi Ping and Su Luochen walked side by side, communicating with something.
The resentful demon behind him and Xia Qingma looked at Su Luochen from time to time. Especially the evil spirits in the prison. The more he looked at it, the more wrong it became. That's it? A peerless master? A peerless master at the 10th level of Qi training? Are you bluffing me?
Although the resentful demon in the great prison also knows that there are mountains outside the mountain and sky outside the sky, the problem is that Su Luochen has no sign of a peerless master.
When it comes to appearance and temperament, although Su Luochen is pretty good and has a very good temperament, he can't be eaten as a food? Who can become an immortal with one face? Furthermore, no matter how you look at it, Su Luochen is just a waste in the eyes of the evil deeds in the prison. The realm is average. Qi and blood are average. Where is there a little bit of a master?
I said, big girl, do you think the senior brother of the immortal is really a peerless master?
Why do I become more and more weird the more I look at it?
The resentful demon of the great prison couldn't help asking Xia Qingma, wanting to see if Xia Qingma was the same as he thought. Don't talk nonsense, my benefactor's senior brother is naturally a peerless master. I know what you are thinking is nothing more than a matter of realm, but as a nascent soul monk, you should also know that realm can be changed, and high realm can be disguised as low realm.
Xia Qingma was also a little surprised.
After all, Su Luochen did not act like a peerless master in all parties, but instead looked like an ordinary monk. But she was not suspicious, and even thought about it and felt normal.
After all, if a peerless master can tell at a glance, what kind of peerless master is called? No, big girl, listen to me.
Although the realm can be changed, the magic power cannot be changed. Look at me, although I can press my realm to the Qi training realm, even so, my magic power is still unique, but his magic power is extremely thin, even less than that of the immortal. The more you look at the evil spirits, the more you feel strange.
I was a little suspicious if you didn't say it. Now that you say this, I'm even more convinced that this is a peerless master.
Xia Qingma spoke, and she stared at Su Luochen with beautiful eyes, and said so.
Why? The resentful demon of the great prison was a little confused. It's very simple.
Only a true and peerless master can disguise himself as he looks like this. The so-called true and false, the more false, the more false, the more false, the more true, the more false it is.
And there are some records in the Mahayana records.
It is said that there are some truly peerless strong men who, in order to become immortals, experience the mind of the world, return to nature, transform into the mortal world, forget all memories, and cut off all the future of cause and effect. Maybe this senior brother is the kind of peerless strong man who chooses to transform into an immortal in order to become an immortal and to experience the heart of the world.
Xia Qingma was very clear and almost fooled the evil devils of the prison. No, Huathan is not like this. There is definitely a problem.
I feel that the immortal may have been deceived. The resentful demon of the prison kept shaking his head, and he felt more and more that Su Luochen was not a peerless master, but a liar in the world. Thinking of this, the resentful demon in the great prison couldn't help but think.
In an instant, a terrifying energy permeated, turning into an invisible blade and slashing towards Su Luochen.
He wanted to try whether Su Luochen was a peerless master.
If you are really a peerless master, you will react as soon as possible. If not, there is no response. This power is extremely terrifying.
It is the power of Tao that can only be sensed by the nascent soul realm. Therefore, even Yi Ping could not sense the danger in the dark.
This is the consequence of too much difference in states.
However, as this invisible blade almost cut to Su Luochen's neck, Su Luochen had not noticed something strange.
At this moment, the evil devil in the prison was confirmed. This is a liar.
It is absolutely impossible to be a peerless master.
Very good. Very good.
After confirming this answer, the evil devil in the great prison laughed. He wanted to tell Yi Ping the news, so that he would take this opportunity to make a contribution and turn around and let Yi Ping let him go and everyone benefited each other. Very good, very beautiful, ha 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 ha.
The resentful demon in the prison was very happy. 1 hour later.
Su Luochen and Yi Ping have already arrived in the Qingyun Mountains. The two talked along the way, but Su Luochen never asked Yi Ping why he came back. It was not that he didn't dare to ask, but mainly because there were two people behind him.
Not only Su Luochen didn't ask, Yi Ping didn't take the initiative to speak.
He wanted to wait until the two of them were alone to explain the reason. It was just as the four of them were walking among Qingyun Mountain.
Two figures suddenly broke into everyone's sight. Senior brother? Little junior brother, do you think that is your senior brother?
Su Luochen's voice sounded, he looked not far away, and then asked Yi Ping. It's the eldest brother, the eldest brother, the eldest brother. Yi Ping saw Su Changyu's figure at a glance.
For a moment, Yi Ping became even happier. And not far away.
Su Changyu's figure stopped. The next moment, he couldn't help but look at Yi Ping and others.
Little junior brother? For a moment, Su Changyu's eyes showed ecstasy.
End of this chapter.
Under the Qingyun Mountain.
When Su Changyu saw Yi Ping again, the joy in his heart was simply uncontrollable.
Because Su Changyu has always been afraid that Yi Ping would encounter misfortune in the ancient city of Qingzhou. He was even ready to give the white-haired man a black-haired man. But now seeing Yi Ping appearing in front of him safely and for no reason, Su Changyu naturally couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. As long as Yi Ping is alive, it will surpass everything. Senior brother.
Not far away, Yi Ping walked over quickly and then bowed to Su Changyu. He seemed very respectful, his eyes full of joy.
No gift.
Although he was happy inside, Su Changyu was extremely calm on his face, as if there was no turmoil at all.
Senior brother, who is this?
After coming back to his senses, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at the person beside Su Changyu. He is a middle-aged man who looks like a senior brother, very calm, but he does not have the calm feeling of senior brother, but instead gives people a sense of dullness. This is the new apprentice of the senior brother. Just call him senior nephew Gu.
Su Changyu spoke and introduced Lao Gu to everyone. When it comes to this old Gu, Su Changyu has some toothache. Before, he met Gu Jianxian in Lizhou. He originally planned to take Gu Jianxian as his disciple, then dump Gu Jianxian and run back to the sect by himself. But unexpectedly, this ancient sword immortal was chasing him relentlessly and wanted to follow him back to the sect. He also said that he would be a teacher for one day and a father for life, but in short, it was up to me. For a moment, Su Changyu probably understood.
This ancient sword immortal was either really fooled by himself, or he had seen through his own strategy and wanted to come over and have sex. Whether it is the former or the latter, Su Changyu felt that it was a bit troublesome.
If it is the former, how should I explain it clearly?
Looking back, it is not a joke to delay others' cultivation of immortals.
Yi Ping has never cultivated immortals, so it is not considered delaying Yi Ping no matter what.
At least from the moment, Yi Ping lives very well.
But this old Gu is different.
This is a person who has actually practiced immortals.
Moreover, when he is middle-aged, everything is not satisfactory. If he is deceived by himself, then he will not be able to kill himself?
If it were the latter, it wouldn't work.
What does it mean to know that you are a waste and insist on following you?
This means this guy is a super big guy.
Want to eat and drink. This is absolutely not possible. Qingyun Sect only allows one gangster.
This gangster must be Su Changyu, and it is not allowed to be someone else. So Su Changyu planned to find an opportunity in 2 days to show off with Lao Gu. At this moment, a little bit of color gradually appeared in the dull eyes of the Gu Jianxian. His eyes fell on the evil devil of the great prison.
Ninth Soul Ghost King?
The ancient sword immortal saw through the body of the great prison resentful demon at a glance, but he was not surprised at all, but was a little curious about how a ghost king in the Yuanying realm appeared here. But the next moment, when the ancient sword immortal saw the golden hoop on the head of the resentful demon of the great prison, he understood. Feeling the gaze of the ancient sword immortal, the resentful gaze of the prison couldn't help but reveal a hint of coldness, as if you were looking at whom. The ancient sword immortal ignored the evil spirit of the prison, but looked at Xia Qingma.
Princess Daxia?
This time, the ancient sword immortal couldn't help but feel a little surprised in his eyes. He really didn't expect to see Princess Daxia here, but Xia Qingma didn't know him. However, the ancient sword immortal was just a little surprised. He was the peerless sword immortal in the world. Not to mention the princess of Daxia, even if the emperor of Daxia was in front of him, he would not be very surprised.
Then, the ancient sword immortal looked at Su Luochen. One waist. Nothing turbulent.
Finally, the ancient sword immortal's gaze fell on Yi Ping.
Well.
The ancient sword immortal saw through Yi Ping's body at a glance. Very strong, this is a sign of the furnace of condensed qi and blood. Not only that, Yi Ping seems to be dormant in his body, like a real dragon, both physical, muscles, bones, and qi and blood, all reach the extreme. The most important thing is that based on Yi Ping's qi and blood, Yi Ping's age should be around 22 years old.
Genius.
He is a genius, and he is not an ordinary genius. Ancient Sword Fairy showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although Yi Ping was indeed a genius, he had seen countless geniuses in his life. The furnace condensed from qi and blood at the age of 22 was indeed very strong, but it did not shock him.
Unless Yi Ping practices for no more than 3 years, he can only be regarded as a rare genius in the eyes of the ancient sword immortal. Withdrew his gaze, the ancient sword immortal bowed slightly to Yi Ping.
My nephew is an ancient name, I have met my uncle. Gu Jianxian spoke expressionlessly, without any emotion in his eyes.
Hear the voice of the ancient sword immortal.
Yi Ping was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had another junior nephew. But no matter what, Yi Ping still replied immediately.
No gift.
At this time, Su Luochen couldn't help but walk, looking at Su Chanyu with curiosity in his eyes.
Senior brother, why did you go out and take in an apprentice? Did you tell your master?
It's hard to describe it, go back to the sect and talk. Su Chanyu really didn't want to answer this question anymore and planned to go back to the sect to explain slowly. But soon, Su Chanyu's eyes couldn't help but fall on the evil devils of the prison and Xia Qingma. The evil spirits in the prison are fine, but they are just a waste at first glance.
But this Xia Qingma made Su Chanyu take a look. Su Chanyu obviously gave a slight pause.
It's not that he has never seen a beautiful woman, but this kind of beauty is inevitable that people can't help but take a look at her.
However, Su Chanyu just took a look at it. After all, Qingyun Sect also has its own beauty.
Senior sister and Shen Lingru are not the beauty in the world.
Who are they?
Su Chanyu looked at Yi Ping and said in a very calm tone.
Brother, these two are friends of junior brothers. Yi Ping answered. Friend?
Oh, since that's the case, let's go up the mountain together. Su Chanyu nodded, then turned around and walked up the mountain. At this moment, the 6 paths figures walked up the mountain. And the 6 people also have different ideas in their hearts. The evil devil of the great prison walked at the end. His eyes kept wandering around Su Luochen and Su Chanyu.
Su Luochen is an iron waist, he has confirmed it.
As for Su Chanyu, I said that when he first appeared, he really scared him. He subconsciously thought he was a peerless sword immortal. But after careful observation, he basically confirmed that Su Chanyu was a waste. Thinking of this, the evil devil in the great prison couldn't help but feel even happier. If he told Yi Ping this news tonight, Yi Ping would probably be grateful to him. Xia Qingmo's eyes also looked at Su Chanyu from time to time. For some reason, when she saw Su Chanyu, she always felt indescribable, but this feeling was hard to describe, as if it was very familiar, but she didn't know how to say it. In this way, the group gradually came to Qingyun Sect. There has been no change in Qingyun Sect, it is still so dilapidated and so simple. There was still a stick of incense in the furnace outside the Dao sect. Such a simplified style really makes people wonder what to say.
Chang Yu. Yi Ping. Luo Chen.
At this moment, Taoist Taihua slowly walked out in the hall. He was planning to have a meal, but he didn't expect to see the person he had been worried about as soon as he came out.
Su Changyu. Meet Master.
At this moment, Su Changyu, Yi Ping, and Su Luochen bowed to Taoist Taihua in unison at the same time.
The dull ancient sword immortal also bowed slightly to Taoist Taihua.
He is a true peerless master. With a worldly heart, he doesn't think he can even beg for nothing.
Okay, just come back. Taoist Taihua was really in tears.
Unexpectedly, Su Changyu came back, and for a moment, the stone hanging over his heart finally fell down.
I don't know what day it is today.
Your senior sister, the fourth and fifth brothers are all back.
I personally cook for you today and make a feast for you. It's delicious tonight. You can chat first, and talk first.
Taoist Taihua said excitedly.
Mu Shui is back too?
Su Changyu was a little surprised. The person he feared the most in the Qingyun Sect was Xiao Mushui, and no one else was afraid of.
It was not because Xiao Mushui was afraid that Xiao Mushui would steal his position as head, but that Xiao Mushui would be so vicious when she saw him, and she didn't have any affection at all, which made him involuntarily resentful towards Xiao Mushui. I'm back in the morning. You guys talk, I'll cook for you first. Taoist Taihua is in a good mood.
To be honest, the entire sect has not been reunited for a long time.
Today is a coincidence that Su Changyu has returned, Su Luochen has returned, Yi Ping has returned, and even Xiao Mushui has returned, which is really a great reunion. Is the eldest sister back?
After Yi Ping learned that Xiao Mushui was back, he couldn't help but feel a little scared.
However, he didn't say much, but after Taoist Taihua left, he began to take Xiao Qingma and the evil devil in the prison to rest in the room. Soon, everyone left.
On this trip, Su Changyu felt that he had been dead for a lifetime. He also wanted to have a good rest, regardless of whether there were or not, and then have a good sleep. That's it, after a stick of incense. After Yi Ping placed Xiao Qingma and the resentful demon of the great prison, he went directly to find Su Luochen. Yi Ping still remembers what Elder Su Chang told him about. After a while, Yi Ping came to Su Luochen's residence. At this moment, in the room, Su Luochen was still recalling what happened today. This incident made him extremely unhappy, and he even became more angry the more he thought about it. Su Luochen was about to write a letter of complaint. But at this moment, Yi Ping's voice suddenly rang.
Second brother, it's me. Hearing Yi Ping's voice, Su Luochen couldn't help but remember that the matter was coming.
At that moment, Su Luochen stood up, opened the door, and asked Yi Ping to enter the room before talking. In the room, Su Luochen was also very polite and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Yi Ping, then said with confusion. Young junior brother, you said before at the foot of the mountain that you came back to look for me specifically.
What's going on? Su Luochen was full of curiosity.
He couldn't understand at all that Yi Ping came back from Jin National Academy to find himself.
This is a bit strange. Second brother, this is the case.
A few days ago, I learned the art of alchemy at Jin National Academy. The elder who taught the lecture said that there is no non-toxic pill in this world.
Second brother, the junior brother is not overwhelmed.
The main reason is that the elder who teaches the class insists on saying that the person who can refine the non-toxic pill is a liar, so the junior brother refuted the elder in anger.
Then he refined the poison-free pill in front of everyone.
But unexpectedly, the elders of the teaching staff said that this non-toxic pill is a priceless treasure that can help the entire Jin state and even the great Xia dynasty, so I hope I will give them the non-toxic pill formula. But this method of refining non-toxic pills was taught by my senior brother, so I can only come over and ask you for your opinion. However, the teaching elder also said that if the senior brother is willing, they can agree to you any conditions.
Of course, if you are not willing, your junior brother will refuse directly after you go back. At worst, you will come back from Jinhua Academy, and you will not learn anything anyway. Yi Ping told Su Luochen the whole story. But after saying that, Su Luochen stood there in a daze. Ha! Just for this kind of thing? Non-toxic pill recipe? Anyone really believe this thing?
Yi Ping is a cultivator who is easily deceived, and he has nothing to say.
Do the elders of Qin State Academy believe it? Would you be so outrageous? Who is the teaching elder you are talking about? After coming back to his senses, Su Luochen was full of curiosity for a moment. He just wanted to know who this teaching elder is. How could there be such a stupid elder? Call Su Chang. Yi Ping answered truthfully. Su Chang? Su Chang? Su Luochen frowned slightly. He was very familiar with the name, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Etc. Su Chang? The first alchemist in Qin State? In an instant, Su Luochen remembered this name, and a shocking look appeared in his eyes. Junior brother, the Su Chang you are talking about is not the #1 alchemist in Qin State, right? Su Luochen swallowed and couldn't help asking. Yes, but the real #1 alchemist in Qin State is definitely not him. Yi Ping nodded, but he didn't think Su Chang was the first alchemist in Qin State, because the real #1 alchemist in Qin State was sitting in front of him. But Yi Ping didn't say this. After all, he knew that none of his senior brothers liked high profile, so he didn't say the second half. Hiss. At this moment, Su Luochen was shocked. Su Chang. Su Chang. The first alchemist in Qin State, this is his idol. No, this is not just my idol, this is the idol of the entire Qin dynasty alchemist. At this level, people actually asked me for a pill recipe? This is really a glorious family. Glorious family and glorious ancestors. Su Luochen was shocked and excited. In order to suppress his excitement, Su Luochen couldn't help but pick up the teacup and took a sip. Second brother, if you don't think it's possible, then I'll go back in a few days and refuse them. Seeing Su Luochen's reaction, Yi Ping didn't think much about it, but just felt that Su Luochen was a little unhappy. No. The next moment, Su Luochen immediately shook his head, then calmed down and said, you can give them the alchemy formula, but the Qin National Academy must agree to me 3 things. Definitely can't refuse. This is a good thing for Guangzhou to bring honor to ancestors. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this is rejected, wouldn't it be cerebral palsy? Give it? Senior brother, the non-toxic pill recipe is of great significance. Senior brother, if you are for me, you don't have to do this. After all, this pill recipe is your hard work. Yi Ping didn't expect Su Luochen would be willing to hand over the pill recipe. To be honest, Elder Su Chang made a request that day, and he was really a little unhappy. He was not a saint, so what did the world have to do with him? This is Su Luochen's lifelong effort. Share with others? To be honest, Yi Ping couldn't do it. When I came back to ask, I mainly wanted to come back to see these senior brothers and learn something by the way. After all, I can't learn anything at the Qin National Academy of Sciences, so it's better to go back to the sect to study. Now that he heard Su Luochen say it, Yi Ping was indeed surprised. Young brother, you're wrong. At this moment, Su Luochen spoke out. He looked at Yi Ping and then said calmly. So I'm going to focus on my thoughts. Although I have developed a non-toxic pill recipe in my lifetime, this pill recipe still has many flaws. By relying on the skills of the senior brother alone, we still cannot truly exert the effect of this non-toxic pill recipe, and more talented people need to explore it. One of the same lineage will one day be buried in this world. Moreover, the alchemy technique itself is to benefit the people of the world. A true alchemist knows how to make selfless contributions. And, a real alchemist is not a pill recipe in his eyes, but the whole world. Do you understand? Su Luochen spoke, his voice calm, but every sentence and every word revealed an indescribable greatness. Yi Ping was stunned. He looked straight at Su Luochen. For some reason, Su Luochen, who was sitting in front of him, became extremely great in an instant, as if the whole world was not as big as his. At this moment, Yi Ping suddenly realized that this was the real peerless master, and this was the real peerless alchemist. Other alchemists know something that others don't understand, so they can't hide it, and they wish they were the only one in the world. But real alchemists don't care about the leak of the pill recipes. What they care about is how many people the pill recipes they have developed can benefit and how many monks can bring benefits to.
At this moment, Yi Ping wanted to say something to Su Luochen.
You are such a great man.
But Yi Ping hid this sentence in his heart, and he didn't say it because he knew that his second senior brother didn't need others to praise him, because there were too many people who praised him. Junior brother Yi Ping, thank you for the second senior brother for the people of the world. At this moment, Yi Ping came to his senses and bowed to Su Luochen, his heart full of admiration.
Hearing Yi Ping's words of touch, Su Luochen was even more satisfied. Very good, that's the feeling. My junior brother, sit down first.
Although the alchemy formula was given to the Jin National Academy of Sciences, there are a few things I need to explain clearly. First, the ownership of the Dan formula is still owned by the senior brother, there is no doubt about this. Secondly, the right to sign the pill formula must also be from the senior brother, and the signature is based on the Luochen alchemy master.
Third, the alchemy recipe is not a free gift.
Jin Guoxue Academy must agree to the senior brother's three things, but it can be guaranteed that these three things will not make Jin Guoxue Academy feel embarrassed.
Su Luochen asked Yi Ping to sit down.
You can give the elixir recipe or give it for free, but if you can get it if you have the conditions, Su Luochen will naturally not waste it.
3 conditions. Su Luochen has already thought about it.
End of this chapter.
Qingyun Sect.
Su Luochen has already thought of his 3 conditions. He looked at Yi Ping and then spoke. My junior brother, the first condition of senior brother is very simple.
Let the state of Jin issue an order to evaluate the alchemist.
No matter what the alchemist does, it must take 5 hours to finish the examination. Unless the candidate voluntarily chooses to withdraw, he or she shall not be expelled from the examination room.
The second condition is also very simple.
Strictly investigate the alchemists and examiners of Jin State to see if they have accepted bribes and bribes. At the same time, conduct strict investigations on morality and profession, especially in Qingzhou. It must be strictly investigated and then investigated.
Su Luochen almost gritted his teeth.
This time he went to Baiyun Ancient City. He was destined to become famous, but unexpectedly, he was expelled from the examination room by several judges without eyes. He couldn't swallow this anger, but Su Luochen was not a person who was guilty.
He would not use this authority to suppress those examiners, but it is okay to investigate strictly? If you are clean yourself, you won't be afraid that I will ask you for review.
The 2 conditions Su Luochen mentioned surprised Yi Ping.
He thought Su Luochen would offer some extremely terrifying conditions, but he didn't expect that it was just that. Feeling Yi Ping's slightly surprised gaze, Su Luochen couldn't help but speak. My junior brother, do you think these 2 conditions are very ordinary?
Su Luochen spoke, and he took a sip of tea indifferently, and said like this. Yi Ping did not answer, but the meaning was very clear. Su Luochen sighed, shook his head and spoke slowly. My younger brother, the reason why senior brother made these 2 requests is entirely due to his feelings.
Didn't you ask senior brother why he is in Baiyun Ancient City today?
Senior brother tells you that my senior brother is in Baiyun Ancient City today, and he is going to see the new alchemist assessment. I saw a young man in the assessment place who had a very high talent in alchemy, but he was not well received. He used extraordinary methods to refine extraordinary pills and did not follow the ordinary path, but unfortunately, he was expelled from the examination room because of others' prejudice and the misunderstanding of the examiner.
Do you know, did the senior brother see something when he was expelled from the examination room?
Su Luochen said with a heavy face. What did you see? Yi Ping was curious.
How genius would he be if Su Luochen considered a genius in alchemy?
Senior brother saw the dead silence of the alchemy, and the senior brother saw the despair of the alchemy. The alchemist who was expelled from the examination room was originally destined to shock the entire alchemy person. It is not an exaggeration to say that the first alchemist in the ages is the first, but just when he is full of confidence, full of hope and expectation, he is expelled from the examination room by a group of people without eyes.
How can this not make the senior brother feel upset? How can this not make the senior brother feel uncomfortable? The eternal hope of alchemy will be destroyed.
Su Luochen became more and more excited as he spoke, and he felt more and more uncomfortable as he spoke, and in the end he was almost crying. Yi Ping, who was standing beside him, was also a little confused, which he couldn't understand. My junior brother, remember that sometimes it's not that you are not outstanding enough, but that you meet a group of people with no eyes. It's like there is a saying that there are often horses that are thousands of miles apart, but not Bolu. As an examiner, whether it is alchemy, weapon refining, or formation, you must respect every candidate. You can't be favoritism, nor do you follow your own nature. You must follow the rules. If you agree that 5 hours will be only 5 hours. One more moment, not one less moment. If Gene State does not agree to my condition, then the matter of non-toxic pill recipe will be exempted from being discussed. Su Luochen said with a very firm expression. He must rectify these examiners. Well, senior brother, I understand. I will tell Elder Su Chang these 2 conditions. Senior brother, what is your 3rd condition? Yi Ping continued to ask. He was very curious about what Su Luochen's 3rd condition was. When talking about the 3rd condition, Su Luochen seemed a little guilty. He hesitated for a while before finally speaking slowly. I want 30,000 taels of gold. Su Luochen felt a little guilty. He actually wanted to ask for 3,000 taels of gold, but after thinking about it, Yi Ping could sell tens of thousands of taels of gold in a painting, but it shouldn't be too much for him to ask for 30,000 taels of gold, right? Ha! Yi Ping can understand the first 2 conditions, but Yi Ping really can't understand the 3rd condition. 30,000 taels of gold? What is this? If you refine a pill yourself, it will probably be more than 30,000 taels of gold, right? Yi Ping was a little confused. He was really a little incredible about Su Luochen's 3rd condition. Seeing Yi Ping's expression, Su Luochen felt even more guilty. Not going to take too much, right? Su Luochen was also very nervous and even regretted it. He wouldn't have made this request if he had known it. In Su Luochen's eyes, let alone 30,000 taels of gold, even 3,000 taels or 300 taels, he thought it was an astronomical figure. In the Qingyun Sect, his monthly pocket money is only 2 taels of silver. What does 30,000 taels of gold mean? You can buy a lot of alchemy books, a high-quality alchemy furnace, and a lot of medicinal materials at the same time, which can make you feel at home with peace of mind. Senior brother, are you sure you only need 30,000 taels of gold? Yi Ping came to his senses. He couldn't understand Su Luochen's thoughts and couldn't help but confirm them. Can you ask for more? Su Luochen dared not say this sentence, so he could only mutter in his heart, but Su Luochen knew that he could not show his guilt. Therefore, he was very calm and even seemed a little calm. He tried to imitate Su Changyu's temperament, looked out the window, and then spoke slowly. Young brother, don't you understand? The sound rang. The next moment, Yi Ping was suddenly stunned. Yi Ping suddenly understood what Su Luochen's 3rd condition meant. 30,000 taels of gold, just a random condition is given. The Jin National Academy of Sciences will not say 30,000 taels of gold, 300,000 taels, 3 million taels, or even 30 million taels. But why does my 2nd senior brother only need 30,000 taels? Is he short of these 30,000 taels of gold? No, it's not that I lack these 30,000 taels of gold, but that Su Luochen didn't want to offer any conditions at all. Just as the 2nd senior brother said before, a real alchemist is not a pill recipe in his eyes, but the whole world. 30,000 taels of gold are just a requirement. Is Su Luochen short of money? There is no shortage of answers. But why he made this request was because it was a rule and nothing could be given for nothing. It was inevitable to make a request. It was for the sake of the world. After thinking about all this, Yi Ping couldn't help but be shocked. At the end, Yi Ping stood up and bowed deeply to Su Luochen. He didn't say a word, and this worship was also for the people of the world. Senior brother, I understand. Yi Ping opened his mouth, and Su Luochen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have a sensible junior brother. Although Su Luochen didn't know what Yi Ping understood, as long as he didn't continue to ask, it would be perfect. At this moment, a sudden sound rang out. The voice was extremely familiar, which made Su Luochen and Yi Ping tremble. Young junior brother, are you here? It's the voice of the senior sister.
Yi Ping's scalp was a little numb.
Su Luoqin's face became even more ugly, and he looked at Yi Ping directly and said, "Your senior sister is looking for you, don't say I'm inside, go quickly." The eldest sister is the most sarcastic person in Qingyun Sect. In addition to Chen Lingru, who had never been taught by her elder sister, even Su Changyu was often scolded by her elder sister. He finally got out of the shadow a few days ago. If he was mocked by his senior sister again, he would have taken off.
Second brother.
Yi Ping's face looked a little bitter. Su Luoqin ignored Yi Ping, took out a pill book, and pretended not to hear it.
My junior brother.
The next moment, Xiaomushua's voice sounded again, and for a moment, Yi Ping had to bite the bullet and go out. But at this moment, Su Luoqin's voice sounded again. By the way, junior brother, if the Jin National Academy is unwilling to give 30,000 taels of gold, it's okay to change the alchemy furnace to me. Senior brother has been devoted to refining the alchemy recently and is unwilling to run around the foot of the mountain. Also, junior brother, if you have time, you can simplify the non-toxic pill recipe and modify it a little, and hand it over to Jingui Academy. Su Luoqin spoke, but he was still worried that 30,000 taels of gold was a little too much, and he was afraid that Jin National Academy would not be willing to let it go. After all, Su Luoqin knew that Yi Ping could practice it, but it did not mean that others could practice it. An elixir recipe that has no effect at all is replaced by 30,000 taels of gold. If this is spread, it doesn't matter if it is famous and he has no reputation. But it is no trivial to take off your anger to the Jin National Academy of Sciences. As for modifying the pill recipe, Su Luoqin thought very simply. After all, Yi Ping is a person who can refine the non-toxic pill.
If Yi Ping makes some modifications, it may be effective. Good. Yi Ping nodded.
Now the matter of the Dan formula is no longer a big deal, and the matter of the senior sister is the biggest. Walk out of the second senior brother's room.
Sure enough, what caught my eye was a stunning woman. Xiaomushue.
No matter how many times I see my senior sister, that peerless appearance makes people feel unparalleled. Xiaomushue's appearance is like a fairy descending to earth, without any trace of fireworks on her body.
This beauty can never be forgotten at a glance.
But it was just such a stunning appearance, but it was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, which made Yi Ping really not know what to say. The most important thing is that Xiaomushue is too big.
Who can withstand this? My junior brother, what are you looking at?
The next moment, Xiaomushue's voice sounded, and the voice that was inconsistent with her temperament was a little temptation and a little languish, and more of it was the same, full of charm.
Swish. For a moment, Yi Ping's body froze.
He did not blush, but only endless embarrassment. Perhaps it was because the eldest sister was so beautiful that Yi Ping forgot that the eldest sister was a peerless master, otherwise he would not have looked at him randomly even if he was beaten to death.
Junior brother, I've met the eldest sister.
Yi Ping lowered his head and bowed to Xiaomushue, showing great respect. But the next moment, with the indifferent fragrance, he penetrated into his nose, and Yi Ping knew that the eldest sister had come over.
Say, did you peek at me just now?
Xiaomushue was very direct and seemed to not plan to let Yi Ping go, so she asked this question very directly.
Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Yi Ping gritted his teeth and replied, now he can only pretend to be stupid.
It's impossible to say, senior sister, are you so naughty? Isn't this seeking death?
TSK, it turns out that it turns bad after going down the mountain, and I learned to pretend to be stupid. Xiaomushue was not angry at all, but just chuckled, and the laughter was filled with endless temptation. Yi Ping cried and made trouble.
He really couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't say anything and continued to pretend to be stupid.
Xiaomushue did not continue to ask, but spoke slowly. Young brother, please raise your head first. The voice sounded, and Yi Ping couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But the next moment, Yi Ping felt a little hurt in his head, and it was Xiaomushue who bounced his head.
You've really become bad.
For a moment, Yi Ping was stunned.
Can you hear anything in your heart? Do you want to be so exaggerated? Senior sister, please let me go. Yi Ping really didn't expect that Xiao Muxue could actually hear his own thoughts?
But he didn't dare to speak, so he could only force his head to look at his senior sister, with an embarrassing but polite smile on his face. To be honest, if it were any woman, Yi Ping would guarantee that the speed of the car would not be reduced, but the problem is that the woman in front of him was his senior sister.
To tease the senior sister, this crime is not a trivial matter.
To put it in a big way, it is messing with ethics, and to put it in a small way, it is a prodigal son who corrupts morality.
Therefore, Yi Ping only respects Xiao Muxue and has no evil thoughts.
Of course, he must have a normal appreciation. A beautiful lady is a gentleman, and she is so beautiful.
How many men think they can control themselves? Look at each other.
There was a smile in Xiao Muxue's beautiful eyes, and she felt a charming smile.
As for his figure, Yi Ping couldn't help but look down. Does it look good? Do you want to go to the senior sister's room to have a good look?
At this time, Xiao Muxue spoke with a smile in her eyes.
Sister, just tell me if you have anything to do. Junior brother really can't stand it.
Yi Ping withdrew his gaze, he felt a little regretful.
Why didn't he learn the Jingxin mantra?
It's not that he is lustful, but that Xiao Muxue is simply a stunning person on earth. This kind of existence is not boastful by Yi Ping. If it were placed in the Shang dynasty, Daji would be exiled to the Cold Palace.
I can't stand this?
It seems that my senior sister really needs to teach you the technique of controlling color well, otherwise, with your appearance, something will happen sooner or later.
Xiao Muxue spoke and said seriously. Yi Ping.
To be honest, Yi Ping felt that if he could withstand the temptation of his senior sister, he would probably not be able to tempt him even if a fairy descended to earth.
Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Senior sister is here to find you today, there is something serious about it.
Xiao Muxue took back her charm a little, and then said seriously.
My junior brother, do you still remember the teachings of your mind with senior sister?
Xiao Muxue came over, mainly talking about this matter. Seeing that Xiao Muxue finally became serious, Yi Ping also returned to normal, and then nodded and said, of course I remember.
Okay, follow me. Xiao Muxue spoke and asked Yi Ping to follow her. Soon the two arrived at Qingyun Cliff. Sit down.
When he arrived at the cliff of Qingyun, Xiao Muxue spoke directly and asked Yi Ping to sit down cross-legged. Yi Ping sat directly on the ground without any hesitation. The mental method that senior sister teaches you is very likely to be the strongest mental method between heaven and earth. The biggest special point of this mental method is to adapt to everyone. When you meet the strong, you will be strong, and when you meet the weak, you will be weak. Yi Ping, sit down and ask senior sister to check your health.
Xiao Muxue made a sound.
It was just this physical examination that made Yi Ping feel a little strange.
But Yi Ping didn't think much about it. He closed his eyes, let everything go, and let Xiao Muxue check it out. He knew that in this regard, the senior sister would not do anything randomly. Hiss. But the next moment, Yi Ping couldn't help but tremble. Calm your heart. Before Yi Ping could speak, the senior sister's extremely serious voice sounded, calming Yi down. The cliff behind the sky. Xiao Muxue's face was full of seriousness, and her jade hands kept tapping Yi Ping. Qi and blood oven. In an instant, Xiao Muxue noticed how powerful Yi Ping's body was. There was a look of surprise in her eyes. A 22-year-old monk condensed a Qi and blood furnace, which was only a small success in her eyes. But Xiao Muxue knew that Yi Ping had not practiced for more than half a year. This is what shocked Xiao Muxue. The best age for physical cultivation is 12 years old. At that time, the Qi and blood were the most vigorous, and it was also the time when the body grew the fastest. Therefore, you have to practice martial arts early, and the older you are, the greater the restrictions. Yi Ping started practicing only at the age of 22, and it was not considered the golden period of cultivation at all. But even so, Yi Ping condensed the Qi and blood oven within half a year, so how could she not be shocked? I am as good as a dragon. If my junior brother hadn't been a human race, I would have thought he was a descendant of a real dragon. Soon, as Xiao Muxue continued to check, the surprise in her eyes became stronger and stronger.
Yi Ping's body seemed like a real dragon was dormant, with strong qi and blood, which was not just as simple as condensing an oven. If this body was punched, it would probably be a culprit who had the great perfect foundation to be killed. But soon, the shock in Xiao Mushue's eyes became even stronger.
36 spiritual veins, foundation building green lotus? Xiao Mushue was shocked.
She could feel the immeasurable spiritual energy in Yi Ping's body, like a vast ocean. The 10 spiritual veins of ordinary monks are like 10 tiny streams of water. The genius spiritual vein is like a small river.
The spiritual vein of a peerless genius is like a big river.
And the demon among the monsters, the spiritual veins of such people, are like an ocean. Yi Ping's spiritual veins are 36 vast oceans, with an endless feeling.
This is a symbol of the supreme great perfection of qi training. How to prevent Xiao Mushue from being shocked?
After a long time, Xiao Mushue stopped checking, but her eyes looked at Yi Ping, full of shock.
It's like seeing a monster. It seems that Xian Jizi is right.
There will be a peerless variable between heaven and earth every 10,000 years.
I didn't expect that I would encounter it. TSK, it seems that it is not difficult to become an immortal. Xiao Mushue talked to herself in her heart.
But soon, Xiao Mushue's expression changed indifferently, and then he bounced Yi Ping's forehead slightly.
This is very simple, Yi Ping is thinking about something again.
End of this chapter. Yi Ping opened his eyes. Rubbed his forehead.
It looks a little depressed.
The magical power of the pure heart is simply a man's nemesis, but Yi Ping thinks it's not his fault at all, it's mainly because you are too tempting, senior sister. Sitting cross-legged in front of Xiao Mushue, Yi Ping did not dare to think about it anymore. Young brother, senior sister, you must listen carefully if you say next. Xiao Mushue looked at Yi Ping and taught seriously.
Please give me some advice. Hearing the advice, Yi Ping immediately became energetic. My junior brother, there are 7 realms of cultivation of immortals. You should know this, right? Xiao Mushue spoke.
I know, practicing qi, building foundation, golden elixir, yuanying, yuanshan, passing tribulation, and Mahayana. Yi Ping still understood the division of realms, and through the Jin Dynasty Sutra Collection Pavilion, Yi Ping also roughly knew how powerful each realm was. Of course, the books in the Sutra Collection Pavilion described the previous realms in detail. However, there is no careful description of the future state, and it is almost always mentioned in one stroke, with incredible and incomparable. In fact, in ancient times, the 7 realms of immortal cultivation were collectively called the 3 realms, Shanqing realm, Yuqing realm, and Taiqing realm.
Do you know why?
Xiao Mushue spoke and introduced the story of these 7 realms.
I don't know.
Yi Ping was a little surprised.
He really didn't know about this, and there was no record of the Sutra Pavilion.
The 3 great realms in ancient times were called the Ancient Times. In that era, there was sufficient spiritual energy, so I practiced extremely quickly. Therefore, I divided them by 3 realms, and each realm was divided into 10 levels in detail. This realm is very vague, and it is also very strange about the path to becoming an immortal.
It cannot become a system, which leads to extremely troublesome.
But later, with an unparalleled existence, he walked out of an unprecedented path, created his own mind method, and redivided the realm, so we have these 7 realms. This peerless existence divided the Shanqing realm into, practicing qi, building foundation, and golden elixir, and divided the Jade Qing realm into the nascent soul and yuanshan, and finally the Taiqing realm into the Mahayana through tribulation. Xiao Mushue told this story seriously, and Yi Ping also listened seriously. So, the 3 realms of qi training, the foundation building, and the golden elixir realm are completely at the most basic realm, so the difference between these 3 realms will not be very big.
A genius-level qi training monk can defeat ordinary foundation-building monks.
And the peerless genius foundation-building cultivators can defeat the ordinary golden elixir realm. But even a genius at the level of monsters can hardly defeat the most ordinary nascent soul power.
Because this involves the difference between the big realm. My junior brother, there are all cultivators in this world, including ordinary cultivators and genius cultivators. You must treat it differently. Sometimes the realm does not represent everything, but if it is a big difference, don't do it randomly. Xiao Mushui explained the realm very in detail.
The main reason is that Yi Ping thinks he is very strong and acts recklessly.
After all, the level of a monk is more terrifying as he reaches the back.
Yi Ping nodded, and at the same time he couldn't help but thinking that what Xiao Mushui said was extremely correct. Just like although he is a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, he feels that even a senior brother in the Golden Dan realm can challenge or even defeat him.
Even a cultivator in the late stage of the Jindan stage can fight.
But when he met a genius Jindan powerhouse like Han Mo, he was very troubled and almost got chased and beaten. Especially the division of the Great Realm. As strong as Han Mo, he is still a genius at least, and even a half-step peerless genius is almost the same. However, facing the great prison resentful demon in the nascent soul realm, he was directly suppressed like a dead dog.
He didn't even have the ability to resist. This is the division of the Great Realm.
No matter how weak the nascent soul cultivator is, it is not comparable to that of the Golden Pill monk.
Because the difference between the two is too big.
It's like giving you 1 tael of silver, allowing you to earn 10 taels of silver in a month, not very difficult. But it is very difficult to give you 10 million taels of silver and make you earn 100 million taels of silver in a month. In essence, it is also 10 times, but it does not mean the same thing at all.
The same is true for realms.
There is not much difference between practicing Qi and building a foundation because these two realms are the time to lay the foundation. There is already a clear gap between foundation building and golden elixir, but relying on inherited unique skills and supreme magical powers, the gap can still be made up.
But the golden elixir and nascent soul are different, these are completely different concepts. A powerful nascent soul can be called an ancestor, and it is not an exaggeration to subvert a country. There are many powerful Jindan people in the entire Jin state, but there are very few powerful Yuanying people. As for the later ones, it is even rarer. Senior sister, junior brother understands. Yi Ping nodded seriously. Seeing Yi Ping Mingwu's expression, Xiao Mushui nodded with satisfaction. Children can teach.
Sometimes when teaching people, it doesn't necessarily matter how qualified the other person is.
It's enough to understand it. By the way, I heard from the junior sister that you went to Jinghua Academy?
Since Yi Ping has understood the division of the realm, Xiao Mushui will not continue to talk about it in detail. After all, many things need to be seen with their own eyes to understand.
No matter how much they say, it is useless. Yes. Yi Ping nodded.
Yi Ping was not proud of Jin National Academy of Sciences. On the contrary, he wanted to go back to the sect to listen to the teachings of several senior brothers and sisters.
100 times better than in Jin National Academy of Sciences. Well, it's pretty good. Junior brother, you have to remember that Jinghua Academy is just your starting point.
Since you have gone to Jinghua Academy, you should also know more. Your goal is not just the Jin National Academy of Sciences, the 10 kingdoms, the Daxia, and the whole world are your starting point. A true strong man is not just strength, but his vision is also very important.
Do you know? Xiao Mushui continued to teach. Clear. Yi Ping nodded heavily.
At this moment, Xiao Mushui took back the seriousness on her face and continued with a smile in her eyes.
It's time to talk about other things. Junior brother, have you ever met any girls when you go out? Xiao Mushui smiled. Yi Ping. It's coming again, it's coming again. Yi Ping was a little depressed. Why did the senior sister suddenly become serious and not serious? Without.
Although he was unwilling to answer, Yi Ping still answered honestly.
No. It shouldn't be. To be honest, junior brother, you are so handsome and have such a good temperament. Not only are you literary, but you are also very strong. Logically speaking, you will not have thousands or hundreds of women surrounding you when you go down the mountain? Young junior brother, senior sister asks you seriously. You can't answer vaguely. Have you ever learned any knowledge?
Speaking of this, Xiao Mushui was very serious, with her eyes full of expectation and curiosity.
Open up? What tricks to open? Senior sister, what were you saying? I can't understand at all. Senior sister, I don't understand what it means.
Yi Ping shook his head, and he refused to answer the question.
TSK, junior brother, do you think you can hide it from me?
Tell the truth quickly, otherwise, don't blame the senior sister for testing it myself. Xiaomuxue took out a gourd from her collar, then poured a sip of wine into her mouth, staring at Yi Ping, feeling like I would do it myself if you didn't tell the truth.
In-person inspection?
Yi Ping was a little confused.
He didn't know what the senior sister said meant, and how to test it.
Senior sister, no, my junior brother is clean and he is not afraid to do anything randomly.
Yi Ping cried and he answered honestly. Oh, it's a pity.
Xiaomuxue could hear Yi Ping's words were the truth, but she really felt sorry for Yi Ping. He is so handsome, and he needs to be strong and beautiful, but he is still single.
Then tell me, how can you bring a woman very well? I heard from your junior sister that the woman you brought is a stunning beauty in the world. Xiaomuxue was full of curiosity.
Oh, that's just an ordinary fellow Taoist, an ordinary fellow Taoist. Yi Ping knew who the senior sister was talking about, Xia Qingma, but he couldn't tell her the identity of Xia Qingma.
An ordinary fellow Taoist? Then senior sister asks you a question. Do you think senior sister is good-looking or she looks good?
Xiaomuxue's eyes were full of curiosity, and she looked at Yi Ping and asked a very fatal question. For a moment, Yi Ping fell into thinking. If you want to say that each has its own merits, to be honest, women definitely don't like to hear this. But if you insist on saying someone good-looking, Yi Ping felt that it went against his will. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at Xiaomuxue. He is graceful, has a delicate figure, beautiful face, and unparalleled temperament. Sometimes he is like a fairy, not stained with fireworks on earth, but sometimes he is like a peerless beauty, making people feel excited. Thinking of this, Yi Ping gave an answer. Of course, the senior sister is pretty. Yi Ping said from the bottom of his heart. It's not bad. Senior sister didn't care about you in vain. Come and have a drink. Hearing Yi Ping's praise, Xiaomuxue smiled even more. He picked up the gourd bottle in his hand and handed it to Yi Ping. The head of the sect said, "You can't drink." Yi Ping shook his head and refused. Firstly, the head of the sect did say that he could not drink alcohol. Secondly, Xiaomuxue had drunk it. Isn't this indirect? Don't listen to that old guy, give it to me. This wine is very precious and can warm your body and strengthen your body. Xiaomuxue held the gourd and slapped Yi Ping into Yi Ping's mouth. She didn't care about it and directly drank Yi Ping's mouth. The strong wine enters the throat, for some reason, but there is a hint of sweetness. Soon, it turned into a raging flame, burning all over the body, making the qi and blood boil, like a vast spiritual energy. In an instant, Yi Ping moved the candle dragon immortal orb, refined all these spiritual energy, turned into rolling essence energy, stabilized his own realm, and even improved a little. Just a sip of wine can improve the level. If you drink a gourd, wouldn't you want to make a breakthrough? Don't be greedy. Soon Xiaomuxue retrieved the wine gourd. This wine was not ordinary wine. Let Yi Ping take a sip, not to allow Yi Ping to break through the realm, but to stabilize Yi Ping's realm. She realized at a glance that Yi Ping's realm had not been completely stabilized. This sip of wine could just help Yi Ping stabilize his realm. In this way, it would save several months of hard practice and meditation. But you can't drink too much of this kind of thing. First, drinking too much harms your body, and second, she doesn't have much left. Gugu. After retrieving the gourd, Xiaomuxue also took a big sip, regardless of Yi Ping's previous drink. Okay, junior brother, hurry back and find your little lover. Remember, don't pass it on to others the mental method taught by senior sister. And now you have practiced to the second chapter and have passed the basics. Sometimes you have to think more about it and don't follow the mental method to see if you can take a different path, or the path that suits you the most, do you know? Xiaomuxue hid the wine gourd and then sent Yi Ping to leave, but before leaving, she still gave various advice. Yi Ping, who was slightly drunk, nodded. The wine was indeed very strong. Even for the foundation-building monk, he was a little overwhelmed. Yi Ping left, and when he walked, he was a little shaking. Xiao Muxue behind her was staring at Yi Ping, muttering something in her heart. I don't know if this junior brother is willing to inherit the position. If I want to, I will save trouble. She muttered, then smashed her mouth and disappeared from the spot.
1 hour later.
Yi Ping had already refined all the essence of the sip of wine in his room.
At this moment, his cultivation level was completely stabilized to the early stage of foundation building.
After refreshed, Yi Ping also began to think about what his senior sister said. The first chapter of the Supreme Mental Method he practiced was the Qi Training chapter, which required 36 times to be recast. Now that we have reached the second stage, the foundation building chapter, and the focus is on stability.
It is a solid foundation.
But with the reminder of the elder sister, Yi Ping suddenly understood whether he could practice according to his own wishes. Thinking of this, Yi Ping was a little interested. He tried to practice sexually and found that he could practice according to his own wishes, instead of practicing spiritual energy step by step.
Thinking of this, many thoughts burst out in Yi Ping's mind.
The Qi training realm is to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, and then refine impurities and integrate them into the body to practice. The foundation building realm is to open up the Dantian, thereby stabilizing the realm and then changing the quality of magic power.
There are 3 levels of mana quality. So can I make a few extra times? For example, the foundation building realm has the magical qualities of the golden elixir realm? In this way, wouldn't I be equivalent to having the combat power of a Jindan cultivator? If this is true, will it be easier for me to meet a Jindan cultivator in the future? Don't you have to run away if you encounter it?
For a moment, Yi Ping had more and more ideas.
A full hour later.
Yi Ping already had a rough idea. First practice to the great perfection of foundation building, and then constantly change the quality of mana to see if you can break through the upper limit and have the golden pill magic power when building the foundation.
Just when Yi Ping was full of joy.
Suddenly, a sound suddenly sounded.
Supreme Immortal, are you here?
A knock on the door sounded, and a 2-meter-high figure appeared in Yi Ping's eyes. Almost without looking at it, you know that the evil devil of the great prison is coming.
Come in.
Yi Ping took back his joy and had certain prejudice against the evil spirits of the great prison.
This guy is just a complete villain, sinister and despicable, and extremely treacherous.
If the tight spell could suppress this guy, I would have been a disaster for a long time.
Squeak.
The door was pushed open. The great prison resentful demon walked into the door with a serious face, and then carefully closed the door. He came to Yi Ping, feeling a little excited, and also looked at Yi Ping seriously.
Shangxian, I discovered something. This matter is related to you, but I don't know whether to say it.
The resentful demon of the great prison sat directly in front of Yi Ping, and his words made people curious.
You say.
Yi Ping felt a little curious and didn't understand what the evil devils of the prison discovered.
Could it be that I discovered a secret that I had not discovered?
It is very likely that, after all, the great prison resentment demon is a powerful Yuanying man, and he will definitely find some details that he cannot find.
Supreme Immortal, I discovered a shocking secret.
What I say later will definitely subvert all your current cognition.
You must not make a statement or be excited.
The resentful demon of the great prison said more mysteriously, and repeatedly emphasized that Yi Ping could not be excited or spoke.
This made Yi Ping even more curious. What the hell is it? Tell me. Yi Ping's eyes were full of curiosity. Shangxian, I don't mean anything else.
This matter can definitely affect your future, but I have a small request.
Can you agree to me?
The great prison resentment said with a wry smile.
What are the requirements?
Yi Ping frowned slightly. The requirement is very small, just remove the golden hoop on my head.
Of course, I can guarantee that this secret is worth it.
The evil devil of the great prison pointed to the golden hoop on his head.
Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Yi Ping frowned.
Shangxian, I know what you mean, but this secret is of great importance. If you don't agree to me, I would rather self-destruct.
The attitude of resentment in the prison is very firm.
He felt that his information would definitely be useful to Yi Ping, and it would definitely not be a loss for the golden hoop on his head. If Yi Ping does not agree, he would rather not say it. Anyway, Yi Ping is the one who suffers. Yi Ping was really curious after saying this. The fact that the great prison resentful demons could say such words was obviously really discovered some amazing secret.
You talk first. If it is really useful, I can remove your golden hoop.
Yi Ping thought about it and gave an answer. No, Immortal, just treat me as a villain. You must first agree to me. As long as the secret I told is worth this golden hoop, you must help me lift it. You have to swear.
The great prison resentful demon said seriously that he needed Yi Ping's exact answer and had to swear. Hesitate for a moment.
Yi Ping thought about it for a while, then gritted his teeth and nodded.
Okay, as long as the secret you told is really useful, I can untie the golden hoop on your head.
Yi Ping said so. After all, there is a senior brother and the senior sister and the others.
No matter how sinister and cunning this guy is, can he still want to make some waves? Okay, Grand Immortal, listen to me.
Hearing Yi Ping's agreement, the resentful demon of the prison suddenly became excited. He took a deep breath, then lowered his voice and said extremely seriously. Supreme Immortal, after my observations from all parties, I found that all your senior brothers and sisters, including the head, are all waste. The resentful demon in the prison was very small, but his expression was extremely certain.
Just say this. Yi Ping couldn't help but be stunned. That's it? A shocking secret? I was slightly stunned when I saw Yi Ping.
The evil spirits of the great prison are even more excited. It's not just waste, but according to my careful observation, they are all waste among waste, especially your second senior brother.
It's actually a bit of an insult to the word waste. Supreme Immortal, are you shocked? Shangxian, are you talking? Supreme Immortal, don't be too excited. The Supreme Immortal? The Supreme Immortal? Ah! Supreme Immortal, why are you chanting the mantra? There is also later. Before 3 o'clock.
End of this chapter.
Shangxian, please don't read it anymore. What did I do wrong? You just said it's okay? Ah! Shangxian, you are so despicable. I will tell you the shocking secret, but you actually went back on your word? Supreme Immortal, I don't want you to lift the tight spell. I was wrong, you let me go, please let me go. The resentful demon of the prison began to roll around again, his face filled with tears and cried and begged Yi Ping to let him go. He felt very uncomfortable and painful. He never expected that Yi Ping was actually a villain like him. Sure enough, a man's mouth is a lie. In the room, Yi Ping looked at the resentful demon of the prison indifferently. To be honest, Yi Ping was really curious before, what secret is this great prison resentful demon? But what I didn't expect was that it was just that. To put it bluntly, if the great prison resentment demon just said that his senior brothers were useless, Yi Ping would not be so angry. At worst, he would explain patiently and tell the great prison resentment demon how strong his senior brothers were. But unexpectedly, this guy actually humiliated his second senior brother directly, and it was so unpleasant. How could Yi Ping not be angry? How to not be angry? After a full stick of incense, Yi Ping stopped chanting the spell, and the resentful demon on the ground was completely dead, lying on the ground in great exhaustion, giving people the illusion of only one breath left. How terrifying the spell of the tight hoop is, the evil spirits of the great prison cannot describe it, but every time he is not as good as death, and he wishes he could die on the spot. A full stick of incense has passed. The resentful demon of the great prison finally recovered. His dissipated eyes gradually came back to his senses, and his eyes were filled with sorrow and grievances. Do you know where you were wrong? At this moment, Yi Ping's voice sounded, making the resentful demon even more resentful. What am I wrong? Didn't you go back on your word? Yi Ping, you are too much. The resentful demon of the prison cried very sadly, and he didn't even know what to say. Depending on your appearance, you're not convinced? Yi Ping's voice continued to sound, his eyes full of anger.
As soon as he said this, the resentful demon of the great prison quickly shook his head.
Who dares to disobey?
If you use another tight spell, his soul will be gone.
Do you know where you are wrong? Yi Ping continued to ask.
The resentful demon of the great prison really wanted to greet Yi Ping's family, but these words could only be hidden in his heart.
Please answer the immortal.
The resentful demon of the great prison said, incredibly frustrated.
You said that my senior brothers are all useless people. I ask you, where is it useless? Yi Ping asked.
As soon as he said this, the evil devil of the great prison was silent and he didn't know how to answer.
Where is it abandoned? It's scrapped everywhere.
The resentful demon of the great prison really wanted to say this to Yi Ping, but he knew that if he dared to say this, it would be not as simple as a stick of incense.
He might really hurt himself to death.
Seeing that the resentful demon in the prison did not speak, Yi Ping continued to speak.
Do you think that my senior brothers are extremely low in their realms, and they are all in the Qi training realm, so they think they are useless?
Yi Ping asked. The great prison resentful demon glanced at Yi Ping, and then couldn't help but nod. He really couldn't swallow this tone. He just wanted to see how Yi Ping could explain it.
Madness.
In an instant, Yi Ping made a sound, and the two words were like thunder, which scared the resentful demons of the prison to tremble.
You are still a nascent soul monk. Don't you know what disguise means?
My senior brothers are peerless masters.
Their realm cannot be seen through by ordinary people.
The reason why they show the realm of Qi training is that they are disguised.
Otherwise, if they cannot see through their realm, wouldn't they be able to notice that they are peerless masters at a glance?
Yi Ping scolded angrily. After saying this, the resentful demon of the great prison was stunned.
Can this be washed? He can understand this point when a peerless expert hides his realm, but the problem is that there is no need to pretend to be so similar, right? The realm can be explained in this way.
Then I used the Taoist Dharma to transform into a blade and pretended to attack and kill them, but they did not react at all.
How can I explain this?
The resentful demon of the great prison couldn't help but tell what he had done before. After saying this, Yi Ping's face changed and he glared at the evil demon of the great prison. However, after thinking about it, Yi Ping still held back the curse and looked at the evil demon of the great prison and said coldly.
Silly, stupid, really stupid. You pretended to sneak attack my senior brothers. Do you think they have weak cultivation, so you didn't notice it?
Yi Ping scolded angrily.
Isn't it?
The evil devil of the great prison asked back. I really don't know how you practiced the nascent soul realm.
It's so stupid.
Precisely because my senior brothers are peerless masters, they are not afraid of you at all, and they don't take you seriously at all, so they don't resist at all.
Fortunately, you didn't have the intention to kill at that time. If you had the intention to kill at that time, you were afraid that you would definitely die.
Yi Ping angrily scolded him, saying that the evil deeds in the prison were doubting life.
Is this a horse slapping the floor forcibly? Can this be washed away? Immortal, are you crazy?
As you say,
then if I attack an ordinary person, if the other party does not take action, it means he is also a peerless master? This is irrelevant.
Seeing the resentful look of the great prison demon, Yi Ping knew that he still didn't believe it, and couldn't help but remain silent, but soon Yi Ping thought about what to say.
Do you think I'm strong? Yi Ping asked.
Powerful.
The evil devil blurted out. I'm serious.
Yi Ping continued, afraid that the evil deeds in the prison would be perfunctory to him.
So strong, I have no other meaning.
In my eyes, you are no longer a question of whether you are strong or not, but an outrageous question.
The resentful devil of the great prison is true. Yi Ping is not called strong, it is completely outrageous.
At the age of 22, he had a Qi and blood furnace plus a golden wheel of transformation, and his realm was not bad and his magic power was strong.
He could see through these at a glance.
This was not a peerless genius, but a monster among monsters.
Okay, then do you know? Half a year ago, to be precise, I was just an ordinary mortal. Not to mention cultivating immortals, I don't even know what it is. Do you believe it?
Yi Ping said seriously.
Hiss. The resentful demon of the great prison was stunned. He could see that Yi Ping did not lie.
He was a powerful nascent soul. It could still be seen whether he lies or not.
5 months. In the early stage of foundation building, the Qi and blood furnace will be used to transform the golden wheel? Is this a freak? He didn't believe it, but he knew completely that Yi Ping did not lie.
This means that Yi Ping is not a monster, but a peerless monster, or even a monster that is rare in 10,000 years.
The resentful demon of the prison swallowed. Yi Ping was very satisfied with the performance of the evil demon in the prison.
You say that my senior brothers are not peerless masters, then I will ask you in turn, if they are not peerless masters, how can I reach this level within 5 months? Yi Ping's tone was sonorous and powerful, questioning the resentful demons of the prison.
The latter was silent, and he really didn't know how to answer. Time passes by little.
After a full stick of incense. The eyes of the great prison resentful demon were full of confusion, and he didn't know how to explain it.
Daxu, remember what I said, you must know that there are mountains outside the mountain and sky outside the sky.
You have been sealed for hundreds of years.
Daxu, the times have changed.
After Yi Ping said this, he left the room. After Yi Ping left, there was only one resentful demon in the room. An hour later, the resentful demon suddenly came to his senses in the confused eyes of the great prison.
Are they really peerless masters?
Then, a voice of self-talking could not help but sound.
He didn't believe it, but he had to.
At this moment, an extremely loud voice suddenly rang.
It's time to eat.
The voice was extremely loud, and for a moment, everyone rushed to the Qingyun catering canteen.
Qingyun catering canteen.
Taoist Taihua struggled for 3 hours.
He hadn't cooked for a long time.
This time, it was mainly because all the disciples arrived, and he also celebrated Su Changyu's safe return. For this reason, Taoist Taihua rarely cooked a few more good dishes. On the long table, there were a total of 16 dishes and 2 soups. Yi Ping was the first to come to the canteen and immediately showed surprise. He didn't expect that Taoist Taihua actually had this skill. There are 16 dishes, the dishes are full of fragrance and steaming, which makes people's index fingers tremble.
Yi Ping, go and call your 2 friends.
When Taoist Taihua saw Yi Ping, he immediately asked him to greet Xia Qingma and the evil devil of the great prison.
Master, isn't it a family banquet? Do you also call them over? Yi Ping couldn't help asking. Call it together.
Since it is your friend, that is, our Qingyun Sect's guest, call it together, it's okay.
Taoist Taihua asked Yi Ping to call someone.
Yi Ping didn't say anything, but went to call someone directly.
Daxu, are you dead? You didn't die to have a meal. Yi Ping's voice sounded. That's it.
After a while, Xia Qingma and the evil demons from the prison came to the canteen. But at this moment, the long table was full of people. Senior brother, senior sister, second senior brother and others are all here. On the left, Su Chanyu, Su Luochen, Wang Zhuoyu, and 2 people Yi Ping had never seen before. Both of them were very pretty, about 27 or 8 years old. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 should be the 2 senior brothers Shuizhuan and Lin Bei.
This is the first time Yi Ping has met his 4th and 5th brothers.
It was also the first time that Shuizhuan and Lin Bei saw Yi Ping, and they seemed a little excited.
My junior brother has met senior brother Shui and senior brother Lin.
Yi Ping hurriedly bowed. Although he was not very familiar with these 2 senior brothers, he was still respectful and polite.
Are you a junior brother? It's true that you are a talented person and have an extraordinary temperament.
You are polite, take your seat quickly. The 4th senior brother was a little cheerful and quickly got up and came to Yi Ping, extremely enthusiastic. The 5th senior brother Lin Bei did not get up, but he also had a gentle smile on his face. In the long table, the senior sister and Chen Lingru sat on the right 1 or 2. Chen Lingru greeted Xia Qingma, who immediately walked over, and the senior sister looked at Xia Qingma while drinking.
Well, it's indeed amazing and worthy of my junior brother.
Xiao Muxue smiled in her eyes, but she didn't say a word. Xiao Qingmao looked at everyone, especially Su Changyu and Xiao Muxue. To be honest, he was really shocked when he saw it at first sight.
Su Changyu was fine.
After all, Su Changyu had met before, but when he first saw Xiao Muxue, he was really shocked.
Even Chen Lingru, Xiao Qingmao found it surprising.
It is really unimaginable that in a small sect, everyone has their own unique temperament, whether it is appearance or temperament. Su Changyu, Xiao Muxue, Chen Lingru, Yiping, and Su Luochen simply defeated the elites of the Great Xia.
It must be a hidden sect. Xiao Qingmao was shocked, and the evil devil in the prison was even more shocked. When his eyes fell on Xiao Muxue, he was completely confused. He knew Xiao Muxue.
No, to be precise, he saw Xiao Muxue from a portrait.
This is an extremely terrifying existence.
The resentful demon of the great prison was completely shocked this time. I also completely believe what Yiping said. This group of people is really a peerless master.
Woohoo!
Unexpectedly, one day, I, Daxu, could actually hold my thighs, woohoo, and take off. The great prison resentful demon had a lot of thoughts in his heart, but soon he found that Xiao Muxue looked at him indifferently. In an instant, the great prison resentful demon immediately shut up, knowing that some things should not be said randomly, and planned to sit next to Yiping. At this moment, another figure appeared.
It is the figure of the ancient sword Immortal.
He was a little dull, looking at the food on the table, came uninvited, and sat directly beside Yiping, and then waited for the meal to start.
This operation made the evil devil a little unhappy. This is his position.
But after thinking about it, the resentful demon of the great prison still held back. If it weren't for Yiping's sake, he would have slapped the dull man away.
Finally, as the resentful demons of the prison fell, Qingyun Sect was reunited.
Taoist Taihua also specially carried 2 jars of wine, which were covered with soil. It can be seen that Taoist Taihua is in a very good mood.
Tisk, Master, I didn't expect you to be enlightened today and let us drink?
Xiao Mushua's voice sounded. She was a little surprised and looked at Taoist Taihua.
On weekdays, Taoist Taihua does not allow anyone in the sect to drink.
I'm in a good mood today, I'll make an exception, but you have to drink less. Taoist Taihua said with a red face.
I'll help pour wine.
Immediately, the resentful demon of the great prison got up, walked over, and picked up the wine jar to pour wine for everyone. This performance made Yiping very satisfied.
Xiao Qingmao was a little surprised.
Although she knew that Yiping was holding on to the resentful demon of the prison, she didn't expect that she would be so polite.
This is really a long time to live.
But in fact, in the eyes of the great prison and resentful demons, it is simply a supreme honor to be able to pour wine for peerless masters.
After pouring wine,
Taoist Taihua stood up immediately, without saying anything sensational. He glanced at the disciples, and then drank a bowl of wine. In his eyes, it is better to sit together, not only wealth, glory, or becoming an immortal, than to sit together.
After 3 rounds of drinking, Taoist Taihua greeted everyone to have a meal. For a moment, everyone was extremely proud of their face.
1 chopstick to one another, and only half of the 16 dishes were left soon.
Xiao Muxue was the first to put down her chopsticks.
She liked to drink and was not very interested in delicious food, so she could just taste it briefly.
However, Xiao Mushue's eyes looked at the ancient sword Immortal from time to time.
Her eyes were very calm, she just took a few more glances, but she didn't say anything. The younger sister in Gu Jianxian ate the most, and basically never stopped chopsticks.
After half an incense stick, everyone was almost full. At this moment, the eldest brother's voice couldn't help but sound.
4th, 5th, I went down the mountain a few days ago, why did you go so long?
Su Changyu's tone was very calm and he asked the 2 of them.
When it comes to this, Taoist Taihua said a little unpleasantly.
You 4th junior brother, you are really promising. You were caught by some bandits when you go out. It's really embarrassing.
Taoist Taihua said angrily. After saying this, Shuizhuan said a little dissatisfied.
Master, it's mainly because you said that our cultivators cannot bully the weak. As a monk, how could I fight against some bandits? Besides, I didn't lose.
During the period when I was arrested, they were responsible for food and drink.
To be honest, it's not easy to make money now. The food is too bad.
I've been back after staying for a few months. Senior brother Shui spoke and said this.
Yi Ping didn't think anything about this.
The peerless masters are all very strange in nature. They often like to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. When they meet weak people, they will not attack hard, but instead hold a game-playing attitude.
What about the old fifth? Su Changyu continued to ask. Not to mention you, the fifth junior brother.
I don't know who is talking nonsense. I ran to the island to search for treasure. But the treasure was not found, and I was cheated of all the silver on my body.
When it comes to Lin Bei, Taoist Taihua is even more unhappy. Master, it's not my fault. It's mainly the one named Zhu.
Alas, forget it, it's hard to say. Anyway, if I meet that bastard next time, I will definitely not let him go.
Lin Bei spoke, feeling depressed.
2 wastes. Su Changyu said in his heart.
Okay, stop talking, just have a meal.
Thinking that it was a reunion dinner, Taoist Taihua said nothing, so that everyone could have a meal with peace of mind.
After eating and drinking, Yi Ping's voice couldn't help but sound. Senior brother, I have something I want to ask you. I wonder if you will have time later. The leaves open.
His question is very simple, it is about the peerless sword intent of Jin Guoshui University. Just as he said this, Taoist Taihua spoke instantly.
Yi Ping, I'll ask your senior brother to tell you something later.
You might as well wait until you find your senior brother.
Taoist Taihua spoke.
He knew what Yi Ping wanted to say, so he stopped him quickly and had to collude with Su Changyu.
Su Changyu was a little confused now.
I don't know what happened, but I could only follow the words of Taoist Taihua. Well, come to me later.
Good. Yi Ping didn't feel anything, so he nodded and didn't think much about it. That's it, the meal was finished quickly. Everyone left. After an hour, Su Changyu walked out of the head's room with a discomfort, with a resentment on his face. He really didn't expect that Taoist Taihua could say such words in order to deceive Yi Ping to go to Jin National Academy of Sciences. This is simply a traitor. But Su Changyu also knew that the tree had already been completed, so he could only go and fill in the pit honestly. However, Su Changyu did not go to find Yi Ping directly, and planned to think about it carefully and find Yi Ping again. Otherwise, if he accidentally said the wrong thing, it would be very troublesome. That's it, 5 days passed in a row. During these 5 days, Yi Ping had been eating and drinking in the sect, which was a good time to relax. And on this day, Su Changyu came to find Yi Ping, but it was not about the peerless sword intent of Jin State, but asked Yi Ping to give guidance to the ancient sword immortal. Well, that's right, let Yi Ping give guidance to the ancient sword immortal. But it's today. A big event was in trouble in the 10 countries. The monster in the southern country has pushed all the universities in less than 10 days. It is pushing sideways all the way, almost in a crushing way. Although some of the institutions did not allow real geniuses to fight against one in order to preserve their strength, it was already extremely terrifying to push the 9 kingdoms. Now there is only one Jin state that has not finished the challenge. According to some people's prediction, if nothing unexpected happens, the evil spirit of the southern kingdom will come to Jin today. This chapter is relatively late. There are many deletions and changes. The family banquet is an excessive amount, and it can be considered as writing all the characters, otherwise the plot will not develop well and will keep going. End of this chapter. At this moment, all the 10 countries were paying attention to the evil things of the southern country. He was almost invincible. He only pushed the 9 university mansions in 7 days and won consecutive victories. Several university mansion disciples were beaten by this monster in the south, and even rumors made a shadow. And now, this monster from the south has also come to its last stop. That is, Jin National Academy of Sciences. Almost no one is optimistic about the Jin National Academy of Sciences. The Jin National Academy of Sciences itself is relatively at the bottom.
Moreover, the Qin National Academy of Sciences does not have any outstanding geniuses, so the failure of the Qin National Academy of Sciences has become a foregone conclusion. Even a gambling house opened a gambling game in Qin State to avoid war, which is enough to explain everything.
And at this moment,
in the Qin National Academy of Sciences, let alone outsiders' opinions, the entire Qin National Academy of Sciences was also gloomy and melancholy.
The monster of the Southern Kingdom is the fourth generation of disciples of the Southern Kingdom Academy.
If it is used as a constant, the fourth generation of disciples must also face it. But this monster in the southern country is really invincible, so it is allowed to send 3 generations of disciples, or even the second generation of disciples, to fight. Of course, if you are shameless, you can also send a generation of disciples to fight. After all, the monster of the Southern Kingdom is already a great provocation to push the 10 university governments. At least several academic institutions have sent a generation of disciples to fight, but the result is still a crushing defeat. The ancient technique of the great dragon elephant is really too fierce, and it makes people desperate.
Inside the Qin National Academy Palace, the first generation of disciples and the second generation of disciples all appeared, and they discussed the matter about the evil spirits in the south. Fang Lei, Duan Muyun, and Mo Jiaoping and others also appeared here. They are all second-generation disciples.
In other words, if the Qin National Academy wants to be a little shameful, they are the core force to fight against the evil spirits of the Southern Kingdom. In the academy, there were 4 disciples of a generation, and they sat in the upper seat.
And dozens of people including Fang Lei sat down. The school was very quiet and full of heaviness.
No one spoke, and everyone had their own thoughts.
But in the end, someone spoke. Senior brother, is that evil spirit in the south really that scary? Someone said that he was a second-generation disciple. He couldn't help asking, thinking that the so-called second-generation disciple shouldn't be that strong, right?
But his voice sounded, and soon a man in a feather robe spoke out.
It's very strong, incredibly strong.
I have watched him challenge the genius of Yengui Academy with my own eyes.
Do you know? Almost no second-generation disciple of Yengui can withstand his move. At that time, I knew that our Qin state was about to be finished, and even if Yin state sent a generation of disciples, although they resisted, they were defeated in the end. You must know that among the 10 countries, Yin state is better than our Qin state. If nothing unexpected happens, you may not be able to defeat him together.
The man in the feather robe spoke out. He had seen the monsters in the southern country take action with his own eyes, and that scene was deeply imprinted in his heart. The ancient art of the great dragon elephant is indeed very powerful, but it is not so terrifying.
I really don't believe it anymore. Are the monsters in the south that strong?
Someone spoke, it was Fang Lei's voice. Although he failed to challenge the Yuan demon's secret realm a few days ago, he didn't think he was too weak.
After all, who can beat a Yuan demon king? As for Duan Muyun, he won.
To be honest, he has always been suspicious and feels that something must be strange.
Fang Lei, don't be arrogant. A generation of disciples spoke out and warned Fang Lei not to be arrogant.
You can't even pass the Yuan demon's secret realm, but you're so embarrassed here.
Fang Lei?
That's right, senior brother Fang, if I had thought you were strong in the past, but since you couldn't even beat the Yuan demon's secret realm, I felt that you were also worthy of fame.
Some people couldn't help but speak and mock Fang Lei. After all, Fang Lei was extremely strong in the Qin National Academy and offended many people. That's the Yuan Demon King, it's normal for me to not be able to beat it. If you are asked to go up, can you beat it? Fang Lei was also uncomfortable when he mentioned this matter. Then why can senior sister Duanmu defeat the Yuan Demon King? The voice sounded again, criticizing Fang Lei. Duan Muyun?
It's very likely that we have seriously injured the Yuan Demon King, and Duan Muyun took advantage of the situation.
Fang Lei was a little stubborn and said this.
But as soon as he said this, someone wanted to criticize him, but Duan Muyun's voice sounded.
Okay, don't fight anything on this.
Before the strong men of the southern country came, we will start to fight internally.
If it spreads, wouldn't it be a joke? Duan Niyun's voice silenced everyone, but also surprised Fong Lei. Duan Niyun is always competing against him, but what he didn't expect was that Duan Niyun actually spoke for him. This is a little incredible. Junior sister Duanmu is right. It's not a matter of internal strife now, but how to target the evil spirits of the south. The man in feather robes spoke. Once the ancient art of the great dragon and elephant is perfect, it will be invincible. At the age of 18, it will reach the 6th level, which is almost invincible. Yes, Ligua, Tsinghua, Jinghua, the top 3 academic institutions have not allowed real geniuses to compete with him, but the fact is that they have lost, let alone Jinghua. I originally thought that this monster in the southern country would suffer a little when he was leaving the country in Chen. But what I didn't expect was that the people indirectly avoiding the war and sending all the geniuses away, which was indeed a bit despicable. Everyone was talking about it, believing that once the ancient art of the great dragon and elephant was perfected, it would be invincible in the world. Some people also believe that Ligua, Chenghua, Jinghua and others had the strength to fight against the evil spirits of the southern kingdom, but they deliberately transferred the geniuses in the academy to deliberately transfer them away. Although they failed, the real genius did not play, so it was not a real failure. But this kind of gameplay is only suitable for top-ranked institutions. Because even if you want to do this institution after ranking, the question is, do you have geniuses? Others have geniuses and can avoid war, but they are not really defeated. They can only be said to preserve their strength. If you don't have a genius, you say you are avoiding war, who will believe you? Instead, it will be a name for fear. The 10 Kingdoms competition is right in front of you. It is normal for Ligua and others to do this. There is no such thing as despicable in the dispute between the academic institutions. You are not children anymore. There is only a position in this world, and there is nothing despicable or not despicable. If you are a disciple of the Ligua Academy, you would not say that. The man in the feather robe spoke, and then he couldn't help but speak. I heard that our Jin National Academy also produced a genius named Yi Ping. I heard that the Qi and blood furnace condensed. Do you know this? He continued to speak and mentioned Yi Ping. Yi Ping? Qi and blood oven? When did it happen?